Chapter 1. Aunt Qin came to apologize and spent her wedding night with me.
Brother Xianyuan, are you free lately? I've got my eye on a certain elixir.
With it, I'll have the chance to become a first-level warrior. I'd like to borrow some money from you, and I promise to pay you back soon. Wei Yanran stood outside the door, her beautiful eyes like spring water, her voice soft and sweet, like honey.
TSK, TSK.
Ning Xianyuan looked at the glorious white lotus in front of him and sneered in his heart. No wonder the original owner, that silly boy, was so bewildered and willing to work like a slave.
To be fair, Wei Yanran is indeed a great beauty.
She was about 17 or 18 years old, tall, with fair skin and sweet features. Her pitiful appearance at this moment was enough to make any young man who didn't know her background feel pity for her. This is the original owner's first love and also the culprit who pushed the original owner into a desperate situation. The original owner was infatuated with her and poured out his heart, lungs, kidneys, and blood to her time and time again.
To lend her money. Blood loan. Kidney loan. Heart loan. Even the egg loan that makes every man shudder. All in all, he owed a huge debt of millions. In this world where the average person earns only 2,000 or 3,000 yuan a month, this is undoubtedly an astronomical figure that is enough to completely crush a person. The original owner died due to the pressure of this huge loan. Just at this moment, Ning Xianyuan traveled over and took over this body. He had just crossed over and was burdened with a debt of over 1 million, and both his parents were dead. Wasn't this the beginning of a catastrophe? If I don't avenge this, I'd be unworthy of being a time traveler. If you want money, that's fine, but there's no such thing as a free lunch.
Ning Xuanyuan's lips curled up into a meaningful smile.
Brother Xianyuan, what do you mean? The weak expression on Wei Yanran's face froze instantly. Something is wrong.
In the past, Ning Xianyuan was completely obedient to her.
She can borrow money as easily as withdrawing it from an ATM. It's simple, an equal exchange. How about this, since you look pretty good, 500 yuan a time.
You owe me over 1 million yuan, which means you owe me over 2,000 times.
Wei Yanran's face was full of disbelief. What did you say? Wasn't what I said clear enough?
What I meant was, use your body in exchange. Ning Xianyuan, you are shameless and vulgar. How can you be so shameless as to dare to say such things?
I'm shameless? Didn't you always say you'd pledge your love to me? Why, now that I've asked you to fulfill your promise, you regret it? Ning Xianyuan. I'm telling you, stop dreaming. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself?
You're a loser with a HP level of only 1.0, and you still want me to marry you.
Are you worthy?
Wei Yanran was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and her fur instantly stood on end.
A mere ATM machine, and he actually wanted to sleep with her? Green tea bitch, you can't pretend anymore, your defense is broken already? You owe me over 1 million, when are you going to pay me back? I borrowed it with my own ability, why should I pay it back? Wei Yanran said with a mocking look, besides, do you have evidence to prove that you lent me the money? Ning Xuanyuan's mouth twitched fiercely. Damn the dog licker.
The original owner lent out so much money, but he never even wrote an IOU, or even a transfer record. All the payments were in cash. Now, even if you want to take legal action, it is doomed to be futile. In the end, all the rage in his heart could only turn into a roar.
Roll. Humph, you're just so helpless and furious.
I want to see what you're going to do with those loans now that you're broke. Don't come crying and begging me when the time comes. Wei Yanran raised her chin proudly, turned her head and walked away like a proud peacock.
This bitch.
Ning Xuanyuan's forehead was throbbing with veins, but he couldn't do anything to her. Over the years, the original owner had no talent for martial arts and had always lived frugally, so he gave all his money to Wei Yanran for drugs. This resulted in the original owner's body being very thin, with a qi and blood value of only 1.0. You should know that an adult dog has at least level 2.0.
He is not even as good as a dog.
Wei Yanran, relying on the elixirs he funded, had already reached level 9.0.
If a real fight broke out, she could pin him to the ground and beat him up with just one hand. Strength. He needs strength.
In this cruel era where martial arts are respected and the strong prey on the weak, without strength, even survival is a luxury. At this climax of despair and anger,
a mechanical voice exploded in his mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have finally achieved enlightenment and stopped being a bootlicker. You have been bound to the martial god companion system. Host, Ning Xianyuan. Newbie task release: study with a Taoist companion once and you will be rewarded with a newbie gift pack. The Taoist companion's comprehensive score must be 90 points. Task reward: a newbie gift pack. Ning Xuanyuan's eyes widened and his heart began to beat wildly. Time travel benefits? There is always a way out. It's just that this novice mission is a bit too difficult. He is now in debt and has little financial resources. Where can he find a beauty with an overall score of 90 to complete his studies? This is simply impossible. I finally got the system, but it got stuck? Just when he had a terrible headache. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Who? Wei Yanran left and came back? Or, a debt collector? Ning Xianyuan took a deep breath and opened the door with caution. I saw a beautiful woman in her early 30s. She had a beautiful face, long hair tied up high with a white jade hairpin, a long swan neck, and was wearing a tight skirt. The shirt is pushed up high on the chest, and the sexy legs are covered with transparent black stockings. The calves are well proportioned, the thighs are plump, the snow-white skin is faintly visible through the cover of the stockings, and the perfect curves are made extremely sexy by the stockings. Xianyuan, Ranran has been spoiled by me. I have heard her tell you about your quarrel. Auntie apologizes to you on her behalf. Aunt Qin. Wei Yanran's mother. The moment Ning Xianyuan saw her face clearly, the prompt in my mind suddenly sounded. Highest priority alert, top-level Taoist partner detected. Rating, 95. Ning Xuanyuan's eyes widened instantly. 95 points. Far exceeding the 90 points required for the novice mission. Absurd. Shock. He had just fallen out with Wei Yanran, that vicious woman, and in the blink of an eye, fate played a huge joke on him. Wei Yanran's mother has become his only life-saving straw? This is really very good. He knew that he had to seize this opportunity. Martial God Companion System. That was his only hope to get rid of the $1 million debt, gain strength, and survive in this high-level martial arts world. It is only natural to pay back debts. It is only right for a mother to pay off a daughter's debt. Aunt Qin must be captured. This mission must be completed. Must get the newbie gift pack. Once this thought arose, it was like a prairie fire, instantly occupying his mind. He only felt an inexplicable heat rising from his body, and his blood seemed to be ignited. Aunt Qin, what Wei Yanran owes me is far from something that can be wiped out with a simple I'm sorry. If Aunt Qin really wants to apologize. He took a step forward, and a masculine aura rushed towards him, causing Aunt Qin's heart to tremble. Then spend the wedding night with me. Chapter 2, Falling Blood is not a heartless thing, foster mother. Ning Xuanyuan's words were like thunderclaps from a clear sky, exploding in Aunt Qin's ears. Aunt Qin was stunned, and time seemed to stop at this moment. It took her a while to react, and her face suddenly turned red, spreading from her slender neck to her ears. She was filled with shame and anger, and her voice trembled. Xianyuan, what nonsense are you talking about? But I'm Ranran's mother, I'm your Aunt Qin. You are the child I have watched grow up. How can you say such things? There was a hint of blame in her tone, but more of it was a sense of panic and helplessness. This kid is so brave. Ning Xianyuan did not retreat, but became more determined, his eyes burning with passion. Aunt Qin, I know this is ridiculous and sounds unreasonable. But it's because you are Aunt Qin, Yanran's mother, that I would say this. Aunt Qin, do you know what Yanran has done to me over the years? To get high on drugs and improve her martial arts skills, she's tricked me into using my organs and signing all sorts of loans. Now I'm in debt of millions. I'm afraid that in a few days, my creditors will come to my house, skin me alive, and tear my bones apart, leaving me with a corpse. Hearing this, Aunt Qin's face changed drastically. She knew that Ning Xianyuan had been lending money to Wei Yanran, but she didn't expect it to be so much. Even she was powerless to deal with the millions of dollars in debt. It's all my fault. I didn't discipline Ranran well. I was too indulgent towards her, and that's why you ended up like this. A huge sense of guilt could not help but well up in her eyes. A heavy sense of guilt almost swallowed her. Aunt Qin, this isn't your fault. I was just too stupid. But now, it's too late to say anything. The creditors will probably show up soon. Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well be brave and express my feelings before I die. Aunt Qin, you are so beautiful and gentle, and you have been so good to me since I was a child. I like you and admire you. What's wrong with that? It's human nature. Which woman doesn't like to be praised? Aunt Sheen was no exception. Her pretty face flushed, she tilted her head and whispered softly, I'm old, how can I still be considered beautiful? Auntie Sheen doesn't look old at all. In my heart, Auntie Sheen is the most beautiful. Ning Xianyuan said firmly that this was what he really meant. Aunt Sheen is only in her early 30s now. In addition, she is naturally beautiful and is a martial artist of the first level, so she takes good care of herself. When she walks with Wei Yanran, they look like sisters, and you can't tell that they are mother and daughter. But Aunt Sheen was torn between her conscience and her desires. Her mind told her that this was too crazy, but Ning Xuanyuan's affectionate confession made her feel confused. It's nothing, doesn't it? Aunt Sheen doesn't like me? Shen Yuan has been so sensible since he was young, and he is very filial to Aunt Sheen. Of course Aunt Sheen likes you, but not that kind of like. It's enough to like her. Ning Xianyuan said, seizing the opportunity. Since Aunt Sheen has been single for so many years, and neither man nor woman is married, what's wrong with that? Aunt Sheen is still so young, is she going to be single forever? Besides, when my parents died in the beast tide to save Yanran, didn't Aunt Sheen swear to take care of me for the rest of my life and compensate me? Now I only have this little wish, Aunt Sheen won't satisfy me? Ning Xuanyuan's words struck Aunt Sheen's heartstrings word by word. As he spoke, he took a step forward and moved closer to Aunt Sheen. Suddenly, a scent of male hormones came to her face, full of aggressiveness. Feeling his burning gaze that seemed to melt me. Aunt Sheen's heart was pounding and her pretty face was flushed. In your 30s, you are at the age of being as vigorous as wolves and tigers. She felt her body longing. She and Wei Yanran indeed owed Ning Xianyuan too much, so much that she felt that even her life was not enough to repay it. The grace of saving a life is greater than heaven. Xuanyuan's parents had sacrificed their lives, and now Xianyuan just wanted her body. She is not an ungrateful person. Finally, she sighed softly as if accepting her fate, lowered her eyelashes shyly, her pretty face flushed with shame, and her voice trembled. This matter must not be known to Ranran. Why? As soon as she finished speaking, she felt dizzy and her whole body was lifted up by a pair of strong arms. The man's hot body temperature came through the thin clothes, burning her heart so much that it trembled. Omitted 10,000 words. Soon. The room returned to silence, leaving only the heavy breathing of the two people. Ning Xianyuan lay on his back, staring blankly at the ceiling, somewhat doubting his life. After 2 lifetimes, how could my learning ability be so poor? He could even feel the loss that the people around him tried hard to hide in order to protect his self-esteem, but it still existed. Shameful. This is so embarrassing. But at this time, he could no longer care about so much. In my mind, the system's voice sounded again. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the novice mission, first learning female rating, 95 points. Newbie gift packs are being distributed. Do you want to start it now? Yes, open it immediately. He didn't hesitate. Open the newbie gift pack. Reward, 3 Bull Demon Strength Pills effect, made from the ancient Bull Demon's blood essence supplemented with rare spiritual herbs. Within 3 hours of taking it, you will gain the strength of a wild bull and significantly enhance your physical strength. The Bull Demon's strength pill was tailor-made for his current predicament. The power of a bull. Isn't this exactly the capital he needs most right now? Such care and consideration are impeccable. System, you are so sensible. Only. What's the next reward? No more? That's it? Isn't it too shabby? What is so great about this gift pack for beginners? Just when he was dissatisfied, the system sounded again, bringing an even greater surprise. Congratulations to the host, triggering the hidden mission. Fallen petals are not heartless, they turn into spring mud to protect the flowers. Obtain a hidden reward, awaken the alchemist talent medicine god first grade proficiency 0100, effect, any first grade elixir will be 100% successful, without any side effects, and the grade can be upgraded through proficiency. What the hell? Fallen blood? Ning Xianyuan looked at the bedsheet in disbelief and found a touch of bright red on it. Ah. Aunt Sheen, is this her first time? System, what's going on? Aren't Wei Yanran and Aunt Sheen mother and daughter? Reply to the host, after testing, the two are not related by blood. Wei Yanran is Wei Qin's adopted daughter. Ning Xianyuan suddenly realized. No wonder he had never met Wei Yanran's father. So Aunt Qin is still a virgin. Isn't that a huge win for me? Ning Xianyuan was secretly surprised.
This time, he not only obtained Aunt Qin's precious blood, but also awakened the alchemist-related medicine god talent. In this era of advanced martial arts, everyone takes drugs and practices martial arts. An alchemist is a hot profession.
Xianyuan.
Aunt Qin's gentle voice came from beside me. Her eyes were charming, a charming blush still lingered on her cheeks, and her tone was full of tenderness and consideration.
It's okay, you've done a great job, Aunt Qin. Aunt Qin is already very happy.
Seeing Ning Xianyuan in a daze, she thought he was hit hard.
It is undeniable. Ning Xuanyuan's performance just now was indeed a bit disappointing.
It was far from what she expected deep down. But she could understand. Boys of this age are full of vigor but lack experience.
As for your body, you still need more experience.
Ning Xianyuan was stunned.
Am I being comforted?
What a joke!
When it comes to learning ability, no boy would admit defeat. Aunt Qin, what are you talking about? I just finished warming up.
Ning Xianyuan showed a meaningful smile on his face. It was true that his body was a little weak, because he had been frugal for many years and gave all his money to Wei Yanran, which led to malnutrition, and naturally his physical condition was not good.
But it doesn't matter, doesn't he have the bull demon strength pill now? I take medicine and I am glorious.
Thinking of his embarrassment the first time, Ning Xianyuan just wanted to shout, "Don't bully the young man because he is poor." Then, he quietly took out a bull demon power pill from the system and swallowed it.
Moment.
A violent torrent of energy exploded from his body and spread to every inch of his flesh and blood. He just felt that he had endless energy. The look he gave the gentle and beautiful woman beside him instantly became like that of a ferocious beast staring at its prey, so hot that it almost spit out fire.
Aunt Qin, let's continue. Why? Why are you here again? Xianyuan, don't you want to take a break?
Aunt Qin exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening instantly. Her heart trembled at his wild gaze, but there was a hint of anticipation and excitement in his tone that she didn't even notice. Chapter 3, The First Man Under the Starry Sky, China's Crisis.
3 hours passed quietly.
When everything calmed down, the only sound left in the room was heavy breathing. Aunt Qin's delicate body softened into a pool of spring water, her beautiful eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. 4 words were written all over that beautiful face, questioning life.
Ning Xuanyuan's transformation was so great that it overturned everyone's cognition. He was like 2 completely different people.
She couldn't understand how a person could make such great progress in such a short period of time. At first he was just a kindergarten kid, and in the blink of an eye he became a doctoral student.
It's unbelievable. This bull demon power pill is truly worthy of its reputation. Ning Xianyuan was secretly amazed. 3 hours of study made him feel satisfied.
Based on his ability to do the fill-in-the-blank questions just now, no matter which teacher came, they would wholeheartedly give him full marks.
Ding, Wei Qin's favorability plus 20, you can view the companion panel. Just at this moment, the system prompt sounded in Ning Xuanyuan's mind. Favorability? Ning Xuanyuan's mind moved, and he quickly looked at Aunt Qin. Then a translucent panel appeared on Aunt Qin's body. Name, Wei Qin. Gender, female.
Qi and blood value, level 12.0.
Overall score, 95. Favorability, 80.
Seeing the favorability level of 80, Ning Xianyuan suddenly realized why he was successful. It turns out that Aunt Qin's initial favorability towards him was 60. If it weren't for such a high favorability, Aunt Qin might not have agreed to his ridiculous request. Now another 20 have been added. This shows that Aunt Qin highly appreciates his learning ability. His hard work was well worth it.
System, what happens when the favorability reaches 100? Reaching 100 will trigger special rewards. What's the special reward? Insufficient authority, please explore on your own. Ning Xuanyuan's mouth twitched. This system was still keeping people in suspense at the critical moment. However, since learning can increase favorability, why not strike while the iron is hot? He glanced at Aunt Qin.
But Aunt Qin was already sweating profusely, exhausted, and looked so weak that she couldn't bear to be touched.
I could only sigh in my heart. That's all. There is ample time.
Things like studying need to be accumulated over time and cannot be rushed. Next, he stopped thinking about it, hugged the warm and soft beauty in his arms happily, and slept comfortably. This time, they simply slept in each other's arms. Aunt Qin was tired, and Ning Xianyuan felt weak after the effect of the medicine wore off.
Waited until noon the next day.
Ning Xianyuan was awakened by the smell of food. He opened his eyes drowsily, and a feeling of hollowed-out soreness filled his whole body. He got out of bed with difficulty, his legs were shaking, and he barely managed to stand by holding onto the wall. Alas, my health is only at level 1.0 after all, worse than a dog. Without the elixir, I'm instantly reduced to my original form. Ning Xianyuan sighed softly. I staggered out of the room and found that the food was already prepared on the dining table, with a note left there. The note was left by Aunt Qin, saying that she had prepared a meal for him and told him to have a good rest. Auntie Qin is still as considerate as ever, but she quietly left while I was asleep. I guess she still doesn't know how to deal with this relationship.
Ning Xianyuan knew it very well.
Although the two of them had a frank and open relationship last night, it would obviously take some time for Aunt Qin to accept this kind of relationship. Aunt Qin's cooking skills are very good and he had a delicious meal. After eating and drinking, he began to think about the world. The world he traveled to was called Blue Star. It was now 2025, and the world structure was surprisingly similar to the Earth in his previous life.
The difference is that there are alien races here.
Decades ago, alien races invaded the blue planet on a large scale. However, faced with alien races, the countries did not form an alliance. Instead, two major camps were formed, the East and the West. The Eastern Xia Kingdom, firmly believing that those who are not of my race must have different hearts, has always been resisting foreign races. The Western world, led by the United States, collectively turned to the Mayans, one of the three royal alien families, and received technological support from the Mayans to develop genetic technology, create genetic warriors, and transform humans. Even Japan, Korea, and other countries near Xia State became loyal dogs of the West, pressing Xia State step by step and constantly provoking it. Today, the Xia Kingdom is the enemy of the whole world. Fortunately, the Xia Kingdom has many martial arts masters, as well as Yun Ruoshui, who is known as the #1 person under the starry sky. This is what makes foreign races and the Western world dare not act rashly. But this delicate balance will be broken sooner or later. One day, alien races and the Western world will invade in full force. The world is now a huge powder keg, and war could break out at any time. You must become a warrior as soon as possible to increase your chances of survival.
Ning Xianyuan thought to himself.
The realm of warriors is very strict, and for the vast majority of people, their qi and blood values will remain below level 10.0 throughout their lives. Those who can break through to level 10.0 and become a first-level warrior are already considered the best among people. When you reach level 20.0, you become a second-level warrior. Level 30.0 is the third realm, and so on. As for breaking through to level 70.0, it is even rarer. Such people are called martial arts masters, and each of them has the strength to fly into the sky and into the ground, and can fight against 10,000 enemies alone.
Below the Grandmaster, everyone is an ant. But Grandmaster is still too far away for me. The most important thing right now is to become a first-realm warrior. The requirement for a first-level warrior is to have a chi and blood value of 10.0. I'm only at level 1.0 right now, which puts me at the bottom of the school. If I want to improve quickly, I can only take drugs. We need to find a way to get some first-grade elixirs, the body tempering pills. There are two ways to obtain body tempering pills. One way is to buy the finished product at a pharmacy, which costs thousands of dollars per pill. Another method is to buy the raw materials and then refine them yourself. As the most basic elixir, its formula has long been no secret. It is recorded in textbooks and known to everyone. If you refine it yourself, the raw materials will only cost about 100 yuan. But this is not something that anyone can refine. All medicines are poisonous. How to remove the toxicity from medicinal materials is a problem. If there is no professional medicine refining equipment to perform molecular stripping, a lot of toxicity will remain. Fortunately, Ning Xuanyuan's system has now awakened the talent of medicine god, and can successfully refine the medicine with 100% success rate, and it is not toxic at all. This immediately dispelled all his worries. After leaving his residence, he went to a pharmacy in the city. Zhu's old pharmacy. The owner of the drugstore was a woman who looked to be in her 20s and was extremely beautiful. What is even more amazing is her figure. Although she was wearing loose clothes, her breathtaking breasts could still be seen.
Tall and straight like a peak, round and full. Even her loose clothes could not cover it, and it was about to burst through her clothes.
What a magnanimous person. Hello, boss, I want to buy the raw materials for the body tempering pill.
The woman's panel was already displayed before him.
Name, Zhu Qingan. Gender, female. Qi and blood value, level 29.9. Overall score, 97. Favorability, 0. Chapter 4, 100% purity. Such a big cloud. How many copies do you want to buy?
Zhu Qingyan raised his eyes and glanced at Ning Xianyuan, his tone flat, neither deliberately enthusiastic nor deliberately distant.
10 portions, please.
10 portions of raw materials cost 1,000 yuan. He had just borrowed this 1,000 yuan by calling Aunt Jean. Now he is really penniless.
A penny can make a hero fall. These days, you can't learn martial arts without money. You should know the rules, right? If you go back and make the elixir yourself, our store will not be responsible if anything goes wrong. Please sign here.
Zhu Qingyan took out 10 packages of medicinal herbs and a waiver agreement. Nowadays, many people try to make elixirs on their own in order to save some money, and it is not uncommon to see problems with the medicine or even deaths.
It's all because of poverty.
If you have money, you can buy regular pills or pills from professional alchemists. There is no need to make them yourself.
No problem.
Ning Xianyuan signed his name readily. He didn't worry about the consequences.
And let me say one more thing. If you fail in refining the elixir, don't force yourself to take it just because you don't want to waste it. You'll end up losing more than you gain. Zhu Qingan reminded.
When she saw that Ning Xianyuan was a high school student and his school uniform was washed white, she knew that his financial situation must be poor. High school students these days are extremely competitive and will do anything to pass the military exam and get into college. This is why the mortality rate among high school students has remained high.
Thank you, I know.
Ning Xianyuan was a little surprised.
This woman was quite kind.
After getting the herbs, he couldn't help but glance at the other person's plump breasts again before leaving, and then hurried away. I never thought I'd run into a 97-point beauty while buying medicine. In terms of looks alone, she's on par with Aunt Jean, but her figure is truly unbelievable. On the way back, Ning Xianyuan was still thinking about it. Aunt Jean is already graceful and has a great figure, but she is still slightly inferior to Zhu Qingyan's plumpness. As he walked along, most of the women on the street were only 20 or 30 points in appearance. It is rare to get a score of 50, and even rarer to get a score of 70 or 80.
More than 90 points? It's absolutely 1 in a million.
After returning to his residence, Ning Xianyuan first went online and watched several videos on refining body tempering pills.
Nowadays, the internet is well developed and you can find any tutorial. The modern method of refining alchemy is not the way in novels where one throws the medicine into the furnace. That is the ancient method of alchemy. Nowadays, alchemy is all done scientifically. Using various high-tech equipment, we can extract and reorganize medicinal materials at the molecular level. Make them blend perfectly and finally condense into a pill. However, after watching the video, he shook his head, thinking that almost all of these teaching methods require the assistance of professional equipment. Especially the molecular stripper, even if it is civilian grade, it costs several thousand. And when refining the elixir, the accuracy must be to the milligram. Even 1 milligram more or less can have a huge impact. Not to mention the timing, which has to be precise to the millisecond. How can an ordinary person practice this? No wonder alchemists are so rare. They are much harder to come by than warriors. Fortunately, I have a system. Ning Xianyuan sighed and immediately started to refine the elixir. His method of refining the elixir was very crude and simple. What else do others want? Beakers, test tubes, measuring cylinders, funnels. He simply found a clay pot, poured the herbs into the pot, added water, lit the fire, and that was it. About half an hour later. Ding, the body tempering pill has been refined. This refining took 36 minutes, and a total of 10 body tempering pills were obtained. Proficiency plus 10, currently 10-100. After reaching the maximum value, the medicine god can be upgraded to the second level. 10 body tempering pills? And they can also increase proficiency. Ning Xianyuan was surprised and happy. Generally speaking, alchemy is not 100% successful. Even experienced alchemists have the risk of failure.
Being able to extract 7 or 8 pills from 10 pieces of material is already a very high success rate.
He succeeded in all of them.
More importantly, after the proficiency reaches the maximum value, the first grade can be upgraded to the second grade.
The talent of this medicine god is simply incredible. He took one immediately.
A warm current suddenly rose from his body, and he felt that the circulation of his qi and blood had become noticeably faster. The qi and blood that had been stagnant began to flow through his body. He squatted into a horse stance, punched and kicked, and performed a set of national body training techniques seriously.
This set of bodybuilding techniques is the basic martial arts taught in school.
It was created by all the martial arts masters who gathered the strengths of hundreds of schools, took the essence and discarded the dross, and worked together to create it. From the elderly in their 80s to children as young as 7 or 8, everyone can practice. But precisely because it is a basic martial art, its effect is limited. Martial arts levels: basic, third rate, second rate, first rate, super first rate.
No way.
To learn more advanced martial arts, one must either buy them at a high price or reach a high enough level to be eligible to study in the school's martial arts library.
It took half an hour to complete a complete set of bodybuilding techniques.
He was sweating all over and his muscles and bones were sore, which showed that he had received effective exercise. Qi and blood value plus 0.1 level.
Host properties panel has been activated and can be viewed at any time.
At this time, the system voice sounded.
Ning Xuanyuan's mind moved, and a light blue screen appeared before his eyes. Host, Ning Xuanyuan. Qi and blood value, level 1.1. Martial arts, national body refining technique. Talent, medicine god level 1 proficiency 10-100. One training session actually raised me by 0.1 levels?
The body tempering pills are so powerful. If I keep going like this, I only need 89 of them to become a first realm warrior.
Ning Xuanyuan was a little excited.
He has practiced this national bodybuilding technique since he was a child, and has practiced it at least tens of thousands of times, only to reach the 1.0 level of qi and blood value. On the one hand, it was because of his poor qualifications, and on the other hand, it was because he had never taken drugs. Now, one pill can produce immediate results.
No wonder so many people like to take drugs. If I can become a formal warrior, I'll have the chance to enter a martial arts university. Then my fate will be completely different.
There are thousands of students in the entire martial arts number 4 middle school, but there are only a dozen or so martial artists at the first level. You can see how difficult it is. Next, Ning Xuanyuan ate 4 more pills in succession, and combined with the national body refining technique, he increased his qi and blood value by 0.4 levels. His health value reached level 1.5. The muscles all over his body became more condensed and his figure became more upright. However, after practicing for a whole day, he was exhausted and starving. If you are rich, you can directly drink nutrient solution to replenish your physical strength. He could only cook a big pot of the cheapest plain noodles, eat 3 big bowls in a row, and then fall asleep.
Wait until the next morning.
Ning Xuanyuan did not rush to practice, but took the remaining 5 pills and went straight to Zhu's pharmacy. I want to sell these 5 body tempering pills. Zhu Qing'an was slightly stunned.
Did he really succeed in refining it?
Although it was just the most basic first-grade elixir, she was still very surprised that a high school student could complete it independently.
I just don't know what the purity is. I guess it won't exceed 30%. The recycling price of the body tempering pill is determined by its purity. Let me test it first.
She reached out to take the pill, and at first she was nonchalant, but after taking a closer look, she suddenly frowned.
Ha! She cried out in surprise, realizing something was wrong.
He quickly took out a professional instrument, scraped some powder from the pill, and put it into the testing tank.
After a moment, a line of data popped up on the screen. Purity, 100%, toxicity, 0%, impurities, 0%. How is this possible?
Zhu Qing'an opened her beautiful eyes wide and suddenly stood up from her chair.
This stand was too intense.
The curve of the snow peak rises and falls, like a snow rabbit leaping in surprise and surging waves. As if it was about to jump out from inside. Ning Xuanyuan was stunned for a moment, with only one thought in his mind. What big clouds!
Really? So white. I understand. This is what the ancients said. Quiet as a virgin, swift as a rabbit. Chapter 5, Qi and Health Level 6.0. Qin opens for the second time. Purity. 100%.
There was a hint of disbelief in Zhu Qingyan's cold voice. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the final data flashing on the detector screen. He raised his head suddenly and looked again at the boy in front of him, who was dressed in ordinary clothes and looked a little down and out. Ning Xianyuan felt a little uneasy when she looked at him, and his heart skipped a beat. What's wrong?
Is there something wrong with the pill? Problem? Zhu Qingyan took a deep breath. No, I can only say that you're refining it very well.
The basic body hardening pills sold on the market are generally only 50% to 70% pure. The rest are impurities and are accompanied by 1% to 3% toxicity. In my entire life, I've only seen a handful of people like you who can extract 100% purity, completely non-toxic and free of impurities. Pills generally contain impurities and toxicity, but the impurities are harmless to the human body and can be excreted through metabolism. But the toxicity is different. Over time, erysipelas will form in the body. This erysipelas is difficult to eliminate and may even affect qi in blood over time.
Why, you don't know this? Aren't you an alchemist? This is all basic knowledge for alchemists, right? I don't know. This is my first time trying to make an elixir. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qingyan's surprise instantly reached its peak. First, a guy with absolutely no basic knowledge actually managed to refine a body tempering pill of perfect quality?
Although the body tempering pill is only the most basic first-grade pill, it is the basic homework for all alchemists. But for most novices, it would be good if they can produce 30% purity for the first time. As experience increases, the purity can be gradually improved. However, even experienced alchemists can only reach a level of around 70%. It is very rare to reach 80% and 90%. As for 100%, they are all masters in their field and are highly respected.
Could this guy be a genius in alchemy? A thought flashed through Zhu Qingyan's mind like lightning. Isn't this the person she has been looking for?
A genius who can perfectly control the medicinal properties and extract pure elixirs. A glimmer of hope surged in her heart. Her illness might be cured.
But soon,
this glimmer of hope was extinguished by herself again. The body tempering pill is only a first-grade pill after all. What she needs is a fifth-grade elixir. The gap between them is as huge as that between heaven and earth. She couldn't help but laugh bitterly, feeling like she was desperate and trying anything she could think of. The association's official purchase price for a 100% pure perfect body tempering pill is 3,000 yuan per pill.
But do you have a license to practice alchemy? No. Without the certificate, these can only be considered unlicensed pills. The recycling price will be discounted. The price of one pill can only be 2,000.
Ning Xianyuan felt both distressed and surprised. What makes me sad is the difference of 1,000 yuan. There is such a big difference between having a license and not having one. What surprised me was that the recycling price of his medicine was so high. The raw materials costing only 100 yuan can be recycled for as much as 2 or 3,000 yuan.
A profit of 20 to 30 times. This is not alchemy, it is clearly turning stone into gold. Make a deal.
5 pills, 10,000 in total. Ning Xianyuan only kept 3,000, and the remaining 7,000 were all exchanged for the raw materials of the body tempering pill and a new pill material called Vitality Pill. Finally, Zhu Qingyan reminded him, I suggest you get a certificate. With a certificate, your pills will have official endorsement, and the recycling price will be higher. Also, after becoming an alchemist, you will enjoy discounts on raw materials and it will be more convenient in many situations.
Does the test cost money? 30,000. Hearing this, Ning Xianyuan's mouth twitched. It actually costs so much money to get a certificate. Forget it, I'd better wait until I have more money in the future. He reluctantly lingered in front of Zhu Qingyan's snow peak for a while before turning around and leaving. After returning to his residence, Ning Xianyuan first returned the 1,000 yuan he had borrowed from Aunt Qin and gave her 2,000 more. He hates the feeling of owing people money. Now that I have the money, I will pay it off as soon as possible, and I will feel at ease. Xianyuan, what's going on? Why did you transfer 3,000 to me? Where did you get this money? Did you borrow money again?
Soon, Aunt Qin called, her tone filled with surprise and concern. Ning Xianyuan borrowed 1,000, but returned 3,000. She was worried that Ning Xianyuan would go to borrow money again. Aunt Qin, don't worry, I earned this money from refining pills.
You can also make pills? I can only say that Aunt Sheen is my lucky star. After studying with her last time, I suddenly got the hang of it. You kid, you just talk nonsense.
On the other end of the phone, Aunt Sheen's voice was obviously flustered and shy.
The joy of that night is still an unspeakable secret for her. Aunt Sheen, you helped me when I was in the most difficult time.
It was like a timely help to me, and it is worth 1,000 words. These 3,000 are nothing, just take it. When I make a lot of money in the future, I will definitely repay you well and will not let you down.
Ning Xianyuan said firmly. Aunt Sheen was his first woman.
She not only helped him awaken his system, but also lent him money, allowing him to complete his initial accumulation. In the eyes of others, this may just be an ordinary 1,000 yuan. But in Ning Xuanyuan's eyes, it was a favor that was enough to change his destiny. It is easy to add icing on the cake, but difficult to provide timely assistance. Naturally, he attaches great importance to this friendship.
Don't even mention 3,000.
When you have money in the future, even 30 or 300,000 will be nothing. Aunt Sheen was listening quietly on the other end, and the softest part of her heart seemed to be gently touched. This child is really loyal and righteous. Originally, she was worried that Ning Xianyuan was just acting on impulse and was greedy for her body.
After all, what responsibilities can a boy of this age have?
She has seen too many examples of people getting bored with the old and falling in love with the new. But the sincerity revealed in Ning Xuanyuan's words at this moment was like a reassurance, quietly dispelling the slight uneasiness in her heart.
That's a nice thing to say.
Aunt Sheen raised the corner of her mouth, but deliberately used a hint of anger to hide her feelings. As the saying goes, time reveals a person's true character.
Who knows if you are just trying to coax me now? Hey, Aunt Sheen, you're absolutely right.
It takes time to see a person's true character.
So, when will I be able to see Aunt Sheen next time? Ning Xianyuan teased.
He also wanted to improve his favorability as quickly as possible and get more rewards. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and then Aunt Sheen's embarrassed and annoyed voice was heard. Even through the phone, I could imagine her blushing face at this moment.
You little rascal, you think about this all the time. Why didn't I realize before that you are not a very honest child at all? You can't blame me for this. It's because Aunt Sheen is so beautiful.
Ning Xianyuan flattered her with a smile.
Slippery.
Aunt Sheen snorted, but her voice softened a bit.
Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm busy these days. I'll contact you next time. Good. Ning Xuanyuan's eyes lit up and he was quite excited. After hanging up the phone,
he immediately started refining the elixir. This time he bought the materials for 50 body tempering pills and 20 vitality pills. The raw materials for the vitality pill also cost 100 yuan each and are considered basic pills.
This kind of medicine can eliminate fatigue and enhance physical vitality.
With the precise assistance of medicine god.
Half a day later,
70 pills sparkling with perfect luster and 100% purity were neatly stacked on the table.
Proficiency plus 70, currently 8100.
If all of these were sold, they could fetch over 100,000 yuan. Looking at the results in front of him, Ning Xianyuan breathed a long sigh of relief. Now, he finally saw hope of survival. There is a way to pay off the debts he owes. In the next few days, Ning Xianyuan lived a life of asceticism. While relying on the body tempering pill to strengthen the body, and using the vitality pill to eliminate fatigue, he tempered himself non-stop for 24 hours. For 3 consecutive days, he practiced martial arts without sleep or rest.
Health plus 0.1. Health plus 0.1. Health plus 0.1.
The system's prompt sound was like the most beautiful music, constantly echoing in his mind. 3 days later, his chi and health value progressed to level 6.0. The chi and blood value is level 6.0, which is basically the average level of the top 4 martial arts schools.
Wei Yanran is only level 9.0.
If she keeps going like this, I'll be able to surpass her soon.
I wonder what Wei Yanran's expression will be when she finds out that I'm better than her.
Ning Xianyuan believes that this day will come soon.
What surprised him even more was night. Aunt Sheen finally arrived.
She was wearing a tight shirt, which made her towering snow-capped peaks look even more firm and fuller. Below the slender waist is a dark gray hip skirt that tightly hugs the waist and buttocks. Her legs are long and straight, and her skin is smooth, white, and round like jade.
The size 36 feet wearing a pair of black high heels show the charm of a mature woman.
The sunlight fell on her slightly flushed face, adding a touch of charming charm to her. Ning Xianyuan only felt his heart beating faster and his blood rushing. With Aunt Qin's shy cry, he picked her up and carried her horizontally, walking into the house.
Tonight, the piano was played for the second time.
Chapter 6. The stunning shopkeeper was conquered by my elixir.
5 minutes later. Ning Xianyuan sighed lightly.
Compared to the last time when it took less than 3 minutes, this time it took a lot longer after his qi and health value reached level 6.0.
But it's still too weak.
Fortunately, he has a trump card.
If you are not good at it, just practice more? No. Who would practice if there is a shortcut? Why suffer when you can just lie down? Isn't it great to rank up painlessly?
Ning Xianyuan chose the simplest and most brutal method without hesitation: take drugs if you are not good at it.
He secretly took a bull demon power pill.
Suddenly, his animal nature was aroused.
The following words are omitted. 3 hours later.
The wind stopped and the rain stopped. Ding, Taoist companion Wei Qin's favorability plus 10, current favorability 90. This result made Ning Xianyuan very satisfied.
Getting closer and closer to 100 favorability. Just go all out, reach 100, and get more rewards.
But when he looked at Aunt Qin, he saw that she was completely limp, so tired that she couldn't even move a finger. There was only a pair of beautiful, misty eyes, shimmering with water, and her fair skin was pink. There were still some tears hanging in the corners of her eyes, which was so touching that I felt pity for her. In this situation, he could only suppress the idea of continuing to study.
Well, there is still a long way to go. Don't be too hasty. The next morning,
Aunt Qin left quietly as usual and prepared a meal for Ning Xianyuan before leaving. There was a note on the table: Xianyuan, the food is on the table, remember to eat and take care of yourself. There were not many words, but the silent care spread through the handwriting, making Ning Xianyuan feel warm in his heart. He devoured all the food in no time.
Time to get some money.
After a hearty meal, he counted the remaining pills. I also need to get my certification as soon as possible, otherwise I'll be at a huge disadvantage if they undercut me by a lot. After packing up, he went to Zhu's pharmacy again. In the medicine hall, the aroma of medicine wafts through the air.
Another 100% pure elixir.
2 different elixirs, both of which are surprisingly perfect. After the test, Zhu Qing'an's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. There are many alchemists who specialize in a certain type of elixir. Once they switch to other unfamiliar elixirs, the purity will be greatly reduced. But Ning Xianyuan made 2 consecutive pills, both of which were 100% pure.
He is definitely a genius in making elixirs.
Zhu Qing'an pondered for a moment, then tapped the counter with his slender jade fingers. I can give you a buyback price of 3,000 for these pills.
Ha! I don't have any ID, so I can only get 2,000, right?
The rules are fixed. I can pay you 3,000 first, but you need to successfully pass the alchemist assessment within 3 days.
I'm giving you a break.
There's no such thing as a free lunch.
Miss Xu, what do you want from me after helping me like this?
Ning Xianyuan said cautiously. He was not naive enough to think that someone he had only met a few times would help him for free.
All seemingly generous gifts have already been secretly marked with a price. Don't worry. I have no ill will towards you.
I just see your potential in alchemy and want to invest in you and establish a good relationship with you.
If one day in the future you can be promoted to a 5th grade alchemist, I do have a pill that I would like you to help me refine. What medicine? It's related to my illness.
I'll tell you what it is when you have the chance to reach the 5th rank. Zhu Qing'an shook his head slightly, a hint of bitterness appearing on his lips. Obviously, although she placed her hopes on Ning Xianyuan, she did not think that Ning Xianyuan could become a 5th grade alchemist so easily. Many times, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. She didn't say it because she didn't want to put pressure on Ning Xianyuan, nor did she want to give herself too much hope.
Hope is like poison that penetrates the intestines.
Ning Xianyuan frowned and looked at Zhu Qing'an carefully.
She looked sincere and didn't seem to be pretending.
However, he had experienced Wei Yanran's deception and knew that human hearts were unpredictable.
Didn't Wei Yanran deceive the original owner back then?
After the previous experience, it was difficult for him to trust others easily.
30 pills. An extra 30,000 is indeed a considerable amount of money for him, but is it worth him owing someone a favor? How credible is what this woman said? Ha!
Just as Ning Xianyuan was weighing the pros and cons, his eyes inadvertently swept across the system panel that only he could see.
Name, Zhu Qingan.
Qi and blood value, level 29.8.
Overall score, 97. Favorability, 0. Level 29.8?
I remember that the last time I saw her, her health value was 29.9.
The Qi and blood value actually decreased?
This subtle change actually confirmed what Zhu Qingyan said. She was indeed suffering from a strange disease, and this disease was constantly eroding her energy and blood. With his doubts dispelled, Ning Xianyuan quickly made a decision.
Okay, then I'll accept your favor, but let me be frank. Even if I become a 5th-grade alchemist, I can't guarantee that I can refine the elixir you want.
Firstly, he would have to trade medicinal materials with Zhu Qingan in the future, so even from a business perspective, he had to try his best to be on good terms with them. Secondly, this is a stunning beauty with a rating of 97 points.
Meets system requirements.
This is a rare Taoist partner goal.
Don't worry, I won't force you. This 30,000 is just to buy hope. Whether it succeeds or not depends entirely on God's will.
Zhu Qingyan raised the corners of his lips slightly, revealing a rare smile. She was already beautiful, and with this smile, she looked even more beautiful than flowers.
Bite. Zhu Qingyan's favorability plus 20, current favorability 20. The system's prompt sound came into my mind.
Ning Xianyuan was secretly delighted that he had such an unexpected gain.
I wonder if when my favorability reaches a high enough level in the future, will there be a chance to let her participate in my learning cause?
30 pills, a total of 90,000.
If you want to take the exam, I can help you sign up. How about the day after tomorrow?
Okay. With 90,000 yuan in funds in his account, Ning Xianyuan quickly made a plan. 30,000 is used to purchase the raw materials for first-grade elixirs.
30,000 is reserved for the examination.
The last 30,000 will be used to repay part of the most urgent loans. Half of my loans were obtained through legitimate channels, so I can just pay them back slowly. But the other half came from the gray area, where the interest rates are exorbitant.
I have to make some plans ahead of time.
A cold light flashed in his eyes.
Those blood-sucking creditors were not so easy to deal with. Just shortly after Ning Xianyuan left, a tall figure walked into the pharmacy.
If Ning Xianyuan were here, he would recognize her at a glance.
She is Wei Yanran. Boss, do you still have 100% pure body tempering pills today? Wei Yanran asked anxiously. Because now her health value has reached level 9.0.
The low-purity body tempering pills have lost their effect because the body has developed a resistance to them. Unexpectedly, a few days ago, I accidentally discovered a 100% pure body tempering pill here. She bought one at that time, and after trying it at home, she saw immediate results. Her Qi and blood values increased by 0.1 levels. Even though it's only level 0.1, she has actually been stagnant for several months. In the following days, she came to ask every day, but there was no stock.
You're lucky. A new batch arrived today. Still the same price, 5,000 per piece. Okay, I'll take 2. Wei Yanran immediately bought 2, secretly regretting it in her heart. I don't have much money on hand, otherwise if I bought all of these, wouldn't I be able to directly enter the first level of warrior?
It's all the fault of that poor Ning Xianyuan. It would be great if he could still give me a loan.
Thinking of this, she suddenly came up with an idea. Boss, do you have the contact information of the person who sold this pill?
If she could get to know this master who could make perfect elixirs, with her looks, she would be able to gain some benefits, right?
She was so eager to become a first-level warrior.
As long as she can become a martial artist of the first level, she can grow up sooner.
I can't tell you about the seller. But if I don't give you any clues, you'll probably just wait here every day, right?
Zhu Qingyan is experienced and can see through Wei Yanran's thoughts at a glance. These days, she has seen many people who do whatever it takes to get shortcuts. Seeing Wei Yanran silent, Zhu Qingyan knew that he was right and said helplessly,
"Never mind. I can't say much more about the details.
In a couple of days, go to the place where the alchemists are taking the exam. He should be taking the exam to become a first-grade alchemist.
If you're lucky, you might meet him."
Upon hearing this, Wei Yanran's eyes flashed with excitement.
No matter who you are, I will definitely climb this ladder to heaven. Chapter 7: The fastest candidate in history.
His talent is revealed.
In the center of Linzhou City, a towering building stands tall. This is the headquarters building of the Linzhou Alchemist Association. Second floor. Waiting area. The voices were noisy and the atmosphere was tense. Yanran, is the genius alchemist you mentioned really here? I really can't imagine that the person who can refine 100% purity would be a newcomer who hasn't even been verified yet. The girl who was speaking had a slim figure and long black hair that stretched like a waterfall, forming a sharp contrast with her icy skin. What is particularly eye-catching is the extra long beautiful legs that are exposed from the hem of the skirt. Tightly wrapped in delicate white stockings, it falls straight down and is put together without any gaps, which is breathtakingly beautiful. Shu Yuqing. The school belle of Linzhou Wudao No. 4 Middle School, the unattainable goddess in the dreams of countless young boys.
Wei Yanran, who was sitting next to her, was already considered to be outstanding in appearance, but compared with Shu Yuqing's brilliance, she seemed to be overshadowed. Yuqing, don't worry. Why would I lie to you? This is exclusive information I finally got. Wei Yanran said with a firm tone. Shu Yuqing has been her best friend for many years and is also a first-class alchemist herself. If it weren't for this identity, Wei Yanran would never have been able to enter the Alchemist Association according to the association's regulations. No one except alchemists or candidates is allowed to enter. That's why she specially invited Shu Yuqing to bring her in as an alchemist. Then I'll wait and see who is so powerful. A hint of curiosity appeared in Shu Yuqing's eyes. As a recognized alchemy genius among her peers, she can only increase the purity of the elixir to 90% at most. Those who can refine first-grade elixirs with 100% purity are all masters who have been famous for many years. Those masters are at least veteran alchemists of the 3rd or 4th grade. The small city of Linzhou actually hid such a master, which instantly aroused her strong interest and a bit of unyielding pride. Hey, why is he here too? Suddenly, Wei Yanran's gaze froze and fell on a young man. Ning Xianyuan. He was still wearing his washed-out old clothes, standing out among a group of well-dressed candidates, looking out of place. Could it be, he's stalking me, refusing to give up, and even trying to apologize to me and beg me to change my mind? Wei Yanran speculated secretly. She had this confidence because in the past, whenever they had a quarrel, no matter who was right or wrong, Ning Xianyuan would always be the one to admit his fault. She accepted it before because Ning Xianyuan was still useful to her. But Ning Xianyuan is now poor and cannot make any money. To her, it's worthless. What's wrong, Yanran, do you know that person? Shu Yuqing noticed her gaze keenly and asked softly. Well, his name is Ning Xianyuan, a piece of shit with no self-awareness. His HP is only at level 1.0, yet he's trying to get his hands on me. I don't know how he got in here, but he's really haunting me. Wei Yanran lied without changing her expression. She looked away with disdain, as if looking any longer was a waste of time, and instead carefully examined the other candidates present, trying to find the mysterious genius alchemist. But with people coming and going, and she didn't have the keen eyes to see through everything, so naturally she couldn't tell who it was. Although she didn't find the genius alchemist, Wei Yanran did find another familiar face. Yuqing, look over there, that looks like Lu Minghui, right? Why is he here to take the test? Do you want to go say hello to him? Forget it, I'm not that familiar with him. Shu Yuqing shook his head. Soon, the assessment time arrived. Under the guidance of the staff, the candidates entered the examination room in an orderly manner. He actually came here to take the exam? Where did he get the money? Wei Yanran was surprised to find that Ning Xianyuan had also entered the examination room. You should know that the registration fee alone is 30,000. Oomph, what an idiot, you're just wasting money. You might as well give me the money and let me buy a few more body tempering pills. It's better than throwing it away. She felt unhappy, as if the money had been taken out of her pocket. Ning Xianyuan entered a separate closed room where he was alone. The association has made this arrangement, firstly to avoid mutual interference, and secondly because some refining techniques are unique skills that can be prevented from being learned by others. Inside the room, on a spotless metal workbench, the raw materials for 10 first-grade elixirs were displayed. Body tempering pill, vitality pill, body strengthening pill, blood activating pill. The assessment requirement is to choose any 7 kinds of elixirs, successfully refine them, and the purity must reach more than 70%. 70% is the minimum threshold for handmade pills. If you can't even meet this standard, you might as well buy mass-produced industrial pills. Industrial pills are produced in a standardized manner by major pharmaceutical companies in factories. They have stable quality and affordable prices, but their purity is generally not high, ranging from about 50% to 70%.
Handmade pills are manually refined by alchemists. The higher the level of the alchemist, the higher the purity.
One is like a pre-prepared meal, the other is like a private kitchen.
The former is for filling up, while the latter is for quality.
It's a pity there's no casserole.
I'm a little uncomfortable with it.
Looking at the pile of high-end alchemy equipment in front of him, Ning Xianyuan raised his brows slightly. He had never touched these alchemy equipment and had no experience in using them. Fortunately, he has the talent of medicine god. The moment his eyes swept over these devices, countless data streams about the equipment structure, operating principles, and optimal parameters flooded into his mind like a tide. With just one glance, he learned everything without any instruction. He set to work immediately, his movements smooth and skillful. Processing materials, starting equipment, refining elixirs, each step is as smooth as flowing water, without any unnecessary movements. Of these 10 kinds of elixirs, several have undisclosed formulas. If I were to buy them individually, each would probably cost tens of thousands.
This is a good deal. Ning Xianyuan was secretly surprised.
The recipes for popular elixirs like the body tempering pill and the vitality pill have long been made public and can be learned online. But there are only a few such public elixir formulas. Most of the elixir formulas are firmly controlled by major forces or alchemists themselves. It costs a lot of money to purchase the qualification to learn, and the higher the grade, the more expensive it is.
He took part in an examination and got several medicinal pill recipes for free. No wonder they dare to charge 30,000 yuan for the registration fee. From this perspective, it is really worth the money.
Time flies by in concentration. In just less than 2 hours, he had finished refining all 10 kinds of pills. Then he pressed the notification bell in the room to notify the examiner outside, and soon someone came in and took away his pills.
Go wait outside.
You will be notified when the test results come out.
Good. Ning Xianyuan nodded calmly and went outside. He was the first one to complete the assessment.
Seeing him come out so quickly, Wei Yanran couldn't help but sneer. He came out so quickly, he must have failed. However, Chu Yuqing next to him had a hint of doubt in her beautiful eyes, and she felt that it was not that simple. She noticed that Ning Xianyuan looked calm and relaxed, without any sign of frustration. If he is so calm and composed, he must have accepted his fate and is determined to give in. Or they are confident that they will definitely pass the exam.
Ning Xianyuan, could it be the latter?
But, judging from Wei Yanran's description of Ning Xianyuan, he is most likely the former. As time passed, more and more candidates walked out of the examination room. Their expressions were different, some were happy and some were sad. At the same time, a strange phenomenon occurred. Inside the association, many people in high-end uniforms hurried into the examination room. Chu Yuqing recognized that those people were senior members of the association and rarely showed up in public.
What's going on? Even President Ma of the association is here.
It was not until a white-haired and highly prestigious old man appeared that Chu Yuqing finally could not suppress his inner surprise and exclaimed,
I see. It must be that genius alchemist.
It must be his outstanding performance that alarmed so many important figures.
Wei Yanran's eyes lit up with excitement.
The purpose of her trip was to find this talented alchemist, and now she could finally confirm that the person was inside.
She must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
No, I have to go in and take a look, Yanran.
You wait here for me. Chu Yuqing couldn't sit still any longer.
She was a first-class alchemist, and with her family background, after negotiating with a person in charge on the scene, she actually managed to enter the examination room.
Chapter 8, The clown is in the hall, the genius is in the corner.
The inside of the examination room and the waiting area outside are completely two different worlds. At this moment, the atmosphere in the central monitoring room was extremely solemn.
Chairman Ma, look, this is simply a miracle.
An officer in charge of testing pointed at the screen and spoke excitedly. On the screen, rows of bright red analytical data refreshed like a waterfall, and in the final result column, there was a series of 100%. 10, a full 10 first-grade elixirs, all successfully refined. After 3 re-inspections, the purity is 100%, and the toxicity and impurities are all 0%. My goodness, is this a dream? Even those third-grade alchemists in the association wouldn't dare to guarantee that they can achieve this level.
Exclamations rang out one after another.
Even the experienced chairman Ma widened his eyes and asked,
Who is it? Could it be that kid from the Liu family? The Liu family is a pharmaceutical giant in Linzhou.
That kid has been exposed to all kinds of elixirs since he was a child.
He is the most likely one. President Ma, you guessed wrong. It's someone else.
An officer shook his head, tapped a few times on the computer, and quickly retrieved the refiner's information.
Candidate, Ning Xianyuan, age 18. Time, 1 hour and 48 minutes.
When seeing the name and photo that seemed too young, the whole room seemed to be muted.
An unknown new candidate accomplished a feat that even masters could not achieve.
And just when the entire association was shocked.
Relying on his identity and background, Xu Yuqing also entered the examination room and finally arrived at the center of the commotion.
As soon as she approached, she heard suppressed exclamations and discussions inside.
What a genius! A prodigy!
Quickly check who this Ning Xianyuan is from. No matter where he comes from, this guy is definitely for our Linzhou branch.
Ning Xianyuan? When this name entered Xu Yuqing's ears, a look of astonishment appeared on her cold and beautiful face.
Her steps froze in place instantly. The one who was belittled by Wei Yanran is a waste with a health value of only 1.0 and a stalker who wants to eat swan flesh like a toad.
He is actually the mysterious genius who can refine 100% pure pills? How ridiculous this is.
She just felt that her cognition had been severely overturned. No wonder he was so calm and composed when he walked out of the examination room.
Xu Yuqing recalled.
Ning Xuanyuan's composure when he walked out of the examination room was not the numbness after failure, but absolute confidence. Thinking about how I had developed a preconceived prejudice against Wei Yanran because of her lies just now, I realized that she had been lying to me.
A trace of shame appeared on Xu Yuqing's cheeks.
As an alchemist, she knew better than anyone what it meant for all 10 kinds of elixirs to be 100% pure. This is no longer something that can be described by the word genius, this is simply a monster. Wei Yanran was wrong this time, and her mistake was irreparable. Ning Xianyuan is not an unself-aware pursuer, but a rising star. Xu Yuqing took a deep breath and calmed his agitated emotions. She did not go any further in to disturb the excited leaders, but turned quietly and returned to the waiting area. But at this moment, her mentality has undergone a drastic change.
This person, Ning Xianyuan.
I must make friends with him.
No, not just making friends. A true genius must be given enough respect and kindness before he fully shines. Yuqing, how was it? You've been in there for so long, you must have seen that genius alchemist, right? Who is he?
Wei Yanran immediately came over like a cat smelling fish. Xu Yuqing looked at her best friend and for the first time felt a strange sense of alienation in her heart.
There were too many people inside and the situation was chaotic. I didn't see anything. Ah? How could it be? Wei Yanran said disappointedly, so many important people were alarmed, how could you not see anything? Don't you want to tell me? Believe it or not.
Xu Yuqing did not explain any further, but his eyes unconsciously drifted towards the lonely figure not far away. Ning Xianyuan still sat there alone, as if all the noise from the outside world had nothing to do with him. He is like a diamond covered in dust, quietly waiting to shine, but the people around him treat him as a stubborn stone on the roadside.
Wei Yanran followed Xu Yuqing's gaze and saw Ning Xianyuan again.
The disappointment and irritability in her heart found an outlet.
Humph, why is this loser still standing here? He failed the test, why don't you just get out of here? Is he embarrassing himself by staying here?
Hearing this, Xu Yuqing frowned slightly and sighed helplessly in her heart.
It's so sad and ridiculous.
The genius alchemist you've been obsessed with and trying every possible way to get close to is right in front of you, yet you treat him as worthless trash and even humiliate him with the most vicious language. She could already foresee how wonderful Wei Yanran's expression would be when the truth was revealed. My best friend has such poor taste. Having eyes but failing to recognize Mount Tai. Ning Xianyuan is such a hidden dragon, but he has never been noticed. People at that time did not recognize the towering tree until it reached the sky. Only then did they realize how tall it was. She pushed away a great opportunity with her own hands and was still complacent about it.
This stupidity doesn't deserve anyone's sympathy. Hey, Yuqing, why are you here? Did you come here specifically to watch my assessment?
Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded. Looking up, I saw a tall and handsome boy walking towards me.
No, I came here with Yanran.
Yanran told me that there is a talented alchemist here, so I came to take a look.
Xu Yuqing's attitude was a little cold. Zhu Xiaohua, isn't the genius alchemist you're talking about Brother Hui?
Even President Ma and the others were alarmed by Brother Hui's participation in the assessment this time.
Who else could it be but Brother Hui?
A friend who came with Lu Minghui praised him.
Could that genius alchemist be Lu Minghui? If so, then my trip would have been in vain. Wei Yanran frowned.
Lu Minghui is one of the influential figures in Wudao No. 4 Middle School.
His family is a famous pharmaceutical group in Linzhou and has a prominent family background.
In the entire Wudao No. 4 Middle School, everyone knew that Lu Minghui had been madly pursuing Chu Yuqing.
If I had known it was Lu Minghui, why would I have bothered with all this effort? Yu Qing is so lucky.
Lu Minghui is much stronger than Ning Xianyuan.
The difference is like heaven and earth.
When she thought of Ning Xianyuan, she became even more furious.
Comparing yourself with others will really make you angry.
How come some people are born in Rome, have extraordinary talents, and are good at making elixirs? But some people are born in the quagmire and are as lowly as dust. Lu Minghui had a confident smile on his face. Yu Qing, when the results come out, I'll treat you to a meal to celebrate.
Celebrate?
When Chu Yuqing heard this, a hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. The real dragon is still lurking in the abyss, but the clown can't wait to start performing.
She ignored Lu Minghui's invitation and did not burst everyone's fantasy. She just said calmly, "It's too early to say these things now. Let's wait until the results are announced."
Her reaction made Lu Minghui slightly stunned, but then he just thought that Chu Yuqing had a cold personality and didn't think much about it. But Chu Yuqing felt more and more sighing in his heart. Compared to the confident Lu Minghui at the moment, she admired Ning Xianyuan, who was ignored in the distance, more. A true genius never needs to prove himself through words or gestures. When he sat there, he was the light. We are just ordinary people and cannot see his brilliance for the time being. Suddenly, the huge light curtain in front of the waiting area flashed.
Everyone stopped talking and looked up in unison. On the big screen, the test results are finally going to be announced.
Chapter 9. His ranking was recorded in the top secret files.
Half an hour ago.
Inside the central monitoring room, the excitement was like boiling water, unable to calm down for a long time. 10 kinds of elixirs with 100% purity are really amazing.
Everyone calm down.
At this time, President Ma shouted in a deep voice, and his majestic voice instantly suppressed all the noise. Everyone immediately fell silent, all eyes focused on him.
President Ma took a deep breath and said word by word.
Regarding Ning Xuanyuan's test results today, I have decided to classify them as top secret of this association.
No one is allowed to leak them.
When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked.
President Ma, why is this happening? Shouldn't we immediately announce this kind of talent to showcase the strength of our Linzhou branch?
This would be enough to make us shine in this year's national competition.
You're confused. You only see the honor before you, but fail to see the huge risks hidden behind it.
He said with deep sorrow, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind.
Don't you understand this principle?
An 18-year-old rookie with no background has shown such a talent for alchemy.
What do you think will happen if this news spreads? Is it praise? Is it glory? No. It will only bring endless trouble. Especially, the Western alliance formed by the alien Mayans and the Western world. Don't forget how many top alchemists have been assassinated by them over the years. Even the beast hide in our Linzhou city 10 years ago had their shadow behind it.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed drastically.
Today on this blue planet, the confrontation between Xia Kingdom and the West is becoming increasingly fierce.
Especially the competition in the fields of elixirs and genetics. In order to curb Xia's development in the field of elixirs, the Western Alliance used all means, not only imposing embargoes and blockades on various raw materials for elixirs. He even carried out crazy assassinations on some top alchemists. In recent years, the pressure faced by Xia state has been increasing. If it weren't for Yin Ruoshui, known as the #1 man under the starry sky, the Mayan tribe and the armies of the Western world would have already set foot on the territory of Xia. Furthermore, this isn't just my personal decision, it's also the decision of the young lady from the Zhu family.
Ning Xianyuan was personally recommended by Miss Zhu. Miss Zhu? Are you talking about the martial arts genius who lost his wings? Alas, what a pity for Miss Zhu.
Her qi and health reached level 69.9, and she was only one step away from becoming a martial arts master.
What an amazing talent.
The three words Miss Shu seemed to have magical power and immediately caused a discussion. Many people sighed and lamented, their words filled with the heartache as if a national treasure had been damaged. Chairman Ma raised his hand to suppress the discussion and said loudly, "Of course, this decision was made not only because of Miss Shu, but more importantly, this young man named Ning Xianyuan. I see in him the potential to become the Dan King." As soon as the words Dan King came out, everyone's breathing stopped. That is extremely rare in the entire Xia kingdom. An existence even rarer and more precious than a martial arts master. A few years ago, the Western world assassinated one of our pill kings. This set us back at least 10 years in the field of pills. You know better than I do what a future pill king means to our Xia nation. So, before that, we must protect this seed and let it grow safely and steadily. We must not let it be exposed to the storm too early. I order that Ning Xuanyuan's public results be hidden immediately. Yes. No one objected anymore. Soon, a carefully revised list was released. The light screen flickered, and rows of names and scores appeared on the huge screen, instantly attracting everyone's attention. After a moment of silence, the entire waiting area erupted into thunderous uproar. Look, the first place is Lu Minghui. Oh my god. All 10 kinds of elixirs were successfully refined, with an average purity of over 90%, and the highest one at 95%. This result is too terrifying. As expected of the Lu family's genius, so amazing. Everyone was amazed. Such results are enough to crush any candidate on the list and stand out from the crowd. Brother Hui, you are so awesome. I knew that only you could alarm Chairman Ma. The flattery of the younger brother beside him sounded at the right time. It's all luck. Lu Minghui nodded reservedly, but his eyes immediately turned to Chu Yuqing, and the pride and boasting in his eyes almost overflowed. His result is even better than Chu Yuqing's test result. When Chu Yuqing assessed it, the average purity was only about 85%. But what surprised him was that Chu Yuqing didn't even look at him. It seemed as if his grades were not worth caring about at all. Those beautiful eyes were just staring at the screen, as if looking for something. Not just her. Wei Yanran was also frantically looking for a name. She scanned it carefully from top to bottom 3 times. No. There are no 3 words Ning Xianyuan at all. Ha 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 ha. She scoffed with disdain, just as I expected. How could he possibly become an alchemist with his skills? What a waste of money. The 30,000 yuan registration fee made her feel very distressed. If you have this money, you might as well give it to her. Hearing her words, Ning Xianyuan didn't even raise his eyelids. You stinking idiot. He was too lazy to pay attention. He really couldn't understand why Aunt Qin was so gentle and considerate, but Wei Yanran was so willful and mean. That's all. Whatever she says. Anyway, I believe in one thing, a mother should pay off her daughter's debts. Next time he plays the piano in thirds, don't blame him for not knowing the seriousness of the matter. In the midst of this noise, Chu Yuqing, who was standing aside, had a hint of deep thought in his cold eyes. Her eyes fell on the small, almost ignored line at the bottom of the list. This assessment is for reference only. Some candidates' scores may be withheld for special reasons and will not be publicly announced. I see. In just a moment, Chu Yuqing understood the good intentions of the association's top management. She couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration in her heart. These senior executives of the association are indeed far-sighted. They saw the precious value of Ning Xianyuan, so they chose to protect him in this way. Don't let him be exposed to the storm too early. This is the love and cherishing of talents. But doing so would be unfair to Ning Xianyuan. He could have made it to the top of the list and become a big shot, but now he is looked down upon by Wei Yanran and becomes like everyone else. Ha! He's not angry at all? But she was surprised to find that Ning Xianyuan looked very calm. Calm and composed, without changing expression. She couldn't help but think of a sentence her father often said, "He who has thunder in his heart but a calm face can be worshipped as a general." A person who does not get overjoyed in victory, does not panic or get discouraged in defeat, and who has great ambitions but does not show them can become a general. A real person does not reveal his face, and a person who reveals his face is not a real person. Be neither arrogant nor impetuous, keep your edge low and be simple. What a wise man that appears foolish. Chu Yuqing gave Ning Xianyuan a very high evaluation in his heart. Not competing is the real competition, the real edge is hidden under humility. The highest good is like water.
Water benefits all things without contention. Look at the complacent Lu Minghui in front of him. The two men, one still and one moving, one hiding and one revealing, the winner is immediately apparent. Of course, the most tragic person is probably Wei Yanran.
Ning Xianyuan is a real hidden dragon. Sooner or later, one day, the carp will leap over the dragon gate and soar into the sky.
Since Wei Yanran herself doesn't want it, don't blame her sisters for getting there first. Chapter 10, Being Blocked by the School Beauty, Staying and Developing.
After the assessment, the candidates poured out of the Alchemist Association building with mixed feelings. Some people cheered and clapped their hands in celebration, some people were dejected and walked with heavy steps. Ning Xianyuan was the last one to leave. He didn't care about the last place result on the list. To him, fame is nothing but a passing cloud. The substantial benefits he gained from this assessment were far greater than just being the so-called first place. First, he obtained the qualification certificate of a first-class alchemist, which paved the way for him to sell pills and earn his first pot of gold. Secondly, he was left alone and met with President Ma and others.
President Ma promised him more substantial benefits. First, Linzhou Association, all third-grade and lower elixir formulas are open to him unconditionally.
Second, he can purchase raw materials at internal cost price from all the pharmacies under the association. Third, President Ma promised that if he encountered unresolvable danger, the association could provide him with the highest level of protection. Without a doubt, the third one is the most valuable.
This is equivalent to giving him a life-saving trump card. Fame only brings trouble.
These tangible benefits are the foundation of a stable life. Ning Xianyuan understood everything and was even somewhat grateful to the association's top management for hiding his achievements. He is still in his infancy and what he needs most is time to develop quietly. Just as he was satisfied and walked out of the association's door, a beautiful figure appeared in front of him, blocking his way.
"Hello, classmate Ning Xianyuan."
The person who came was Chu Yuqing. She has a peerless beauty and a skin as white as ice and as delicate as jade. Standing quietly in the afterglow of the setting sun, the golden light cast a soft halo on her, her jet black hair like a waterfall, and her creamy white skin seemed to be glowing. Those eyes that always had a certain coldness in them were now staring at him without blinking, filled with curiosity. Ning Xianyuan paused and glanced over. The girl's system panel was already displayed in front of him.
Name, Chu Yuqing. Gender, female. Qi and blood value, level 14.5. Overall score, 98. Favorability, 20. 98 points.
Another stunning one with a score of over 90 points. Even higher than An Qin and Zhu Qing'an.
What does 98 points mean? It's almost full marks. This is simply a walking work of art, the creator's preference.
However, Ning Xianyuan was not surprised by this rating. After all, she is Chu Yuqing.
The recognized aloof school beauty of Wudao No. 4 Middle School is the white moonlight in the hearts of countless boys. Even deep in the original owner's memory, he had a vague admiration for her. But the gap between the two is too big.
One is a favored girl who is the center of attention, and the other is a low-income student struggling to survive.
They are simply from different worlds.
If the original owner were here, he would definitely feel flattered when Chu Yuqing approached him. But in Ning Xianyuan's heart, there were only 4 words.
Trouble is coming.
Such a favored girl is always surrounded by admirers, especially some crazy suitors with strong backgrounds.
With his current strength, getting involved with a woman like this is like courting disaster. Is there something wrong? Ning Xianyuan's tone was very cold.
Chu Yuqing was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting him to react like this.
My name is Chu Yuqing. Your talent for alchemy is truly admirable. I'd like to treat you to a meal. Are you free? You're mistaken. I didn't pass the test, so how can I have any talent? Mr. Ning, there's no need to be so modest.
I know you're the first this time, but the association's leaders are deliberately hiding it to protect you.
Ha? You even know this?
Ning Xianyuan was surprised. Suddenly, he felt a bone-chilling chill coming from not far away, making him feel like he was being stabbed in the back. He turned his eyes and glanced at the street corner. A black luxury car was parked quietly in the shadows. Through the half-dropped car window, she could clearly see a handsome boy with his eyes fixed on her.
It's him. Lu Minghui. In the original owner's memory, this was a famous figure in Wudao No. 4 Middle School. Really?
If you stand next to this kind of school beauty who is the center of everyone's attention, you will immediately become the target of public criticism. He added another definition of Chu Yuqing in his mind, a walking troublemaker. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Ning Xianyuan no longer hesitated. He walked around Chu Yuqing and quickly blended into the crowd. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only Chu Yuqing was left standing there in a daze. For the first time, those beautiful eyes revealed deep confusion and astonishment. I was rejected? If any student from Linzhou No. 4 middle school saw this scene, they would be so shocked that their eyes would pop out. If the school beauty Chu Yuqing takes the initiative to invite him out, any boy would be ecstatic. How could anyone avoid her? When the work is done, he leaves, concealing his achievements and fame. This person is really interesting. Although it was the first time in my life that I was rejected. But Chu Yuqing raised a faint smile on his face, and became even more curious about Ning Xianyuan. At the same time, inside that luxury car. Master, I found it. His name is Ning Xianyuan, he's 18 years old, a senior at Wudao No. 4 middle school, his qi and blood level is 1.0. He also took the alchemist exam this time, but failed. The butler took only a few minutes to accurately find out all the information about Ning Xianyuan. Even his date of birth, blood type, everything, every detail. Lu Minghui sat in the car with a thoughtful look in his eyes. He originally invited Chu Yuqing to attend the celebration banquet, but was rejected. Later, he saw her waiting there specifically for such an unknown boy. This couldn't help but arouse his strong curiosity. He originally thought that this Ning Xianyuan had some extraordinary qualities that attracted Chu Yuqing's attention. But now it seems that he was worrying too much. Ning Xianyuan's conditions are too ordinary, and he is not qualified to be his love rival at all. With Chu Yuqing's vision and ambition, how could he possibly look down on such a low-level person? Master, do you want me to warn him and tell him to stay away from Miss Chu? No need, I'm just an insignificant little character. Let's go and meet the people from Gene Creation Group. Master, do you really want to meet them? The road of genetic modification is very difficult in the martial arts world of our Xia country. The butler hesitated to speak. It's evil, right? Don't worry, I just want to meet them and see what surprises they can bring. Chu Yuqing's favorability +5. Current favorability, 25. Suddenly, a prompt sounded from the system, which surprised Ning Xianyuan. What's going on? I rejected Chu Yuqing, so why did his favorability towards me increase instead of decrease? What's wrong with this woman? Unfortunately, although Chu Yuqing is a 98-point beauty, she is like poison wrapped in honey. We can only look at her but not eat her. On the way back, Ning Xianyuan felt a little regretful. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't mind exchanging contact information with Chu Yuqing and developing the relationship slowly. Especially the other party's initial favorability towards him, which was 20 at the beginning. But for him at the moment, he really can't enjoy it. Having lived two lives, he does not only think with his lower body. On the contrary, he is extremely clear-headed. His current martial arts skills are very low, and he is not even a first-level martial artist. Even with the official protection of the association, he is still prepared for the worst. If someone really determined to harm him, would the association make such a fuss over a dead person? He knew very well that Lu Minghui was not a good man. He had once been jealous of someone and beat him up, leaving him with broken bones all over his body. However, since Lu Minghui's family was rich and powerful, the matter was left unresolved. He was not afraid of Lu Minghui. But I deeply understand one truth. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. He is weak now, so the best way for him is to bide his time and develop himself. So for now, he can only keep his distance from Chu Yuqing. Store up food, build high walls, and slowly become king. He must improve his strength as soon as possible. Martial arts strength is the foundation of everything. Only after reaching the first level of martial arts can one be considered to have a certain degree of self-protection ability. After returning home, Ning Xianyuan immediately started taking drugs and practicing. Qi and blood value plus 0.1 level. Qi and blood value plus 0.1 level. Qi and blood value. His energy and blood values improved by leaps and bounds. At the same time, his body was undergoing a complete transformation. The thin body, which was originally caused by malnutrition, became plump and upright at a speed visible to the naked eye. The muscles on his body are clearly defined, full of streamlined beauty and strength. His height also increased a few inches unconsciously, and his spirit and energy transformed in all aspects. He exuded a confident and powerful aura from the inside out. A week later, his chi and blood value reached level 9.9. Only one step away from level 10.0. But right here, he got stuck and felt a bottleneck. This bottleneck is unbreakable, and no matter how much drugs he takes, it is useless. Once the chi and blood value reaches level 10.0, it's a physical leap. Drugs alone won't help at this point. You have to break through on your own. Some warriors are stuck at level 9.9 their entire lives. You can imagine how difficult it is. Anti-Chin is a first-level warrior, with a chi and HP value of over 12.0. She should have had experience in breakthroughs. It just so happens that I haven't seen Aunt Chin for several days. I might as well go and ask her for advice. Ning Xianyuan couldn't help but smile. In my mind, a figure as gentle as water and full of charm became clear. Chapter 11. Let us be frank, I'm her man. Linzhou City. A neighborhood with a very ancient style. The plaque of Wei's children's martial arts school came into view. This is Aunt Chin's private martial arts school. Nowadays, everyone is learning martial arts, and martial arts schools of all sizes are springing up like mushrooms after a rain. Aunt Chin also keenly sensed this business opportunity. Since she herself was a martial artist of the first level, she devoted her efforts to opening such a children's martial arts school. With her strength as a first-level warrior, it is more than enough for her to teach children. Ning Xianyuan pushed the door open and walked in. A wave of heat mixed with sweat hit him in the face. In the spacious training ground, a group of little kids around 7 or 8 years old were wearing loose training clothes. Under the guidance of a female coach, they were doing horse stances in a very strict manner, shouting "Hey! Ha!" in their childish voices. And that female coach was Aunt Chin. She was wearing a black tight training suit, which showed off her perfect body that had been tempered through thousands of trials and tribulations. That was not the frail figure of an ordinary woman, but a figure full of strength and healthy beauty. His upper body tightly wrapped around her full and firm breasts, rising and falling slightly with her breathing, outlining a thrilling curve. On the flat and tight belly, you can even see the faint waistline, which is full of explosive power. The tight trousers on her lower body perfectly wrapped up her round and plump buttocks and long, straight legs. Her muscle lines were smooth and graceful, showing the agility of a warrior while retaining the softness and sexiness of a woman. At this moment, she had shed her usual gentleness and charm, and her brows were filled with the heroic spirit of a warrior. Crystal clear beads of sweat slid down, soaking her temples and sticking to her fair cheeks, sparkling with a moving luster under the light. As if she noticed the movement at the door, Aunt Chin subconsciously looked back. When she saw Ning Xianyuan's figure, she was stunned at first, and then her heroic eyes instantly softened into a pool of spring water, filled with surprise. Everyone, practice first, don't be lazy. She gently gave the children some instructions before quickly walking towards Ning Xianyuan. Xianyuan, why are you here? Why didn't you call in advance? She walked closer, her voice unconsciously lowered, with a hint of intimacy that only the two of them could understand. I missed you, so I came to see you. Ning Xianyuan looked at her charming appearance and smiled. By the way, I'd like to ask you, a first-realm warrior, some advice on martial arts practice. I knew you wouldn't come to my house unless you had something to do. Aunt Chin rolled her eyes at him, her expression full of allure. Let's go to my office and talk. The two entered the inner office one after the other. As soon as he sat down, Ning Xianyuan spoke out about his bottleneck problem of being stuck at level 9.9. Your health value has reached level 9.9 so quickly? Aunt Chin's beautiful eyes widened instantly, her face full of shock. She remembered that Ning Xianyuan was only level 1.0 at the time. It had only been a short time. This speed of improvement is too terrifying. Aunt Chin, didn't I tell you that I became an alchemist? And I even got the certificate. It's all thanks to the elixir. Ning Xianyuan smiled and took out his certificate and shook it. The surprise on Aunt Chin's face became even more intense, and she reached out to cover her slightly open red lips. Alchemist. This existence is even rarer and more noble than a warrior. When Ning Xianyuan said that he could make pills, she just thought that this little man was bragging on purpose to make her look more in his good opinion. I didn't expect it to be true. Xianyuan, you really surprised me. Surprised? Ning Xianyuan said in embarrassment, isn't this a bad idea? Aunt Chin was stunned for a moment, then realized the double entendre in his words. Her cheeks flushed red and she spat softly, "Pa, pa, pa, you little pervert, who wants to eat that stuff?" "Hee, just kidding. It's all because Aunt Sheen is so beautiful that I started to have these bad ideas. Aunt Sheen, please tell me how to break through the 10.0 level of chi and health. This step is truly the first hurdle for all warriors. Drugs alone won't help. What's needed is an opportunity, a breakthrough in one's mindset." When Aunt Sheen was about to explain in detail, the office door was violently pushed open with a bang. A burly, bald man with a face full of flesh broke in without permission. "Wei Sheen, I agree to your terms. 1 million to buy your shabby martial arts gym." The bald man walked straight up to Aunt Sheen and slammed a contract on the table. "Zhang Wei, are you serious?" When Aunt Sheen saw the visitor, a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes, but she was still a little surprised to hear that the other party was willing to pay 1 million. The value of her martial arts school is actually only 600,000 or 700,000 at most. She originally offered a price of 1 million with the intention of bargaining. Unexpectedly, the other party agreed to the price without bargaining at all. "Aunt Sheen wants to sell the martial arts school? What's going on?" Ning Xianyuan frowned, looking surprised. He clearly remembered that this martial arts school was a family business passed down from Aunt Sheen's family, and Aunt Sheen had invested a lot of effort in it. Why would she want to sell this martial arts school so suddenly? At the moment, he said nothing and watched the situation develop. "Don't worry, the contract is here. It's written in black and white and can't be false. But I have one condition." The man called Zhang Wei smiled, his eyes greedily lingering over Aunt Sheen's curvy body. "After you sell the martial arts gym to me, you still have to be my mistress for 3 days. You're dreaming." The joy on Aunt Sheen's face faded, turning into a cold expression. She slammed the table and stood up, furious. "Dream?" Zhang Wei laughed heartily. "Wei Qin, I've already found out everything. You're in a hurry to sell this martial arts gym. It seems you're trying to help a guy named Ning Xianyuan pay off his debts, right? I heard that guy owes millions in loan sharks. If he can't pay it back, he's going to be skinned alive by his creditors. Now that I'm offering you such good conditions and can help you solve your urgent problem, you should be thanking me. I'll let you stay with me for 3 days and earn hundreds of thousands more. Why not? Or do you want to watch Ning Xianyuan die?" Boom! Zhang Wei's words were like thunder, exploding fiercely in Ning Xuanyuan's mind. He suddenly looked up and looked at Aunt Sheen, his eyes full of disbelief. "Selling martial arts school? Is it to help me pay off my debts?" This is the result of Aunt Sheen's years of hard work. An indescribable feeling of emotion surged out from the depths of Ning Xuanyuan's heart. He didn't expect that this woman would silently give so much for him. The person who clearly owed him was Wei Yanran. Aunt Sheen doesn't owe him anything at all. But to compensate him, not only did she give him the most precious first time, she even had to sell the martial arts gym where she made her living for him. What qualifications and abilities does Ning Xianyuan have? Aunt Sheen, you are such a silly woman. Ning Xianyuan murmured softly and slowly stood up from the chair. His originally calm eyes now became as sharp as a knife. He took a step forward and used his body to protect Aunt Sheen behind him, completely blocking Zhang Wei's disgusting sight. 1 million, you want to buy Aunt Sheen's hard work, and you want Aunt Sheen to be your mistress? You don't deserve it. Ning Xuanyuan's voice was soft, but icy cold. Kid, who the hell do you think you are? How dare you meddle in my affairs? Are you looking for death? Zhang Wei's face darkened instantly. A powerful aura, like a mountain, pressed down from him, making the air seem sticky. Warrior. This is a genuine first-level warrior. Chi and blood value level 15.0. Zhang Wei's panel data had long been displayed in Ning Xuanyuan's eyes. This data is far stronger than his level 9.9. The gap in strength is obvious. But at this moment, there was no fear on Ning Xuanyuan's face, nor any intention of backing down. A real man knows what to do and what not to do. Chu Yuqing and he met by chance, so there was no need for him to provoke Lu Minghui for Chu Yuqing. It would be a waste of time and effort. But Aunt Sheen is different. Aunt Sheen was his first woman. If he retreats now, how can he still have the face to stand between heaven and earth? He looked directly into Zhang Wei's eyes and said word by word in a firm and decisive manner. I am the Ning Xianyuan you mentioned. Moreover, Aunt Sheen's man. Chapter 12, 3 punches in desperate situation, unlocking supreme martial arts. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. An Qin stared blankly at the figure standing in front of her, her heart beating wildly. An indescribable sweetness and sense of security surged through her body like a warm current. On the other side, Zhang Wei, after a brief moment of stagnation, his face trembled and he burst into a deafening laugh.
Ha 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 ha. Okay. Wei Qin, I've been chasing you for so long with all my heart, and you haven't even looked me in the eye. I thought you were some chaste virgin. After all this time, it turns out you just found a pretty boy who hasn't even grown all his hair yet. Boy, do you know who I am? I'm a first-level warrior with a HP value of 15.0. You're a loser who hasn't even stepped into the threshold of a warrior, and you dare to challenge me? Believe it or not, I can tear you apart with one hand. As he spoke, Zhang Wei's martial arts aura became more and more powerful, like an invisible huge wave, pressing down towards Ning Xianyuan fiercely. Although Ning Xianyuan felt tremendous pressure and his bones were trembling, he still stood straight, like a javelin in the wind, motionless. You want to destroy me? Even if I give you 10 times the courage, you still wouldn't dare. Ning Xianyuan sneered. Court death. Zhang Wei was furious. He was a martial artist of the first level and a powerful figure. Now, not only had his woman been snatched away by a high school student, but he was also being looked down upon. How can I bear this? All his muscles tensed instantly, and he was about to punch Ning Xianyuan in the face. However, just as he was about to take action, Ning Xianyuan slowly took out a certificate and threw it on the table. Before you do anything, you'd better see what this is. The certificate was spread out, and the gold-plated badge issued by the Alchemist Association hit Zhang Wei's eyes like a heavy hammer. Alchemist? Zhang Wei's fist, raised high, seemed to be frozen in place in mid-air. Alchemist. They are talents even rarer and more noble than warriors. Their connections and power are definitely not something that a mere first-level warrior like him can easily provoke. To offend an alchemist for a woman doesn't seem like a good deal. The fat on Zhang Wei's face twitched wildly. He could never have imagined that this ordinary-looking, even skinny boy would be a distinguished alchemist. But he had been coveting An Qin for too long. Her mature and charming figure, her gentle and moving demeanor, had been on his mind day and night, tossing and turning, and it had almost become a demon in his heart. This time I finally got the chance, but it was ruined by this guy who suddenly appeared. What's more, this guy even declared in front of him that he was An Qin's man. The flames of jealousy and anger burned his heart and lungs. Why? The woman he couldn't get actually favored a young boy. He had investigated and knew that An Qin's daughter was adopted, and An Qin was most likely still a virgin. Ning Xianyuan actually got a bargain? When he thought of An Qin's gentle and affectionate way of enjoying herself under Ning Xianyuan, he felt his bald scalp itchy, as if it wanted to crawl out of the lush green grassland. No. I don't watch Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. His eyes were red, and he said sinisterly, boy, you are an alchemist, I can't do anything to you. But don't be complacent. Wei Qin's martial arts school is here. She and I are constantly seeing each other, so you'd better be careful. A naked threat. He didn't dare to touch Ning Xianyuan, but he could vent his anger on An Qin. Ning Xianyuan's eyes instantly turned icy cold. An Qin's health value is only level 12.0, far inferior to Zhang Wei. If this trouble cannot be completely resolved today, An Qin will never have peace in the future. What do you want? It's very simple. Boy, since you are so brave and dare to say that you are Wei Qin's man, then you must show the responsibility that a man should have. Do you dare to take 3 punches from me? If you can still stand after 3 punches, I, Zhang Wei, will never bother Wei Qin again. Zhang Wei clenched his fists suddenly, and his joints made crackling sounds. When An Qin heard this, her expression changed instantly and she quickly stopped him. Xianyuan, no. You absolutely cannot agree to this. He's a first-realm warrior. His chi and blood are over 15.0. You're only 9.9, you haven't broken through yet, and your body is still that of an ordinary person. A single blow from a warrior is incredibly powerful. Even 1 punch, let alone 3, could seriously injure you. You could die. There is a huge watershed between warriors and non-warriors. It not only brings about an increase in strength, but also a comprehensive improvement in muscle and bone strength, internal organ toughness, and recovery ability. An Qin, it's just 3 punches. You're willing to sell your martial arts school for me. What's that? Ning Xianyuan met An Qin's panicked eyes and gave her a reassuring look. Zhang Wei, I got it.
He took a step forward, his eyes determined.
Boy, since you want to die, I will grant your wish. First punch. Zhang Wei attacked with lightning speed, his movements were more agile than a leopard.
He stretched out his arm and punched Ning Xianyuan. This punch was nothing fancy, it was purely a crushing force of strength. He wanted to break this kid's bones with one punch, to make him understand that in the face of absolute power, the title of alchemist was bullshit.
Ning Xuanyuan's muscles tensed instantly. Can't retreat.
There is nowhere to retreat. He took a deep breath, and the blood in his body circulated at an unprecedented speed.
Cross your arms and protect your chest. Bang!
Ning Xianyuan only felt a terrible force rushing towards him, and the bones in his arms seemed to be breaking. He took several steps back before he could barely stop. He felt a sweetness in his throat and a fishy smell came up, but he swallowed it back.
This is a warrior's attack.
Once one reaches the level of a warrior, his strength can reach 1,000 kilograms, and he can kill tigers and wolves with just the power of his fists and feet. A look of surprise flashed across Zhang Wei's face. He thought that this punch was enough to break the opponent's bones and tendons, but he didn't expect it to be blocked. Although it was very embarrassing, he did block it.
TSK, kid, you're quite tough. But I only used 50% of my strength in that punch just now. The second punch is 8 points.
Zhang Wei put his right fist at the side of his waist and then blasted out like a cannonball.
Tear. The wind from the fist hit my face, making it hurt. Bang!
This time, Ning Xuanyuan's arms, which were held in front of him, were directly knocked apart by this punch, and the middle door was wide open.
The terrifying fist continued to move forward with unabated force, landing solidly on his chest.
He just felt as if his chest was hit by a speeding truck. His body lifted off the ground, flew sideways, and hit the wall hard.
Puff! Finally, he could no longer hold back his mouthful of blood and it spurted out.
The force of this punch was so strong that even his internal organs were injured, and his whole body felt like it was about to fall apart. My vision went dark, my ears were buzzing, and the pain came over me like a tide, almost making me faint. He bit the tip of his tongue hard, and under the severe pain, he barely managed to stay awake.
The third punch will send you on your way.
Seeing that his 2 punches failed to defeat Ning Xianyuan, a ruthless look flashed in Zhang Wei's eyes. This time he did not hold back. His blood and energy circulated to the extreme, his muscles bulged, his knees bent, and he rushed out from the ground like a cannonball, delivering the most ferocious and full-strength attack.
Tiger Roar Fist. Zhang Wei roared.
This punch was like a tiger pouncing down, and a deafening tiger roar sounded out of nowhere, and a powerful gust of air came with the punch. The airwaves squeezed Ning Xianyuan, making him feel like he was suffocating.
Stop! Zhang Wei, how dare you use martial arts?
Aunt Qin let out a heart-wrenching scream and desperately tried to rush over to stop it. With the power of this punch, Ning Xianyuan would be crippled if he didn't die. But all this happened in a flash, and Aunt Qin was too late to stop it.
That deadly fist, with destructive power, rapidly enlarged in Ning Xuanyuan's pupils.
The shadow of death is clearer than ever before. For the first time since his rebirth, Ning Xianyuan truly felt the threat to his life.
The gap between non-warriors and warriors is really too big. What's more, Zhang Wei's health value is still level 15.0.
Even if Ning Xuanyuan's health value breaks through to level 10.0, he is still far from being his opponent, let alone now. However, at this moment between life and death,
crack!
A sound that only Ning Xianyuan could hear, as if it came from the depths of his soul, was heard. The bottleneck that could not be shaken no matter how much drugs he took, actually, broke.
Then, a new and powerful force emerged from his body like a volcanic eruption.
Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have achieved a breakthrough between life and death, your chi and blood value has reached level 10.0, and you have been promoted to a warrior of the first level. Reward, Supreme Martial Arts, Divine Seal Technique, First Form Ape King Seal. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement, First Leapfrog Challenge. Reward, 1 Perfect Martial Arts Experience Card one-time use. Effect, for 10 minutes, you can experience any perfect martial arts. Chapter 13 The Divine Monkey descends to the world and shocks the world with one punch. Zhang Wei stretched out his body and rushed forward like a tiger descending from the mountain. The 2 men were several meters apart, and he rushed over in almost the blink of an eye. On the way, he clenched his fists, and the sound of a tiger's roar came from his fists. The energy and blood in his body actually burst out and turned into a ferocious tiger on his fist as big as a casserole, with an extremely arrogant aura. Tiger Roar Fist. This is a real martial art. Martial arts can multiply a warrior's strength several times. Originally, when Zhang Wei punched with all his strength, the force might only be 1,000 pounds, but with the help of martial arts, it could reach 2,000 pounds or even 3,000 pounds. This powerful punch can penetrate even a thick steel plate. Zhang Wei was determined to kill. Although Ning Xuanyuan's identity as an alchemist did make him a little wary, this time it was Ning Xianyuan himself who foolishly agreed to the three-punch agreement. When warriors fight, they are responsible for their own deaths and injuries. Even if they are held accountable afterwards, he is in the right. Besides, how important can a mere first-grade alchemist be in the association? Could it be that the Alchemist Association would make such a fuss over a dead person? He has been a warrior for many years and has accumulated a lot of connections and means. When the time comes, he is confident that he can find a way to resolve the accountability of the Alchemist Association by making some arrangements. At worst, you'll have to pay more money. As long as he kills Ning Xianyuan here, won't Aunt Jean, the charming and pretty widow, be in his pocket in the future? Of course, the premise of all this. It was because he had no idea how shocking Ning Xianyuan's test results, which had been forgotten, were. Otherwise, even if he had 100 courage, he would not dare to provoke Ning Xianyuan. Boy, in your next life, be more discerning. Some women are not for you to touch. A sinister smile appeared on Zhang Wei's lips. It was as if he had already seen the scene of Ning Xuanyuan's blood splattering 5 steps away. Don't want. Aunt Jean had no time to stop it. Her face turned pale and her heart was trembling. She knew very well that the Tiger Roar Fist was Zhang Wei's famous martial art, and it was extremely powerful. Zhang Wei had practiced it for many years and had at least reached the great success level. There are 4 levels in martial arts: entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. With Zhang Wei's Tiger Roar Fist at the highest level, even a warrior with higher chi and blood value than him would have to avoid the punch and not take it head-on. But Ning Xianyuan did not retreat but advanced instead. Just as Zhang Wei's fist was approaching, he also threw a punch slowly. In Aunt Jean's eyes, Ning Xuanyuan's punch was soft and weak, without any momentum or power at all, and could not be compared with Zhang Wei's extremely ferocious punch. The confrontation between the two is like an egg hitting a stone. But only Zhang Wei, who faced this punch, knew how terrifying Ning Xuanyuan's punch was. What kind of martial arts is this? His heart was screaming wildly. At this moment, he felt that Ning Xianyuan in front of him seemed no longer a human being, but a divine ape as huge as a mountain. When Ning Xianyuan threw a punch, the tables, chairs, lights, and even the entire world in the office disappeared. He seemed to have traveled through time into the wilderness, surrounded by forests and mountains. In front of him was a furious divine ape, which delivered an earth-shattering punch to him. Before the fist arrived, the terrifying fist intent had already penetrated deeply into his heart, making him feel extremely insignificant. This is the perfect state of the Ape King seal. It is breathtaking and shocking to the soul. How can it be compared with the small Tiger Roar Fist? Zhang Wei felt an extremely intense life and death danger. The warrior's instinct told him at this moment that he would definitely die with this punch. But it's too late now. The two men's fists collided directly with each other. Crack! There was a teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking. Zhang Wei's arm, which was infused with vigorous energy and blood, twisted and broke in an instant like a fragile noodle. The white bones pierced through the flesh and blood flowed out. Then Ning Xuanyuan's fist continued to move forward, knocking Zhang Wei's fist away and landing on his chest. Bang! Zhang Wei's chest collapsed, and a transparent fist mark appeared in front and back. Moreover, the fist mark was quite huge, filling Zhang Wei's entire chest. It did not look like a human fist mark, but more like the fist of a giant ape. Xianyuan, this. Aunt Jean opened her beautiful eyes wide and covered her red lips with her delicate hands. She was ready to fight Zhang Wei to the death and avenge Ning Xianyuan. But I never expected it to end like this. A first-level warrior with a chi and blood value of 15.0 was punched through the chest by Ning Xianyuan and killed on the spot? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have thought she was dreaming. I killed someone. Ning Xianyuan slowly retracted his fist and took a deep breath. Anyone who has killed anyone knows this. The first time you kill someone, you will definitely feel uneasy. But he had lived 2 lives, and his character was far beyond that of an ordinary teenager. The slight fluctuation in his eyes was soon replaced by determination.
In this world, the strong prey on the weak. If Zhang Wei wants to kill him and take possession of his woman, he must be prepared to be killed in return. He who kills others will be killed. Being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself.
The path of martial arts is a thorny road of fighting against others and competing against heaven.
If you are not ruthless, you cannot stand firm. Xian Yuan, leave quickly.
You killed someone, even though it was self-defense, but Zhang Wei is a first-realm warrior after all.
The people from the Zhenwu division will definitely intervene in the investigation. Zhang Wei has a relative in the Zhenwu division, and they will definitely not let you go.
Aunt Xin came back to her senses, her face turned pale, and she hurriedly urged. In the world of high-level martial arts, the laws are strict. Even martial artists cannot kill people at will, otherwise there would have been chaos. Once someone dies, the case will be taken over by the Zhenwu division, a special department responsible for handling crimes committed by warriors.
What will you do if I leave? Ning Xianyuan looked at her. I'll just say I killed him by accident.
Aunt Xin did not hesitate and had already decided to take the blame for Ning Xianyuan. Seeing Aunt Xin only wanting to protect him, Ning Xianyuan felt a warm feeling in his heart. He held Aunt Xin's cold hand with his backhand and gave her a reassuring smile. Aunt Xin, don't be afraid, it's just killing a scumbag.
It's okay, I will protect you.
As he spoke, he dialed the personal number of President Ma of the Alchemist Association.
Wei Qin stared at Ning Xuanyuan's calm profile in a daze.
The panic gradually faded away, replaced by a deep feeling of being moved. In her heart, she always regarded Ning Xianyuan as a child who needed her care. Her feelings towards Ning Xianyuan are complicated, and they are more of a care from an elder. Including her close relationship with Ning Xianyuan. To her, it was more like an accident.
A kind of compensation. A sense of guilt. But until now,
this child in her eyes used his thin shoulders to shield her from the wind and rain.
She even declared domineeringly in front of a first-level warrior that she was his woman.
Then use thundering means to kill the powerful enemy. He also handled the aftermath of the murder so calmly, facing everything alone. She suddenly realized that the child she had watched grow up had really grown up. He has grown into a powerful person who can stand on his own and can even protect her from the wind and rain. A mixture of peace of mind, pride, and indescribable emotion spread in her heart, making her eyes warm. She no longer insisted on letting Ning Xianyuan escape, but simply gently held Ning Xuanyuan's hand, her voice choked with sobs. Xianyuan, you have really grown up. With him by my side, even if the sky falls, it is no longer scary.
Of course I've grown up. Aunt Xin, you've seen it all. Ning Xuanyuan's words were ambiguous, and Aunt Xin's pretty face turned red with embarrassment.
This little pervert, it's already this time and he still dares to tease me, he really deserves a beating. It's also my fault for being so useless.
Every time I am the one begging for mercy. That's why this child is so unruly and disrespectful. Humph, little man, just wait. Next time. I will definitely win. Chapter 14. After watching the video, the stunning shopkeeper was stunned.
Less than 10 minutes after Ning Xianyuan hung up the phone, a sudden sound of brakes was heard outside the martial arts hall. The car door opened, and President Ma walked in, surrounded by a group of association executives.
When they saw the scene inside the office, they couldn't help but gasp.
Zhang Wei's corpse, with his eyes open, was still lying in a pool of blood. The terrifying fist mark on his chest, which was transparent from front to back, silently told of the horror of the punch.
My dear, are you okay?
The first thing President Ma cared about was not the deceased, but he walked up to Ning Xianyuan and looked him up and down, fearing that he was injured.
This undisguised partiality and love shocked Wei Qin, who was watching beside her. The president of the Alchemist Association actually cares so much about Ning Xianyuan?
This made her realize that Ning Xuanyuan's status in the Alchemist Association was probably far beyond her imagination, and he was definitely not just a small first-grade alchemist.
President Ma, I'm fine.
Ning Xianyuan shook his head and briefly recounted what had happened. After hearing that it was Zhang Wei who had the killing intent first and used martial arts first, and that Ning Xianyuan had counterattacked purely in self-defense, President Ma's frown relaxed a little. Of course, this is just one side of the story. He signaled his men to retrieve the office's surveillance video. With the advancement of technology, videos are all holographic images. After everyone gathered in front of the light curtain and watched it from beginning to end, the entire office fell into an eerie silence. After a few seconds, an exclamation of disbelief broke out. Holy crap! So fierce! Between life and death, he broke through in battle, and then, at level 10.0, instantly killed a level 15.0 first level warrior with a single punch? Could this kid be a martial arts prodigy that only appears once in a century? I've never seen this boxing technique before, but judging by the power of this punch, it's at least a highly developed, no, even perfect, martial art. Everyone was stunned, looking at each other, and seeing horror in each other's eyes. Ning Xianyuan just downplayed it, saying only that someone was beaten to death. But there was no mention of such a shocking cross-level instant kill. Even someone like President Ma, who had seen many storms and waves, was deeply shocked and speechless for a long time. He believed that he had rich experience and had seen countless geniuses, but it was simply unheard of for someone like Ning Xianyuan to show such talent in both alchemy and martial arts. By the way, President Ma, this Zhang Wei might have a background in the Jinwu division. Ning Xianyuan added another sentence. The Jinwu division? That's a bit troublesome. Even if our Alchemist Association intervenes, an investigation is inevitable. It seems like she's the only one left to do. As he spoke, President Ma walked to the side and dialed a number. Miss Xu, excuse me for disturbing you. I have a small problem and may need your help in coordinating it. President Ma, please speak. It's like this. The friend Ning Xianyuan you recommended killed a first realm warrior named Zhang Wei. I understand. I'll go say hello to the Jinwu division. But President Ma, you just said that Ning Xianyuan killed a first level warrior. Isn't he a non-warrior? There was obvious doubt in Zhu Qingyan's tone. In her opinion, although Ning Xianyuan had an incredible talent in alchemy, his martial arts skills were very average. When I first met him, his qi and health value was only level 1.0. Even though it was improved later by taking pills, it was not much higher. How can a non-warrior kill a warrior of the first level? Ms. Zhu, I'll send you the holographic image of this battle later. You'll understand after you see it. I really don't know where you found this kid. He's so abnormal, a monster. I even dare to say that his martial arts talent is probably no less than yours. After hanging up the phone, President Ma immediately sent the encrypted holographic image file over. At the same time, in Zhu's pharmacy, Xu Qinggan hung up the phone, with a hint of doubt still on her cold and beautiful face. Amazing? Monster? No less powerful than me? She shook her head slightly, feeling that President Ma was exaggerating a bit. Although it is extremely rare for a non-warrior to defeat a warrior of the first level, it is not without precedent. For example, she could have done it at the beginning. She guessed that Ning Xianyuan might have succeeded in the sneak attack by luck. Many warriors at the first level often take their guard down when facing non-warriors, and then get ambushed. Although this method is not glorious, it is acceptable as long as it can win. With a beep, she received the document sent by President Ma. I want to see how amazing it is. She clicked it casually, and a three-dimensional holographic image instantly unfolded in front of her. The video begins with Zhang Wei's 2 punches. This person's qi and blood value is already level 15.0, and Ning Xianyuan is actually level 9.9. The improvement is quite fast, but it's normal for him to have a 100% pure pill. Of these 2 punches, I used 50% of my strength on the first one, and I was barely able to block it. The second punch, with 80% force, will definitely injure the lungs. Zhu Qinggan watched and commented. She was a little careless in the attack and defense of the first 2 punches. Until the third punch. When Zhang Wei was full of murderous intent and unleashed the fierce tiger roar fist. Xu Qingyan's lazy expression disappeared instantly, and his eyes became sharp. To deal with a non-martial artist who hasn't yet achieved a breakthrough, he actually used martial arts. Qi and blood flowed out of his body, condensing without dispersing. His tiger roar fist has reached its peak. He wants to kill someone. Damn it! Xu Qinggan was shocked and angry. Ning Xianyuan is the person she has her eyes on, and her only hope to cure her terminal illness in the future. She is still waiting for Ning Xianyuan to become a 5th-level alchemist in the future. If she were to fall into Zhang Wei's hands, wouldn't that be the end of her future? If she was there at the time, she would definitely slap Zhang Wei to death without hesitation. Ning Xianyuan, get out of the way. Even though he knew it was just an image, Zhu Qinggan couldn't help but feel nervous. This punch was definitely not something Ning Xianyuan could withstand. However, the next second, the scene in the image made her beautiful eyes shrink suddenly. Ning Xianyuan did not retreat but advanced, and at the critical moment, he actually threw a punch. That punch seemed ordinary at first glance, but in the eyes of a true master like Xu Qingyan, he saw something completely different. She saw the energy and blood in Ning Xuanyuan's body circulate in an extremely mysterious way at that moment, and saw an extremely domineering martial arts truth burst out from his not-so-strong body. What kind of martial arts is this? She could no longer remain calm, screamed, and stood up suddenly from the chair. The breathtaking curve on her chest rose and fell violently, as if to jump out of it. Ning Xuanyuan in the image seemed to overlap with a divine ape standing upright. This punch seemed to be the ultimate manifestation of strength. There is an infinite ferocity that can defeat 10 skills with one force. Finally, at the moment when the two fists collided, Xu Qingyan clearly saw that Zhang Wei's ferocious tiger roar fist was shattered into pieces like paper under Ning Xuanyuan's fist. Immediately afterwards, Ning Xuanyuan's fist was as powerful as a bamboo breaking through, easily piercing through Zhang Wei's chest. Flash sale. A complete instant kill. This is the end of the hologram. But Xu Qingyan still remained standing, with shock written all over her beautiful face. In her mind, the scene of Ning Xuanyuan delivering that earth-shattering punch replayed over and over again. A breakthrough on the battlefield, a counterattack against a superior opponent, and that unprecedented, extremely domineering boxing technique. She originally thought that she had thought highly enough of Ning Xuanyuan, considering him to be a genius in alchemy. But it was not until this moment that she realized with horror that what she saw was. It's still just the tip of the iceberg. This man is not only a genius in alchemy. Above the martial arts, there is also an unfathomable monster. If it were him. If I am still hopeless in the end. So that's what the family decided. For the sake of bloodline inheritance. He might be a very good reproduction object? Thinking of this, her pretty face turned red, and a rare bit of feminine attitude appeared on her beautiful face. Subconsciously lowered his head. I can't see it at all. Toes. Chapter 15, Surprise. Aunt Qin's feelings have changed. After resolving Zhang Wei's issue, Ning Xuanyuan finally couldn't hold on any longer. Everything went dark before his eyes and he fell down. He had previously taken 2 punches from Zhang Wei with his non-martial artist strength, and suffered severe internal injuries to his internal organs. Being able to hold on until things are resolved shows strong willpower. Xuanyuan, what's wrong with you? Don't panic, he has internal injuries and his qi and blood are depleted. Just take a few blood-activating pills and he'll be fine. Before he completely fainted, he heard Aunt Qin's panicked cries and the voice of President Ma. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Xuanyuan opened his eyes with difficulty. What came into view was an unfamiliar ceiling. Where am I? He struggled to sit up. There were still waves of dull pain in his chest, but a gentle medicinal power was slowly dissolving in his body, nourishing his internal organs. Apparently, someone had given him some high-quality healing elixir. Don't move. A gentle voice full of concern and heartache sounded in my ears. Then, a pair of soft and warm hands gently pressed his shoulders and pushed him back onto the bed. Ning Xuanyuan turned his head and saw that beautiful face. It's Aunt Qin. This was the lounge in the inner hall of her martial arts gym, and she was lying on her bed. At this moment, Aunt Qin was still wearing the tight training suit that outlined her graceful figure, with her black hair casually draped over her shoulders. She lacked her usual charm and warrior spirit, but had a reassuring gentleness and tranquility. Her eyes were slightly red, and her beautiful face was full of haggardness. Xuanyuan, you finally woke up. Seeing Ning Xuanyuan wake up, Aunt Qin's beautiful eyes were filled with tears of joy. You've been in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights. I was scared to death. I'm sorry, Aunt Qin, I made you worry. You are really reckless. How can you risk your life? Don't ever risk your life like this again. Do you hear me? As Aunt Qin spoke, she carefully wiped his cheeks with a warm towel. For Aunt Qin, it's worth it. Ning Xuanyuan said firmly. It was just a simple sentence, but it was like the hottest current, instantly breaking down Aunt Qin's defenses. As a woman, she has always persevered through all the difficulties she encountered over the years, and has had to bear it alone no matter how hard or tiring it was. She has never experienced the feeling of being protected like this. This feeling of being cherished and protected made her nose sore and her heart was filled with indescribable emotion and excitement. You have such a small mouth, you only know how to make women happy. Aunt Qin scolded her in a weak tone that sounded more like she was acting coquettishly. Ning Xuanyuan's heart was moved, and a surge of evil fire suddenly rose from his lower abdomen.
Doesn't this woman really know how charming she is? Aunt Sheen, this time, am I considered a hero saving a beautiful woman?
I defeated the bad guys and protected you. I was badly injured and almost lost my life.
Don't you think I deserve a reward?
His gaze was direct and fiery.
Aunt Sheen paused slightly while wiping his cheek.
In the past, she would have been more shy to hear such suggestive words. But at this moment, her heart seemed to be hit by something, and it felt numb. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of Ning Xianyuan standing in front of him. His unyielding courage in the face of powerful enemies. The sense of security he brought when he domineeringly declared, "I am her man." When he delivered that punch, he displayed a powerful strength that was enough for people to look up to and rely on. During the time he was unconscious, she stayed with him, looking at his peaceful sleeping face, and all she thought about was this. She has clearly realized that the boy in front of her is no longer the boy who needs her to carefully protect him under her wings.
He is a man.
A man who is upright and can hold up the sky for her. A man who can make her heart tremble. Her feelings for Ning Xianyuan have completely deteriorated. Before, it was a kind of care and pity from elders to younger generations. Even when the two of them had the most intimate relationship, deep down in her heart, it was more like a compensation to pay off a debt.
And now, it is a woman's most primitive admiration for a man.
A feeling called heartbeat grew wildly in her heart like bamboo shoots breaking through the ground, and could no longer be suppressed.
Aunt Sheen's heart was completely conquered.
She no longer saw him as a child. From this moment on, he was her man. An alluring blush quietly climbed up Aunt Sheen's cheek and spread to her snow-white neck. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, pounding, clearly audible in the silent room. She no longer hesitated or suppressed herself. She slowly leaned down, and her breathtakingly beautiful face grew bigger and bigger in Ning Xianyuan's pupils. Reward. Her voice was as soft as a dream talk, with a hint of intoxicating shyness and inextricable tenderness. Okay. She responded softly, her voice so gentle that it could drip water. Under Ning Xianyuan's surprised gaze, two red lips as soft as petals were gently but firmly pressed against his lips.
Why? Aunt Sheen actually kissed me on her own initiative?
You have to know that in the past, between him and Aunt Sheen, he was always the one who took the initiative to ask for things.
After a long time, their lips parted. Aunt Sheen, is this all you have?
Ning Xianyuan's fire was completely ignited, his mouth was dry, and his blood involuntarily flowed towards his learning tools. This enchantress is so tempting. Aunt Sheen subconsciously glanced at the study tools, then quickly looked away as if she had been electrocuted. Her face turned even redder, almost bleeding.
You're injured. Strenuous exercise won't help your recovery. You should try a different approach. What method?
Aunt Sheen's cheeks flushed, her breathing became a little disordered, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's.
Didn't you want me to? When those words fell into Ning Xianyuan's ears. Boom!
Ning Xianyuan only felt a flame rushing from his tailbone straight to his brain, almost burning his sanity to ashes.
Surprised. So surprised. He was just joking before. I didn't expect that Aunt Sheen actually agreed. The following 10,000 words omitted. 1 minute later.
Ning Xianyuan covered his face with his hands, his face full of shame, wishing he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into.
So shameful. I am so ashamed. What is going on?
He had clearly become a first-level warrior and his body had become much stronger, so why did he do so poorly in this exam?
Can't blame him.
It must be because this exam was different from others, which put him under unprecedented psychological pressure. Plus he was injured.
Yes. It's definitely not because I don't have the ability to learn. Oomph, thin dog.
Aunt Sheen snorted softly, and her charming eyes were shining with deep pride. She was the one who lost the exam before. This time, she finally got back on track and won. But the next moment, she realized something was wrong. A wild aura emanated from Ning Xianyuan, and his gaze became like that of a ferocious beast, full of aggression.
The fist is hard. Who are you calling a thin dog? This is intolerable. The bull demon's strength pill, why wait any longer? Today, I will let you know what a sports student is. Resurrection, my love. Love general.
He jumped up from the bed, his eyes blazing with passion.
Aunt Sheen, you need to be whipped hard.
Aunt Sheen trembled like a frightened little white rabbit.
Why? Didn't you say that your body hurts? Chapter 16. I was only 0.01 seconds away from success. With the help of the Bull Demon's strength pill,
Ning Xianyuan suddenly switched from a liberal arts student to a sports student. In his heart, there is nothing but gratitude.
Taking drugs is good, taking drugs is wonderful. The drugs are awesome.
The power of the Bull Demon's strength pill filled his body, and he felt that his injuries were beginning to recover at an incredible speed. Of course, the most important thing. When it comes to educational switching, it is truly unique in the world. After these 3 are used up, I wonder if the system will give you more? It would be great if I could get the formula. Once I develop it, I can set up a pharmaceutical group that offers crash courses for athletes. I wonder how much money I could make. Ning Xianyuan seemed to see mountains of gold and silver beckoning to him. This market definitely has a bright future. Wei Qin favorability +1, current favorability 91. Wei Qin favorability +1, current favorability 92. Wei Qin favorability +1, current favorability 99. Ning Xianyuan couldn't help feeling a little excited. The novice rewards and hidden rewards given last time were already very generous. I wonder how amazing it will be when the favorability reaches 100. However, at the critical moment of learning. Mom, are you in there? A clear and familiar voice came from outside the martial arts hall.
This voice instantly put the learning atmosphere in the room on pause. The entire academic seminar came to an abrupt end. Wei Yanran? Why did she suddenly come here?
The two of them seemed to be under a spell, their movements completely frozen. Aunt Qin was so frightened that her face turned pale and her mind went blank.
Mom? Why aren't you saying anything?
I heard some noise inside. Outside the door, Wei Yanran's voice was filled with a hint of impatience, and her footsteps were getting closer and closer, as if she had already walked into the training ground.
Oh no!
Aunt Qin finally came back to her senses from her extreme shock. She looked at Ning Xianyuan in front of her, and tears welled up in her eyes with anxiety.
If my adopted daughter caught me tutoring someone, how can I still live as a human being?
She forced herself to remain calm and shouted to the outside of the door.
Yes, Ran, Mom. Mom was sleeping and didn't hear me just now. Wait a moment, I'll be out soon. Sleeping? Wei Yanran outside the door was obviously a little skeptical. Why are you sleeping in the middle of the day? I have something urgent to talk to you about.
As she spoke, she had already walked to the bedroom door and even began to try to turn the doorknob. Click, click. Fortunately, Aunt Qin locked the bedroom door from the inside.
But this locking action made Wei Yanran even more suspicious. Mom, why did you lock the door? Is there anyone inside?
Hearing this, Aunt Qin's heart almost jumped into her throat, and she looked at Ning Xianyuan for help. Ning Xianyuan felt regretful.
The favorability is about to reach 100. Only the last 100 million points.
But seeing Aunt Qin looking so anxious that she was about to cry, I could only sigh in my heart.
Today's study session ends here.
He observed that the bedroom was not big and there was no place to hide. The only way to survive is through the window leading to the back alley. He put on his clothes, crouched down, and moved quietly to the window.
Don't talk nonsense. Aunt Qin was dealing with her adopted daughter outside the door while watching Ning Xianyuan's movements.
Her palms were covered in sweat from nervousness.
I'll get up and open the door right away.
It was not until Ning Xianyuan tiptoed and carefully jumped out of the window that Aunt Qin breathed a sigh of relief. She walked to the door, tidied her messy clothes and hair, tried to calm her breathing, and then opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Wei Yanran saw a stunning scene. I saw Aunt Qin covered in sweat, as if she had just been fished out of the water. The thin clothes were completely soaked with sweat and stuck tightly to her exquisite curves. The mature and perfect body that is enough to drive any man crazy is outlined vividly. Her pretty face, no longer as dignified and gentle as before, was now covered with a soul-stirring blush, like a rose blooming after the rain, delicate and gorgeous. Those beautiful eyes that always radiate maternal radiance are now sparkling with watery light, and their eyes are full of charm. There were even traces of crystal tears in the corners of her eyes, adding a touch of pitiful and touching charm. My adoptive mother is so beautiful. She was so beautiful that even her adopted daughter felt intensely jealous. Many times, when Aunt Qin and I were walking outside, the target of those men's chat was always Aunt Qin. But why is Aunt Qin sweating so much? Become more.
It's smooth. Mom, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red and you're sweating so much?
I was just taking a shower.
Didn't you say you were sleeping?
You heard wrong.
Really? Wei Yanran was a little suspicious. I always feel that my mother is weird today.
Her expression, tone, state, everything is abnormal.
Is it that Mom is having a nightmare? Is that why you sweated so much? There are even traces of tears in the corners of the eyes. This nightmare must be terrifying.
Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little distressed.
Of course, stop talking about this. What are you looking for Mom about in such a hurry? Oh, Mom, do you have any money left?
The high school martial arts competition is about to start, and I want to buy some more pills to increase my chi and health.
If I get a good ranking, there will be a lot of rewards.
Okay, there are still a few $1,000s. Aunt Sheen felt as if she had been pardoned. She quickly transferred several thousand yuan to her adopted daughter and almost reluctantly sent her away. After she left, Aunt Sheen's legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground, clutching her still pounding heart. Fortunately, no one was discovered.
It's all that little scoundrel's fault.
But, recalling the thrill just now, a complex blush crept up her cheeks again.
So exciting. I like it very much.
Wei Yanran, you deserve to die for coming at this time, not earlier or later. On the way back, Ning Xianyuan looked depressed.
Once. Just that one time.
I was only 0.01 seconds away from success. He felt a sense of helplessness as if the late emperor died before he could complete his career halfway.
The cooked duck just flew away. This feeling of being on the verge of success but failing is really frustrating.
But at this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded. Congratulations to the host, you have unlocked the achievement, just a few 100 million.
Reward, unlock the martial arts proficiency module. Note, you can increase the corresponding martial arts level by accumulating proficiency.
Supreme martial arts are not available.
Is there any reward for this? There is always light at the end of the tunnel. The system is sensible. Ning Xuanyuan's face lit up with joy, and he quickly checked his panel. Host, Ning Xianyuan. Chi and blood value, level 10.0. Basic martial arts, national body refining technique beginner proficiency 010.
Supreme martial arts, divine seal technique, first form ape king seal unlearned.
Talent, medicine god level 1 proficiency 9100. Proficiency. Ning Xianyuan noticed the biggest change at a glance.
Behind the national body refining technique, which originally only displayed entry level, there is now an upgradable proficiency panel.
Chapter 17, Perfect Martial Arts, Unique Skills.
After returning home, Ning Xianyuan began to count his gains. The harvest this time was quite rich. First, his chi and blood value broke through to level 10.0, officially entering the ranks of first-level warriors. This means that his chi and blood values have completed an evolution, and from then on he is separated from ordinary people. Secondly, he unlocked the martial arts proficiency module. I wonder if it's the same proficiency as the medicine god. As long as you practice martial arts, you can improve it. Thinking of this, Ning Xianyuan immediately began to verify. He stood up and began to practice the national bodybuilding technique in a serious manner.
When the last finishing move was completed, the system prompt sounded as expected. National Body Refining Skills Proficiency +1. Basic Martial Arts, National Body Refining Technique Entry Level Proficiency 110. As expected. As long as you practice it once, you can increase your proficiency a little bit. Ning Xuanyuan's heart began to beat violently, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. This is simply an incredible cheat. He knows better than anyone what this means. Martial arts are divided into 4 levels: entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. Each level of advancement is extremely difficult. Thinking back, the original owner had practiced hard every day for more than 10 years since he was 7 or 8 years old, and was only able to reach the entry level of national body refining skills. And now, with this proficiency system, he only needs to practice 9 more times to elevate this martial art to the next level. At this rate, he would probably be able to master this basic martial art to perfection in just a few days. In the entire martial arts 4th middle school, no student has yet been able to perfect this body refining technique. Even many teachers have only reached the great perfection stage. If I reach the perfect state, my strength will leap forward again in a short period of time.
Although the national body refining technique is only a basic martial art, any martial art, once it reaches perfection, will unleash tremendous power. After being excited for a moment, his eyes fell on the real killer weapon. Supreme Martial Arts, Divine Seal Technique, First Form Ape King Seal Unlearned. Supreme Martial Arts, what level is this? First class or super first class? He remembered that the textbooks divided martial arts into different levels. Basic, third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, and super first-rate. National bodybuilding techniques are the most basic martial arts. Zhang Wei's Tiger Roar Fist is a third-rate martial art. More than 90% of people in the world practice basic martial arts. It is a third-rate martial art that only a few top students in high school have the opportunity to learn. For second-rate martial arts, one must go to a top martial arts university. First-class martial arts are basically in the hands of the government and martial arts families, and can only be obtained through great contributions. As for top-notch martial arts, they can only be created by martial arts masters with a chi and blood value of more than 70.0, and they are basically secrets that are not passed on. And the supreme martial arts are unheard of. He had a strong premonition. The level of this Ape King Seal is even above the top-notch martial arts. Unfortunately, although he unlocked the martial arts proficiency module this time, it did not include supreme martial arts. Otherwise, if one could improve his proficiency in supreme martial arts, killing enemies above his level would be as easy as eating or drinking. Forget it, it's too early to think about this now. The most urgent task is to improve our strength. Ning Xianyuan recalled Zhang Wei's punch in his mind. It was a life or death situation at that time. It can even be said that his survival was more due to luck. If he hadn't been lucky, he wouldn't have been able to break through in the middle of the battle and get the system reward. He would be a cold corpse now. This time, he got through the difficulties with the help of luck. So what about next time? What's next? This incident also sounded a wake-up call for him. Relying on external forces is nothing but duckweed in the wind and bubbles in the water. What truly enables him to stand between heaven and earth is not any external force, but yourself. The great power must belong to oneself. Across the vast expanse of space, mountains, rivers, and earth, there is nothing to rely on, and the only one I can rely on is me. Only the power you hold within yourself is the truth. First, improve the national bodybuilding skills to perfection. At this moment, Ning Xuanyuan's desire for power has never been as strong as it is now. He put his thoughts aside and began to focus on practicing the national bodybuilding technique. From entry level to minor success, you need 10 points of proficiency. The maximum is 30 points. Perfection is 100 points. Liver it. With the help of the vitality pill, he practiced almost non-stop, like a training machine, over and over again. 3 days later. Boom! A powerful aura emanated from his body, even causing the tables and chairs in the room to tremble slightly. Countless fragments of memories emerged in his mind: the change of seasons, dawn and dusk, a vague figure practicing the national bodybuilding technique year after year, day after day. It seemed like several years of hard training, yet it also seemed like just a moment. When the illusion dissipated, his understanding and mastery of the national bodybuilding technique was greatly improved. He knows the force techniques for every subtle movement clearly. National body refining technique improved from great accomplishment to perfection. Health value plus 2.0 levels, current level 12.0. Understand the ultimate move: 9 oxen and 2 tigers. Effect: within 3 minutes, you can sublimate your own chi and blood power, increase your physical strength, and gain the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. After completing my martial arts training, my chi and health values unexpectedly increased by 2.0 levels. I also learned a unique move. Is this a special treatment given to me by the system? Ning Xianyuan was surprised. The harvest this time is really huge. By the way, upgrade the medicine god as well. He looked at the panel, 9100. Just need to refine 10 more pills. I just happened to have some materials that I didn't use up last time. An hour later. Ding! Proficiency plus 10, medicine god upgraded to rank 2. Proficiency required to advance to the third rank, 0300. From the second rank to the third rank, you need 300 proficiency points. Fortunately, it's not difficult. As long as you accumulate knowledge day by day, you will eventually reach the 5th rank. He had not forgotten to help Zhu Qing'an refine the 5th grade elixir. Just shortly after he broke through. Bang! 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 A series of extremely rough knocks on the door, as if trying to tear the door panel off, came without any warning.
Ning Xianyuan put away the pill, walked forward, and looked out through the cat's eye.
There were 5 or 6 men with fierce looks and ferocious faces standing outside the door.
It's them. Creditors of underground black loans.
He was also one of the culprits who pushed the original owner into a desperate situation. When the contract was signed, the original owner was deceived into thinking it was a low-interest installment plan, but after signing, it became a high-interest plan. Just 2 days before the original owner's death, this group of people came to see the original owner again. They hypocritically said that they could give the original owner a half-month extension, but the prerequisite was that the loan repayment amount had to be doubled on the original basis. That contract was not a loan at all, but a death warrant stained with human blood. From the very beginning, they had no intention of letting the original owner survive. What they want is to squeeze every last drop of blood out of him, and then take away his mortgaged, healthy organs with peace of mind.
Ning Xianyuan took a deep breath, murderous intent boiling in his heart. Just in time. Chapter 18 I Am the Hunter. Activate the trump card. Ning Xianyuan looked calm and opened the door. Outside the door, 6 strong men led by Scarface were looking impatient. When they saw the door finally opened, they immediately put on ferocious smiles. Hey, Ning Xianyuan, you owe us over 2 million. How are you going to pay it back? Scarface said with a forced smile when he saw the door open. At the same time, he brought his group of ferocious subordinates and squeezed in as if their master was returning home. He slammed the door shut with his backhand, making a dull thud. More than 2 million? You're so bold. Ning Xianyuan sneered. The original owner borrowed a total of 100,000. Later, the interest compounded and became more than 200,000. Last time we gave him a half-month extension and said it would be doubled, which is more than 500,000. Now when I arrived at the door, the price was so high that it became more than 2 million. This doesn't require money. He's clearly here to take my life. So, you don't plan to pay it back? In that case, we have no choice but to take back the collateral from you. Scarface said this, and one of his men behind him understood what he meant and placed a refrigerated medical box that was emitting a hint of cold air heavily on the table. The box was opened a crack, and inside were shining scalpels and various tools for removing organs. What surprised Scarface was. Seeing this scene, ordinary people would have been scared to death. But there was no sign of fear on Ning Xianyuan's face. Instead, he looked at them with a half-smile. If I can pay back over 2 million, will you still want my collateral? Now, he has the unique skill of alchemy. Not to mention 2 million, even 20 million can be earned with a little time. Ha ha ha, kid, are you still asleep? Don't we know whether you have the ability to repay the debt? Forget it, you are about to die. Let me tell you the truth, even if you can pay back the money, it's useless. Your organs are a perfect match for a big shot. He's offered a whopping 10 million just to buy your heart. The most difficult part of organ transplantation is finding a suitable match. Many wealthy people are willing to spend a fortune to find a matching organ. For those who run underground black loan sharks, the loans they provide are just small amounts of money. Their real profit comes from the organ trade. Ning Xianyuan's cornea, heart valve, bone marrow, kidneys, liver. Every part can be sold at a high price. Even his spiritual root magic pills were worth a fortune. Some wealthy people nowadays have a distorted mentality and are no longer satisfied with eating sheep whip and sheep treasure. Instead, they want to eat something different. So, you think you have me in your hands? That's right. Boy, don't blame us for being cruel, blame your own bad luck. Your parents died young, you have no power or influence, not even anyone to back you up. We checked, your chi and health value is only level 1.0, you're just a useless student. If a piece of trash like you dies in Linzhou, you won't even make a splash. No one will care at all. If you cooperate with us obediently, you'll suffer less. If you dare to resist, we have plenty of ways to make you wish you were dead. Ning Xianyuan listened quietly, his expression not changing at all. But deep in those dark eyes, murderous intent was quietly gathering. He originally still had a glimmer of hope that these people were just looking for money. But now, he understood it completely. These people had no intention of letting him live from the very beginning. What they want is his life and all the valuable parts of his body. All the truth seemed pale and powerless at this moment. All concessions will only be seen as cowardice in the eyes of these people.
Faced with a group of beasts with bared fangs, ready to devour you alive, your only choice is just use sharper and more powerful claws to tear them apart completely. In that case, a sinister arc appeared at the corner of Ning Xuanyuan's mouth. Then don't blame me. I'll send you on your way. Before he finished speaking, he moved his body, exerted force with his feet, and took the initiative to attack. A loser with a HP level of 1.0 dares to fight us? He really doesn't know how to live or die. There was disdain on the faces of several big men. They knew Ning Xuanyuan's data very well. The worst among them have a health value of over 5.0. The scarred man who led the group was a genuine first-level warrior. With such a lineup, it would be easy to capture Ning Xuanyuan. But the next second, their faces froze. Bang! As Ning Xuanyuan threw a punch, the man closest to him broke his bones and tendons and flew out. Fuck, something's wrong. Several big men were suddenly shocked. Ning Xuanyuan was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. These burly men weighing more than 200 pounds could not even withstand his attack. They vomited blood and flew backwards. The gap between warriors and non-warriors is too big. What's more, Ning Xuanyuan has now improved the national bodybuilding skills to perfection. Once he reaches perfection, his punches and kicks are far more powerful than before. Even if Shang Wei was here, he would dare to confront him head-on. The whole process happened very quickly. In a blink of an eye, a pile of wailing people were lying on the ground. Only the leader, Scarface, was left. The hideous smile on his face froze instantly, replaced by an expression of deep horror and disbelief. How is that possible? Isn't your HP only at level 1.0? Is there something wrong with the data? No, half a month ago, I checked your physical condition and found you to be extremely weak. You were indeed only at level 1.0. In other words, you have advanced to the first level of warrior during this period of time. This speed is simply horrifying. And looking at this kid's boxing skills, they are the basic boxing skills in the national body training technique. But that power, that harmonious and satisfying feeling, clearly reached the state of great success, or even perfection? This guy is so weird. Is he a martial arts genius? Wait, little brother, it's all a misunderstanding, we can talk it out. Who the hell misunderstood you? Ning Xuanyuan was too lazy to talk nonsense. Seeing that he was a martial artist of the first level, you knew you had hit a wall, so you said it was a misunderstanding? If his health value is still only at level 1.0, will the other party let him go? Now that we have started, we must not be soft-hearted. Boy, don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're a first-level warrior. We're both first-level warriors, but there's still a gap. Seeing that Ning Xuanyuan refused to stop, the man with the scar became furious. He has been a first-level warrior for many years, with a chi and health value of 14.0. He believes that he is far superior to Ning Xuanyuan, a rookie who has just been promoted. Burst of punches. He stretched out his arms, lowered his waist and swung his arms. 2 became 4, 4 became 8, 8 became dozens, and countless powerful fist shadows enveloped Ning Xuanyuan from all directions. This is a third-rate martial art. Moreover, he had already achieved great success in his cultivation. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists hitting flesh rang out. No matter how Ning Xuanyuan attacked, he was covered by his boxing skills, which were impenetrable and incredibly powerful. Ning Xuanyuan exchanged several punches in a row, and felt the blood and energy in his body surging. He retreated repeatedly and fell into a disadvantage. The opponent's chi and health value is stronger than his, and his martial arts level is also higher than his. In addition, his experience in martial arts is far richer than his, so naturally he can't get the upper hand. Boy, with just the basic martial arts like the national body refining technique, what can you use to fight me? The scarred man laughed, feeling that he had one. They never missed any prey they set their sights on. Ning Xuanyuan will be no exception this time. Yeah? Who told you that this is my full strength? Use all your strength, start. Chapter 19 The beautiful shopkeeperess rekindled hope. As the ultimate move was launched, Ning Xuanyuan suddenly felt a huge force burst out from his dantian and flow into every part of his body. His blood was surging and rumbling. His muscles suddenly swelled up, and his entire body expanded instantly, causing his clothes to rip. The muscles and meridians in his body came alive, like a giant python coiling around him. Those muscles were full of explosive power, emitting a terrifying sense of oppression. Take my hit.
Ning Xianyuan threw a punch with all his might.
This punch was so powerful and heavy, like a mountain collapsing, so strong and unstoppable.
Even the air was crackling.
All of Scarman's fist shadows collapsed at the first touch and he was no match at all.
No!
He roared, his pupils shrank into pinholes, and his scalp tingled. He never dreamed that Ning Xianyuan, who was at a disadvantage just now, would suddenly surge in strength and surpass him in an instant.
In the face of absolute power,
even third-rate martial arts seemed pale and powerless.
Ning Xianyuan's fist was unstoppable and unstoppable. He was losing ground.
Every punch he threw caused severe pain in his internal organs and bleeding from the corners of his mouth.
Bang!
After dozens of consecutive punches, the scarred man could no longer hold on and his middle door was wide open.
Ning Xianyuan's fist was as fast as lightning.
Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he punched him in the chest with a huge force. The scarred man's huge body flew up into the air, causing cracks in the wall behind him. Even his chest was sunken a little, his sternum was shattered, and his internal organs were probably broken.
The winner is decided.
This incredible force is truly ferocious. Once unleashed, the increase in strength is astonishing, not inferior to any third-rate martial arts.
Ning Xianyuan thought to himself.
The national bodybuilding technique is just a basic martial art. He was very satisfied that the unique skill he learned from it was so powerful.
Of course, it is still far inferior to the Ape King Seal.
The Monkey King Seal can kill a person with just one punch.
Boy, you're so cruel.
I never thought I'd fall into your hands.
But don't get too complacent. A powerful figure has set his sights on you.
Even if you're a first-level warrior, you can't escape death.
I'll be waiting for you down below.
The scarred man spoke incoherently, tilted his head, and died completely.
Big shot? Ning Xianyuan frowned.
This was indeed a troublesome matter. Since the other party wants his heart, it is probably because he is about to die and has to replace it. At this point, no matter what his background is, I'm afraid the other party will not give up easily.
After all,
your own life is the most important thing.
Fortunately, he is no longer the useless guy with a health value of 1.0.
But he is a true warrior of the first realm. No matter who it is, if they dare to target him, they must be prepared to be killed by him. Then he called Chairman Ma again. When President Ma and his men arrived and saw the room full of corpses, they were speechless.
It's only been a few days and this kid has killed so many people again. Is this really an alchemist? Don't alchemists concentrate on researching elixirs in the laboratory? What alchemist would go on a killing spree at any time? By the way, President Ma, I can refine second-grade elixirs. Ning Xianyuan said. Sometimes you have to hide your shortcomings, and sometimes you have to show something in order to get more attention. Sure enough, after hearing this news, the slight displeasure in President Ma's heart disappeared in an instant. Genius. What a genius.
There are only a handful of people in the whole Linzhou who can reach the level of second-grade alchemist at this age. The association must do its utmost to protect this genius.
Isn't it just killing a few people? What does a group of underground loan sharks with criminal records count for? Well done, well done. Get rid of harm for the people. My friend, you are the future star of our association.
The future of the association depends on you. Before leaving, President Ma patted him on the shoulder with a look of relief on his face. By the way, it was Miss Xu who helped you with the problem at the Jinwu division last time. When you have time, go and thank her in person.
Well, here's President Lao Ma.
After seeing off President Ma, Ning Xianyuan packed up and rushed to Zhu's pharmacy.
Inside Zhu's pharmacy,
Xu Qingdan supported her cold and beautiful face with her jade hands, and was in a daze.
My time is running out.
Even for a talented alchemist, it would probably take more than 5 years to go from the first rank to the 5th rank.
Perhaps it would be more realistic to leave behind a bloodline for the family before I die, to continue the family line? Ning Xianyuan, would he be willing? She subconsciously recited the name.
Compared to the so-called young talents chosen by her family, she prefers to trust her own judgment.
Miss Xu, what are you willing or not?
Just then, a familiar voice suddenly sounded at the door. Xu Qingyan's delicate body trembled, like a frightened deer, and her lazy figure suddenly sat up straight.
In an instant, Xie Feng jumped in shock.
Ning Xuanyuan's pupils also twitched, as if he was afraid that they would pop out. Xu Qingdan didn't notice his gaze, a barely perceptible blush flashed across her face, and she pretended to be calm and said, "Nothing, why are you here?" "I came to thank Miss Xu for helping me solve the trouble with the Jinwu division last time. Also, I want to buy some raw materials for second-grade elixirs.
I'm a second-grade alchemist now."
After these words were spoken, Zhu Qingyan could no longer remain calm and stood up abruptly from his chair. Because the movement was too intense, the incomparably full curves in front of her set off another thrilling wave, as if two frightened white rabbits suddenly jumped up, almost breaking free from their restraints.
Ning Xuanyuan's heart began to tremble. It's a real feast for the eyes.
He felt that Zhu Qingyan must be a person who has been very filial to his grandmother since childhood.
"You've become a second-grade alchemist so quickly?"
Zhu Qingyan's voice was filled with uncontrollable surprise.
This finally gave her a glimmer of hope.
With Ning Xuanyuan's rapid progress, perhaps there really is a chance.
Zhu Qingyan favorability +5. Current favorability, 25.
Ning Xuanyuan was delighted, thinking that there might be something to gain from this.
A little bit of luck, not worth mentioning.
By the way, I also want to ask Miss Xu for some advice on martial arts. So far, the person with the highest qi and blood value Ning Xuanyuan has ever seen is Zhu Qingyan.
The opponent was still injured and his energy and blood were constantly weakening.
God knows how powerful she was in her prime. If it was her, she might know something about the supreme martial arts.
Martial arts? I'm also curious about your martial arts. Come with me. Zhu Qingyan's eyes flashed, and he led the way. There is actually a spacious training room in the basement of Zhu's pharmacy. Wait here for me while I change into training clothes.
She even went to change her clothes. When she finished changing and came out, Ning Xuanyuan's eyes almost popped up.
Chapter 20, Shocked. You call this basic martial arts? It was a flawless body like that of a female leopard. Zhu Qingyan was wearing a black tight-fitting outfit that perfectly outlined her perfect figure.
Her legs are long and straight, and her waist is extremely thin. In sharp contrast to this is the suddenly bulging, full and fiery curve of her buttocks, which is full of wild visual impact. The tense part on the chest was huge and full, and with every breath, it was as if the mountains shook and the earth trembled, as if it was going to tear the clothes apart.
Beautiful. This is simply outrageous.
Ning Xuanyuan couldn't help but feel his mouth dry and his eyes could hardly leave the breathtaking curve.
Zhu Qingyan usually wears loose clothes, which only gives us a glimpse of her magnanimity. This is the first time to see what a hot and sexy figure is hidden under the loose clothes. The boxing technique you used to kill Zhang Wei last time was extremely powerful. Can you show it to me again?
There was a hint of expectation in Zhu Qingyan's eyes. That boxing style left a deep impression on her, and she felt that she could learn something from it. I'm sorry, this martial art is too profound.
The last time I used it was purely luck at the critical moment of life and death. Now I can't even touch the surface of it. Ning Xuanyuan shook his head.
Zhu Qingyan didn't give up. Since you could only display your skills in combat last time, let me practice a few moves with you and see if I can help you find that feeling again in actual combat.
Miss Xu, you're joking. I'm no match for you.
He clearly remembered that even though the opponent's qi and blood values had declined due to illness, they were still above level 29.0, close to that of a third-level warrior. And I am just a warrior who has just entered the first realm. The other party could knock him down with just one slap.
Don't worry, I won't bully you.
I will suppress my qi and HP to the same level as yours.
We will only compete in moves and understanding of martial arts. How about that?
Having said that, if Ning Xuanyuan refused again, he would seem cowardly. What's more, being able to compete with masters is also a rare learning opportunity for him.
Okay, then please show some mercy, Miss Xu.
The two men stood facing each other, each ready to fight.
I'm coming.
As soon as Zhu Qingyan finished speaking, a nimble figure rushed forward like an arrow. She did not use any advanced martial arts, just an ordinary straight punch, but the speed, angle and timing were all just right, far beyond the reach of ordinary warriors.
Ning Xuanyuan did not dodge or evade, and also met the attack with a punch. Seal of the Ape King.
He tried hard to recall the supreme fist spirit that had transformed him into a divine ape and suppressed the mountains and rivers with his fist. However, the gap between ideal and reality is huge. This punch has form but no spirit. Zhu Qingyan simply raised her jade hand casually and gently pushed his fist aside, causing him to stagger and almost fall.
Ning Xuanyuan didn't believe it and tried again.
But no matter how he imitated, he could not reproduce the power he had at that time.
Seeing this,
A hint of disappointment flashed across Zhu Qingyan's eyes.
Isn't he the martial arts genius that he imagined? Or is it that the pressure I put on myself is not great enough?
Thinking of this, Zhu Qingyan accelerated his attack, his palms flying, attacking Ning Xuanyuan's vital points like a butterfly flying through flowers. The fierce palm wind blew in his face, and Ning Xuanyuan's pressure doubled. In a hurry, he instinctively used the national bodybuilding technique that he was most familiar with.
National body refining technique, are you looking down on me? At first, Zhu Qingyan was a little dissatisfied.
But as they fought, she soon discovered something was wrong. No matter how she attacked, Ning Xuanyuan blocked it accurately. Every effort and every turn of Ning Xuanyuan seemed to have been tempered through thousands of trials and tribulations, reaching textbook perfection. This is definitely not the kind of atmosphere that can be achieved at the level of minor success or great success. This is
perfection. You actually cultivated the national body refining technique to perfection? Zhu Qingyan exclaimed.
She knew better than anyone how difficult it was to practice a martial art to perfection.
Especially since Ning Xuanyuan is so young.
Back then, she was hailed as a martial arts genius that appears once in a century, but she only mastered this martial art to perfection. At this moment, her view of Ning Xuanyuan was completely overturned. The fact that he could practice the most basic martial arts to perfection was enough to prove his talent in martial arts.
Interesting, I guess I need to be more serious.
The disappointment in Zhu Qingyan's eyes faded away, replaced by a hint of appreciation. Her offensive changed again. Those slender hands seemed to contain a myriad of changes. Often, after one strike, 3 or 4 changes would follow. Ning Xuanyuan only felt that the other party was like a huge net covering the sky and the earth, and he was a trapped beast in the net. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape the passive situation. This is too powerful. Even if she suppresses her qi and HP to the same level, she is still far stronger than me. Ning Xuanyuan was frightened, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He originally thought that with the same qi and blood value, he would at least have the strength to fight. But the reality is that he was suppressed to the point where he had no power to fight back. The pressure Zhu Qingyan put on him was far greater than that from Zhang Wei and the Scarred Man. This is the real strong one. This moment. He deeply felt the gap between himself and the truly strong. But it is not his character to give up just like that. The strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. With a low roar, his muscles suddenly swelled, his blood and energy surged, and his whole body swelled up in an instant. Bang! Zhu Qingyan only felt a huge force far greater than before coming from Ning Xuanyuan's fist. It even made her feel a hint of danger. Out of instinct, her body reacted subconsciously when her qi and blood were suppressed. She instinctively mobilized a higher level of qi and blood power. A powerful force of a second-level warrior suddenly erupted. Ning Xuanyuan only felt an irresistible force hitting him on the head. His body suddenly rolled over and flew backwards uncontrollably, crashing straight into the hard alloy wall of the training room. If this collision had hit him hard, he would at least have broken bones and tendons. Oh no! A trace of regret and anxiety flashed in Zhu Qingyan's eyes. She stomped her jade feet on the ground suddenly, and her figure flashed out like a ghost. She arrived in front of Ning Xuanyuan before he hit the wall, stretched out her arms, and caught him steadily. Then, Ning Xuanyuan felt as if his entire face had suddenly crashed into an indescribable warmth and softness. It was an extreme softness and amazing elasticity, skillfully relieving his impact. 2 barely perceptible blushes appeared on Zhu Qingyan's beautiful cheeks, but her eyes quickly returned to their coldness, and she asked with a hint of apology. Are you okay? I was the one who made a mistake just now. I didn't expect you to have such a secret explosive method. I couldn't control the power for a moment. No. It's okay. Ning Xuanyuan steadied himself, feeling thankful that Zhu Qingyan had a built-in cushion. Having said that, even though I lost, but not a loss. Huge profit. Things like facial cleanser. You can come more often. What kind of move is this? I see that the blood and qi in your body are flowing, and it is still the national body training method, but I have never seen this move before. Zhu Qingyan asked. This is a unique technique I learned from the national body refining technique. It's called 9 oxen and 2 tigers. It can increase strength in a short period of time. Realize, a special move on your own? For the first time, an expression of disbelief and shock appeared on Zhu Qingyan's beautiful face. The national bodybuilding technique has been passed down to this day, but I have never heard of anyone being able to comprehend a unique skill from it.
One of a kind. Is this really still basic martial arts?
The power of this unique move is already superior to many third-rate martial arts.
Bite. Shu Qingyan favorability +5. Current favorability, 30. With your talent, you shouldn't waste it on national body training.
You should go to school and learn more and more powerful third-rate or even second-rate martial arts. That's where you should truly soar. Shu Qingyan's eyes were filled with sincere admiration.
A basic martial art can exert such power in the hands of Ning Xianyuan, so what about more powerful martial arts? School? Miss Shu is right. I really should go back and take a look. It seems the senior high school competition is about to begin.
Ning Xianyuan muttered to himself. He remembered that the annual campus competition offered very generous martial arts rewards, such as boxing, palm techniques, as well as some sword techniques, knife techniques, gun techniques, etc. What he needs most now is martial arts. In the next 2 days, he first purchased a large amount of medicinal herbs from Zhu Qingyan. Then he went home and refined a bunch of second-grade pills, bone tempering pills. This kind of pill can strengthen bones, and one pill costs 4,000 to 5,000 on the market. The 100% purity he refined had a recycling price of over 10,000. He refined more than 100 pills in one breath and won a huge sum of millions. However, before the money had even warmed up, he took more than 500,000 yuan of it and paid off the remaining debt. As for those underground black loan sharks, if the people involved are killed, the debts will be settled.
Debt-free is a life of freedom.
When the reminder sounded for the last loan repayment, Ning Xianyuan felt a lot more relaxed. That $1 million debt was like a poison chain that tightly bound the original owner's soul and was the root cause of his eventual death. And now, this chain was cut off by his own hands. He could feel that his thoughts became smoother than before, and his mind became more open. The whole person feels like a new life. At this point, he can finally devote all his energy to his next goal.
It's time to go back to school. Chapter 21, After eating all the delicacies from land and sea, who wants leftovers? Martial Arts 4th Middle School.
The students in Class 1, Grade 3, were angrily watching the news on the large electronic screen in the center of the classroom.
Martial Arts CCTV Network reported.
We express our grave concern and shock over the recent leak of inhumane experimental data from the Area 51 biological laboratory of the Genesis Group.
We hereby condemn it in the strongest terms.
Yesterday at 9:27 a.m., a team of genetically engineered warriors affiliated with the Western Alliance illegally crossed the line of actual control in the Kunlun Mountains in western my country and launched an armed raid on our border post number 73.
Both sides suffered casualties. Many students were indignant and cursed.
These bastards will be crushed to pieces sooner or later.
Forming an alliance with an alien race is like seeking the skin of a tiger. Sooner or later, you will be bitten back. Everyone's attention is on the TV news.
So when Ning Xianyuan returned to class after a month, not many people noticed.
Oh my god, Ning Xianyuan, where have you been for the past month? I thought you gave up on the college entrance exam and just lay down.
There was only a tall and thin boy looking at him in surprise.
Sun Quan. Ning Xianyuan's rare friend.
He has an average appearance and his performance in military science is average in school.
Wait, you still can't let go of Wei Yanran? Oh, my ancestors, please wake up and stop being a bootlicker. Wei Yanran has recently found a new lickspittle. Even if you want to lick it, it's not your turn.
Sun Quan sighed, thinking that Ning Xianyuan came back this time because he couldn't let go of Wei Yanran.
After all, he licked me so passionately.
Ning Xianyuan was speechless. I felt both amused and helpless. He knew that Sun Quan had no ill intentions. On the contrary, Sun Quan was a good person and had reminded him more than once that Wei Yanran was only interested in his money. Unfortunately, the original owner was stubborn and ignored Sun Quan's words.
Hey, speak of the devil.
Sun Quan pursed his lips.
At the door, a beautiful figure appeared, immediately attracting the attention of many male classmates. Wei Yanran is the class beauty.
Even the system score is as high as 85 points. Although she is not as beautiful as Aunt Qin, Zhu Qingyan, and Chu Yuqing. But in this campus where a score of 70 is enough to be called a goddess, her appearance is still very high, and many people have a crush on her. As soon as she walked into the classroom, her eyes met Ning Xianyuan's. He snorted coldly, raised his chin, and walked towards his seat like a proud peacock. Behind her was a tall young man.
Yanran, this is the body tempering pill I bought for you. It's the most popular one recently. It has 100% purity.
The young man took out a beautifully packaged pill with a proud look on his face.
Thank you, Zhu Jun, you were so kind to me.
Wei Yanran smiled sweetly and spoke in a charming and sweet voice.
It's no big deal. If you like it, I'll buy it for you every day in the future.
Zhu Jun was encouraged by her smile and immediately became delighted.
Ning Xianyuan, see? This is Wei Yanran's new bootlicker. This guy is really rich. He gave away pills that cost 5,000 yuan each.
Now these pills are being snatched up like crazy.
Sun Quan said with envy. Are you crazy about it?
Yeah, after our health reaches level 8.0, the effect of ordinary body tempering pills becomes negligible.
Now that the campus competition is approaching, who wouldn't want to give it a try? That's why everyone is scrambling to get them, but the supply is so tight that even I can't buy any.
Ning Xianyuan smiled. He didn't expect his pills to be so popular.
If you want, I can get you a few. Come on, stop bragging, okay? This stuff is in such short supply right now, it's hard to buy even if you have money. Where are you going to get it?
Sun Quan shook his head and didn't take it to heart.
There are too many rich kids in the school, and they can't buy it even if they pay more money. Ning Xianyuan has no money and no background, how could he have this opportunity? Hey, come to think of it, something's wrong. Your position as a bootlicker has been taken away, why aren't you in a hurry at all?
Sun Quan was surprised.
Ning Xianyuan is Wei Yanran's #1 die-hard bootlicker. Why do you act like it's none of your business now? He wasn't the only one wondering.
Even Wei Yanran was observing Ning Xianyuan out of the corner of her eye. When she found that Ning Xianyuan was indifferent and didn't even look at her, she couldn't help but frown.
Oh. Just pretend.
Based on her understanding of this veteran bootlicker, within 3 days, he would definitely come to her crying and beg her to change his mind.
Don't I understand the character of the dog who has licked me for so many years? After having tasted the delicacies from land and sea, who would want these leftovers?
Unexpectedly, Ning Xianyuan said something shocking.
He is not blind. Aunt Qin, who is gentle, charming, is a world apart from Wei Yanran. Mr. Ning, who are you calling the leftovers? An angry questioning voice rang out.
Although Ning Xianyuan spoke softly, the ears of a martial artist are very sharp, and Zhu Jun heard it immediately.
Wei Yanran, what's wrong? Are you deaf? Do you want me to repeat myself? Ning Xianyuan retorted. You dare to say bad things about Yanran in front of me, do you want to be beaten?
Veins on Zhu Jun's face throbbed, his temper suddenly exploded, and he clenched his fists and was about to rush over.
Brother Jun, don't be angry. He is ignorant. Don't bother with him.
Sun Quan was startled and quickly stopped him. He smiled apologetically and winked at Ning Xianyuan, trying to make him give in. But Ning Xianyuan didn't care at all, and leaned back lazily on his chair. If you want a fight, I'm always here for you. Okay, you're pretty arrogant. Zhu Jun laughed in anger. I hope you can still be so arrogant when we do morning exercises later. After saying that, he turned and left angrily. When the other students saw the scene, they were all surprised. You should know that Zhu Jun's strength is among the best in the class, and his qi and blood value is as high as 8.0. How could Ning Xianyuan, a last-place guy with a health value of 1.0, dare to provoke Zhu Jun? I didn't expect Ning Xianyuan to be so courageous.
What kind of bloodiness? I think you are overestimating your own abilities.
That's right, you dare to provoke Mr. Zhu without even taking a piss to reflect on your own behavior. Everyone shook their heads, thinking that Ning Xianyuan was in big trouble.
Sun Quan stamped his feet in anxiety. Ning Xianyuan, are you crazy? Why are you provoking Zhu Jun?
He can break your bones with just one punch.
It doesn't matter. He's just a clown. You're so arrogant, sir.
Sun Quan thought he was just trying to save face.
Are you being so jealous and aggressive because of Wei Yanran?
In his opinion, this was the only explanation. A hero is one who risks his life for the beauty he loves.
As for Ning Xianyuan, this is a case of the bootlicker getting angry and asking for trouble. Well,
I'm so disappointed in him.
Forget it. I have done my best. Now it's time for morning exercises.
I can only let Ning Xianyuan fend for himself.
Soon. It's time for morning exercises. Morning exercises are an activity that all students in the school must participate in. First, they practice the national physical exercise on the playground. After that, students can communicate and learn from each other. The school teachers watched and gave instructions. As the radio bell rang, the students entered the playground and began to practice the national bodybuilding exercises. This basic martial art is one of the compulsory subjects in the college entrance examination, so everyone in the school has to practice it. Oh my god, it seems Ju Jun's national body refining technique has reached a certain level of perfection. The punches are delivered with wind, and the force is harmonious and round. This is definitely the realm of minor success. The students exclaimed in surprise. I heard that if you can master it, even if your college entrance exam scores are low, you can still get into some low-tier universities. If you can achieve perfection, you can be directly recommended to a key university, with free tuition. Perfection? None of the teachers in our school have it. Stop dreaming. The students were talking in low voices. Soon, the group rehearsal ended and it was time for free practice and competition. Ju Jun was almost impatient and rushed straight towards Ning Xianyuan, his eyes fierce and aggressive, saying, Mr. Ning, do you dare to spar with me? Chapter 22, Instant Kill. Who said he was the last one? Mr. Zhu. Ning Xuanyuan's expression was calm, and there was even a hint of amusement in his eyes. Are you sure you want to fight me? Mr. Ning, are you scared now? Xu Jun said sarcastically. Ning Xianyuan snorted coldly, I'm afraid that I'll cripple you and have to pay you for it. What did you say? Xu Jun couldn't believe his ears. He turned around abruptly and shouted to the students around him, Did you hear that? This kid actually said he was afraid of crippling me. Isn't that funny? Ha ha ha. There was a burst of laughter all around. This kid is really too crazy. Is he mentally unstable? Xu Jun is one of the top 3 masters in our class. How can Ning Xianyuan defeat him? He'll cry soon. Originally, some classmates still felt a little sympathetic towards Ning Xianyuan. After all, in terms of strength, the two are not on the same level at all. A chi and health value of level 1.0. A health value of level 8.0. With such a gap, 10 Ning Xuanyuans would not be a match. With such a huge gap in strength, if you admit defeat calmly, no one will laugh at you. After all, you are so much weaker than others. People always sympathize with the weak. But if you insist on pretending to be something you are not, you will only bring shame upon yourself. Martial arts is about hard power. Being good at talking is useless. Sun Quan also sighed secretly in the crowd. Is it because of Wei Yanran that Ning Xianyuan suffered such a heavy blow? Oh, how pitiful. This is the fate of a dog licker. But Xu Jun is really something. Why should a dog licker make things difficult for another dog licker? There is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain, but can there be no room for 2 dogs? Hey, it looks like there's something interesting going on over there in class 1. It's Xu Jun. He seems to have gotten into a fight with someone. At the same time, students from other classes on the playground noticed the commotion and gathered around to watch. Xu Jun is quite famous in the school. In terms of ability, he ranks among the top 30 in the school. Class 6, Grade 3. Xu Yuqing also noticed this scene. Although she was wearing an ordinary school uniform, she looked like a big star. She is tall, with long and round legs that hang straight down from the vaguely visible hem of her skirt. Her legs are wrapped in snow-white stockings, adding a touch of holiness to her beauty. Ning Xianyuan, did he get into a fight with someone? She remembered that Ning Xuanyuan's chi and blood value was not high, only level 1.0. How could this be Xu Jun's opponent? Perhaps, this is an opportunity. Her first reaction was to help Ning Xianyuan out of the predicament, which was a good opportunity to do him a favor. But soon, she gave up the idea. He is a man of many hidden talents, far more complex than he appears on the surface. I wonder what kind of surprise he will bring this time. A smile appeared on Xu Yuqing's lips, and his eyes were full of anticipation. Mr. Ning, don't say that your brother bullied you. If you kneel down and admit your mistake now, I can still forgive you. Xu Jun stretched his body and threw a few punches in the air. The sharp wind from his punches stung people's faces. After he finished fighting, he wanted to let Ning Xianyuan know the difference. Unexpectedly, Ning Xuanyuan's face was full of disdain. Fancy boxing and embroidered kicks.
As soon as these words were spoken, Zhu Jun's face became completely gloomy. The classmates around him felt that Ning Xianyuan was pathetic.
Zhu Jun has given you a chance, but you still insist on being stubborn. You are really hopeless. Mr. Zhu, come on and teach him a lesson. Some classmates couldn't bear it anymore and shouted. Kid, you asked for it.
Zhu Jun moved and rushed forward. His chi and health value is at level 8.0, and with his minor accomplishments in the national bodybuilding technique, his boxing and kicking skills are extremely ferocious.
Any punch or kick can penetrate steel plates.
The attack was extremely ruthless.
But who is Ning Xianyuan? After seeing true first-level warriors like Zhang Wei and Scarman, what are Zhu Jun's boxing and kicking skills? Especially, the other party actually dared to use the national bodybuilding technique in front of him? It's just like showing off one's skills in front of an expert. He stood there with his hands behind his back, not even trying to hide. He finally moved just when Zhu Jun's fist was about to hit his temple. He just turned his body slightly and easily avoided Zhu Jun's fist. Then he raised his foot, and like a giant axe falling from the sky, he chopped down towards Zhu Jun's head. This kick was fast, accurate and fierce. Zhu Jun only felt a flash before his eyes, and it was too late to dodge. He could only rely on his fighting instinct to cross his two strong arms and hold them in front of him to block. Crack! The sound of bones breaking, which made your teeth ache, resounded throughout the playground. Under the incredulous gaze of all the classmates, Zhu Jun fell to his knees after being kicked. His knees had knocked 2 deep holes into the ground. Ah, my hand! My hand is broken! A heart-wrenching scream erupted from his mouth. Winning right away? Everyone was shocked. Sun Quan almost popped his eyes out. He couldn't bear to watch it at first, thinking Ning Xianyuan was going to be beaten up, but it's the other way around. Fuck, is this still Ning Xianyuan? Isn't he only level 1.0? So, I think Ning Xianyuan has changed a lot. He seems to have grown taller and stronger. People around were talking about it. In the past, Ning Xianyuan always kept his head down and chest hunched, like a timid shadow. His classmates had only 2 impressions of him: a waist with a health value of 1.0 and Wei Yanran's bootlicker. And now, he has become a completely different person. His temperament and eyes are completely different. The most amazing thing is his strength. The power of that kick just now was at least level 9.0, right? What has he been doing since he disappeared for a month? Is he participating in some human modification experiment? Is it possible that he has been pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? They simply couldn't believe that Ning Xianyuan's chi and blood values had increased so much in just 1 month. The only explanation. It's just that Ning Xianyuan has been hiding his abilities. This kid is too sinister. The classmates in the class were secretly glad that they had not offended Ning Xianyuan in their daily lives. How could Zhu Jun be so useless? He couldn't even block Ning Xianyuan's kick. Fortunately, I didn't agree to his pursuit. Wei Yanran felt dissatisfied, shocked, and a little regretful. She was shocked by Ning Xianyuan's strength. Even she didn't expect that the bootlicker she had always looked down upon would become so powerful. If she had known that Ning Xianyuan's health value was so high, she would not have abandoned Ning Xianyuan. As expected, he is a hidden talent. Not only is he great at alchemy, but he is also an outstanding martial artist. I wonder if his national bodybuilding technique is even perfect or complete. Chu Yuqing whispered, and she admired this low-key boy more and more. Including the teachers of each class, they were also confused. Am I seeing things? That kick just now was so powerful and concentrated, it was so natural. Is the national bodybuilding technique at least highly accomplished? Or even perfect? Perfection is impossible. We old guys have practiced for decades and still haven't achieved it. Perfect. Even many martial arts geniuses cannot achieve this. At this moment, a handsome boy walked out, checked Zhu Jun's injuries, and shouted at Ning Xianyuan. Ning Xianyuan, we're all classmates, just sparring. Aren't you being too harsh? Seeing him, everyone's expression changed. Huang Mengchao. He is Zhu Jun's good brother. He is also the best player in the class. A warrior of the first level whose chi and blood value exceeded 10.0 levels. Chapter 23. My clothes and the school beauty's clothes were both blown. In the entire martial arts number 4 middle school, there are only a dozen or so people who can become first-level warriors. Huang Mengchao is one of them.
Seeing him come forward, no one in the class was surprised. He and Zhu Jun have been good friends for many years and are as close as brothers. Now that Zhu Jun's arm is broken, it would be strange if he remained silent. What a joke! Let's not talk about the fact that he was trying to provoke me. Just look at that punch he threw. What do you think would happen if I was hit? Ning Xianyuan said coldly.
Huang Mengchao frowned. Zhu Jun's punch was aimed at Ning Xuanyuan's temple.
If it hit, it would cause a concussion at best, but in severe cases it could cause brain damage.
To be honest, Ning Xuanyuan's attack was relatively lenient. But even so what? Zhu Jun has been his friend for many years. Since you're so good, how about I play with you for a bit? Huang Mengchao has a sharp gaze and an intimidating aura. Ning Xuanyuan's kick was indeed brilliant, his speed and strength far surpassed Zhu Jun's.
But no matter how powerful one is, as long as he is not a warrior, he is not worth mentioning. The students around them were immediately excited when they saw the scene.
This is brilliant, this is brilliant. Ning Xianyuan is doomed.
Even Huang Mengchao has to take the field himself.
Huang Mengchao is no match for Zhu Jun. He's a true first realm warrior, with a Qi and HP value exceeding 10.0.
Furthermore, I heard he's also mastered a third-rate sword technique, 13-way swift blade, and has reportedly already achieved some minor success.
Can become a first-level warrior at this age. Everyone in the family has some background. This 13-move swift knife technique is Huang Mengchao's family sword technique.
You should know that many students cannot even achieve minor success in basic martial arts such as the national body refining technique. The fact that Huang Mengchao can practice a third-rate martial art to minor success is enough to show his extraordinary talent.
But at this tense moment, when things are about to break out,
a clear and pleasant voice suddenly sounded.
Huang Mengchao, stop.
Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a beautiful figure slowly walking out from the crowd of Class 6. She was wearing an ordinary school uniform, but she seemed to have a halo of her own, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the audience. In this matter, Zhu Jun provoked it first.
Ning was just acting in self-defense and did nothing wrong.
She walked over slowly, raised her cool and beautiful face, and said, "If you feel dissatisfied, I will be your opponent."
Quiet. The entire playground fell into deathly silence in an instant.
Everyone's eyes widened, as if they had seen the most incredible thing in the world.
Shu the school beauty? She actually stood up and openly defended Ning Xianyuan? How is this possible?
One is a favored daughter of heaven who is high above everyone else and admired by countless people.
One is an unknown little transparent person. How could these two people who have nothing to do with each other be related? Even Wei Yanran was stunned. Why? Why would Chu Yuqing help Ning Xianyuan? She couldn't remember any relationship between her best friend and Ning Xianyuan. Huang Mengchao was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze.
His fierce aura faltered, and he looked stunned.
Campus Beauty Chu, what do you mean? This matter has nothing to do with you, right? Who said it has nothing to do with me? Can't I just stand it? Shu Yuqing snorted. Huang Mengchao stood there, his face alternating between blue and red.
Shu Yuqing is not only the school belle, but also one of the top 5 strongest people in the whole school. In addition, she has a strong family background, so he can't afford to offend her. Finally, he glared at Ning Xianyuan fiercely and said, "Ning Xianyuan, this matter is not over yet. I will learn more about your skills during the campus competition." After saying that, he turned around angrily and helped Zhu Jun to the infirmary. A storm was resolved by Chu Yuqing with just a few words. Everyone looked back and forth between Ning Xianyuan and Chu Yuqing in confusion. Why would school beauty Chu help Ning Xianyuan? What's the relationship between the two of them? Everyone's gossip fire was ignited. And what Chu Yuqing said next added fuel to the fire. "Ning, would you like to go to my training room so we can have a sparring match?" She was still recalling the other party's kick just now, and she really wanted to know whether it was a great success or a perfect result. It's even quieter. You can hear a pin drop in the entire playground. The formal warriors in the school all have separate training rooms. Chu Yuqing actually invited Ning Xianyuan to her training room? It seems that even Lu Minghui, the prodigy who has been pursuing Chu Yuqing, has not received such treatment. Countless boys looked at Ning Xianyuan with eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Ning Xianyuan felt helpless. This young lady is really going to cause me trouble. Shu Yuqing is very popular in school, and her actions are tantamount to pushing herself to the forefront. This time, I don't know how many potential enemies I have created for myself. But today, he is no longer the useless guy with a health value of only 1.0. He is a first-level warrior and also a second-level alchemist. He has enough confidence and strength to face troubles. In any case, Shu Yuqing stood up at this moment with good intentions, and he didn't want to offend the other person in public. Okay, thank you for your help, Miss Chu. The private training room of Wudao No. 4 Middle School is located on the top floor of the teaching building. The ground is covered with special shock-absorbing materials, and the walls are made of high-strength alloys, strong enough to withstand a full-strength attack from a third-level warrior. There are various advanced strength, speed, and reaction training equipment in the room. On the weapon rack on one side, the swords, spears, swords and halberds are shining coldly and are in extremely good maintenance. In the center of the training room, there is a small arena specially used for actual combat training. At this moment, two figures were fighting fiercely. Sure enough, your national body refining technique has been perfected. And your chi and blood values have already reached the first level of warrior. In less than 10 moves, Shu Yuqing's heart was in turmoil. The reason why she helped Ning Xianyuan was that she was worried that Ning Xianyuan had not yet become a warrior and would definitely be defeated when facing Huang Mengqiao. But after the fight, she realized that she was totally wrong. Every punch and kick of Ning Xianyuan has a harmonious artistic conception of returning to nature. That steady and condensed energy and blood power is the mark of a genuine first-level warrior. His health value of level 14.5 was completely unable to do anything to Ning Xianyuan. It was not until this moment that she realized that she was being too sentimental. Ning Xianyuan was fully capable of taking care of Huang Mengqiao alone. However, Ning Xuanyuan's strength made her even more excited. Only by fighting with the strong can you make progress. If, at the beginning, she just wanted to compete. So now, she just wants to decide the winner. She wanted to know who was stronger between her and Ning Xianyuan. Good. That's great. Her voice trembled with excitement. Ning Xianyuan, you really did hide it well. But just the perfection of the national body refining technique won't stop me from my next move. She took a deep breath, and a sense of power far exceeding that before gathered in her slender arms. Take this move from me, Mountain Collapse. This is an extremely powerful move in her family's martial arts. It focuses on instantly compressing and releasing chi and blood, generating a powerful force as strong as breaking rocks. Danger! Ning Xianyuan also became completely serious. The strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. He growled in his heart. The originally well-proportioned body swelled up in the wind at this moment, and the whole person expanded a lot in an instant. Boom! The two forces collided violently. A huge explosion sounded in the training room, like thunder coming out of nowhere. With the point of collision between the two as the center, a visible circular airwave suddenly spread out, hitting the surrounding alloy walls hard, making a dull echo. The instrument screens in the corner of the training room flickered violently several times. The two people at the center of the storm suffered unimaginable impact. Shoo! Followed by a sharp sound of clothes tearing. The school uniforms on the two people were torn by the strong wind, as if they were cut by thousands of sharp blades at the same time, and instantly turned into flying fragments. The thrilling scenes hidden under their school uniforms were revealed. Ning Xianyuan was completely naked, his muscles flowing and full of explosive power. As for Shu Yuqing on the other side, his situation was even more thrilling. The clothes on her body had all turned to pieces, revealing a delicate body as white as mutton fat jade. The only thing left was the pair of pure white stockings that were torn to shreds and wrapped around her long, beautiful legs. Those silk threads that have not yet completely broken are tied even tighter on the round legs, outlining a thrilling arc, as if they will completely break in the next second, releasing the bound, elastic softness. Looking at each other honestly. Moment. The whole world became quiet. There is only one. The sound of swallowing saliva quietly. Chapter 24 Favorability plus 5? It turns out that the school beauty likes to watch this. Looking at the extremely erotic scene in front of me. Ning Xianyuan just wanted to shout in his heart, science. This is fucking science. What about the war reached the edge of the universe, and all the great ways were wiped out? What's the result? There wasn't even a wrinkle on the protagonist's clothes. You are kidding me. Now that's real science. Under the powerful energy impact, the fragile clothes were shattered into pieces.
This is in line with the law of energy. Ah! After a brief moment of astonishment and daze, Shu Yuqing finally reacted. That beautiful and exquisite face suddenly turned like a ripe tomato, from the cheeks to the ears, and then to the snow-white neck. It was so red that it seemed to be dripping with blood. She quickly used one arm to cover her upper body. Only. The scenery is so majestic and rich. Just a slender arm can't cover it at all. At the same time, she lowered her other hand to cover. However, it was too late. In those few short seconds of eye contact just now, Ning Xianyuan had already taken in the flawless scenery. Hiss! As white and flawless as a newborn baby. You, cover your eyes. Shu Yuqing's voice, filled with shame and anger, with a hint of tears, interrupted Ning Xianyuan's wild thoughts. Oh. I'm sorry. Ning Xianyuan seemed to have just woken up from a dream. He raised his hands and covered his eyes at the same time, looking like a gentleman who would not look at anything inappropriate. I didn't see anything. He added this sentence to cover up the truth. After hearing his defense, Shu Yuqing was so ashamed and angry that he almost fainted on the spot. What do you mean you saw nothing? The look in your eyes just now almost devoured me from head to toe. Etc. His fingers? Shu Yuqing's beautiful eyes widened instantly. Ning Xuanyuan's hands, which seemed to be covered tightly, actually, quietly opened a gap between the middle finger and the ring finger. This bastard. Rogue. Shameless. He's still peeking. Ning. Xuan. Yuan. Shu Yuqing's voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Your hand. Ning Xuanyuan's voice sounded incredibly innocent. What happened to my hand? I covered it well. You. Shu Yuqing's voice was already filled with tears, and he was about to faint. This was the first time in her life that she had acted like this in front of a man. Be honest. What's even more infuriating is that this guy who took advantage of her is still pretending to be stupid and continuing to watch secretly. This made her feel an unprecedented shame. Woo. Mother. I'm not clean anymore. That. Ning Xianyuan smiled awkwardly, knowing that it was time to quit while he was ahead. He turned around, his back to Shu Yuqing, and said, School beauty Chu, shouldn't we try to figure out a way to fix the clothes problem first? How dare you say that? It's all your fault. You have to compensate me for my clothes. Woman. Are you being a bit unreasonable? My clothes are damaged too. Besides, you want to compete with me, okay? Okay, I'll compensate you. But before that, we can't just stand there like this. You should have spare training clothes in your training room. Wait here for a moment while I go find some. Soon, Ning Xianyuan found a brand new set of women's training clothes from the locker. Here, change first. You are not allowed to look back. Okay, I promise. Ning Xianyuan turned around very decisively and faced the wall. Behind him, there soon came the rustling sound of fabric rubbing against the body. This voice, like the most irritating feather, plucking Ning Xuanyuan's heartstrings. The scene just now reappeared in his mind uncontrollably, and he felt his mouth dry and his blood boiling. I'm done changing. I don't know how long it took, but Shu Yuqing's mosquito-like voice finally came from behind. Ning Xianyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and slowly turned around. I saw that Shu Yuqing had changed into a white training suit. Although it covered most of her beauty, her beautiful eyes that seemed to be about to cry and her snow-white neck with a blushing color made her look even more delicate and charming, like a crabapple after the rain. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere became a little awkward again. What happened today? Shu Yuqing bit her lip and glared at him in shame and anger. Don't tell anyone. Of course. Ning Xianyuan immediately nodded and assured, heaven and earth no, I know, but what? You have your clothes taken care of, but what about mine? Ning Xianyuan spread his hands. The lockers are full of girls' clothes. What about him? Shu Yuqing was stunned. I was so panicked just now that I noticed that Ning Xianyuan was still naked. Her eyes looked involuntarily. The first thing that caught my eye was the broad shoulders. Ning Xuanyuan's figure is not that of a muscular man, but is full of streamlined beauty like a cheetah. His muscles are well proportioned and strong, and every inch of them contains explosive power that is enough to shock people. On his flat abdomen, his 8 abdominal muscles were clearly defined, rising and falling slightly with his breathing. Looking down,
Shu Yuqing's breathing almost stopped at this moment.
Bite. Shu Yuqing's favorability +5. Current favorability, 30.
The system's prompt sound made Ning Xianyuan feel proud.
Buddy. It really makes me proud. Hey, Miss Chu, have you seen enough? This seems a bit unfair. You won't let me look at you, but you're staring at me.
Ning Xianyuan said dissatisfiedly, as if he had suffered a great loss.
Ah.
Shu Yuqing felt that all the blood in his body rushed to his head. He quickly turned around, his heart pounding so hard that it almost jumped out of his throat.
You, quickly find a way to cover it up.
Her voice was filled with embarrassment and anger, her face was flushed and steaming, and she seemed to be turning into a steam queen.
Ning Xianyuan was happy. It turns out that women's mouths are deceiving.
The favorability has been increased, so if you like to watch it, just watch it openly, he won't mind.
I want to, but these are all your clothes. You can't ask me to wear a skirt, right? Then, wait here.
I'll help you find some clothes.
Shu Yuqing almost fled in panic.
I don't know how long it took before she brought the clothes. After Ning Xianyuan changed and left the training room. He didn't know that a bigger storm was quietly brewing in the entire martial arts 4th middle school.
Less than half an hour.
On the campus forum, a sensational post in bold blood red font quickly attracted everyone's attention.
Shocking news.
Pictures reveal the truth. School beauty Chu and a mysterious man engaged in a fierce battle in a private training room.
Did they both change clothes? Chapter 25, Campus Forum Explodes. My scandal with the campus beauty.
The main post has 4 high-definition photos. The first photo shows Shu Yuqing inviting Ning Xianyuan on the playground with a slight smile on her face. The second photo shows Shu Yuqing with a red face, running out of the training room like a frightened little rabbit. His original school uniform is gone, and he has changed into a set of training clothes.
The third photo shows Shu Yuqing returning to the training room holding a set of boys' sportswear.
The fourth picture, Ning Xianyuan walked out, wearing the boys' sportswear.
The poster is obviously a master at manipulating public opinion.
Not only were there clothing changes specifically circled in red.
At the end of the post, there is a thought-provoking text.
According to insiders, someone heard a loud explosion in the training room.
The two were in there together for nearly an hour, and after coming out, they both changed their clothes. The key point is to look at school beauty Chu's red face.
I feel so pitiful, as if she's been severely bullied.
Brothers, what does this mean?
I dare not tell you the details, for fear that the number will be lost.
You can fill in the blanks yourself.
This post with both pictures and text instantly ignited the entire campus forum. Below the post, the replies were like a flood, refreshing frantically.
What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Is this true? My youth is over.
School beauty Chu was actually taken advantage of by a pig.
Isn't that Ning Xianyuan the perennial loser in class 1 with a HP value of only 1.0? Lu Shang Village has internet access?
The latest news is that Ning Xianyuan crippled 8.0 level Zhu Jun with a single kick on the playground today. He's been playing the pig and eating the tiger. A man and a woman alone, staying in a closed training room for an hour, and even changing clothes.
I understand.
The popularity of the post soared at an alarming rate, and the replies built up hundreds of stories in the blink of an eye. Shock, doubt, heartbreak, jealousy, analysis, and memes. All kinds of emotions and comments filled the air. The names of Ning Xianyuan and Shu Yuqing were tightly bound together in an extremely ambiguous way, becoming the hottest topic in the entire martial arts 4.
In the infirmary.
Zhu Jun, who had just had his bones set and put in a cast, felt even more pain after seeing this post. Although he likes Wei Yanran, Shu Yuqing is also the white moonlight in his heart. Men are like this, they eat from the bowl and look at the pot.
Who isn't like this?
When Huang Mengqiao saw the content on the forum, his face instantly became so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it.
Shu Yuqing. She is the goddess in the hearts of many people in the school. He is no exception. Ning. Shen. Yuan.
He squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth, his eyes filled with cold murderous intent. When the campus competition comes, I will personally destroy you. I'll let you know that even if a toad can occasionally hop around, it will never be able to eat swan meat. In a luxurious private training room on campus.
Bang!
Lu Minghui slapped the solid wooden table, and it shattered into pieces.
Ning Xianyuan, very good.
There was no longer any calmness on his handsome face, only twisted jealousy.
He made a phone call. Put pressure on the forum administrators. I don't want to see that post again. Yes, master.
Lu Minghui hung up the phone, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and overlooked the entire campus. Ning Xianyuan, if you dare to touch someone Lu Minghui, I will make you regret living in this world.
Class 1, Grade 3.
As soon as Ning Xianyuan returned to the classroom, he felt all kinds of hostile gazes.
What's going on? Why does the atmosphere feel a little off?
He was completely confused until Sun Quan shared the content on the forum with him. After he glanced at the eye-catching title and photo, the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching.
Sun Quan, do you believe me? I didn't do anything. TSK, you didn't do anything? Do you think you are Liu Xiaohui? I would rather believe that a sow can climb a tree.
Sun Quan said contemptuously. Hearing this, Ning Xianyuan was speechless. This is really a big trouble. Even his good brother Sun Quan didn't believe it, let alone others.
Will the water I drink from now on not be poisoned? Will you get hit by a club if you walk on the street? Beauty is really a disaster.
I didn't do anything, I just watched everything I needed to watch.
I watched things I shouldn't have watched. That's all. Is it necessary to cause such a big scandal?
I just want to be a low-key person and develop quietly, why is it so difficult?
The other side.
Wei Yanran looked at the information on the forum, her nails almost digging into her palms. The ashamed and angry look of Chu Yuqing in the photo, and the full and satisfied look of Ning Xianyuan, were like a poisonous thorn, piercing her heart.
Ning Xianyuan. That licking dog that used to circle around me all day long.
How is it that after leaving me, not only did his strength improve by leaps and bounds, but he even hooked up with Chu Yuqing, who was more beautiful than me?
He really. Don't you like yourself anymore? Then, he fell in love with Chu Yuqing? It feels like one's personal belongings have been taken away by someone else.
A feeling of jealousy and unwillingness spread wildly in her heart.
No. I may not want my dog, but no one else can take it away from me.
She stood up suddenly and walked straight towards Ning Xianyuan in the back row of the classroom in front of the astonished gazes of all her classmates.
Ning Xianyuan.
Her voice was cold, with a tone of accusation. The whole class fell silent in an instant, and everyone looked over, excited to see the show.
What's up?
Ning Xianyuan said calmly. The tone was indifferent, as if he was asking a stranger.
Is what's on the forum true? What does it have to do with you? You.
Wei Yanran choked and said with a strained voice, I just didn't expect you to be that kind of person. You just got dumped by me and you're already pestering Yuqing. I'm telling you, you're not worthy of her at all.
Let's not talk about the fact that there is nothing between her and me. Even if there is, when will it be your turn to point fingers? Who do you think you are? Ning Xianyuan snorted coldly.
The eyes of the whole class also became playful.
Yes, it was you, Wei Yanran, who despised Ning Xianyuan and kicked him away like trash. Now that he's on the rise, who are you to criticize him? Isn't that ridiculous? Wei Yanran's face turned pale and blue, and she said unwillingly.
Maybe Chu Yuqing feels a little fresh about you now, but you are not from the same world after all.
I advise you to sober up.
The bigger the family, the more they care about family background.
How can you compare with Lu Minghui? Origin? Family background? Ning Xianyuan just sneered disdainfully. His background is indeed unremarkable. But how could Wei Yanran imagine the system he possessed?
In time, it will be enough to make up for all the gaps.
Wei Yanran, you underestimate me.
For Aunt Qin's sake, I'm too lazy to argue with you.
I only give you 6 words. Summer insects cannot talk about ice.
Ning Xianyuan said indifferently. These 6 words, like a heavy hammer, hit Wei Yanran's heart hard, making her face lose all color. She pointed at Ning Xianyuan, her voice trembling. You are simply overestimating your own abilities. There are some gaps that you can't overcome no matter how hard you try. In another week, when the campus competition begins and you become the public enemy of all the boys in the school, you will regret it.
How can an ant shake a tree? Ephemera? Ning Xianyuan couldn't help sneering in his heart. He is a dragon, okay? Aunt Qin knows this very well. When does Aunt Qin not cry? The first class in the afternoon is current affairs.
The lecturer was a burly retired soldier.
Classmates, today we will review Betrayal 100 years ago.
100 years ago, when alien races first arrived on Blue Planet, the world should have been united. However, Western forces, led by the United States, chose to cooperate with the Mayans, one of the three great alien royal families, for the sake of immediate interests.
This is how the East-West confrontation came to be today. Their so-called genetic technology is essentially a poisonous way to quench thirst. It will overdraw potential and affect the future.
Students, remember, true strength always comes from your own down-to-earth practice. The Xia nation's martial arts are the glorious and righteous path.
As soon as the teacher finished speaking, other opinions were heard from the audience. Teacher, you can't say that, right? A boy said, gene potions are fast-acting and offer dramatic improvements. That's a fact. Don't we in Xia country have technology companies researching this?
I heard that in the West, a single first-level gene potion can create a warrior comparable to a first-level warrior.
With that kind of efficiency, how many years of hard training will it take us to catch up? This caused a slight commotion.
Indeed, the quick-learning nature of genetic warriors has a fatal attraction to many people with average talent but a desire for power. No matter how fast the effect is, it is still an external force. Don't you understand the principle of forcing things to grow faster? The teacher frowned.
But teacher. Another girl muttered quietly, if one's talent is limited and one can't become a warrior even after a lifetime of hard training, isn't using genetic drugs an alternative? Besides, with so much pressure from alien races in the West right now, isn't it important to quickly develop combat effectiveness?
Her words aroused many voices of agreement. These days, not everyone is willing to practice martial arts seriously.
Firstly, some people cannot bear this hardship.
Secondly, many people are also limited by their talents, and hard training really has no effect. It is better to use genetic drugs. Ning Xianyuan listened quietly without saying anything. He felt that both factions had some truth. But in his heart he agreed more with the teacher's point of view. Martial arts is a strength cultivated from within, with a solid foundation.
Genes are an external force, like a tree without roots.
Of course, he would rather believe in his own strength than external forces. However, the advantages of genetic drugs are undeniable. They are very effective and one injection can make your strength improve dramatically. So in recent years, the number of genetic warriors in the West has increased, just like canned food produced on factory assembly lines. In terms of mid and low-end combat power, the number of Westerners is far greater than that of Xia. Fortunately, in terms of high-end combat power, Xia Kingdom has the number one person under the starry sky.
After the current affairs class, Ning Xianyuan left the classroom and went to the martial arts library. Wei Yanran was right about one thing.
This time he will probably become the public enemy of all the boys in the school.
Huang Mengchao, Lu Minghui, these guys are not easy to deal with.
It is easy to dodge an open attack but hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. He needs to find a way to improve his strength. Now that the national body refining technique has been perfected, it's time to go to the school's martial arts library and pick up some other basic martial arts. He had unlocked the martial arts proficiency module last time, and took this opportunity to master a few more.
Chapter 26. After entering the classroom, the school beauty is heartbroken. The martial arts library of Wudao No. 4 Middle School is the most heavily guarded place in the entire school. It houses a collection of hundreds of basic martial arts for students to borrow. As for the more advanced third-rate martial arts, one can only have the opportunity to learn them if he wins a place in the various competitions held by the school. Ning Xianyuan looked around and thought about which martial arts to choose. He doesn't need close combat martial arts such as boxing and palm techniques for the time being, and all his strength is enough. What he needs now is to master a weapon. Gun? Knife? Or a sword?
The spear, known as the thief of all weapons, is an inch longer and an inch stronger, and is most suitable for charging into battle. The sword is known as the courage of all weapons, it is brave, domineering and has unparalleled momentum. The sword is the weapon of a gentleman, the king of all blades. These three weapons have a wide audience and are basically the three main systems practiced by modern warriors. I have the system, so why don't I just take them all? Forget it, biting off more than you can chew, only one thing matters. So what should I choose? After some consideration, Ning Xianyuan finally made a decision. Choose your sword. This choice was not made on a whim, but was made after careful consideration.
First, it stems from the Chinese people's inherent romance with sword cultivation.
The sword lights up 19 continents.
Isn't it handsome? Second, it is related to the original owner's mother. The mother of this body of his is named Jiang Manyu. She has an extraordinary background and comes from a sword-fighting family with a century-old tradition, the Jinling Jiang family. His father came from an ordinary family. The two were college classmates and were in love, but their family backgrounds were so different that the Jiang family naturally tried to obstruct them in every possible way. However, Jiang Manyu still married his father despite family pressure, and her relationship with the Jiang family broke down. It was not until Ning Xianyuan was 7 or 8 years old that the Jiang family suddenly asked Jiang Manyu to go back. Jiang Manyu thought that the family was willing to accept them, so she happily returned with her whole family. What I got in return were all kinds of cold stares and ridicule. Ning Xianyuan, in particular, was slapped in the face by Jiang Chen, the unicorn son of the Jiang family, and was also ridiculed as a bastard of an outsider. You are a lowly outsider, and you are unworthy of sitting at the same table with me to eat. I find it disgusting. Just because of such a ridiculous reason. Ning Xianyuan was only 7 or 8 years old at that time and had not yet started practicing martial arts, while the other party had already been exposed to martial arts with the help of his family. One slap knocked out several of his teeth. Jiang Manyu and her father were extremely angry and wanted to seek justice for Ning Xianyuan, but they were beaten by the Jiang family instead. In the end, the family of 3 suffered humiliation and was kicked out of the Jiang family in a miserable state. The original owner's parents were injured in that incident, and their foundations were damaged from that injury. They never recovered. Less than a month later, a beast tide broke out, and they both died before their injuries had healed. Ning Xuanyuan's eyes gradually turned cold as he recalled the memory filled with blood and tears. It wasn't the beast tide that killed the original owner's parents. But it's the Jiang family. Although these were all things that happened to the original owner and had nothing to do with him. But since I have borrowed the original owner's body, then he naturally took on this cause and effect of grudges. Repay kindness with kindness and repay hatred with hatred. Is the sword family so great? One day or another, I will smash down the gate of your Jiang family with one sword, and show you what a true swordsman is. And Jiang Chen, if I don't return that slap 1,000 times over, I'll write my name backwards. Final. Ning Xianyuan chose a sword technique and a light skill. Instant sword emphasizes the sword light that bursts out in an instant, and its essence lies in speed. Inch swimming step with your feet on a very small area, you can avoid the enemy's fierce attacks through subtle shifts in center of gravity and changes in footwork within a very small range. These two martial arts are exactly what he needs most at the moment. One is mainly for attack, the other is for dodging. Combined with his domineering, unparalleled strength, it can greatly make up for his shortcomings. After choosing a martial art, Ning Xianyuan went straight to Chu Yuqing's private training room. To practice swordsmanship and martial arts, one needs a suitable venue and weapons. It just so happens that Chu Yuqing has some ready-made here. When Chu Yuqing saw Ning Xianyuan, her beautiful face, which had just regained a hint of coolness, suddenly turned a layer of hot red again. You, how dare you come here? She subconsciously took a half step back, her eyes evasive, her tone filled with shame and anger. When she thought of the blushing scene before, even her ears started to feel hot. Especially now, there are so many scandals on campus forums. She saw it too. How come Ning Xianyuan, this bad guy, doesn't know how to avoid suspicion at all? Why am I embarrassed to come? Everything between us is innocent and I have a clear conscience. But you, school beauty Chu, your face is so red. Are you thinking about something unhealthy in your mind? You are talking nonsense. I didn't. Chu Yuqing defended himself hastily, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Just kidding, I want to borrow your training room for a bit. Don't worry, I'm not taking advantage of you for free. I can give you the 2nd-grade bone reinforcement pill as rent. Bone strengthening pill? It's not like I can't afford it. Chu Yuqing was speaking when he suddenly realized something. Wait, you became a 2nd-grade alchemist? Yes. Chu Yuqing was speechless for a moment. How long did it take to go from the 1st rank to the 2nd rank? Maybe just half a month? She has been doing this for more than a year and is still a 1st-class alchemist. Is this an alchemy genius? Then is the purity of your bone tempering pill also 100%? In Chu Yuqing's opinion, even if it was a 1st-grade elixir, Ning Xianyuan could achieve 100% purity. But when it comes to the 2nd rank, that may not be the case. Especially for those who have just entered the 2nd level and have no experience, a purity of 70% is considered good. Yes. Ning Xianyuan nodded. Shu Yuqing was surprised and happy. What is shocking is that this guy is so perverted. What she was happy about was the 100% pure bone strengthening pill, which would be very helpful for her to improve her strength now. There are still 7 days left before the campus competition. If she has the help of Ning Xuanyuan's bone tempering pill, she can at least increase her qi and health by 0.5 levels. Compared to letting Ning Xianyuan stay in her training room for a few days, this is a huge gain. Make a deal. Shu Yuqing agreed immediately, fearing that Ning Xianyuan would go back on his word. As soon as Ning Xianyuan entered the training room, he went to the weapon rack and picked out a sword for training. Recalling the moves and methods of generating power of the flash sword, he began to practice. The first time he practiced, he was extremely clumsy. Each move seemed very stiff, completely lacking the agility that a blink should have, and instead was extremely clumsy. Ning Xianyuan, the sword technique you chose, wouldn't it be the flash sword? Shu Yuqing took a few glances and immediately recognized the way. Yeah, what's wrong? You should try another one. This instant light sword is a very biased sword technique that only focuses on speed. It's this bias that makes it even more difficult to practice than many third-rate sword techniques. Shu Yuqing kindly reminded. Most sword techniques have both offensive and defensive capabilities and balanced attributes. But the flash sword is an exception. All its points are focused on speed, and there is no need for defense at all. The only way to defeat martial arts in the world is speed. It is this extreme nature that makes it extremely difficult to practice. Is it that difficult? Of course it's difficult. In our school, even the fastest learner of the flash sword technique takes more than a month. The school competition is in 7 days. You should find some simple sword techniques. I can recommend some to you. Thank you for your kindness, but the harder it is, the stronger I am. I like challenging difficult tasks. You. Seeing that he was so stubborn, Shu Yuqing stamped her feet lightly and said no more. That's all. I meant well, but he didn't appreciate it. Since he was able to perfect the national bodybuilding technique, it was normal for him to be arrogant. Genius? Always proud. When you hit the wall, you will naturally turn back. However, just as she had this thought. Swish! A clear sword sound that seemed to be able to tear through the air suddenly rang out in the training room. Basic Martial Arts Flash Sword, Proficiency +1. Upgrade from beginner to beginner in Flash Sword. Then came the system prompt sound. Once, get started. Shu Yuqing, who was standing next to him, had her beautiful eyes widened instantly. His pupils were filled with incredible shock. Chapter 27 3 Days and 3 Nights with the School Beauty. All the boys in the school are crazy. Shu Yuqing widened her beautiful eyes and stared without blinking. The long sword in Ning Xuanyuan's hand was so fast that only silver rays of light were left, crisscrossing in the air. Every thrust of the sword was as fast as lightning, with tricky angles and full of deadly threats. That smooth flow like flowing water. This is clearly a sign that the flash sword has successfully entered the door. Just one time and you're good enough? Shu Yuqing stood there in a daze, her red lips slightly parted, her mind blank. The turmoil in his heart was even more intense than when his clothes were torn to pieces before. If it was said that the alchemy talent that Ning Xianyuan had shown before made her feel amazed. At this moment, the learning ability Ning Xianyuan displayed brought her only pure shock and admiration. What kind of monster is this man? Ning Xianyuan, how did you do it? Shu Yuqing couldn't help but ask. My mother is a sword cultivator. She has learned this instant sword technique. I have been exposed to it since I was a child, so I was able to get started so quickly. Ning Xianyuan made up an excuse to get away with it. It was true that his mother was a swordsman, but he was only 8 years old when she passed away, so of course he didn't learn any sword skills. But the matter of the system is his biggest secret, and he will definitely not reveal it. No wonder, your mother must be very powerful. I must meet her if I have the chance. Then you have no chance. Why? It's just a meeting, don't be so stingy. She and my dad are both dead. It's a light sentence, but it carries an indescribable weight. Shu Yuqing froze. A strong sense of guilt and self-blame overwhelmed her like a surging tide. What stupid questions I asked. I'm sorry. Her voice became stammering, and she said guiltily, I don't know. It's okay. Everyone will die eventually.
In the era of high martial arts, life and death are unpredictable.
It's the norm,
Ning Xianyuan said slowly.
Chu Yuqing was silent and couldn't say a word.
It was not until now that she realized that she seemed to not understand Ning Xianyuan at all. In her eyes, Ning Xianyuan is a genius and a monster.
He could astonish everyone with his skills in the alchemist examination. He could cripple Zhu Jun with one kick.
What's more, you can comprehend the sword techniques that would take an ordinary person a month to master with just one use. But it is such an almost inhuman existence.
How much unknown pain is hidden beneath his seemingly strong appearance?
Lu Minghui, Huang Mengqiao, and even herself have achieved what they have today thanks to the blessing of their family and the accumulation of massive resources.
Their path is smooth and bright. And what about Ning Xianyuan's path? Both parents are dead and I am alone.
It will definitely be a road full of thorns and mud.
How did he manage to carry all of this silently over the years? An inexplicable heartache quietly wrapped around Chu Yuqing's heart.
Ning Xianyuan naturally didn't know what Chu Yuqing was thinking.
He was completely immersed in the pleasure of cultivation. Blinking sword proficiency +1. Blinking sword proficiency +1. The proficiency module is really useful.
Ning Xianyuan sighed in his heart. It only takes one time to get started. It takes 10 times to achieve minor success. He stayed at home for the entire next day.
He doesn't go to class either. The basic knowledge taught in class is no longer useful for learning anything. It is far better to seize every minute and every second to improve your abilities. Meanwhile, it was lunchtime.
Chu Yuqing also packed a lunch for him from the school cafeteria. This scene broke the hearts of all the boys in the school. Thus, the campus forum, which was already boiling over with the dress-changing incident, was once again bombed with a heavy bomb.
Next up,
school beauty Chu personally delivers food to Ning Xianyuan.
The two have been alone in the training room all day.
The appearance of this post further intensified the anger of boys in the school.
The hatred for stealing my wife is irreconcilable. Ning Xianyuan, wait for the campus competition. Second, beat him every time we see him. Beat him to death.
Hundreds of stories high buildings were built in the blink of an eye in the post.
At the same time,
inside the training room, however, the scene was quite different. Ning Xianyuan was eating the meat with relish. That piece of meat was from a first-class exotic beast that was rich in high concentrations of qi and blood.
Ordinary students simply couldn't afford it.
These days, poor people can only eat beef and mutton. Only a daughter of heaven with a distinguished family background like Chu Yuqing could have exotic beast meat as her daily lunch.
Thank you for bringing me food. I'll transfer the money to you.
Ning Xianyuan expressed his gratitude, saying that 1 pound of this exotic beast meat would cost at least 1,000 yuan.
No need, it's just a small amount of money.
I saw that your flash sword seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough, and I didn't want to interrupt you, so I brought you a copy.
This won't happen again.
Chu Yuqing turned her face away, but her ears turned slightly red.
This Ning Xianyuan is really a monster.
He was able to master the instant light sword from the beginner level to a minor mastery level so quickly. It was because she realized that the other party was in the process of a breakthrough that she helped. Come to think of it, she has never brought food to any boy. This is the first time ever. As a result, the rumors about her on the forum became more and more exaggerated.
Why, are you affected by the rumors on the forum? It's still not because of you. Chu Yuqing blushed. You're already a first-level warrior, can't you apply for your own training room from the school?
No. You're the only one who knows that I'm a first-realm warrior.
The fewer people who know, the better. How many people now regard him as a thorn in their side?
Of course he has to hide some of his strength.
Only me. Chu Yuqing's eyes flickered, a hint of smug joy growing quietly. So, you trust me a lot?
Ning Xianyuan said half jokingly and half seriously, of course.
We've been honest with each other, so there's definitely some trust. Go to hell.
Chu Yuqing's pretty face flushed, and she grabbed an empty lunchbox and threw it at him.
This bastard. Rogue. How could he speak of such a shameful thing so confidently?
The meal ended in this somewhat subtle atmosphere.
Then the second day and the day after.
Ning Xianyuan and Chu Yuqing seemed to be isolated from the world. Except for eating, they stayed in the training room all the time.
Both of them completely entered the state of cultivation.
I just want to become stronger with all my heart. Ning Xianyuan was preparing for the upcoming campus competition. Chu Yuqing was stimulated by Ning Xianyuan, as Ning Xuanyuan's improvement was too fast. For the first time in her life, she felt a terrifying pressure from her peers called not being able to catch up. As for the discussion on the forum, it was completely crazy and pessimistic. 3 days and 3 nights, 3 whole days and 3 nights. Beast. He is absolutely an animal. Even the strongest kidneys can't withstand such treatment. Breaking down in tears. My school beauty Chu Wuo, could she have already turned into his shape? Heartbroken. At this point, I just hope he can be gentler. Put your hands together. In the blink of an eye, Ning Xianyuan became the public enemy of the entire school. Chapter 28, Dragons Don't Live with Snakes? Who do you think you are? The third night. The training room was brightly lit. Buzz. A sharp sword sound that seemed to be able to pierce the eardrums resounded throughout the training room. At this moment, the long sword in Ning Xuanyuan's hand seemed to no longer be a physical entity, but had completely transformed into a ray of light that was condensed to the extreme. The sword light bloomed like a summer flower, dazzling and extremely beautiful. Ding! The flash sword has been upgraded from great mastery to perfection. Health value plus 2.0 levels, current level 14.0. Understand the ultimate move flash of light. Effect, bursts with extreme speed and light, instantly taking a life. Another unique trick. Ning Xianyuan was excited. While he was practicing these days, he asked Chu Yuqing indirectly about it. After mastering martial arts, will one be able to comprehend other unique skills? Chu Yuqing said he had never heard of such a thing. This is undoubtedly a privilege that comes with the system. It's been accomplished in just 3 days. Ning Xianyuan, you are simply a swordsman born for the sword. Chu Yuqing was deeply shocked. Ning Xianyuan was speechless. Hello. Campus bell of Chu University, are you praising me or scolding me? You can say I am a natural swordsman, or a kendo genius. Could it be that he looked at her body before he held a grudge against her? Are you deliberately looking for an opportunity to scold yourself? Never mind, she is the school belle, and she is right. With one push, we can also bring Inch Walk to perfection. There are only 4 days left before the campus competition. He needs to seize the time and continue to improve. His figure became erratic. Sometimes it is like a fallen leaf in the wind, sometimes like a fish swimming in the water, turning and moving in a small space. In order to bring this martial art to perfection, it took him 4 days in total. In fact, in terms of difficulty, the Inch Walk is not as good as the flash sword. It's just that he was too tired. He had been taking vitality pills non-stop these past few days, but after a while, he couldn't take it anymore mentally. So I took a day off in the middle, so it only took 4 days. Ding! Inch Walker upgrades from great success to perfection. Health value plus 2.0 levels, current level 16.0. Understand the ultimate move Fleeting Shadow. Effect, when moving at high speed or changing direction, a realistic afterimage is left behind that lasts for 0.5 seconds. A fleeting glimpse. This is simply a magical skill for saving lives and counterattacking. Ning Xianyuan was extremely surprised. You are complete again? Chu Yuqing's voice was filled with a deep sense of powerlessness. 7 days. He had mastered both basic martial arts to perfection, which was beyond her concept of genius. If I hadn't been with you these past few days, I would have suspected that you had used some brain-related genetic drugs. Chu Yuqing couldn't help but say. Brain-related genetic drugs, is Western technology that advanced? Ning Xianyuan was shocked. He only knew that there were genetic drugs for physical enhancement in the West, and this was the first time he had heard of brain-enhancing drugs. After all, the brain is the most mysterious part of the human body. Many top scientists have worked hard but still cannot figure it out. After all, the West has the Maya tribe's support. The Maya tribe is one of the 3 great royal families among alien races, and is famous throughout the universe for its technology. So Western research in the field of genetics is progressing very rapidly. Even this seemingly ordinary campus competition. Chu Yuqing paused, his expression growing serious. It's said that there might be Western forces behind this. They might want to use this opportunity to promote the power of genetic medicine to the younger generation of Xia country. Ning Xianyuan frowned. How can we promote it? Can we even use it openly in a competition? Your guess is correct. I've heard some rumors that the use of genetic drugs is not prohibited in this competition.
How is this possible? Ning Xuanyuan's first reaction was disbelief.
In every competition in the past, genetic drugs have always been banned, and if discovered, one would even be expelled from school.
This is a competition between Xia Kingdom and the West, a competition concerning the civilization system. How can schools, the cradle for nurturing the younger generation, be allowed to be interfered with by the West?
It is said that this is a political exchange and a game played by the upper echelons. The West has been imposing a trade blockade on our raw materials for medicinal pills. Although we have already achieved domestic substitution for most of them, we still rely on imports for some rare materials. These rare materials are related to some high-end elixirs. This time, the West used these rare raw materials to make an exchange with us, asking us to open the market and allow genetic medicines to enter Xia country. However, the higher-ups were very cautious and didn't fully agree to the West's conditions. They only agreed to use Linzhou No. 4 Middle School as a pilot school, relaxing regulations on this genetic drug, and conducting a trial.
If Western genetic medicine can win this campus competition, then genetic medicine will be rolled out across the board.
After hearing this, Ning Xianyuan understood. This campus competition is not just a contest between students, but has turned into a battlefield without the smoke of gunpowder.
But why our No. 4 middle school? Ning Xianyuan raised a question. There are so many high schools in Linzhou City, why did they choose this one? Because of the Lu Group.
This time, the Lu Group and the Western Gene Creation Group have reached a cooperation, and Lu Minghui is in No. 4 middle school.
Xu Yuqing explained. This Lu Group is so bold, aren't they afraid of being liquidated in the future?
Of course they wouldn't dare to do that with just the Lu Group.
However, the Lu Group is just a spokesperson pushed to the front.
The one supporting the Lu Group behind the scenes is the New Martial School.
New Martial Arts School, what is this? How many of us, do you think, want to cooperate with the West? How many have already been wooed by the West and surrendered to it?
These lackeys have banded together and called themselves the New Martial Arts Faction.
They believe that our current system is an old martial art, destined to be eliminated by the New Martial Arts Faction. I see.
Ning Xianyuan suddenly understood. Internal and external troubles are the biggest problems facing the Xia Kingdom.
The enemy no longer comes only from outside. The enemy hiding within is more terrifying. They can sell out national interests for personal gain. How can it be possible for more than 1 billion people in the country to be completely united? Some people want to stand and fight for peace.
Some people want to kneel down and seek peace through compromise. In recent years, as the overall strength of the Western world has become increasingly powerful, more and more spineless people within the Xia country have begun to develop rebellious thoughts.
When the nest is overturned, all the eggs are broken. Aren't those who cooperate with the West afraid that one day in the future, if Xia Kingdom really loses, they will be abandoned by the bridge after crossing the river? Ning Xianyuan frowned.
Of course they understand this, so they're betting on both sides, one on Xia country and the other on the West.
If I tell you that even my Chu family is divided into two factions, would you be surprised?
Xu Yuqing's words were shocking. Ning Xuanyuan's pupils shrank slightly, but he quickly regained his composure.
I'm a little surprised, but it makes sense. Many large families don't put all their eggs in one basket. Why is there a saying since ancient times that dynasties come and go, but families remain forever?
It is because the aristocratic family knows how to invest on both sides.
They will help whoever wins. What about you? Are you on the side of Xia country or the West? Xu Yuqing met Ning Xuanyuan's gaze with a firm look. Of course I stand on the side of Xiagua. Only. My thoughts don't matter. Nothing can change that. The outcome of this campus competition is already determined. The West will definitely win. My fate is also determined.
Xu Yuqing smiled bitterly, his eyes dim, and the sad smile on his face was like a withered summer flower, making people's hearts tremble. She seemed to have foreseen her own ending, which was a kind of fateful helplessness and despair. Seeing the rare vulnerability in her eyes, she was completely different from her usual cool and confident self.
Ning Xianyuan was very surprised. It's fate. Why do you say that? Nothing, I just suddenly felt a little emotional. Some things cannot be changed by one's own will.
Xu Yuqing turned her head away, as if she didn't want him to see her losing her composure, and her voice was a little hoarse.
Ning Xianyuan frowned.
It was obvious that Chu Yuqing must have something on his mind that he couldn't bring himself to talk about.
Just then. Ding dong. Someone rang the training room doorbell.
You can see the appearance of the visitor through the surveillance screen on the door.
Lu Minghui. Why is he here?
Chu Yuqing frowned, and a hint of obvious annoyance flashed in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it.
She walked to the door and opened it.
Outside the door, Lu Minghui had a gentle smile on his face. But when his eyes fell on Ning Xianyuan, the smile on his face faded noticeably, and a hint of gloom flashed across the depths of his eyes.
Yu Qing, come with me. I want to talk to you alone. If you have anything to say, just say it here. Here, is it okay?
Lu Minghui frowned, and then ordered Ning Xianyuan rudely, "Go away, I have something to say to Yu Qing."
Let me go, why?
Ning Xianyuan responded calmly, "This is Chu Xiaohua's training room, you are not the owner here."
Why? Because I'm Lu Minghui. Lu Minghui said proudly, "Boy, you don't think that just because you defeated a little Zhu Jun, you can go against me, right?
You have to understand that Zhu Jun's strength is nothing but a joke in front of me. I can crush him to death as easily as I can crush an ant, and you are no exception."
Yeah?
Ning Xianyuan said indifferently. Lu Minghui looked at Ning Xianyuan with a look of ridicule. "Boy, let me tell you something.
Dragons don't live with snakes. Yu Qing is not someone you can covet. From now on, I won't allow you to appear around her, otherwise, you will bear the consequences yourself."
His eyes were filled with undisguised coldness and threats.
But facing this naked threat, Ning Xianyuan remained calm. "Are you done?" Lu Minghui frowned. Ning Xuanyuan's reaction was completely beyond his expectations.
There was no anger, no fear, only a calmness that made him very uncomfortable.
"I received your threat. However, I also want to give you a word." "Fuck you, who the hell do you think you are?" Puff. Chu Yuqing almost laughed out loud on the spot.
Ning Xuanyuan's reply was so vulgar and had no elegance at all, but I have to say, it was really refreshing.
Speak your mind.
Lu Minghui's face instantly became extremely gloomy, his blood surged, and he exuded a powerful aura, as if he was about to explode in the next second.
As the eldest son of the Lu family, when had he ever been insulted like this?
The atmosphere around them suddenly became tense, as if a war was about to break out. But in the end, Lu Minghui suppressed his anger. He looked at Chu Yuqing deeply and said, "Yuqing, don't forget the agreement between our two families." As soon as these words came out, Chu Yuqing's pretty face suddenly turned pale. Chapter 29: Chu Yuqing's Difficulties, Xia Country's Crisis. After Lu Minghui left, the atmosphere in the training room became a little stagnant.
Ning Xianyuan looked at the gloomy Chu Yuqing, pondered for a moment, and asked, "School Beauty Chu, what is the agreement between your two families?"
Chu Yuqing pursed her lips, her eyes flickering, and she was obviously hesitant.
"You don't want to tell me because even if you tell me, it won't help, right?" Chu Yuqing showed a bitter smile. "Yes."
"In that case, I'll just make a wild guess.
You just mentioned your fate. Could it be that someone from another faction of your Chu family used you as a bargaining chip and used this campus competition to make some kind of deal with the Lu family?" Chu Yuqing's body trembled slightly, and she was silent for a moment.
There was a hint of bitterness in her beautiful eyes. "You are more perceptive than I thought." She took a deep breath and said with difficulty, "Some elders in the family have already reached a cooperation with the Lu family and the new martial arts school behind them.
As a token of sincerity for cooperation, that's me.
If Lu Minghui wins the championship in this campus competition, I will get engaged to him to solidify our relationship." Chu Yuqing's smile was sad and beautiful, but it also carried a heartbreaking sense of powerlessness. Lu Minghui's strength is already very close to the second realm, and he has the full support of the Western and new martial arts schools behind him. How could he lose? This time the championship is already in his pocket. "So, you say, the outcome of this competition has already been determined?"
Ning Xianyuan couldn't help but frown deeply.
He didn't expect that there was such a cruel deal hidden behind this campus competition.
Chu Yuqing.
This girl, who was considered a favored one by outsiders, actually became a victim of the exchange of family interests. The only way to break the deadlock is to prevent Lu Minghui from winning the championship.
But Lu Minghui's greatest strength is not his own ability. But it is the West and the new martial arts school that he represents.
In front of the West and the new martial arts schools, individual strength is like an ant and cannot withstand a single blow. After all, that is a huge force that even the Xia government is troubled by.
Anyone who becomes an enemy of such a force will be crushed to pieces. It's getting late. You should go back and get some rest. Good luck in the campus competition tomorrow.
Chu Yuqing forced a smile and said goodbye to Ning Xianyuan. After school, on the way home, Ning Xianyuan pondered in his heart. With my current strength, I do have a chance to compete with Lu Minghui, but that would inevitably offend the West and the new martial arts school. Emotionally, he really wanted to help Chu Yuqing. After spending these few days together, he and Chu Yuqing can be considered friends. But reason told him, no. That will only lead to death without a burial place. Even a martial arts master would have to retreat when faced with the power represented by Lu Minghui. What's more, it's him. What should he do? Just when he was in a dilemma, the phone suddenly rang, and when it was connected, it was Chairman Ma's voice. Ning Xianyuan, do you have time? We have something urgent to discuss with you. Okay, I'll come find you. Half an hour later, he arrived at the Alchemist Association. I found that not only President Ma was here, but even Zhu Qingan was here. President Ma, Miss Zhu, what happened? I'm looking for you to come here because of your school's campus competition. Campus competition? Is it because of the Western genetic medicine? You don't want me to win so that you can stop the genetic medicine from circulating in the country, do you? Ning Xianyuan guessed. Pills and genetic medicines are the most direct competitors. Once genetic medicines are circulated, they will take over the pill market, and the living space of these alchemists will be squeezed. You actually knew about the genetic medicine? President Ma was shocked. No. What's going on? Isn't it said that this is confidential information and not many people know about it? How did Ning Xianyuan, a student, know this? Chu Yuqing told me. That child from the Chu family, no wonder. President Ma nodded. Chu Yuqing was also a first-class alchemist in the Alchemist Association, and the Chu family had a deep relationship with the Alchemist Association, so of course he knew him. Since you already know about the campus competition, it will be easy. We asked you to come here because it is indeed related to this matter. However, Miss Zhu and I don't want you to win, but I want you to lose. Ning Xianyuan was surprised. What did you say? He almost thought he had heard it wrong. He could understand wanting him to win, after all, it would be beneficial to the alchemist as it could curb genetic drugs. What's the point of wanting him to lose? Could it be that President Ma and Zhu Qingan have also been infiltrated by the West, and are they members of the new martial arts school? As if seeing through his thoughts, Zhu Qingan said, Don't worry, we are not running dogs of the West. We want you to lose because we want to protect you. This campus competition is of great importance. The West wants to use it to promote genetic drugs. With the cooperation of the new martial arts faction, this matter is a foregone conclusion. Ning Xianyuan was silent. Foregone conclusion? This is what Chu Yuqing said. Now even Zhu Qingan says so. Could it be that Xia country really allows genetic drugs to enter our market? I know you're unwilling to accept this. In fact, many people are unwilling to accept this, but this is a helpless move. Do you know how great the chances of Xia Nation winning against the West are right now? How big? Ning Xianyuan was also curious. 10 years ago, it was at least 50-50. But now, it's 1910, with Xia country only having 10%. Open at 19. This number was as heavy as a mountain, pressing on Ning Xianyuan's chest, making it almost impossible to breathe. It turns out that the situation has become so serious. That's exaggerated, isn't it? In the past, our combat capabilities were fairly evenly matched. But in the past 10 years, more and more alien races have descended upon Blue Planet, and many of them have joined the Mayan tribe. Plus, the West has been upgrading its genetic medicines very quickly in recent years, and has mass-produced genetic warriors. Now, with low and mid-range combat capabilities, we are already far behind the enemy. Only in terms of top combat power does it still have a slight advantage. But, just relying on the number one under the stars, how long do you think you can last? After hearing this, Ning Xianyuan understood. Daxia is about to fall. Just being the number one person under the stars alone is not enough to turn the tide. Once the war really breaks out, the Xia kingdom is likely to be defeated. Hence this compromise. This is forced by the situation and we have no choice but to do so. You should understand that if there is a first compromise, there will be a second one.
Even the country can't protect itself, let alone you? So what you need to do now is to bide your time.
You'll be more effective if you stay low and dormant rather than win the campus competition.
Only when you are alive can you have hope.
The room fell silent. Ning Xianyuan lowered his eyelids, making it impossible to see the emotions in his eyes.
He knows. President Ma and Zhu Qingyan are right. This is the wisest and safest choice.
Lie dormant, endure, and wait for the opportunity.
But why is he so uncomfortable?
There seemed to be a fire burning in his heart. This flame seemed to explode from the depths of my heart. Chapter 30, Better to die in honor than to live in disgrace. This was a raging rage, so intense that it almost burned his internal organs.
Why? Why should we compromise? Why should I admit defeat? If you don't even have the courage to fight, then what is the point of practicing martial arts? Is it to be a coward?
At this moment, Ning Xianyuan thought of a lot. He thought of Chu Yuqing and the bitter smile on her beautiful face. That smile was so beautiful that it was heartbreaking. Did he really want to watch Chu Yuqing become a victim of family interests and a bargaining chip in a dirty deal? He had already considered Chu Yuqing as a friend.
How could he stand idly by when his friend was in trouble? Go back and have a good rest.
Try your best tomorrow. When he recalled Chu Yuqing's farewell words, they were like a needle piercing his heart. It's Chu Yuqing, I can ask him for help.
But he didn't speak. Obviously, Chu Yuqing didn't want to implicate him.
The girl with a beautiful face is clearly stuck in a quagmire, but she is still so kind.
And he was. There wasn't even a "I'll help you" word.
A huge shame surged into his heart.
He is a true Chinese man. The soul came from that unyielding land and traveled here. How can we lose the bloodiness engraved in our bones?
His thoughts drifted to a distant time and space, and he thought of the vague but extremely majestic figures on the pages of history books.
How many of our ancestors bravely risked their lives to build the Great Wall with their flesh and blood?
They fell in the dark night before dawn and failed to see the rising sun, but they used their bones and blood to pave the way to light for those who came after them.
What are they doing it for? Is it to make future generations bow down to you? No. No way.
He was a soldier in his previous life.
Defending the country is a gene engraved in the blood of every soldier. Even after traveling to this life, his passion will not cool down at all. For Chu Yuqing.
And for this land.
He is going to win.
He raised his head sharply. The hesitation and struggle in his eyes had completely disappeared, replaced by an almost burning determination. A kind of determination that says, even if there are thousands of people against me, I will still go forward.
President Ma, Miss Xu. I understand what you are saying.
But
rather than keeping a low profile, I believe more in.
It is better to die with honor than to live in disgrace. These 8 words were as resounding as thunder. His eyes became extremely firm and unshakable.
The thoughts are clear and there are no more obstacles.
This. President Ma was so shocked that he was speechless for a moment. He opened his mouth, wanting to persuade him with the principle of keeping the green mountains, the green hills remain, but found that all his words seemed pale and powerless in front of Ning Xianyuan's momentum of rather die with honor than live in disgrace. He could see that Ning Xianyuan had made up his mind.
This indomitable spirit is indelible.
He could only look at Zhu Qingyan. I hope Zhu Qingyan can still persuade Ning Xianyuan.
Well said.
But Zhu Qingyan, who was standing beside him, suddenly had an astonishing look in his eyes. Far from thinking Ning Xianyuan was impulsive, she admired him even more.
If Ning Xianyuan accepted their arrangement, she would be disappointed.
A warrior must have the courage to face death and do what he knows is impossible.
She expressed her sincere admiration. If before, she only admired Ning Xianyuan's talent and alchemy ability. Well, now, she admired it. It's Ning Xianyuan.
Ding, I wish you plus 30 favorability.
Current favorability is 60. 30?
Ning Xianyuan was very surprised.
So many were added at once.
It seems that true feelings are the most touching.
President Ma, Miss Xu, I have to meet someone, so I'll take my leave now. At the same time, inside the school's training room,
Chu Yuqing sat alone next to the cold equipment, with his arms wrapped around his knees and his face buried deep in them. His shoulders trembled slightly. The light stretched her shadow very long, making her look particularly lonely. Helplessness, anger, unwillingness, despair, all kinds of emotions overwhelmed her like a tide.
Is her life decided like this? Like a beautiful gift, wrapped and sent to someone she hates, just in exchange for the benefits that certain people in the family want? She wanted to fight.
But reality was like an invisible net that tightly wrapped around her, and no matter how she struggled, she could not break free. With Lu Minghui's strength close to the second realm and the full support of Western forces, the championship is almost a foregone conclusion.
She saw no hope. Maybe this is my fate.
A trace of bitterness and despair spread in her heart.
But I really can't accept this.
She couldn't help but think of Ning Xianyuan.
If it's him, maybe he can help me.
But then she shook her head violently and suppressed the thought.
No, I can't. She can't be so selfish.
Lu Minghui and the new martial arts school behind him are too powerful, so powerful that it is suffocating.
Although Ning Xianyuan is incredibly talented, he is ultimately weak and alone. Involving him would only harm him. I can't implicate him.
Shu Yuqing closed her eyes, tears finally falling.
This is my fate, and I have to bear it alone.
Just when her heart was churning and she felt the most helpless and lost. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The cell phone placed aside suddenly vibrated violently, and the screen lit up, breaking the suffocating silence in the training room. Shu Yuqing raised his slightly red eyes and glanced at the caller ID. Her heart skipped a beat when she saw the name flashing on the screen.
Ning Xianyuan. What is he calling for at this time? Shouldn't he have a good rest before the game?
With a hint of doubt and an expectation that she herself was not aware of, she answered the phone. Before she could speak, Ning Xuanyuan's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone.
Shu Yuqing, I have something to tell you and I need to see you right away. Where are you? Can't tomorrow? I'm almost asleep. No, immediately, right away, it's urgent. Well, I'm still in the school training room. Wait for me. After hanging up the phone,
Ning Xianyuan returned to school as quickly as possible and met Shu Yuqing again. Shu Yuqing's eyes were still red, and he forced a smile and said, School is over already. Why don't you go home and have a good rest? Why are you looking for me so urgently? Is she crying? Ning Xianyuan felt inexplicably blocked in his heart. He took a deep breath. Shu Yuqing, let me ask you, are you really willing to marry Lu Minghui? Shu Yuqing's eyes darkened instantly, a trace of pain flashing across them. Of course I don't want to, but even if I don't want to, what else can I do? As long as you don't want to, that's enough. Ning Xianyuan stared into Shu Yuqing's eyes and said word by word, in this campus competition, I will defeat Lu Minghui and win the championship.
Chapter 31, It smells so good. Thank you, Miss Chu, for the hospitality. Shu Yuqing was stunned and looked at Ning Xianyuan in disbelief.
His eyes were sharp and bright, without any trace of joking in them.
He was serious. He wasn't just offering empty words to comfort her. He really wants to win. Do you know the consequences of doing this? You will completely offend the Lu family and the new martial arts faction behind the Lu family. They will get rid of you at all costs. Aren't you afraid? Nonsense, who isn't afraid of death?
Ning Xianyuan spoke frankly, even ants are greedy for life, let alone humans. This answer is very true and not at all great, glorious, and correct. He didn't give any hypocritical excuses like, for you, I'm not afraid of death. This kind of honesty made Shu Yuqing feel extremely sincere. If that's the case, then why are you helping me? Shu Yuqing couldn't understand. She didn't understand why Ning Xianyuan would risk his life just because she didn't want to. It's simple, 3 reasons. First, the greatest heroes serve their country and their people. Although I am not a great hero, this land of Xia gave birth to me and raised me. Countless ancestors have sacrificed their lives to protect this land. The significance of their sacrifice is not to exchange for a group of people begging for mercy from the West. Ning Xianyuan said firmly, I will sacrifice my blood for Xianyuan. His name is Ning Xianyuan. Xianyuan who sacrificed his blood for Xianyuan. In his previous life, his parents on Earth were martyrs and heroes who died bravely on the frontier. He is a descendant of a martyr. There is no such thing as afraid of death in my bones. Shu Yu's delicate body trembled, and she stared at Ning Xianyuan in a daze. I offer my blood to Xianyuan. She repeated softly. These 7 words, like a huge bell, struck her heart hard. She looked at Ning Xianyuan as if she was truly getting to know this person for the first time.
Ning Xianyuan is not just a young man with amazing talent, nor just a somewhat lewd guy.
Deep down in his bones, he actually has such a deep sense of family and country. If Xia country is full of people like you, what is there to be afraid of from the West and other races?
Shu Yuqing admired and said, Ning Xianyuan, you really impressed me. Ding, Shu Yuqing's favorability plus 10, current favorability 40. The second reason is because we are friends and you don't want to. That's enough. Friend. Many people think these two words are light and airy.
But in Ning Xuanyuan's heart, the word friend is worth 1,000 gold. He cherishes this friendship. Ding, Shu Yuqing's favorability plus 10, current favorability 50. As for the third reason, Ning Xianyuan coughed lightly, and his originally serious expression suddenly became cynical, and he said with a sly smile, as the saying goes, a gentleman dreams of a beautiful lady. And you are so beautiful, with a great figure.
Ning Xianyuan looked at her with a frank look in his eyes, and said confidently, I'm greedy for your body. You have to know that Shu Yuqing is a 98-point stunning beauty. With that face and those long legs, it would be a lie to say that he is not moved at all. Of course, he firmly believed that this was not simply lust. It's all because of the martial god Taoist companion system. Yes, that's it.
Shu Yuqing's beautiful eyes widened instantly, and she could hardly believe her ears.
What does Ning Xianyuan mean? Confession? This is a confession to her. Only. What decent person would confess like this? Am I greedy for your body?
This is simply. All she had heard since she was a child were elegant confessions. But I have never met anyone so straightforward, almost to the point of being a rogue. Her cheeks flushed at a visible speed, even her ears were stained with red. She stamped her feet in shame and anger, and said coquettishly, You are a slut.
Ding, Shu Yuqing's favorability plus 20, current favorability 70. Ning Xianyuan? Is this okay? Calling him cheap actually increased his favorability? And it increased by 20 at once. System, is there something wrong?
System analysis, Shu Yuqing's heartbeat quickened, extreme shyness coexisting with a secret joy. The host's trickery successfully reversed the temptation.
All right. Women are such unpredictable creatures. Just as he was sighing,
suddenly a fragrant breeze blew towards me.
A soft and elastic body threw itself into his arms and clung to him tightly. Ning Xianyuan, thank you. Shu Yuqing's voice was choked with sobs.
She buried her face deeply in his chest and wrapped her arms tightly around his waist.
When she was most isolated and helpless. When even her family was willing to sacrifice her.
Only Ning Xianyuan was willing to help her.
Willing to fight against the invincible enemy for her. This kind of thought is the most precious.
A trace of affection, like a sprouting seed, quietly grew in her heart. Ning Xianyuan could clearly feel the warmth and slight trembling of the delicate body in his arms, as well as the faint fragrance of hair that permeated his nostrils. He raised his hand, hesitated for a moment, and finally placed it gently on her back with a soothing look. The two of them hugged each other quietly for a moment, and the air in the training room seemed to become sticky and warm.
After a long while, Shu Yuqing's excitement seemed to slowly calm down.
She let go of his hand somewhat embarrassedly, lowered her head, and said shyly, I'm sorry, I lost my composure a little.
It doesn't matter.
Shu Yuqing raised his head, as if he wanted to say something, and opened his lips slightly. At this moment, Ning Xianyuan thought she spoke too softly and didn't hear clearly, so he subconsciously leaned forward slightly and lowered his head.
What did you say?
His movement was sudden, and Shu Yuqing did not expect him to approach so suddenly.
The next second, their lips accidentally touched each other. Time seemed to freeze at this moment.
Both of them froze instantly, as if they were struck by a tiny electric current at the same time. Shu Yuqing's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and she jumped back a step like a frightened deer. Her cheeks, which were originally just slightly red, suddenly turned red, and even her snow-white neck was stained crimson. She covered her mouth in confusion. The atmosphere in the training room suddenly became extremely ambiguous, and the air seemed to be filled with invisible pink bubbles.
An indescribable secret throbbing spread silently between the two of them. Ding! Shu Yuqing's heart rate is off the charts, hormone levels are skyrocketing, and she's extremely shy and overwhelmed.
The host has unexpectedly achieved a dragonfly-like intimate contact.
Ding! Shu Yuqing's favorability plus 5, current favorability 75. Ning Xianyuan coughed lightly. What did you want to say just now?
Chu Yuqing was too embarrassed to look at him. No, nothing particularly important, just be careful tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. Ning Xianyuan nodded, then I'll go back first.
You should also go to bed early.
See you tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow.
Chu Yuqing responded in a low voice, still not daring to look up at him.
Ning Xianyuan turned and left.
It was not until the door of the training room was closed that Chu Yuqing slowly put down the hand that was covering her mouth, stretched out her fingertips, and gently touched her lips, as if she could still feel the sudden warm touch. The blush on her face, which had just faded away, spread again.
Let's take a bath. She took a deep breath and tried to temporarily suppress her chaotic thoughts by taking a bath.
I was already sweating after training, and I was sweating a little more due to the excitement just now.
I really need to wash it off.
There are shower facilities in the training room. She slowly took off her clothes. Ning Xianyuan left the training room and just walked out of the school gate. Suddenly he froze in place again.
Etc. Something seems to be wrong. I was kissed. Wouldn't that be a big loss?
In his entire life, he had never suffered such a big loss.
No.
You have to kiss her back. Thinking of this, he immediately returned.
The door to the training room has already recorded his face. So as soon as he arrived at the door, it automatically unlocked and opened. Then he saw an extremely erotic scene. It was a flawless body. Nice. Love to watch. Never get tired of watching it. 2 heads, one bigger than the other. Why are you back again?
Chu Yuqing's brain buzzed, everything went blank, and even his ears turned red. She was about to take a shower and had just finished taking off all her clothes. I never expected Ning Xianyuan to suddenly strike back.
Don't look at it anymore, get out now. Seeing him even staring.
Chu Yuqing's voice was trembling violently and filled with shame and anger. He didn't care what clothes he had in his hand and subconsciously threw them towards Ning Xianyuan. Ning Xianyuan grabbed it and put it in front of his nose.
Hiss. Refined in an instant. White silk. Through the lungs. So delicious.
It still has fresh body temperature.
Ning Xianyuan's heart skipped a beat. Seeing this,
Chu Yuqing's face was so red that it seemed like steam was coming out of it, turning her into a steam queen. Her whole body was shaking.
Pervert.
You're such a pervert.
I hate you the most.
Ding, Chu Yuqing was in a state of extreme shame, panic, and a very rapid heartbeat.
Chu Yuqing's favorability +5, current favorability 80. System-friendly reminder, Chu Yuqing's dizziness level is about to exceed the limit.
If the host continues to stay, he will be able to find Chu Yuqing who fainted due to shyness.
TSK. System, who do you take me for? Like it or not?
But if he was asked to pick up corpses, he would never do such a thing.
Thank you, Miss Chu, for your hospitality.
In the end, Ning Xianyuan happily put the stockings into his pocket, feeling satisfied.
Chapter 32. The school beauty said I was too bad. At the same time, Lu family villa, in the study.
Behind the precious mahogany carved desk, Lu Qingtian, the head of the Lu family, sat upright. The campus competition will begin in a few days. This time, you must win the championship. There is no room for error.
Dad, don't worry.
With my cultivation close to the second realm, plus the things you've prepared for me, the championship is just a piece of cake.
Lu Minghui was confident. It's just, will there be any unexpected events with the Chu family? Chu Yuqing has always been indifferent to me.
Even if I win the championship, if the Chu family goes back on their word.
Repent? Humph, can you let her do that?
Lu Qingtian sneered, his eyes sharp. Ever since the old man of the Chu family went exploring the forbidden area and disappeared, the Chu family has long been divided. The one who truly has the final say is the other branch that leans towards us. Her personal wishes are insignificant compared to the family. Hearing him say this, Lu Minghui's last bit of worry disappeared.
Then I'm relieved. As long as I win the competition, Chu Yuqing is destined to be my woman. She can't escape, and she can't resist.
In Lu Minghui's mind, the scene of Chu Yuqing submitting to him emerged, and a feeling of pleasure mixed with possessiveness and conquest surged in his heart.
You don't want to? So what? It's hard to go against the trend.
You still can't escape from my palm.
Only. I don't know why.
Ning Xuanyuan's hateful face inexplicably flashed before his eyes. An indescribable uneasiness quietly crept into his heart.
What was Chu Yuqing doing at this time? Why does his scalp feel a little itchy? The next day. Early morning.
The competition that attracted the whole school's attention was held as scheduled. The high school seniors gathered on the playground.
Thousands of young men and women, some nervous, some excited, gazed intently at the podium. On the rostrum.
Principal Zhou Xinxiong first gave some encouraging official words, then his voice suddenly rose and announced the rewards for this competition.
As long as you make it into the top 50, you will receive various elixirs and cash rewards.
What excites all the students in the school the most is the rewards for the top 10. The top 10 can choose any third-rate martial art. And the top 3 among them can participate in the Spark project.
After hearing the reward, the whole playground exclaimed. Oh my god, Spark project, isn't this the college entrance exam sprint class that the city just started promoting this year? This is an elite training program led by the Municipal Martial Arts Education Bureau.
Those who are able to enter are talented students who have been selected through layers of screening from dozens of high schools across the city. Not only will they receive personal instruction from the top warriors, they will also have access to the best resources, including professional training grounds, gravity rooms, and exotic beast simulation battle cabins.
More importantly, it is said that those who perform well in the Spark program can directly obtain admission to top martial arts universities.
In that case, you don't even have to take the college entrance examination.
When I think about this,
everyone's eyes were red and their breathing became extremely heavy. This is no longer a simple school competition, but a competition that will determine their future.
The battle of carp leaping over the Dragon Gate.
Also, the use of genetic drugs is allowed in this campus competition.
Principal Zhou's words caused a huge uproar.
Oh my god, even genetic drugs are not banned.
Doesn't this campus competition mean we're going to be beating the shit out of people? This is so unfair. Isn't it just a matter of who's richer? Buying genetic drugs costs a lot of money. When has martial arts ever been fair?
Those second-generation martial artists have been living off medicinal pills since they were little.
Can you handle that?
Since you're practicing martial arts, don't talk about fairness. Some people are excited and eager to try, while others are worried. The lifting of the ban on genetic drugs has undoubtedly made the cruelty of this competition reach an unprecedented level. Now, I declare the preliminaries of the campus competition officially begin, the principal announced loudly.
First item, the Qi and Blood level test. All students, take your turn and take the test.
The rules of the preliminaries are very simple. Only students whose Qi and Blood values reach 5.0 or above are eligible to enter the next round of eliminations. The students began to walk onto the dozens of test platforms built in the center of the playground in groups of classes.
Sun Quan, HP level 9.1. Zhou Jian, Qi and health value level 4.8.
Wang Fei, Qi and health value level 5.5.
Data burst out from the tester one by one.
Next up, Senior 3, Class 1, Ning Xianyuan. When this name was called out, the noisy discussions on the playground miraculously quieted down.
Countless eyes converged on that figure. Ning Xianyuan. The public enemy of all boys in school. Almost everyone wants to see it.
How powerful is this guy who has been favored by Chu Yuqing and stayed in the training room for 7 days and 7 nights?
I want to see what your strength is.
Lu Minghui, Huang Mengqiao and others in the distance all cast scrutinizing glances at him. Ning Xianyuan walked to the instrument and placed his palm on it with a calm expression. Of course, he wouldn't be stupid enough to expose his full level 16.0 strength at this time. He began to concentrate all his energy on gathering his Qi and Blood.
Qi and Blood value testing. Drop. Test result, 9.9. Level 9.9, no wonder he can beat Zhu Jun. It seems Zhu Jun's defeat was not unfair.
When Zhu Jun saw this number, he couldn't help but clench his fists, his face full of unwillingness, but a feeling of powerlessness also rose in his heart. It seems that this vengeance will be difficult to avenge.
So what if it's level 9.9? Huang Mengqiao folded his arms and sneered, full of confidence. Mr. Zhu, don't worry. I will break his limbs and avenge you.
Between him and Ning Xianyuan, there is a natural barrier called warrior. This gap seemed insurmountable to him. I hope you can survive a few more rounds by chance and not be defeated before you meet me.
That would be too boring.
Lu Minghui's eyes were indifferent. He had already regarded Ning Xianyuan as an ant that was bound to be stepped on, and was just waiting to crush him with his own hands under the watchful eyes of everyone.
9.9. Has he been on a rocket for the past month?
Wei Yanran was startled at first, then snorted inwardly, but with this, I'm far from worthy of Yu Qing.
Even if I rely on some luck and lick Chu Yuqing by chance, what does it matter?
A girl like Chu Yuqing, who was blessed by fate and has high standards, how could she fall for a non-warrior?
Sooner or later she'll get tired of it.
By then, this lickspittle will probably come back to me obediently and beg me for mercy.
Think of this.
Wei Yanran straightened her back again, and when she looked at Ning Xianyuan, there was only utter contempt and pity in her eyes. Chu Yuqing was the only one in the audience who had a hint of laughter in his eyes. This guy is so good at hiding, and so evil. He clearly possessed strength far beyond that of a first-level warrior, yet he chose to use this method to fool everyone. She could almost foresee how the next elimination round would be.
Surprises come one after another.
He seemed to notice her gaze. Ning Xianyuan looked over at her as if he had telepathy. As their eyes met, Chu Yuqing's pretty face flushed instantly, and her mind couldn't help but recall that unexpected kiss in the training room last night.
And later, he saw my naked body again.
Humph, pervert.
Hooligan.
Despicable.
Shameless.
Despicable.
Bad guy.
Took her white silk.
Haven't given it back to her yet.
But
will Ning Xianyuan take her stockings? Secretly rewarding yourself? This coward.
He said he was greedy for her body.
At that time, my eyes were also open. If that's the case, why didn't you take the opportunity to? Ah! What was I expecting? How shameful. What's wrong with Miss Chu? Why is her face suddenly so red?
The classmates around looked at Chu Yuqing with a shy face, like a young girl in love, and felt puzzled.
Chapter 33. Mysterious Transfer Student. Genetic Potion.
Zhang Xian, Qi and Health Level 14.0. Next, another person's Qi and blood value attracted a lot of attention.
Oh my god, who is this Zhang Xian?
I've never heard of her before, and her Qi and health are so high. It seems like he suddenly transferred here 7 days ago. These temporary transfers are usually for the recommended admission spot in the Spark project.
Transfer student? No wonder I've never seen her before.
She's so pretty, I wonder if she has a boyfriend.
Many boys stared at Zhang Xian.
I saw a tall girl with a ponytail and a sword on her back calmly walking down the testing platform. She is full of vigor and has sharp eyes. In terms of appearance alone, she is at least one of the best in the school. It can be said that if it weren't for Chu Yuqing, with Zhang Xian's looks, she would be more than qualified to be a school belle in other schools. Next, people came on stage one after another. Huang Mengchao, level 12.3, worthy of being the best player in the class. Zhu Xiaohua is now level 15.0, and her health has increased again. I don't know when I will be able to become a first-level warrior. Many students are full of envy and desire. Warriors and non-warriors are in a completely different world.
Lu Minghui, Qi and HP value is 19.9. Boom! Like a bolt of thunder out of the blue.
The sound of people gasping for air was endless.
Magnitude 19.9? Am I seeing right? This means he's already halfway into the second realm of martial arts.
Lu Minghui is already leading by a huge margin.
Too strong.
With Lu Minghui here, he's bound to take first place in this campus competition.
Lu Minghui stood proudly on the stage, enjoying the shocked and admiring gazes of the audience.
He glanced at Chu Yuqing and saw that she was still calm, feeling a little disappointed. Then he glanced at Ning Xianyuan with contempt, his eyes full of condescending contempt.
See it? This is the insurmountable gap between mortals and geniuses.
But what surprised him was Ning Xianyuan looked calm. As if there is something to rely on.
An hour later, the preliminaries ended.
More than 300 students passed the test and entered the next elimination round. Congratulations to everyone who made it through the preliminaries.
Principal Zhou Jinxiong stepped onto the podium again.
Next, let's discuss the rules for the elimination rounds. All students who pass the preliminaries will have an initial score of 5 points.
In the first round, the system will randomly match you based on your points.
Win a game, add 1 point, lose a game, deduct 1 point.
Once all points are deducted, you will be eliminated. The 16 with the highest points will advance to the finals. Remember, you are allowed to go all out in the ring, but killing is strictly prohibited. You are not allowed to continue attacking your opponent after they have surrendered or lost the ability to resist. Now, the elimination round officially begins. As the principal finished speaking, in the center of the playground, 10 tall circular arenas made of alloy steel slowly rose up. Ning Xuanyuan's opponent in the first round was a short and fat boy with a health value of 7.7, named Lu Kuan. When Lu Kuan saw that his opponent was Ning Xuanyuan, his eyes instantly turned red, as if he had seen the murderer of his father. Ning Xuanyuan, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you have a high chi and HP value. He jumped onto the ring, pointed at Ning Xuanyuan, and roared, "You and my goddess have been in the training room for 7 days and 7 nights. This feud is irreconcilable. Even if I can't beat you, I will risk getting hurt to splatter your blood. Brother Cohen is awesome. Hit him in the face. Explode his liver and make him inhumane from now on. How can this relieve my anger? It's like giving him a complete loss." Below the stage, a group of boys were excited and cheering crazily. Ning Xuanyuan was speechless. Had he really become the public enemy of all the boys in the school? The short and fat boy moved, and his health value of level 7.7 burst out, rushing towards Ning Xuanyuan like a cannonball. Then, bang! Quickly come, quickly go! Ning Xuanyuan just threw a punch, and the short and fat boy flew out of the ring. With a chi and blood level above 9.9, coupled with a national body refining technique that's at least great mastery, his strength, speed, and reflexes are completely overwhelming. Unless one is a true First Realm warrior, it would be difficult for anyone to be his match. A calm student analyzed, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Although many boys hated him because of Chu Yuqing's incident, they had to admit that this guy was indeed capable. The following competition completely turned into Ning Xuanyuan's personal performance show. In the second round, the opponent's health was at level 8.2, and he was knocked out of the ring with one punch. In the third round, the opponent's health value was 8.5, and he kicked off the ring. He won too easily, too casually, and even a little boring. It's like a top-level master returning to the novice village to bully the noobs. It's not at all entertaining. It wasn't until the fourth round that he encountered a small incident. This person's chi and blood value is only level 7.0. But he took out a purple syringe, the inside of which was filled with a purple liquid that reflected a strange light under the sunlight. Gene medicine. A student who knew the value of it exclaimed immediately. He actually used it. Under the gaze of countless shocked eyes, a trace of struggle flashed across the boy's face, but it was immediately replaced by a determination to fight to the death. He thrust the needle hard into the vein on the side of his neck. Ah! As the purple liquid was quickly pushed into the body. The next second, he let out a roar of pain and excitement. His body began to undergo horrifying changes at a speed visible to the naked eye. The exposed skin instantly turned red, and thick blue veins and blood vessels bulged out like twisted earthworms, pulsating violently. His muscles expanded like balloons, making his clothes creak and almost tear. His eyes were bloodshot, and his pupils even faintly glowed with a purple light of the same color as the potion, filled with an aura of violence and chaos. An aura far more powerful than before suddenly burst out from his body, sweeping across the entire arena. Roar! He kicked his foot, and the alloy floor of the arena made a muffled sound. An arm with twisted muscles, nearly twice as thick as before, brought with it a fierce wind that tore through the air, and slammed into Ning Xuanyuan's face. The power of this attack is even very close to that of a true first-level warrior. There was an uproar all around. Wow, such terrifying power. His HP is probably close to level 10.0. Is this the effect of the genetic medicine? Forcibly improving it by this much? Ning Xuanyuan is in danger. However, facing this powerful and violent blow, Ning Xuanyuan still only threw one punch. Bang! The boy was vulnerable, and his huge body flew backwards from the ground like a kite with a broken string. Fuck, this Ning Xuanyuan is so powerful that even with genetic drugs, he's still no match for me? That's probably a low-level genetic medicine. If it's a high-level one, Ning Xuanyuan will definitely lose. I'm afraid only a true first-level warrior can stop him? After a brief silence, various complex discussions broke out all around. Although many boys dislike Ning Xuanyuan, but one has to admit that he is very strong. Unless a true warrior of the First Realm comes out, no one can be his opponent. Just then, On the big screen, the latest round of match list appeared. Ring number 5, Ning Xianyuan vs Huang Mengchao. The atmosphere in the venue reached its peak at this moment. Chapter 34 Jiang Xian feels dirty.
When this line of battle information appeared on the light screen, the entire stadium was silent at first, and then erupted into thunderous cheers.
Here we go, we finally meet. Huang Mengchao is a true first-level warrior with a HP value of 12.3. Ning Xianyuan's luck has run out.
Huang Mengchao, teach him a lesson and let him know the difference between warriors and non-warriors. Almost all the voices were in support of Huang Mengchao, and they were looking forward to seeing Ning Xianyuan being severely defeated.
Huang Mengchao showed a cruel yet confident smile on his face.
He twisted his neck, and his joints made a crackling sound. Ning Xianyuan, I have to admit that you're quite capable to have made it all the way here.
Unfortunately, in front of a true first-realm warrior, your strength is limited.
As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful energy and blood force that far surpassed all his previous opponents burst out from his body and swept across the entire arena.
Health value of level 12.3.
Even many students under the stage felt breathless.
However, Ning Xianyuan didn't take him seriously at all, and just said lightly, "Have you always been so talkative? Arrogant. When has Huang Mengchao ever been looked down upon like this?"
He stepped hard, and the alloy ring made a dull sound. His body was as fast as lightning, carrying the powerful energy and blood of a martial artist of the first level, and punched Ning Xianyuan in the face. He used all his strength in this punch, confident that it was enough to knock Ning Xianyuan unconscious on the spot. But just when his fist was about to hit his body, Ning Xianyuan moved. It was the same ordinary punch.
He actually dared to take it head-on? You're looking for death. The quality and total amount of chi and blood of a first-realm warrior far exceeds that of a non-warrior. A head-on confrontation is a death wish.
Under everyone's incredulous gaze, the two fists collided violently.
Bang! There was a loud, dull bang like a drum.
A visible airwave exploded with the two of them as the center. The people in the audience thought they would see Ning Xianyuan being knocked away by a punch, but the result made their eyes almost pop out. Ning Xianyuan was seen standing there, motionless. On the contrary, the aggressive Huang Mengchao seemed to have hit an invisible wall. He retreated 5 or 6 steps before he could barely stabilize his body. The fist he swung out was shaking slightly uncontrollably at this moment, and the base of his palm felt numb.
Quiet. Deathly silence. Everyone stared at this subversive scene on the ring in amazement. In a head-on confrontation, the one who suffered the loss was actually the first-level warrior Huang Mengchao? How is that possible?
Huang Mengchao suddenly looked up and stared at Ning Xianyuan, his face full of disbelief and horror. The power of that punch just now, that condensed and pure energy fluctuation. You are also a first-level warrior? This sentence was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, instantly detonating the entire audience.
Ning Xianyuan is also a first-level warrior? Are you kidding? Wasn't he at level 9.9 just now?
Fuck, he's playing the pig to eat the tiger, so shady.
From level 1.0 to a first-level warrior in 1 month? What the hell is this? Everyone looked shocked. Huang Mengchao recovered from his extreme shock, and a solemn expression replaced it. Ning Xianyuan, no wonder you're so arrogant. It turns out you've become a warrior. But even a warrior has his or her limitations.
He slowly drew out his alloy sword from behind. You're so proud of yourself for forcing me to draw my sword. Take this move of mine, 13 swift swords, a violent storm. Before he finished speaking, he had turned into a whirlwind, and the man and the sword seemed to become one. All I saw was a burst of sword light in the sky, like a big net woven by countless strong winds, covering Ning Xianyuan's head. Wherever the blade passed, the air made a sharp hissing sound, and the sharp sword energy crisscrossed, even leaving clear white scratches on the surface of the hard alloy arena. Everyone broke into a cold sweat for Ning Xianyuan. Even warriors are mortal. Fighting against weapons with bare hands is too disadvantageous.
Ha! Unarmed?
Ning Xianyuan actually pulled out a sword from the weapon rack beside the ring.
Is he a sword cultivator?
Previously, Ning Xianyuan had always given people the impression of being a national bodybuilding practitioner, but no one had ever seen him use a sword.
Clang! The sword is unsheathed.
Ning Xianyuan just shook his hand, and the long sword turned into bright rays of light. Each sword light was incredibly fast and hit the weakest point of the sword net with incredible precision. Ding ding dang dang. A series of dense, clanging sounds of metal clashing, like rain hitting banana leaves, rang out on the ring. The 13-way quick knife technique emphasizes speed, swiftness and sharpness. Ning Xuanyuan's instantaneous sword takes the word fast to the extreme. Faster than Huang Mingchao's fast. Beat fast with fast. Even if the former is a third-rate martial art, the latter is just a basic martial art. But a small success is a perfection. The gap in realm is like a chasm. So in just a moment, the winner was decided between the two. Huang Mingchao's sharp knife net was like meeting its nemesis in front of Ning Xuanyuan's faster and sharper swordlight. It was easily torn, punctured, and disintegrated layer by layer. The knife light shattered, and Huang Mingchao's body flew backwards, drawing an awkward parabola in the air, and fell heavily under the ring. His entire body was covered with dense sword marks. The whole audience was silent. Everyone was stunned. Huang Mingchao was lying on the ground, his clothes had already been cut into pieces by the sharp sword energy, turning into strips of cloth. His exposed skin was covered with bloodstains of varying depths and crisscrossing, as if he had been tortured by slow slicing. His eyes were blank, and he muttered to himself. His sword, how could it be so fast? The 13-way quick sword is famous for its speed, but it is not as fast as Ning Xuanyuan's sword. Losing to the opponent in his own advantage was what hit him the most. Instant light sword. This Ning Xuanyuan, in addition to the national body training technique, actually also learned the instant light sword. I remember that this martial art is generally recognized as difficult to practice among sword techniques. Huang Mingchao's 13-move quick blade, even at a minor level, was no match for him. His instant light sword is at least at a major level. The perfect instant sword. The most advanced national bodybuilding technique. And he is a martial artist of the first level. Everyone was surprised to find that their understanding of Ning Xuanyuan was refreshed and overturned again and again. How many cards does this guy have yet to reveal? Huang Mingchao lost? Wei Yanran's face turned pale, and the confusion and shock in her heart almost tore her apart. The dog who once obeyed her every command. The ATM that allowed her to take whatever she wanted. How could he transform into such a powerful being without her knowing? She actually letting go of such a potential stock? Regret, like a germinating seed, grew uncontrollably in her heart. The flashing sword? Interesting, but this Ning Xuanyuan, I remember him being beaten by brother Jiang Chen, what a bastard. A look of disgust appeared on the face of Jiang Xian, the girl with ponytail. She remembered Ning Xuanyuan's mother, who disobeyed the orders of the old man of the Jiang family and eloped and married a countryman, bringing shame to the Jiang family. Later, he even had the nerve to bring his whole family to attend the Jiang family annual meeting. You really don't know how to live or die. Nausea. A lowly person from another family actually has the blood of the Jiang family flowing in his body. At this moment, Jiang Xian felt dirty. Your only value is your heart. Exchange your heart for the lives of my Jiang family. This is the meaning of your life. Chapter 35. Genetic drugs flooded the market. Sun Quan was brutally beaten. So far, Ning Xuanyuan has won 5 games in a row, and his points have increased from 5 to 10. Taking advantage of his free time, he went to the audience, sat next to his classmate Sun Quan, and watched the competitions on other stages. Xu Yuqing is worthy of being the school belle. Even though she has been surrounded by scandals these days, it still does not affect her terrifying popularity. Every time she competes, there is a crowd of people watching, and she has won all the time. Lu Minghui did not play from the beginning to the end. All those who drew his lot immediately admitted defeat to conserve their energy. A health value of level 19.9 is enough to discourage any opponent. There is also a ponytail girl named Jiang Xian, whose swordsmanship is so sharp and intimidating that no one can last more than 3 moves against her. As for Wei Yanran, she had 3 wins and 1 loss, and her health value was at level 9.5. She lost that game because she encountered a warrior. Her overall performance was pretty good. Fuck. Xu Jun lost. The woman on the other side has exploded. She must have been injected with a genetic drug. Suddenly, Sun Quan let out a cry of surprise. Xu Jun's opponent was a girl of level 6.0, 2.0 levels lower than Xu Jun. However, the girl suddenly broke out and attacked violently, and finally defeated Xu Jun. There are quite a few of these explosions today. It seems quite a few people are using genetic drugs. Ning Xuanyuan frowned slightly. In other arenas, there were also several students who were usually unknown and whose chi and health values were always in the middle and lower levels, but today they showed amazing explosive power. They defeated the strong with the weak and upset the opponents who were far superior to them. There was even a level 9.5 warrior who pulled off a huge upset and defeated a level 10.01 star warrior, causing the whole audience to exclaim in surprise.
Only genetic drugs can explain why a non-warrior can defeat a warrior. This makes many people excited.
Gene medicine is really amazing.
At the same time, in the principal's office,
a huge screen, divided into more than a dozen small grids, simultaneously broadcast those explosive battle scenes. Principal Zhou Zhenxiong and a group of senior teachers are watching here.
Another one, his name is Wan Lei.
His records show that his chi and health value is level 6.1, and he has achieved minor success in the national body refining technique. The power he just unleashed was definitely over level 9.0, and his fighting style was completely reckless. And this one, Lu Qian, level 5.2, with her current speed, an 8.0 level agility warrior is no better than this. At least 1/5 of the people in this campus competition used genetic drugs. The Western Alliance is determined to destroy us. They can't cross the red line drawn by the number 1 under the stars on the front lines, so they resort to such despicable tactics to corrupt our next generation from within. They're trying to sever the roots of Xia Nation's martial arts. An old teacher slammed the table, heartbroken. Most of the teachers in the office looked worried. They adhered to local martial arts concepts and were wary and repulsive to Western genetic drugs.
But amidst this outcry,
a calm but meaningful voice sounded.
I understand everyone's feelings.
The one who spoke was the principal Zhou Zhenxiong.
But the tide of the times is unstoppable.
In this era where the strong are respected and exotic beasts abound, strength is the only way to go. With the help of genetic drugs, they have gained strength beyond their own capabilities and demonstrated astonishing combat prowess.
Isn't this a form of progress, a new possibility?
The fact that genetic drugs are allowed in this competition is, in my opinion, a brave attempt.
Simply resisting them is a form of self-isolation and isolation, which is actually detrimental to our country.
His words undoubtedly represented the views of the pro-Western faction within the office, and instantly plunged the entire office into deathly silence.
Many teachers frowned.
Although they strongly disagreed in their hearts, they could not say much because of the other party's principal's identity. The elimination round continues. Sun Quan also fought several battles, with both wins and losses.
Soon, a new round of matching began.
This time, this guy had bad luck and was matched with the ponytail girl Jiang Xian. His health value was only level 9.1, and he knew that he was no match for Jiang Xian, who was level 14.0. However, being able to fight against a warrior was a rare opportunity. After all, the essence of campus competitions is to allow students to improve themselves through actual combat.
So he didn't want to give up easily.
After entering the ring, he said politely,
Student Jiang Xian, I am no match for you. Please show some mercy. You are Ning Xuanyuan's friend, right?
I saw you with him before. Jiang Xian said in a playful tone.
Yes, Jiang Xian also knows my brother?
Sun Quan was stunned and scratched his head in confusion.
When did my brother's luck with women become so good?
Chu Yuqing and this Jiang Xian, both of them are beauties.
Since he's his brother, Jiang Xian sneered, I'll take good care of you.
Before she finished her words, she moved as fast as a ghost, rushed towards Sun Quan like an arrow, and slapped him with one palm. The seemingly light palm contained energy and blood power that far exceeded Sun Quan's ability to bear.
There was even a barely audible explosion in the air. Bang! Sun Quan didn't even have time to react effectively.
He was hit by a speeding truck, vomiting blood and flying backwards, hitting the edge of the ring heavily.
I admit.
In severe pain, he struggled to shout out his surrender. However, the word lose has not yet been uttered. A cruel light flashed in Jiang Xian's eyes, and she rushed forward again like a cat playing with a mouse.
Give up? Did I allow it? She was extremely fast and stepped on Sun Quan's chest. Ah!
Sun Quan let out a miserable scream, his chest bones were broken, blood gushed out of his mouth, and he fainted on the spot.
Humph, what a waste!
There was a flash of contempt in Jiang Xian's eyes, and there was no mercy on her face, only the coldness of a winner. The students around were shocked.
Oh my god, what's going on? Did Sun Quan offend her? Why is he beating her so hard?
Yeah, the one who lost to Jiang Xian earlier only suffered minor injuries.
Everyone was shocked by Jiang Xian's sudden cruelty.
Ning Xianyuan rushed over quickly, his face terribly gloomy. He has already admitted defeat.
Really? I didn't hear that.
Zhang Xuanhao met his gaze and said nonchalantly, if you want to blame someone, blame him.
Who allowed him to hang out with a lowly outsider like you?
This is what he gets.
The 4 words outsider struck Ning Xianyuan like a bolt of lightning. He understood instantly. You are from the Jinling Jiang family.
The Jiang family that expelled the original owner's mother from the family and indirectly caused the death of the original owner's parents.
An unprecedented rage exploded in his chest like a volcano.
Sun Quan was one of the few friends he had since he came into this world. And now, just because he was my friend, he was injured so cruelly.
Jiang family. Jiang Xian. Since you are so aggressive.
Since you are willing to be so cruel to my friends and trample on me.
So, let us settle the account between us. Let us start with you and settle the accounts bit by bit. Chapter 36, School Beauty Chu confronts the Jinling Jiang family. Yes, I am from the Jinling Jiang family. What can you do about it?
Jiang Xian's gaze, filled with extreme coldness, pierced Ning Xianyuan. Her voice was not loud, but it carried a kind of condescending arrogance, the innate sense of superiority that comes from aristocratic families. It seems that this name is enough to crush everything.
Hearing her provocative answer, the anger on Ning Xuanyuan's face faded away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Instead, there was a heart-pounding calm.
He didn't look at Jiang Xian again, but slowly squatted down and cooperated with the medical staff to carry Sun Quan into the ambulance.
This campus competition is equipped with a top medical team.
With today's medical level, as long as the person is still alive, he can be saved with medicine. However, several sternums were broken, so I need to rest for at least half a month.
Oh, coward.
Jiang Xian sneered upon seeing this.
She thought Ning Xianyuan would be angry, but he just remained silent.
It seems that he is afraid of the reputation of her Jiang family. Thinking of this, the contempt in her eyes almost overflowed, and the corners of her lips curled up in an undisguised sarcastic arc.
He is indeed a lowly person from another family.
I don't even have the courage to say a harsh word. I can only use this silence to hide my powerlessness. If a warrior has lost even this bit of bloodiness, what kind of warrior is he? She despises such people from the bottom of her heart.
At the same time, whispers were heard around the arena. Jinling Jiang family, I seem to have heard of them somewhere before? Fool, this is the #1 family in our neighboring Jinling city.
It is said that there is a martial arts master in the family, and the family has been passed down for more than 100 years. I didn't expect this Jiang Xian to be from the Jiang family.
No wonder her swordsmanship is so impressive. It turns out she's a second-generation martial artist.
Fuck, his background is so strong, no wonder Ning Xianyuan doesn't dare to say anything, he must be scared. Almost everyone interpreted Ning Xuanyuan's silence as fear of the Jiang family's power. There was inevitably some sympathy in their eyes as they looked at him, but more of it was contempt.
Sun Quan was seriously injured because of you, and you don't even dare to fart? What kind of brotherhood is this? Of course, if it were them, they definitely wouldn't dare to challenge the Jiang family.
However, after all, the incident did not happen to them.
You won't feel pain unless the knife cuts your body.
It is always so easy to stand on a high vantage point and accuse others of being cowardly. Just as Jiang Xian was about to step off the stage, and the surrounding discussions became increasingly harsh.
Stop!
A cold voice suddenly sounded. The sound was not loud, but it instantly drowned out all the noise, making the entire area around the ring quiet. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Chu Yuqing walking over without them noticing. Jiang Xian stopped, turned slowly, and looked at Chu Yuqing with a hint of surprise in her eyes.
Chu, the school beauty? Why, do you want to stand up for him? Is it okay if I don't like it?
Chu Yuqing snorted coldly, the match has already been decided, yet you maliciously hurt others and even attacked them after they admitted defeat.
You are too cruel.
Jiang Xian's face instantly darkened as she retorted, Chu Yuqing, you are the legitimate daughter of the Chu family, yet you have allowed yourself to degenerate and have an affair with a lowly outsider who was expelled from our Jiang family.
Aren't you afraid of losing face for your grandmaster family? Who do you think you are? It's not your place to tell me who I associate with.
But you, a martial artist of the first level, brutally killed a non-martial artist.
You have no martial ethics at all. Is this the upbringing of the Jinling Jiang family? You!
Zhang Xian was so angry that her face turned pale. Xu Yuqing was right. She is a warrior, but it is unacceptable that she is so cruel to a non-warrior. To put it simply, she was bullying the weak. To put it in a broader sense, it is the Zhang family's poor teaching that will have an impact on the Zhang family's reputation. She knew she was in the wrong, so she could only snort coldly and turn away. The audience around was filled with surprise and was in an uproar. If Zhang Xian hadn't pointed it out, many people wouldn't know that the Chu family behind Xu Yuqing was actually also a family of masters. Xu Yuqing is usually very low-key in school, and no one knows her background. However, what surprised them even more was Xu Yuqing's attitude. I didn't expect that she would confront Zhang Xian for Ning Xianyuan. The relationship between the two is surprisingly good to this extent. Are those rumors true? Ning Xianyuan looked at Xu Yuqing beside him and whispered, "Thank you." Xu Yuqing shook his head slightly. "No need to thank me, I just can't stand her arrogance."
"Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Ning Xuanyuan's tone was calm and unperturbed.
"I will personally settle Sun Quan's account." His voice was not loud, but it was firm and resolute. Xu Yuqing's heart skipped a beat. She had a premonition that Zhang Xian was going to be in trouble. Others thought Ning Xianyuan was cowardly. But she didn't think so at all. She felt that Ning Xuanyuan's calmness was even more terrifying, like a bottomless cold lake. The surface of the lake was calm, but the bottom of the lake contained millions of sharp swords. The cold light of each sword was revealed, filled with a biting coldness that seemed to want to kill people with the sword. Real anger doesn't require yelling. Needless to say, this calm before the storm is the real horror. Zhang Xian, you're probably going to regret it. You've provoked someone you shouldn't have. Xu Yuqing thought to himself. Brother Hui, isn't Miss Chu too concerned about this boy? Someone next to Lu Minghui provoked. Lu Minghui had no expression on his face, but his eyes were icy cold. Ning Xianyuan, you deserve to die. He squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, and a ferocious murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Very good. Since Xu Yuqing cares about you so much, then he would personally crush this ignorant ant in front of Xu Yuqing. After Sun Quan was sent to the hospital, the points race continued. Ning Xianyuan played 2 more games and won easily, bringing his points to 12. At this point, his points have already put him in the top 16 of the school. In addition to him, people like Lu Minghui, Xu Yuqing, Zhang Xian and others also successfully made it to the top 16. The top 16 will be divided into 2 groups, using a double elimination system. On the huge electronic screen, the names of 16 strong men began to scroll rapidly and were randomly paired. The atmosphere in the venue suddenly became tense. Countless eyes were fixed on the screen, and everyone held their breath involuntarily. On the screen, the speed at which the names flashed gradually slowed down. Group 1, Lu Minghui vs Yuan Feng. Group 2, Xu Yuqing vs Li Xia. The third group. The dust has settled on one group of duels after another. Finally, the screen flickered again, and the last 2 names slowly froze in place. Ning Xianyuan vs Zhang Xian. Boom! The whole audience was in an uproar. This is good luck. What a coincidence. It's like a dramatic arrangement. Ning Xianyuan raised his head, his calm gaze passed through the crowd and landed accurately on Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian seemed to sense something and looked back provocatively. Her face showed undisguised cruelty, and she made a provocative gesture of wiping her neck towards Ning Xianyuan from a distance. In her view, this was a godsend. This is a perfect opportunity to teach Ning Xianyuan a lesson with justification. Chapter 37, in a flash of light, victory is decided by one sword. Without exception, all those who made it to the top 16 this time were first-level warriors, the top group in the school. Although there was a level 9.8 non-warrior who defeated a level 1 warrior by crossing levels, but after the explosion, he was no longer able to do so. He couldn't even beat a level 9.0 and finally only got a ranking of around 20th. The 16-8 matches were played one after another, and each one attracted a lot of attention. The first game. Lu Minghui vs Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng is a level 11.4 first-level warrior and is very famous in the school. Unfortunately, his luck was very bad and he met Lu Minghui, the favorite to win the championship, in the first round. Faced with a gap of 19.9 magnitudes, there is no chance of winning. The final result was not unexpected. Yuan Feng lost in just 3 moves. And looking at Lu Minghui's appearance, he seemed to be at ease and obviously not using his full strength.
Next was Chu Yuqing's match. He defeated his opponent with 10 clean and neat moves, winning applause from the whole audience. Even though she has been surrounded by scandals recently, her stunning beauty is hard to shake her popularity. After them, 3 more games were played in succession. The battles between warriors of the same realm were all very exciting. Both sides showed off their skills and fought back and forth, which made many students watching exclaim in amazement. But compared to the next one, the previous ones all seem like child's play. Game 6. Ning Xianyuan vs Jiang Xian. All eyes were focused on him. This is a game of grudges. Jiang Xian smiled coldly, tapped the ground lightly with her toes, and her body was as light as a swallow. She did a beautiful somersault and landed steadily in the center of the ring, drawing a round of applause. Ning Xianyuan walked up the stairs step by step and onto the stage slowly. The 2 men stood in the center of the ring, 10 meters apart, their eyes colliding fiercely in the air. Jiang Xian's tone was filled with extreme contempt. "Give up, I don't want to dirty my hands." "Do you think you can definitely beat me?" Ning Xianyuan said calmly. "Yes, I watched your match. You just relied on your great instant sword. If you had met someone else, with your mastered flashing sword, you would still have been able to fight. But unfortunately, you met me. I started swordsmanship when I was 5 years old. Like you, I majored in the instantaneous sword. Besides, I have already achieved perfection. Your sword is not as fast as mine. What can you do to defeat me?" Speaking of this, Jiang Xian's face was full of pride. The flash sword is a very extreme sword technique. In terms of the difficulty of practicing, it is more difficult than many third-rate sword techniques. Even in a sword family like the Jiang family, there are only a few people of the same generation who can practice the flash sword to the perfect level. It is precisely because of this confidence that she is sure that Ning Xianyuan is not her opponent. Perfection level instantaneous sword? Oh my god. How old is she? As expected of a sword family, this talent is terrifying. Jiang Xian's chi and health value is level 14.0. With a perfect level instantaneous sword, I'm afraid she's comparable to or even surpasses a level 17.0 warrior. Ning Xianyuan is finished. His great perfection instant light sword is no match for the perfection sword. How can we defeat him? After analyzing the situation, everyone agreed that Ning Xianyuan had no chance of winning. Every 1.0 level difference in chi and blood value is a small level difference. For example, the first level of chi refining and the second level of chi refining, it is very difficult for the first level of chi refining to defeat the second level of chi refining. But after mastering the perfect sword technique, Jiang Xian can at least leap forward 3 small levels. As for Ning Xianyuan's chi and blood value, it is obviously impossible to be as high as level 17.0. But what is surprising is, Ning Xianyuan simply said, "If your confidence only comes from a perfect instant sword, then unfortunately, you will lose miserably." When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked. Is Ning Xianyuan crazy? Why does he dare to say such a thing? Jiang Xian was completely enraged, her eyes icy cold. How shameless. The swordsmanship that she had always been proud of was actually despised by a lowly outsider. Clang! A clear sound of sword echoed throughout the venue. Jiang Xian drew out the rapier from behind her back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As she activated the instant light sword, the thin sword seemed to have really disappeared, replaced by countless bursts of sharp sword light. These sword lights poured out like a violent storm, transforming into silver sword shadows all over the sky, layer upon layer, like a net of death, completely covering all the dodging space for Ning Xianyuan. Each sword is extremely sharp, enough to penetrate steel plates. Once stabbed, a person can instantly turn into a sieve, with no possibility of survival at all. Jiang Xian showed a victorious smile on her face, as if she had already seen the scene of Ning Xianyuan's blood splattering on the spot. The people in the audience couldn't help but become nervous, and some girls even closed their eyes, not daring to watch the bloody scene that would happen next second. "Get out of the way!" Someone couldn't help but shout. Ning Xianyuan was seen standing there, his feet motionless, as if he had been frightened silly. Just when everyone thought Ning Xianyuan was about to be pierced through the heart by thousands of swords, Ning Xianyuan smiled contemptuously. "Do you think you're the only one who can perfect the flash sword?" The next moment, a sword shadow that was equally extremely fast appeared out of thin air in his hand. Ding 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 ding. In an instant, a series of extremely dense sounds of metal clashing erupted on the ring. It was like a rainstorm hitting banana leaves, or like the rapid playing of a pipa, continuous and endless, almost tearing one's eardrums.
When he dealt with Huang Mengqiao before, he did not use his full strength, which made Jiang Xian think that his instant sword was only at the peak level. But this time he used all his strength. The pride on Jiang Xian's face froze and turned into incredible astonishment. "Impossible, how can your instantaneous sword be perfect?" she exclaimed. The perfect level instant sword was like a symbol of pride in her heart, but now it was being wielded by a bastard outsider in the same way. Fuck, this Ning Xianyuan is hiding too well. It's so fast, I can't tell who has the advantage. Countless people were stunned. In their eyes, the swords in the hands of the two men turned into afterimages. Every collision was so fast that it could not be captured by the naked eye. Beat fast with fast. Like a needle against a wheat thorn, neither side is willing to give in. The sharp sword energy left sword marks on the ring. Ning Xianyuan, so this is your confidence. It seems I underestimated you. But the winner in the end will definitely be me. Jiang Xian suppressed the shock in her heart. She believed that even if it turned into a protracted battle, she would be the winner in the end. Suddenly, the sword shadows in Ning Xianyuan's hands were retracted. A flash of light. He uttered 4 words in a low voice. The long sword in his hand then turned into a silver thread that was condensed to the extreme. Its speed far exceeded any previous sword. It even surpassed Jiang Xian's understanding of fast. What kind of move is this? She was shocked and her pupils constricted. Too fast. She was completely unable to capture the trajectory of the sword. The sword flashed and disappeared. The whole audience was dead silent. Everyone widened their eyes, held their breath, and stared at the ring. Clang. A crisp sound. The sword in Jiang Xian's hand broke and fell on the ring, making a sound. Even on that delicate and beautiful cheek, a long and thin bloodstain slowly emerged, with bright red blood oozing out of it. Shocking. Chapter 38. The stupid eyes were cleared. The long and thin bloodstain appeared on Jiang Xian's usually proud and delicate face, looking particularly glaring. Who would have thought that Jiang Xian, who had already mastered the flash sword to perfection, would not only have her sword cut off but also suffer facial injuries in a head-on sword duel? My face. Jiang Xian subconsciously raised her hand and gently touched her cheek with her fingertips, feeling the warm moisture and slight tingling. When she saw the bright red on her fingertips, she was stunned at first, and her pupils suddenly contracted. Then, an indescribable rage instantly overwhelmed her sanity. Appearance is crucial for any girl, especially for someone like her who has been pampered by her family since childhood and is proud and conceited. Even with modern medicine and technology, it is possible to achieve seamless repair. But the scar on her face seemed to have trampled all her dignity underfoot. Ning Xian Yuan. A scream, so sharp that it almost broke the voice, burst out from Jiang Xian's throat, full of anger. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her originally beautiful face was distorted by anger. How dare you hurt my face? I'm going to kill you. She is a spoiled young lady. From childhood to adulthood, she has been pampered by her family and has never suffered any setbacks. In her life dictionary, there is only victory and glory, no failure or shame. No one dared to leave even a mark on her face. What's more, the person who hurt her was Ning Xianyuan, whom she had always looked down upon. Use her best skill, the flash sword, to defeat her completely. This shame made her crazy. However, just when Jiang Xian was furious, a blurry figure came to her silently like a ghost. Faster than she could react. It was Ning Xianyuan. Jiang Xian didn't even see how he moved. She only felt a flash before her eyes, and a fierce palm wind was already blowing in her face. Snap. An extremely crisp slapping sound rang out. The sound was so sudden and so loud that everyone was stunned and looked at the ring in disbelief. Jiang Xian's head was hit and tilted to one side. A clear red mark immediately appeared on her face, and there was even a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. She was completely frozen, her mind went blank, as if she had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Slap? He actually slapped me? Not a sword, not a fist, but the most insulting, a slap? Jiang Xian had never been slapped in her life, let alone heard any harsh words. This sudden and humiliating blow stunned her and she even temporarily forgot the pain on her face. All that was left was boundless shock and absurdity. And this? It's just the beginning. Ning Xianyuan's eyes were ice cold without a trace of warmth. He looked at her as if he was looking at a pile of garbage, without any sympathy for her, nor did he hesitate at all because she was a woman.
This slap shows that you have a vicious heart and want to kill your classmates.
Ning Xuanyuan's voice was as cold as ice, and then he slapped her in the face again.
Snap. The sound is clearer and louder.
Jiang Xian's other cheek also quickly became red and swollen, and the symmetrical fingerprints made her look miserable. This slap is to punish you for taking advantage of your power and being arrogant.
Snap.
The third slap followed without mercy. This slap is for your outspokenness and for insulting my parents. Jiang Xian was hit so hard that she staggered and almost fell to the ground. Both of her cheeks were swollen, and the burning pain made her mind go blank in an instant. Ning Xuanyuan's slaps were fast and fierce, and each slap contained cold anger. Although they were not fatal, they were extremely humiliating. Every rebuke was like a heavy hammer, hitting Jiang Xian's heart hard and smashing her pitiful pride into pieces. Jiang Xian was completely stunned by the beating and even forgot to resist. She just stood there blankly, enduring one loud slap after another. My cheeks were burning, my ears were ringing, and the world seemed to be spinning. She had been pampered since she was a child and had never suffered any injustice. How could she have experienced such a violent humiliation? First, his proud swordsmanship was shattered head-on, his appearance was injured, and now he was slapped in the face in public. The pretty face was beaten beyond recognition like a pig's head. A huge gap. Severe physical and mental pain. And an unprecedented sense of humiliation. All this, like a flood that broke through a dam, instantly broke down all her psychological defenses. The arrogance disappeared, the resentful eyes faded, replaced by a sense of confusion, disbelief, and tears that accumulated quickly. Wow. Finally, when Ning Xuanyuan raised his hand again, Jiang Xian could no longer bear it and completely collapsed. She seemed to have suddenly transformed from the arrogant and privileged daughter of heaven into a little girl who had suffered great injustice. She first let out an uncontrollable, animal-like whimper, and then could no longer control herself. She squatted down, hugged her knees, and burst into tears on the ring. The crying was full of grievance and pain, and the tears rolled down like beads from a broken string, mixing with the blood and redness on the face, making a mess. At this moment, the Jinling Jiang family, the perfect swordsmanship, the pride and dignity, all disappeared. She was just a person who was beaten to tears and in a state of utter disgrace in front of everyone. Pig-head girl. The whole place was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Only Jiang Xian's desperate and aggrieved wails echoed in the air above the arena. Everyone was stunned by this incredible reversal. Ning Xuanyuan looked coldly at Jiang Xian, who was squatting on the ground crying bitterly, and slowly withdrew his hand, with no emotion in his eyes. For some people, only pain and humiliation can make them remember their lessons. Fuck, that's so cruel, it's simply murderous. This Ning Xuanyuan, ruthless and merciless, must be an evil cultivator who believes in no woman in his heart, only a natural god with his sword drawn. Nonsense, he has the school beauty Chu, isn't it normal that he doesn't like Jiang Xian? No one expected that Ning Xuanyuan would be so ruthless. This is no longer a simple game of victory or defeat. This is the most extreme form of trampling on the daughter of a noble family and the dignity of the Jinling Jiang family. But by doing this, isn't he afraid of offending the Jiang family behind Jiang Xian? Once the Jiang family finds out about this, will they let it go? There are more than just Jiang Xian among the younger generation of experts in the Jiang family. Speaking of which, Ning Xuanyuan's strength is truly unfathomable. He has mastered the instant light sword to perfection. Even Jiang Xian is no match for him. Doesn't this mean that he has a chance to compete with Lu Minghui for the championship? Many people realize that the biggest dark horse in this campus competition, and perhaps the only person qualified to challenge Lu Minghui's dominance, has appeared. Everyone subconsciously looked towards Lu Minghui. Chapter 39. She fell down, but only let him help her. After seeing Ning Xuanyuan's strength, even someone as strong as Lu Minghui became serious. Ning Xuanyuan's strength far exceeded his expectations. From the initial test showing a level of 9.9 to the subsequent defeats of Huang Mengchao and Jiang Xian, he has more and more hidden cards. Jiang Xian's health value is as high as level 14.0, equipped with a perfect level instant sword. But he was crushed so easily by Ning Xuanyuan. Ning Xuanyuan's health value is at least above level 15.0. His sword was so fast that even Lu Minghui couldn't see it clearly. Lu Minghui asked himself, if he were facing this sword, it would be difficult for him to block it. I have to admit it. Ning Xuanyuan was already a formidable opponent that could not be ignored, a threat to his championship status. The real opponent. No wonder you dare to go against me, you really are quite capable, but you're not the only one who has a trump card. Lu Minghui snorted lightly. He was determined to win the championship this time. Another stand. The leaders of the school gathered here, their eyes full of surprise. This boy is not simple. A white-haired teacher murmured. He is the head of the school's kendo department. After practicing sword for decades, he not only achieved perfection in the instant sword, but also mastered other third-rate sword techniques at the perfection level. Naturally, he could understand more things. The sword he used to defeat Jiang Xian was clearly derived from the power generation method of the instant light sword, but its essence surpassed that of the instant light sword. It was faster, more decisive, and more fierce. It was a sublimation of its essence. He kept recalling that sword in his mind. Stunning. It's so amazing. He had heard that there were some extremely talented geniuses. On the basis of the original martial arts, one can reach the pinnacle, go further and further, and comprehend new skills. For example, the first man under the starry sky, the legend of the Xia Kingdom. Could it be that Ning Xianyuan is the same? It's just that this kid's temper is too hard and overbearing. I don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse. As for the Jiang family in Jinling, I'm afraid. Another old teacher looked worried. Ning Xuanyuan's actions were satisfying, but they were tantamount to slapping the Grandmaster family in the face. The Grandmaster cannot be insulted. It's best to teach the Jiang family a lesson. Instead of staying in Jinling City, they've come to various universities in Linzhou City, inserting transfer students everywhere. They're just trying to grab more spots for the Spark project. Their greed is truly shameless. An old teacher snorted coldly. He has always disliked these aristocratic families. The aristocratic families these days have already monopolized a large amount of resources, but they are still not satisfied with this and are trying every possible way to grab places in the Spark plan. Spark Project. This is a training program specially established by the country to cultivate talents from poor families and break down class stratification. It is to give more children from poor families an opportunity to move up. With the performances of Ning Xianyuan and Jiang Xian as examples, the following matches were much less exciting. Since the 16-8 round, a double elimination system is adopted. Each person needs to win 2 games to advance. So Ning Xianyuan played another game and won it easily, successfully entering the top 8. Lu Minghui's opponent admitted defeat directly. His health was so high that his opponent felt he had no chance of winning. Chu Yuqing, on the other hand, encountered the biggest trouble since the start of the competition. Although her opponent's health value was only level 13.1, he used genetic potion. So far, those who use genetic drugs are non-warriors. Because those who can become a martial artist of the first level are all arrogant and proud, most of them look down on this kind of method. Even Jiang Xian did not use any potion when she was beaten so badly by Ning Xianyuan, which is a good example. This is also the first realm warrior to use genetic medicine. After using the genetic medicine, the opponent's health value skyrocketed, instantly rising to over level 17.0. Chu Yuqing's qi and blood value is level 15.0. Don't underestimate it because it's only 2.0 levels different. In fact, there is a small gap. Warriors between 10.0 and 13.0 are in the early stage of the first realm, 13.0 to 16.0 are in the middle stage of the first realm, 16.0 to 19.0 are in the late stage of the first realm, and above 19.0 are at the peak of the first realm. Chu Yuqing's qi and blood value is at the middle stage of the first realm. The opponent is in the late stage of the first realm, so he is naturally very difficult to deal with. The two fought extremely fiercely. The girl who took the genetic drug attacked fiercely, but her skills seemed disorganized due to her frenzy. At the beginning, Chu Yuqing was suppressed by the opponent and was at a disadvantage. However, as time went on, Chu Yuqing was more skilled and seized a flaw in the opponent's fierce attack. Now, Chu Yuqing saw the right opportunity, his eyes focused, and he poured his energy and blood into his right leg. His entire leg cut through the air, bringing up a sharp whistling sound, and with a sharp and elegant whip kick, he fiercely hit his opponent's chest and abdomen. Bang! The opponent flew backwards and landed outside the ring. Chu Yuqing won. School Beauty Chu is truly beautiful and strong. This whip kick is sharp yet elegant. I also want to be kicked like this by School Beauty Chu. Yeah, it feels like a reward. There was cheering from the audience. Chu Yuqing's beauty is all round. Especially her pair of legs in white silk, long and straight, stunning and unparalleled, recognized as the most beautiful legs in the school, and simply the favorite of the creator. Many boys even fantasized about being stepped on by Chu Yuqing's legs. Suddenly, Chu Yuqing's right leg went weak and he fell onto the stage. It hurts. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and a thin layer of cold sweat seeped out of her forehead. A burning pain continued to come from my ankles and shin bones. She didn't win easily. Under the effects of the genetic drug, the opponent's muscles and bones became terrifyingly hard. Although her whip kick, which condensed all her energy and blood, successfully defeated her opponent, the terrifying reaction force also injured her. See her fall. Two figures jumped onto the stands from different directions almost at the same time and walked towards Chu Yuqing. It's Lu Minghui and Ning Xianyuan. Everyone's eyes subconsciously focused on Lu Minghui first. Especially the girls in school. If Chu Yuqing is the white moonlight in the hearts of all boys, then Lu Minghui is the male god in the hearts of all girls. He is powerful, handsome, has an excellent family background, and is impeccable in every aspect. Ning Xianyuan and Lu Minghui. Who to choose? Is there any need to think about it? Any hesitation for even a second would be disrespectful to Lu Minghui. Although there have been some rumors about Ning Xianyuan and Chu Yuqing recently, rumors are just rumors after all and should not be taken seriously. They believe that faced with two such men, Miss Chu would definitely choose Lu Minghui. One is a princess and the other is a prince, they are a match made in heaven. Many girls even showed envious eyes, thinking that Lu Minghui at this moment was as dazzling as a Prince Charming. However, to everyone's shock, Lu Minghui reached out to support Chu Yuqing's arm. Yuqing, are you okay? Are you seriously injured? I have some excellent healing medicine here. But the moment his fingers were about to touch her, Chu Yuqing dodged to the side without hesitation, leaving Lu Minghui's hand empty. She completely ignored Lu Minghui's advances. She raised her pretty face, which was flushed with pain and looked even more pitiful, and looked directly at Ning Xianyuan, her voice carrying a subtle hint of dependence. Ning Xianyuan. My foot is injured, can you help me up? With great pleasure. Ning Xianyuan stepped forward, reached out and held her arm firmly, helped her stand up, and slowly walked down the stage. From the beginning to the end, neither of them had Lu Minghui in their eyes, as if they treated him as air. Lu Minghui's hand froze in mid-air, and his face turned ashen. In full view of everyone, Chu Yuqing chose Ning Xianyuan so straightforwardly and rejected him. What a shame and humiliation. This was tantamount to slapping him hard in the face in public. He stared at Ning Xianyuan's back, the jealousy and murderous intent in his eyes almost solidified into substance, like two flames about to erupt. Ning Xian Yuan. He roared madly in his heart. I swear. I must kill you. Chapter 40. Your foot is injured. Let me help you take a look. Looking at Ning Xianyuan's back as he supported Chu Yuqing and left. Hiss. All around the playground, there was a sudden sound of people sucking in their breaths of shock, one after another. Countless pairs of eyes suddenly widened and their pupils trembled. What did they see? School beauty Chu, she avoided Lu Minghui? Oh my god. No way? A girl rubbed her eyes exaggeratedly, thinking she was hallucinating. What's going on? School beauty Chu didn't choose Lu Minghui, but Ning Xianyuan? Her companion next to her almost dropped her jaw to the ground, her mind completely confused. Which of Lu Minghui's family background, strength, and appearance is not top-notch? How can Ning Xianyuan compare to him? And everyone knows that Lu Minghui is deeply in love with Chu Yuqing. How could Chu Yuqing refuse him? Shock. Incredible. Absurd. Various emotions were intertwined on everyone's face. The two of them, could it be that the two of them really? I swept back and forth between Ning Xianyuan and Chu Yuqing, full of inquiry. Could it be that those rumors came true? These two people. Are they really having an affair? No, I don't believe it. My goddess Chu must still be innocent. One boy covered his chest with his hands, looking heartbroken. But when he saw how intimate the two of them were, he couldn't help but waver again. This. School beauty Chu is slapping Lu Minghui in the face in public. Looking at Lu Minghui's expression, he's ready to kill someone. He must be furious, right? Who would have thought that Lu Minghui would suffer such a setback, especially in front of so many people? Those who reacted quickly realized the seriousness of the matter. This is no longer a simple choice, but a public humiliation. Looking at Lu Minghui's ashen face. At this moment, everyone understood that it's really a big deal. The feud between Ning Xianyuan and Lu Minghui has become completely serious. Once these two meet in the ring, it will definitely be like a thunderbolt hitting the earth, like a comet hitting the earth. Chu Yuqing's decisive scene on the field was like a silent slap in the face of everyone who had ever looked down on Ning Xianyuan, and also in Wei Yanran's heart. Yanran, are you okay? Why do you look so grim? A girl who usually walked close to her touched her arm with concern. Wei Yanran suddenly came to her senses, and her nails dug deep into her palms due to the force, causing a stinging pain. She forced a smile that was uglier than crying and shook her head. No. It's okay, maybe I'm a little tired. No one knows what kind of storm is going through in her heart at this moment. Once upon a time, that boy who let her do whatever she wanted, who came when she called and left when she dismissed him, was a worthless ATM in her eyes. Without her knowledge, he had grown to the point where even Chu Yuqing fell in love with him? This is not comparable to the previous scandal. Rumors are always rumors. She always felt that there was no possibility for these two people. What a joke. A rich lady falls in love with a poor boy? Any novel like that will fail. But now, it's happening in public. Chu Yuqing's actions are no less than an official announcement. Wei Yanran felt a little dazed. Even someone as arrogant as Chu Yuqing would rather offend Lu Minghui in public and choose to be with Ning Xianyuan? Then wouldn't it be extremely foolish and blind for her to have treated Ning Xianyuan like a worn-out shoe? This feeling made her feel 1,000 times worse than losing a game directly. The more Chu Yuqing valued Ning Xianyuan, the more her short-sightedness was highlighted. It's like a stone that you casually threw away, but someone picked it up, wiped it clean, and found that it was actually a dazzling diamond. Ridiculous. She is so ridiculous. I really didn't expect that. The girl next to him was still sighing, her tone full of envy and disbelief. School beauty Chu usually looks so aloof, but she's actually gone this far for Ning Xianyuan. It seems those rumors are true. Yes. Another girl came over and lowered her voice. Tell me, did something really happen between them during those 7 days and 7 nights in the training room? Otherwise, with school beauty Chu's personality, how could she? The friends were chattering away, and every word they said pierced Wei Yanran's heart like a needle. Stop talking nonsense. She finally couldn't help herself and interrupted them sharply. Who is Chu Yuqing? And who is Ning Xianyuan? She's just trying to get some fresh air, just for fun. Who is Lu Minghui? How could she possibly offend the Lu family for Ning Xianyuan? Her words were full of confidence, as if she was trying to convince others, but more like she was trying to convince herself. She couldn't accept that the waste she discarded was actually regarded as a treasure by others. But she just now, I was just pissing off Lu Minghui. Wei Yanran confidently said, just wait and see. Lu Minghui will definitely be the winner in the end. By then, Chu Yuqing will return to him. As for Ning Xianyuan, he's just part of their play, and he'll soon be exposed. After saying that, she ignored the puzzled looks of her friends and almost fled from the playground. She needed to be alone and quiet to digest this unbearable situation. It's like a scene that satirizes reality. After Chu Yuqing finished the match, it was already past 4 in the afternoon, and today's schedule came to a temporary end. The highly anticipated quarterfinals are scheduled to take place tomorrow. Ning Xianyuan supported Chu Yuqing all the way back to her private training room. Just as I put her down, I saw that her beautiful cheeks were full of blush. Campus beauty Chu, why is your face so red? Chu Yuqing. She didn't say anything, but just glared at Ning Xianyuan fiercely. Her eyes were filled with shame and anger, as well as a bit of indescribable resentment. If you help others, help them well. Just now, that hand on her waist. No. That devil's claw. He was not honest at all. His fingertips brushed against the sensitive part of her waist, and then he even moved upwards secretly. Although there was a layer of clothing between us, I could still feel the scorching body temperature and the subtle, tentative movements. Her heart was beating wildly the whole time, and her attention was all on that restless hand, and she almost forgot the pain in her foot. This lecher. Rogue. You're so ungrateful after getting such an advantage. Ning Xianyuan was glared at by her with a mixture of shyness and anger, and of course he realized that his little trick had been discovered. Ahem, my hands are shaking. They're all shaking. He tried to explain himself, but the smile in his eyes made him look like he deserved a beating. Xu Yuqing turned her head away in shame and didn't look at him.
Xu Xiaohua, how is your foot? Does it hurt?
Ning Xianyuan changed the subject. Originally, she didn't want to pay attention to him, but when she heard him care about her injuries, Xu Yuqing nodded involuntarily for some reason.
The
tendons and bones around the ankle must be dislocated. Let me help you take a look, so as not to affect tomorrow's game. Ning Xianyuan said this as he squatted down and carefully untied Xu Yuqing's shoelaces. When taking off his shoes, Xu Yuqing's feet shrank slightly.
Ning Xianyuan looked at her.
Her face was flushed and she explained weakly, "It hurts. I'll try to be gentle, just bear with it."
Ning Xianyuan carefully took off her shoes.
Suddenly, a delicate jade foot tightly wrapped in white ultra-thin over the knee stockings appeared in front of Ning Xianyuan. Chapter 41, Xu School Beauty, please don't make strange noises. These legs are known as the most beautiful legs in school, and the reputation is well deserved. Her snow-white legs were as captivating as if coated with milk.
1 inch thicker would be too fat, and 1 inch thinner would be too thin.
Her legs were wrapped in a pair of snow-white ultra-thin over-the-knee socks. Through the thin stockings, her snow-white skin is faintly visible, shining and lustrous, adding a touch of holiness to her beauty. Ning Xianyuan gently pinched the soles of her feet, which felt soft and delicate. The whole foot is soft and boneless, with a texture like jade like tender bamboo shoots. The skin is mainly white, delicate and crystal clear, just like a newborn rabbit, which is adorable. There is also a faint scent of jasmine lingering around, and the slender white toes are tightly wrapped in stockings, which looks hazy and dreamy, beautiful and moving. Being held up by Ning Xianyuan at such a close distance and carefully examined, Xu Yuqing's pretty face had turned red as if bleeding, and her heart was beating like a drum.
In all these years, when had her feet ever been touched like this by the opposite sex?
A strong sense of shame and an indescribable strange feeling swept over her body, making her almost dare not look down.
Can you take off your stockings by yourself?
Ning Xianyuan asked at this time.
Xu Yuqing was stunned for a moment. Take off your stockings? In front of him? How can this be? This bastard, is he trying to find another excuse to take advantage of me?
An alarm instantly sounded in her heart.
It's probably a dislocation of the bones.
Take off your stockings so I can see more clearly so I can help you straighten your bones.
Ning Xianyuan explained. Can you also set bones? Xu Yuqing's tone was full of doubt.
Well, the national body refining technique cultivates the tendons and bones in the body. After completing it, I know every tendon and bone in the body like the back of my hand. It shouldn't be a problem to help you fix the dislocation of your tendons and bones.
I see.
Xu Yuqing was convinced by him.
So, he simply wanted to help me? I think I misunderstood him. Xu Yuqing couldn't help but feel a little sorry.
She tried to take off her stockings herself. But if she moved a little, she would feel such pain in her ankle that she couldn't help making a tiny sound. Tears welled up in her eyes. She looked so pitiful that anyone who saw her would feel soft-hearted.
Let me do it. Don't move around to avoid secondary injuries.
Seeing her like this, Ning Xianyuan knew that he had to do it himself. These are a pair of thigh-high socks that go all the way up to the thighs and are hidden by the hem of the skirt. Ning Xianyuan first carefully pulled up her skirt. Although it did not cross the line, it was already very close to the absolute sacred area.
Following his movements,
the air seemed to be filled with a tension that made my heart beat faster. If it was any other opposite sex, she would not agree even if Xu Yuqing's fingers just touched her, let alone such a sensitive place as deep in her thighs. But now that Ning Xianyuan had touched such a sensitive spot, she felt nothing but nervousness and shyness, and instead felt relieved. Fortunately, it wasn't pantyhose.
Otherwise, she really didn't know what to do.
At the cuffs of the socks, the fair skin was left with a light pink mark by the tight edge, and a little soft flesh was slightly exposed, adding a bit of indescribable temptation. Ning Xianyuan gently hooked the sock opening with his fingertips and slowly took off the stockings with extremely gentle movements. Even though he was extremely careful in his actions.
But the fingertips still inevitably touched Xu Yuqing's skin.
This brief touch, even though just like a dragonfly skimming the water, still caused ripples in Xu Yuqing's heart. She felt as if an electric current was flowing through her legs, making them numb and tingling. An indescribable feeling quickly spread from the point of contact and rushed straight to the top of her head, making her scalp tingle and her toes curl tighter unconsciously. She bit her lower lip hard to suppress the moan that was about to come out. Her face was already red, as if water would drip out if she was pinched lightly.
My heart is pounding.
The action just now was so intimate that she was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in.
The stockings were finally taken off.
Ning Xianyuan collected his thoughts and focused his gaze on Chu Yuqing's jade feet. Freed from the constraints of stockings, the jade feet were completely exposed to the air. The skin was as white as the finest mutton fat jade, smooth and delicate, and the shape of the feet was as perfect as a work of art.
The only flaw is that there is a red and swollen area on the ankle.
It may be a little painful, just bear with it, it will be fine soon.
Ning Xianyuan reminded.
Okay, be gentle. Chu Yuqing had only said half of his words when he heard a crisp click sound of bones being reset.
Ah!
She couldn't hold it back for a moment, and cried out softly, her eyes instantly filled with physiological tears, her voice soft and sticky, full of grievances.
Ning Xianyuan, you hurt me.
After she finished speaking, she immediately realized that something was wrong and said apologetically, Ning Xianyuan, I don't mean to blame you, it just hurts too much.
I know, that's how bone straightening works. A short pain is worse than a long one.
I'll help you get your blood flowing, and you'll feel better. Ning Xianyuan circulated the qi and blood in his body, and there was a trace of warm qi and blood power in his palms. He placed his palm on her swollen ankle and massaged it carefully. A gentle warm current flowed through his palm and seeped into Chu Yuqing's painful wound. Wherever you go, the soreness and pain quickly subside, replaced by a comfortable feeling that relaxes your muscles and bones. Chu Yuqing subconsciously made a very light nasal sound. This voice was completely different from her usual cold voice. It carried an indescribable satisfaction, and the ending tone was slightly drawn out, as if a feather gently brushed across the tip of her heart. It was particularly clear in this quiet training room with only 2 people.
Also, especially imaginative.
The moment the voice was uttered, Chu Yuqing was stunned. Then his whole face suddenly turned red, and even his fair neck was stained crimson. She bit her lower lip hard, feeling so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into immediately.
She didn't dare to look at Ning Xianyuan's expression at the moment. Ning Xianyuan's kneading movements also paused involuntarily.
The soft and charming moan was like a subtle electric current that suddenly penetrated into his ears, making his blood slightly agitated and his mind swayed. He took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the strange feeling in his heart, put on a stern face, and said seriously,
Xu Xiaohua, I'm here to heal my wounds.
Please don't make any strange noises.
I'm a serious person.
What he said was righteous. But the movements of his hands did not stop at all, and even accelerated. That perfect jade foot was like a ball of warm jade in his hands.
He kneaded and squeezed it, unable to let go.
Chu Yuqing's earlobes were so red that they seemed to bleed, and she wanted to bury her face in her knees.
You shut up. She was embarrassed and annoyed. Are you a serious person? What a joke. You are a big pervert. Despicable. Shameless. Bad guy. You are the worst.
Chapter 42 Your apology is worthless. Chu Yuqing was so embarrassed that she wanted to disappear immediately and didn't dare to look at Ning Xianyuan's expression at the moment. Her heart was beating wildly.
The reason I made that embarrassing sound was because you grab someone's feet, touching them here, pressing them there, and your technique is so. I really want to kick him in the face.
Just when she was torn between her conscience and her desires, and was filled with shame and anger, Ning Xianyuan's fingertips seemed to have accidentally pressed an acupuncture point on the sole of his foot that was particularly sore and swollen, and a strong and strange feeling mixed with pain and extreme comfort suddenly arose. Another soft, whimpering moan, even softer than the previous one, with a hint of an indescribable cry, could not help but flow out from her throat. The air completely froze. Chu Yuqing was completely petrified, even his toes curled up in shame.
Ning Xianyuan.
No, you are using this to test the old cadres?
All right.
This test. This is too much. The old cadres really can't stand it anymore. Not to mention the old cadres. Even if the old monk came, he would fall into the hell of endless suffering.
Family members, who understands?
The stunning campus beauty with a score of 98 made such a sound. My bones are about to become crispy.
More than.
Osteoporosis and sclerosing syndrome are about to strike at the same time. Ding, friendly system reminder, target subject Chu Yuqing has been detected to have an elevated heart rate, accelerated blood circulation, abnormally elevated body temperature, and a rapidly increasing risk of fainting. If the host remains a moment longer, there's a high probability of missing out on a stunning campus beauty who has fainted from shyness.
No. System. Is the school beauty Chu's dizziness point so low? Ahem, well.
Miss Chu, the blood clots have dissolved, and the tendons and bones have been reconnected.
It's almost done. You should rest well and don't move around.
I suddenly remembered something urgent, so I'll leave first. Ning Xianyuan did not push his luck any further. Although he was indeed a little unsatisfied in his heart, there must be a limit to taking advantage of others. Just like eating a big meal, you have to start slowly with the appetizers. He reluctantly let go of Chu Yuqing's jade feet and left the training room. Wait until he leaves. Chu Yuqing's heart, which had almost stopped beating, finally started beating again. Oh my god! What on earth had she just done? What sound was made? Is that really her? The strong sense of shame kept hitting her nerves, making her wish she could go back in time and cover her mouth a few minutes ago. However, amidst the chaos and shame, a strange feeling quietly entangled Chu Yuqing's heart. The warmth of his palm. The focused look on his face when he was massaging. His final, almost desperate escape. Humph, you dare not do anything even after all this, what a coward. She buried her hot cheeks deeply in her knees, not knowing what she was expecting. Ning Xianyuan after leaving the training room. There was still a look of surviving a disaster on his face. Regretful expression. It's terrible, so terrible. He patted his chest with lingering fear. He was almost possessed by the evil demon from outside the domain just now, which in turn affected his big head's rational judgment. Fortunately, I am a gentleman and chopped off the little head with tears. Xiao Tu, I want something sexy. Big head, agreed. No, try again. Xiao Tu, I want something sexy. Big head, hurry up, ah. No. Absolutely not. This evil demon from outside the domain is endless and is really too difficult to deal with. Everyone who reads knows this. Once the urge to study comes to mind, I will definitely not be able to bear it if I don't find a teacher to study hard. The plan for now. The only thing I can do is ask Aunt Qin for help. Firstly, it can relieve the suffering of being burned by evil demons from outside the domain. Secondly, his favorability with Aunt Qin has reached 99. Once it reaches 100, there will be new rewards. Tomorrow is the final. The battle between him and Lu Minghui is inevitable. It's better to take advantage of now to add more cards to your cards. Thinking of this, he immediately went to find Aunt Qin. But at the school gate, he was stopped. It's Wei Yanran. The expression on her face was extremely complicated, and her usual arrogance was completely gone. Ning Xianyuan. Her voice was a little dry, with a hint of humility that was barely noticeable. Ning Xianyuan seemed to ignore her and walked right past her. Etc. Wei Yanran became anxious and quickly reached out to pull his arm. What's up? Ning Xianyuan avoided her hand and glanced at her with cold eyes. The indifference in his eyes made Wei Yanran's heart feel like it was stabbed. She had never seen this kind of look in Ning Xianyuan's eyes. Before, there was only passion and flattery in them. Brother Xianyuan, I was wrong. Wei Yanran's eyes were red and she started to cry. I really know I was wrong. I was ignorant before and I was blinded by greed. Can you please stop being angry? Can we go back to the way we were? She tried to impress Ning Xianxian with tears and weakness, a trick that had always worked for her in the past. However, there was only deep disgust on Ning Xuanyuan's face. This by Lianhua's acting skills are becoming more and more exquisite. It's just that now that he's stronger, I think he's useful again. Many green teas are like this, they don't cherish what they get easily. Only when you lose something do you want to get it back. Belated affection is cheaper than grass. Not to mention. System rating, Wei Yanran scored 85 points. Less than 90 points. I have no idea he is wasting his energy. Back to the past? What do you think I am? A pet that can be summoned and dismissed at will? Your apology is worthless to me. I advise you to give up this idea. The Ning Xianyuan of the past is already dead. You pushed him into the abyss and he died. The me of today has nothing to do with you. Seeing you in this ugly state of regret and desperate attempts to redeem yourself, I just feel disgusted.
Want me to come back? You don't deserve it. After saying that, Ning Xianyuan turned around and left without looking back. You! Wei Yanran was struck by lightning and her face turned pale instantly. From childhood to adulthood, had she ever suffered such humiliation? Especially coming from the mouth of this bootlicker who once obeyed her in everything. The huge gap made her tremble all over and tears welled up in her eyes. But it's more of a feeling of unwillingness. She was unwilling to lose Ning Xianyuan like this. No, I won't give up. Wei Yanran wiped away her tears, a hint of paranoid determination flashed in her eyes. I must make him come back to me, he can only be mine. She felt that Ning Xianyuan was unwilling to look back now, probably because he was still angry with her, and Ning Xianyuan must still have her in his heart. That's the case. She needed a lobbyist, someone who could impress Ning Xianyuan and make him soften his heart. And this person. A light bulb went off in her head, and a gentle figure instantly appeared in her mind. Right. Aunt Qin. Her mother. Aunt Qin has always been very good to Ning Xianyuan. As long as Aunt Qin comes forward, Ning Xianyuan will definitely change his mind. After getting rid of Wei Yan, Ning Xianyuan immediately called Aunt Qin. When I learned that she was still in the martial arts gym, I rushed over without stopping. Chapter 43 Aunt Qin, my daughter wants me to be her lobbyist? Martial arts school. The children had all finished their classes, leaving only Aunt Qin alone. Her long hair was simply tied up, revealing her graceful neck. A layer of fine beads of sweat covered her forehead, which added a bit of vitality and charming charm. Her every move carries the heroic spirit of a warrior and the charm of a mature woman, perfectly blending strength and gentleness. Seeing Ning Xuanyuan's eyes that were so hot that they almost melted her, Aunt Qin's heart trembled, and she asked knowingly. Xianyuan, why are you here at this time? Aunt Qin, I just encountered some difficulties in my studies. There are a few questions I don't understand, and I would like to ask you for some advice. As he spoke, he moved closer naturally and could almost smell the faint fragrance coming from Aunt Qin. You, stop playing tricks on Aunt Qin. What do you mean by asking for advice? It's clearly, humph. She didn't finish her words, but her meaning was self-evident, and her coquettish look made her even more charming. Then I'll leave it to Aunt Qin. Ning Xianyuan chuckled softly, and his other hand had already skillfully wrapped around Aunt Qin's soft waist, gently pulling her towards him. Aunt Qin struggled symbolically for a moment, then leaned softly into his arms, buried her hot cheeks in his strong chest, and muttered softly. You only know how to bully Aunt Qin, be gentle. Okay, I'll be gentle. The following words are omitted. 3 hours later. Ning Xianyuan successfully eradicated the evil demons from outside the domain. He looked at Aunt Qin's panel. Wei Qin favorability, 99. Looking at the glaring number on the system panel, Ning Xianyuan frowned. The favorability level hasn't changed at all. In the past, every time he took action and studied hard with Aunt Qin and delved into knowledge, he was able to increase Aunt Qin's favorability. Why didn't it work this time? Could it be me? Has your academic performance gotten worse? Okay, he admitted. Ever since he used up the 3 bull demon strength pills, without the blessing of the strength comparable to that of a wild bull, his learning explosiveness has indeed declined compared to before. But, after all, he is now a first-level warrior with a chi and HP value of 16.0. What is the concept? Even with his hands in his pockets, he could still shoot Aunt Qin so hard that her feet left the ground. Judging from Aunt Qin's satisfied and obsessed expression, his results in this exam were definitely not bad. What is the difference in this last point? It seems that this last breakthrough cannot be achieved by physical hard work alone. He sighed softly. From 99 to 100, this seemingly insignificant point is like a chasm. He had a vague premonition. Once the favorability reaches 100, it will be a very important reward. Just when he didn't know what the problem was, a sound suddenly came from outside the martial arts hall. Mom, are you there? I've been waiting for you for a long time. I have something to tell you. Why haven't you come home yet? It's Wei Yanran who is here. She was deeply hurt by Ning Xuanyuan's words, you don't deserve it. The more she thought about it at home, the angrier she became, and the more unwilling she became. I originally wanted to wait for Aunt Qin to come home and ask her to help lobby. But for some reason, Aunt Qin didn't come home yet. She couldn't wait any longer, so she took the initiative to find a martial arts gym. Xianyuan, stay in your room and don't come out.
Aunt Sheen was startled and quickly changed her clothes and walked out of the room.
Mom, you.
As soon as she saw Aunt Sheen, Wei Yanran wanted to complain immediately, but the words stopped at her lips.
Because. So smooth.
Aunt Sheen at this moment was exactly the same as the one she saw that day, even worse. Aunt Sheen was covered in sweat, as if she had just walked out of the warmest spring hot spring, and every inch of her skin was radiant with moisture. Those eyes that were always gentle as water were now rippling with light, as if containing a pool of spring water, and her cheeks were flushed with a charming and enchanting blush. There were still traces of tears in the corners of her eyes.
Mother. Are you having a nightmare again?
But
Mom is really beautiful.
she was so beautiful that even her daughter felt a strong sense of jealousy and palpitations. She subconsciously looked down at her youthful but slightly thin figure, and an indescribable sense of frustration quietly grew. Aunt Sheen felt a little uncomfortable with her daughter's staring eyes, especially when she thought of her study with Ning Xianyuan just now. Her cheeks became hot. Guilty, he straightened his loose collar and asked calmly, Ran, why did you come here so suddenly? Why don't you look so good?
After hearing Aunt Sheen's gentle question, Wei Yanran remembered the purpose of this trip.
She pursed her red lips, a feeling of grievance instantly flooding her heart, and she no longer cared to explore Aunt Sheen's strange charm. She said in a tearful voice,
Mom. Ning Xianyuan, he bullied me. Bully you? How did he bully you? Aunt Sheen was stunned. Yes. What kind of bullying? Is this the same kind of bullying that bullies yourself?
But soon, she breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Ning Xianyuan had ignored Wei Yanran for some time.
Even Wei Yanran's initiative to show goodwill and apologize was of no use. Mom, you must help me.
Ning Xianyuan is mad at me right now and refuses to forgive me.
Can you go find him and put in some good words for me? He'll definitely listen to you.
Listening to her crying, Aunt Sheen's expression became more and more strange.
Let her go find Xianyuan? Become a lobbyist? Let Xianyuan change his mind and treat Yanran well as before?
Aunt Sheen felt it was extremely absurd, her cheeks began to burn uncontrollably, and her heart was pounding wildly. Ning Xuanyuan's fiery gaze and those intimate scenes that made her blush and feel weak all over appeared involuntarily in front of her eyes. Her current relationship with Xianyuan has long surpassed the ordinary elder and junior relationship.
How could she bring herself to say this? Should she say to Ning Xianyuan, please come back to my daughter and continue to be her bootlicker?
Just thinking of this scene made Aunt Sheen feel ashamed. She knew very well that it was Wei Yanran who was the first to wrong Ning Xianyuan.
Ning Xianyuan did nothing wrong. If anyone is to blame, it can only be blamed on his own daughter for being too stupid.
She failed to recognize the great man and mistook a potential dragon for a loach, and pushed such a person away.
Mom, why don't you say anything? Just help me.
Ning Xianyuan used to listen to you the most. Wei Yanran pulled her arm and shook her, completely unaware of her mother's red cheeks.
Aunt Sheen. Things have come to this. How could she possibly hand Ning Xianyuan over to him?
Last time, Ning Xianyuan fought to the death with Zhang Wei to protect her, and he completely captured her heart.
Even Wei Yanran.
She was the daughter she had raised for more than 10 years.
She won't back down either. Of course, the matter between you and Xianyuan is between you young people. It's not for your mother to interfere.
But.
No buts. Mom can't help you. Although Aunt Sheen's voice was gentle, it carried a hint of unquestionable determination. She couldn't and didn't want to be a lobbyist for her rival in love.
Mom, if you don't help me, he will really be taken away by someone else.
Wei Yanran stomped her feet anxiously. Others? Who? Aunt Sheen's heart tightened inexplicably.
Chapter 44 Favorability 100, Great Sun Glazed Golden Body. Xu Yuqing, our school's most beautiful girl, comes from a wealthy and powerful family. She's also very beautiful and has a high qi and blood level. Ning Xianyuan is now spending every day in the training room with her.
People on the forums say they're a single man and a single woman.
Wei Yanran deliberately left her words unsaid, leaving room for imagination.
What, training room, together every day?
Aunt Sheen's originally gentle eyes suddenly became tense, and her voice unconsciously rose a degree. Her mind uncontrollably flashed through scenes, a young and energetic boy, a cool and beautiful school beauty, their bodies dripping with sweat, facing each other day and night in a confined space, training hard.
This little rascal. It's not enough for him to eat himself,
he even dares to mess around with other women. An indescribable feeling of sourness and crisis suddenly surged into my heart. She even forgot to think about the true intention behind Wei Yanran's words, and her mind was filled with only one thought: the panic that your treasured treasures are about to be taken away by others. She took a deep breath, suppressed the waves in her heart, reached out and held Wei Yanran's hand, her eyes filled with unprecedented determination.
Ran, you are my daughter. Mom can't sit idly by and watch this happen.
I can't let Xian Yuan be deceived by some bad girl out there.
Mom, you promise to help me?
Wei Yanran's eyes lit up, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw.
Well, Mom will help you. Aunt Xin nodded solemnly. After getting her promise, Wei Yanran left contentedly. Originally, she wanted to go back with Aunt Xin. But Aunt Xin said she had some things to deal with and would go home later. After Wei Yanran left, Aunt Xin lifted her sore legs and returned to the room. At this moment, her heart was full of grievances. That little scoundrel who said one thing and one thing, who said he would be gentle, really has no mercy on women. Although she likes it very much. But she just felt wronged. Ning Xianyuan was actually having an ambiguous relationship with other women. She must get to the bottom of it. Aunt Xin, what's wrong with you? You seem to be worried.
As soon as Aunt Xin returned to the room, Ning Xianyuan keenly noticed the lingering gloom between her brows. Aunt Xin snorted lightly and turned her face away, her tone full of sourness.
Huh, what's wrong with me? Don't you know it in your heart? Ning Xianyuan was stunned and guessed. Aunt Xin, did Wei Yanran say something to you? So what?
Ran told me that you and your school's most beautiful girl hang out in the training room every day, inseparable.
People on the forums say you have a special relationship.
The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt. She had been thinking about him the past few days.
He was locked in the training room with a little goblin.
Seeing her rarely revealing her little womanly demeanor, Ning Xuanyuan's heart softened, and he felt both angry and distressed. He slowed down his voice and explained seriously.
Aunt Xin, you misunderstood. Xu Yuqing and I are purely classmates. It's true that we train together, but there is absolutely no personal relationship between us. It's pure and innocent. That is a friendship of mutual openness. Really?
Aunt Xin raised her eyes and looked at him doubtfully, trying to find even a glimmer of hope in his eyes.
It's absolutely true. Otherwise, why would I come to see Aunt Xin tonight? Wouldn't it be better to stay in the training room?
These words were like a warm current, instantly dispelling the accumulated haze in Aunt Xin's heart.
The heavy stone in her heart fell to the ground with a loud bang.
An indescribable joy surged in her heart, causing the corners of her mouth to rise slightly. But she still suppressed her joy, deliberately keeping a stern face, and muttered in a low voice, "Who cares whether you are innocent or not?
You can practice with whoever you want."
Even so, her tone, which had become noticeably lighter, betrayed her. Ning Xianyuan looked at her jealous yet reserved expression, and a feeling of pity welled up in his heart. He held her in his arms, leaned close to her ear, and let his warm breath spray on her sensitive earlobe.
Aunt Xin, after the competition is over, I will definitely work harder to compensate you, okay? You little rascal.
Aunt Xin's cheeks turned red instantly, as if dyed by the sunset, and she was so beautiful. The room was quiet for a moment, and Aunt Xin's emotions gradually calmed down. She sighed softly, and her eyes became soft and complex.
Xianyuan, Aunt Xin isn't the kind of unreasonable, jealous woman. I know you're different now.
You're a potential dragon about to soar, and your future achievements are limitless. A man as outstanding as you is destined to have more than just one woman by his side in the future.
Auntie Xin doesn't mind you looking for other women.
As long as you don't forget Auntie Xin. She raised her head, her eyes gentle and tolerant, with a hint of relief and open-mindedness. These words are spoken sincerely. In this high-powered martial arts world where the strong are respected, it is not uncommon for powerful men to have multiple partners. She was well past the age of an innocent girl and knew this very well. Ning Xianyuan hadn't expected Aunt Xin to be so understanding. He was deeply moved, and his expression grew serious.
Aunt Xin, thank you for thinking this way.
I won't hide it from you either, my martial arts path is somewhat unique. I really need to form more Taoist partners with outstanding women in order to grow stronger and faster.
This isn't because I'm unfaithful. You can think of this as a special talent of mine. Martial God Companion System. This is his biggest secret and cannot be made public.
So he explained it tactfully in a way that Aunt Xin could understand. Of course, he could also choose to lie to Aunt Sheen and say that he would be with her for the rest of his life and that he only loved Aunt Sheen. But he disdains to tell such hypocritical lies.
But there is one thing I can guarantee. No matter what the future holds, no matter who's by my side, Aunt Sheen, you'll always be the most special one. You're my first woman, the one who gave me warmth and hope when I was at my lowest and most desperate. I'll never forget this friendship. There may be many stars in this world, but there is only one moon. In my heart, you hold an irreplaceable position. You are my original intention and my harbor. These are not sweet words, but Ning Xuanyuan's heartfelt words. Aunt Sheen is the first person who cares about him and loves him, so it naturally has special meaning. Hearing his frank and affectionate words, Aunt Sheen's eyes instantly turned red. The last trace of bitterness and uneasiness in my heart disappeared, replaced by great emotion and satisfaction. Your words are enough, Aunt Sheen. She did not expect to monopolize all of Ning Xuanyuan. All she wanted was a solid treasure that would never be forgotten. And Ning Xuanyuan gave her promises and affirmation that far exceeded her expectations. Although Ning Xuanyuan will have other women in the future, he has himself in his heart. That's enough. Ding, Wei Qin's favorability increased by 1, currently at 100. Congratulations to the host, your relationship with your Taoist partner Wei Qin has been fulfilled, triggering a special reward. Reward 1, Supreme Body Refining Technique, Great Sun Glazed Golden Body. This technique is extremely masculine and powerful, tempering the body, suppressing evil spirits, and capable of refining alien energy. It has an extremely solid foundation and unlimited potential. Reward 2, Complete Martial Arts Experience Card X1. Reward 3, Bold Demon Power Pill Recipe X1. Ning Xuanyuan's eyes suddenly flashed with ecstasy. Chapter 45. All parties gather and the final begins. 100. After this heart-to-heart talk, the favorability level actually reached 100. Ning Xuanyuan had always been confused as to why his favorability with Aunt Sheen was stuck at the delicate number 99. At this moment he finally understood. It turns out that this last bit of distance is never based on physical intimacy, but on the resonance of the soul. Since ancient times, true love has touched people's hearts. Only by exchanging sincerity for sincerity can we open the door to perfection. Otherwise, no matter how hard you work, you will not be able to cross this final distance by just physical labor. When he put aside all his calculations and delivered his truest thoughts and most solemn promises to Aunt Sheen without reservation, that perfection finally came naturally. Aunt Sheen, thank you. He tightened his arms and hugged the soft body in his arms tighter, his heart filled with unprecedented satisfaction and gratitude. Aunt Sheen sensed his emotional fluctuations and asked softly, "Why are you thanking me all of a sudden?" Ning Xuanyuan held her hand and said softly, "It's nothing, I just suddenly realized something." What's the reason? The most precious thing in this world is not a technique or a realm, but a sincere heart that is willing to understand and wait. He gazed into Aunt Sheen's gentle eyes and said, "Aunt Sheen, thank you for understanding me." Aunt Sheen's heart was warmed by his sincere words, and she leaned lightly on his shoulder. "Silly boy, why are you telling me this?" He quickly immersed his mind into the system to check this special reward. The golden body of the Great Sun, the Supreme Body Refining Technique, drawing the masculinity of the Great Sun and tempering the flawlessness of the glass. By practicing this method, one can reshape one's bones, transform qi and blood into pure yang, and make the body indestructible and immune to all evil. When one achieves perfection, the body will be like glass, bright inside and out, and emit an eternal golden light. What a domineering technique! Ning Xuanyuan was shocked. The mystery and power of the Great Sun glazed golden body completely surpassed all the martial arts he had encountered before. Even the domineering and unparalleled Ape King seal seemed slightly inferior. But now, the campus competition will start tomorrow. He didn't have time to practice this method for the time being. Fortunately, there is another reward. The perfect martial arts experience card solved his urgent problem of tomorrow's decisive battle. As for the recipe for the Bull Demon's strength pill, it was a money-making miracle drug. He seemed to be able to see an endless stream of wealth pouring towards him. The next day. Quarterfinals. The atmosphere on this day was obviously different. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder, suggesting an impending war. If the previous one was the tension of the midterm exam, then today is the solemnity of the college entrance examination. The playground was crowded with people and the noise was deafening. The high-rise viewing seats around the stadium were packed with people. In addition to the students of the school, there were also many parents and celebrities who came to watch the game. However,
Among the tens of thousands of spectators, there was a figure that was like a magnet, attracting countless astonished gazes. She was a beautiful woman with graceful demeanor, sitting quietly beside Wei Yanran.
Women have a gentle, mature, and attractive charm.
For these young boys, the unique charm of mature women is as lethal as a nuclear bomb.
Fuck, who is that beautiful girl next to Wei Yanran? She's so gorgeous.
Wei Yanran's looks are already very high, but when compared to this person, the difference is obvious. This person is simply a land of tenderness, just looking at her makes my bones melt.
Some boys whispered and swallowed their saliva.
To be fair, Wei Yanran is very beautiful. If it weren't for Chu Yuqing, who was so outstanding, the title of school belle would have been hers. But now, compared with the mature woman next to her, Wei Yanran suddenly seemed overshadowed.
That woman was naturally Aunt Qin. She was wearing a simple yet mature dress that perfectly outlined her curvaceous figure.
She is both dignified and charming, and shines like a pearl among the crowd. In front of her, Wei Yanran is like a little bean sprout that hasn't grown up yet.
Ah, I really don't know which man would be so lucky to marry such a stunning woman.
The boys were whispering, their hormones swirling.
Wei Yanran sat next to Aunt Qin, feeling extremely complicated.
On the one hand, she felt a strange sense of pride in Aunt Qin's charm. After all, she was her mother. On the other hand, the evaluation of herself as a bean sprout pierced her heart like a needle. In particular, I don't know what nourishing and beauty-enhancing foods Aunt Qin has been eating behind her back recently. She has become more and more beautiful and charming. Every frown and smile is full of charm and filled with a kind of
the feeling of being a wife.
It is true that married women are the ones that can most touch the hearts of young men.
The other side. In a private VIP seat,
President Ma sat upright, his brows slightly furrowed, and asked worriedly, "Miss Xu, do you think
Ning Xianyuan can win today?"
"Win or lose, I don't care.
What matters to me is his uncompromising backbone.
In this world, talent is easy to find, but a backbone that would rather break than bend is priceless." Her words were profound. President Ma understood instantly that what Zhu Qingyan was interested in was Ning Xuanyuan's performance when facing the Western and new martial arts forces. The kind of unyielding pride that would rather die with honor than live in disgrace displayed. She is naturally happy to win.
But even if she loses, she won't be disappointed. She admired Ning Xianyuan as a person.
It has nothing to do with winning or losing.
At the same time, in another VIP room,
a group of middle-aged people with extraordinary momentum gathered here.
"Boss Liu, this competition is the first step in whether our genetic medicine can successfully enter the Xia country market.
It is also a great opportunity for our new martial school to demonstrate our strength to those conservatives."
One of the middle-aged men spoke slowly. "Is there any problem with my nephew Minghui?"
Lu Qingtian showed a proud smile on his face. "Please rest assured, everyone. Minghui's strength is very close to the second level, and he has the latest strengthening potion provided by Gene Creation Group as his trump card.
The champion will only be our Liu family. Then we'll just have to wait and see."
Everyone nodded in satisfaction and turned their attention to the competition field.
Just as undercurrents were surging in the audience and everyone's thoughts were in turmoil. On the podium, Principal Zhou walked to the central loudspeaker. "Students, parents, and distinguished guests."
His voice was loud and clear, and it spread throughout the whole place. After numerous rounds of fierce competition, today, we are about to usher in the quarterfinals of our school's martial arts competition. This is not only a competition of strength and skill, but also a contest of will and faith. It is a manifestation of the future hope of Xia Nation's martial arts. The use of genetic drugs is not prohibited in this competition. I hope every contestant can give their all and show their best." He raised his arm high and then swung it down with force. "I declare that the quarterfinals of the Linzhou City Wudao No. 4 Middle School Martial Arts Competition have officially begun."
Boom!
As Principal Zhou finished speaking, the atmosphere in the entire playground was instantly ignited.
Cheers, shouts, and cheers erupted like a tsunami. "Here he comes, Ning Xianyuan is here.
Look at how calm he is, he seems very confident.
Lu Minghui is here too. Wow, his aura is so strong.
Chu is so beautiful, her white silk is the best, she is forever a goddess. I really want to be stepped on by her feet." Various discussions arose one after another. Ning Xianyuan could feel countless eyes falling on him. There is curiosity, admiration, jealousy, and also cold scrutiny from certain corners. He felt these gazes, his mood remained calm. Principal Zhou announced the start of the competition. On the huge electronic screen, the avatars of the 8 contestants began to scroll rapidly, and the first round of random pairing began. The atmosphere in the venue was instantly pushed to its peak, and countless eyes were fixed on the screen. Finally, the light flickered, and the name of the first duel slowly froze. Arena 1, Ning Xianyuan vs Zhao Tianlei. Chapter 46, Battle with Lu Minghui, Chu School Beauty Kisses. Here it comes. Ning Xuanyuan's first match. Zhao Tianlei, I remember him. His HP is at level 14.6, and his 1,000 troop spear technique is among the best in our grade. Now we're going to have a good show. I wonder if Ning Xuanyuan's strangely fast sword can block Zhao Tianlei's spearmanship. Under the attention of the whole audience, a burly boy holding a spear jumped onto the stage. He is Zhao Tianlei, with sharp eyes and high fighting spirit. He looked at Ning Xianyuan, who was slowly walking onto the stage, and snorted coldly, Ning Xianyuan, don't think you're so great just because you defeated Jiang Xin. An inch longer is an inch stronger. In front of my spear, your sword can't even touch me. Ning Xianyuan was too lazy to talk nonsense and just said calmly, go ahead. Arrogant. Zhao Tianlei was completely enraged by his nonchalant attitude. He roared, and a powerful force of blood and energy burst out. He stomped his feet hard, and the silver spear in his hand brought up a gust of evil wind and swept towards Ning Xianyuan head-on. The gunfire was so fierce that it was hard to breathe. However, facing this thundering blow, Ning Xuanyuan's figure was like catkins in the wind, but he used mysterious footwork and swayed lightly in a small space, easily avoiding the spear tip. Zhao Tianlei's shot missed, and he was shocked. He immediately swung his gun back, and the gun's momentum continued, turning into a gun net that enveloped Ning Xianyuan. But Ning Xuanyuan's movements were too erratic. He always managed to dodge by a hair's breadth the moment his spear was about to strike, as if he could predict all his attacks. Hateful. After several consecutive unsuccessful attempts, Zhao Tianlei was shocked and angry. He found that his marksmanship, which he was so proud of, could not even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes. Suddenly, a dazzling sword light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. A flash of light. Ning Xuanyuan's voice sounded calmly. The sword light was so fast that it exceeded the limit of vision. Zhao Tianlei felt a chill on his neck and his whole body froze instantly. A cold sword was already firmly in front of his throat, making him feel cold all over. He didn't even see how Ning Xianyuan drew his sword. The winner has been decided. Ning Xianyuan sheathed his sword, turned around and walked off the stage. The whole process was smooth and flowing, as if he had just done something insignificant. The whole audience was first dead silent, then erupted into thunderous applause and exclamations. Instant kill. Another instant kill. Too strong. Zhao Tianlei is completely powerless in front of him. In the stands, Anqin's beautiful eyes shone with excitement and her heart was filled with pride. Wei Yanran clenched her fists tightly, her face pale, and the poisonous weed of regret in her heart was growing wildly. In the VIP seats, Zhu Qing'an's beautiful red lips curled up into a faint smile, while Lu Qingtian and the new martial school people beside him frowned slightly. The next few games were equally exciting. Lu Minghui used only one move to absolutely crush his opponent off the stage and easily advanced. He had no expression on his face the whole time, as if he had done something insignificant, yet his power was so terrifying. Xu Yuqing defeated his opponent with his superb martial arts and successfully advanced. The last game allowed everyone to witness the true horror of genetic drugs. The opponent is named Qin Feng, the weakest among the top 8, with a health value of only 13.1. His opponent, however, was a powerful enemy with a HP value of 14.8. As soon as the game started, Qin Feng was completely suppressed and in danger. Just when everyone thought he was about to lose, he suddenly pulled out a needle that was flashing with a faint blue light from his pocket and stabbed it into his arm without hesitation. Roar! A roar that was not human voice burst out from his throat. His body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, his muscles became knotted, strange blue lines appeared on his skin, his eyes turned red, and he was filled with an aura of violence and chaos. His qi and blood values, under the detection of instruments, soared all the way and finally settled at a terrifying level of 17.0. Defeat me. Chen Feng's speed and strength increased several times, turning into a blue afterimage. With a completely unreasonable and brutal attitude, he overwhelmed his opponent with a violent and stormy attack. His opponent could only withstand less than 10 moves before he was knocked away by a punch, spitting blood from his mouth and fainting. The whole audience was in an uproar. The improvement that genetic drugs can bring to warriors is really huge.
Many people couldn't help but feel shaken. Which path is right, the traditional old martial arts or the new genetic martial arts? As the last game ended, Principal Zhou on the rostrum loudly announced. After fierce competition, the top 4 of this competition have been announced. They are Lu Minghui, Chu Yuqing, Shan Feng, and Ning Xianyuan. On the huge electronic screen, 4 people's portraits appeared side by side, representing the strongest fighting force of the younger generation of Wudao No. 4 Middle School. Then the top 4 will continue the draw.
In the first round, Lu Minghui faced Shan Feng. In the second round, Ning Xianyuan faced Chu Yuqing.
Shan Feng admitted defeat directly and said he would not fight anymore.
He has tried his best to reach the semi-finals. Even if he uses genetic drugs, he will not be a match for Lu Minghui. As for Ning Xianyuan and Chu Yuqing, the battle between the two of them sparked heated discussions. These two people are rumored to be boyfriend and girlfriend and have a very close relationship.
But just when everyone was wondering who would win, Chu Yuqing simply admitted defeat.
Among all the people present, she knew Ning Xianyuan's strength best. His HP value of level 16.0 was higher than hers, not to mention that he had mastered 3 basic martial arts.
Oh my god, school beauty Chu didn't even fight back and just admitted defeat. What does this mean? She can't bear to hit her lover? Humph, who knows, maybe they've already fought.
Yes, we fought for 7 days and 7 nights. Many boys were heartbroken when they thought about the two of them staying in the training room for 7 days and 7 nights. As Chen Feng and Chu Yuqing both admitted defeat, only Ning Xianyuan and Lu Minghui were left. When the two names flashed side by side on the big screen, the atmosphere of the entire playground was instantly ignited. Final, Lu Minghui versus Ning Xianyuan.
Countless eyes instantly focused on the two of them. Here it comes, it's finally here. Who do you think will win? Is this even worth considering? Hesitating for even a second would be disrespectful to Lu Minghui. After all, he's the unanimous number 1 in our school. He's suppressed the entire school for so long, so he's definitely going to win. Let's make a bet. I bet on Ning Xianyuan to win. His instantaneous sword is too fast. The only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. Senior Lu will definitely win. The noisy sound almost overturned the sky, and the air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Chu Yuqing's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand. Lu Minghui's strength is close to the second realm, and coupled with the trump cards provided by his family and Western forces, his strength is unfathomable. Although Ning Xianyuan is strong, he is alone after all. She could no longer suppress her worries, and took advantage of the last preparation time before the finals to quickly walk to Ning Xianyuan. Ning Xianyuan. Her voice trembled slightly. What's wrong? If it really doesn't work, just admit defeat. Safety first. Are you worried about me? Chu Yuqing's cheeks flushed, but she didn't avoid his question. She hummed softly and whispered, I don't want anything to happen to you because of me. Feeling the genuine concern in her tone, Ning Xianyuan felt a warm current in his heart. He smiled slightly, moved closer to Chu Yuqing, and said in a tone that only the two of them could hear, Chu Yuqing, I've said before that I'm greedy for your body. So, I won't give you to Lu Minghui. Chu Yuqing's cheeks turned red, and even her fair neck was stained crimson. She had never expected that at such a tense moment, Ning Xianyuan would bring up the rogue declaration that made her blush. Her voice was urgent and shy, with a noticeable tremor. It's already this late and you're still talking nonsense. However, when she met Ning Xianyuan's eyes, she understood instantly. This seemingly inappropriate joke was actually Ning Xianyuan's unique way of comforting her. Ning Xianyuan did not offer empty consolations like don't worry or believe me. Instead, he told her with a seemingly frivolous reason. You are the one I am determined to win, so I will never lose. For you, I will win. Tears quickly gathered in Chu Yuqing's eyes. It wasn't out of sadness, but a strong feeling of being moved. She has 1,000 words to say. But in the end it turned into a bold move that even she had not expected. Under the gaze of thousands of people in the audience, she stood on tiptoe. A soft, warm. The kiss, with a hint of trembling, was firmly imprinted on Ning Xianyuan's face. Time seems to freeze at this moment. Chapter 47, Perfect Body Refining Technique Exposed. The noisy stadium instantly fell into deathly silence.
Everyone stared with wide eyes, looking at the shocking scene below the ring in disbelief. That's Chu Yuqing. The school beauty Chu is extremely beautiful, like a snow lotus on an iceberg. She actually kissed Ning Xianyuan in public. Who could have thought that the usually aloof and reserved school beauty Chu would make such a bold move under the watchful eyes of the public? The kiss ended instantly, as fleeting as an illusion. Chu Yuqing took a half step back, her cheeks as red as the ripe sunset, even her earlobes and snow-white neck were dyed with an alluring crimson. She didn't dare to look at Ning Xuanyuan's expression at the moment, let alone face the burning gazes of the audience. The intense shame overwhelmed her like a tsunami. After a brief silence, the whole audience erupted into an even greater uproar. What did I see? School beauty Chu kissed Ning Xianyuan. Is this official? My youth is over. Ah! Ning Xianyuan, the hatred for stealing my wife is irreconcilable. Lu Minghui's face turned green. I think the background music at this time should be green light. Lu Minghui's face was completely distorted by extreme jealousy and anger. This is more humiliating than slapping him in public. This kiss, like a declaration of war, pushed the personal feud in this final to a climax. And this scene. It also stirred up waves in the hearts of the three women. In the stands, Aunt Sheen's gentle eyes widened instantly, and her hands clenched subconsciously. She stared blankly at the scene below the ring, feeling an indescribable complex emotion in her heart. Seeing the boy he had watched grow up since childhood, he has now grown into such a dazzling man who can even win the heart of a favored girl like Chu Yuqing. What surged in her heart was a sense of relief and pride that my son has grown up. However, thinking of the close relationship between him and me, this relief was mixed with a bit of unspeakable jealousy. Her cheeks felt slightly hot, and she spat in her heart, this child is really getting more and more capable. This feeling is like the treasure that he had treasured for many years finally shone brightly. But it has also been seen and loved by more people. Beside, Wei Yanran's pupils suddenly constricted, and the blood color on her face faded away completely. She stared at the kiss intently, as if she wanted to sear the image into the depths of her soul. No. Impossible. She muttered to herself. That kiss completely pierced the last bit of fantasy in her heart. She was originally confident that what happened between Chu Yuqing and Ning Xianyuan was just a joke. She even felt. Once Chu Yuqing gets tired of playing. After Ning Xianyuan was kicked. Perhaps. She still has a chance. After all, Ning Xianyuan had been so infatuated with her and loved her so deeply, how could he possibly break up with her completely? Maybe Ning Xianyuan will come back to her. I didn't understand until this moment. That was just her unrealistic fantasy. Ning Xianyuan now has a better choice. That's Chu Yuqing. Chu Yuqing is far superior to her in terms of appearance, family background, and strength. What can she use to compare with Chu Yuqing? She would have no chance unless she had Aunt Jean's conditions. At this moment, jealousy and regret were gnawing at her heart. In the VIP seats, a hint of surprise and amusement flashed across Zhu Qing'an's beautiful eyes. Her slender jade-like fingers tapped lightly on the armrest, and a meaningful arc appeared at the corner of her lips. I underestimated the charm of this little guy. She said to herself, this little girl from the Chu family has a very sharp vision. But I won't give up the little fellow I've set my eyes on easily. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the finals are finally about to begin. Ning Xianyuan took a deep breath, suppressed all his surging emotions, and stepped onto the final stage with a determined look. The two stood facing each other. Boom! The invisible aura collided between the two people, causing the air in the center of the ring to slightly distort and emit a slight buzzing sound. Before the fight even started, the tit-for-tat momentum made the spectators in the front row near the ring feel a suffocating pressure. Ning Xianyuan, you've successfully angered me. I won't let you lose so easily. I'll break your bones one by one and make you lie prone in front of Yuqing like a dead dog. Let Yuqing see clearly what a loser she chose. Lu Minghui spoke first, his voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, cold to the bone. Ning Xuanyuan's eyes were calm, so much nonsense. The next moment. Swish. Swish. The two attacked almost at the same time. Lu Minghui bent his knees and rushed out from the ground like a cannonball, shaking the entire arena violently. He stretched his body, and as he reached the middle of the road, his energy and blood flowed out of his body, and he punched out. At first glance, it looked as if there was a streak of blood on his fist, carrying the power to tear everything apart. Before the punch was fully delivered, the people outside the ring felt a fierce gust of wind coming towards them, and they felt as if they could not stand.
This is the health value of level 19.9. It is overwhelming strength. You're just in time.
Facing this fierce punch, Ning Xianyuan laughed loudly, took steady steps, twisted his waist and exerted force, and his right fist blasted out like an angry dragon out of the sea. There was nothing fancy about this punch, but it contains the purest power and speed. Tearing the air, a shallow air film was squeezed out in front of the fist, which continued to shrink. This was the first time he revealed himself without reservation. The perfect level of national bodybuilding technique.
Bang!
The next moment, two fists containing terrifying power collided with each other like two meteorites. A loud noise far more violent, dull, and terrifying than any previous collision suddenly erupted. It was like a bolt of lightning exploding out of nowhere. With the point where the two fists collided as the center, a visible shockwave swept out in all directions. The violent gust of wind made it difficult for the spectators near the ring to open their eyes. Their hair and clothes fluttered wildly backwards, and their faces felt as painful as if they were being cut by a knife. Everyone was stunned by this most primitive and brutal force, and their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. I saw two figures sliding backwards at the same time under the terrifying impact. Ning Xuanyuan's feet were like plowing the ground, his arms and sleeves were all shattered, leaving two deep grooves on the broken ground of the arena before he could steady his body. Lu Minghui also slid back several steps, leaving a deep footprint on the ground with each step, and the cuffs of his white training suit were also shattered. For the first time, a genuine solemnity appeared on his face. Head-on confrontation. The collision of pure strength and blood. He, a 19.9 level peak level warrior, actually didn't get any advantage? The opponent's power is as concentrated as his? Perfection level, national body refining technique? Lu Minghui stared at Ning Xianyuan intently, almost squeezing out these words from between his teeth, his eyes full of disbelief. There was a moment of dead silence in the stands, and then an earth-shaking uproar broke out. Blocked it. Ning Xianyuan actually blocked it head-on. Oh my god, that's the perfect level of national body refining technique. This guy is hiding his secrets too well. He has perfected the flash sword and the national body refining technique. He actually mastered two perfect martial arts at the same time. Chapter 48, all the cards are revealed, and the chosen one is killed with a sword. Human energy is limited. It is very impressive for a high school student to be able to master a basic martial art. If you practice to perfection, you can be called a genius. And two doors. He is a genius among geniuses. Originally, judging from the qi and blood values, Ning Xianyuan had no chance of being a match for Lu Minghui. Every 1.0 level difference in qi and blood value is a small level. The lower 3 levels are the early stage, the middle 3 levels are the middle stage, the upper 3 levels are the late stage, and above that is the peak. Ning Xuanyuan's qi and HP value of 16.0 is in the middle stage of the first realm, which is 2 levels lower than Lu Minghui, who is at the peak of the first realm. Despite such a huge gap, he was able to fight head-on and not lose the upper hand. This shows the power of perfect martial arts. Ning Xianyuan, I admit that I underestimated you. Lu Minghui's voice turned cold, and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. However, the game ends here. Next, I will let you see what true power is. Before he finished speaking, the aura around him rose again, and invisible energy and blood surged from his body, and a faint golden light appeared on his fists, as if they were coated with a layer of gold. It's the Lu family's Vajra fist, a third-rate martial art known for its ferocity and dominance. The knowledgeable teacher in the audience saw the origin and spoke in a serious tone. Moreover, judging by the current situation, he has already reached the state of great perfection. Faced with this pressure that far exceeded the previous one, Ning Xianyuan did not dare to hold back at all. 9 oxen and 2 tigers. He growled in his heart, and the blood in his body circulated wildly, and the ultimate move of the perfect national body refining technique burst out in an instant. His body swelled slightly, his muscles bulged, and it seemed as if a wild beast was awakening under his skin. A primitive, brutal, and extremely pure sense of power emanated from his body. A punch was thrown. This punch was extremely fast and powerful, and the air was compressed to produce a sharp sonic boom. Just in time. Lu Minghui roared, and with the might of King Kong, he attacked fiercely. He wanted to use his absolute strength to crush his opponent's confidence. Both of them were fighting head-on, strong against strong, like a needle against a thorn, and neither was willing to give in.
Bang!
The two fists collided again, causing a deafening roar and rolling airwaves. On the ring, the two figures completely turned into blurred after images, and a violent fist battle began. It was like two high-speed trucks colliding head-on.
Bang, bang, bang.
Lu Minghui's Vajra fist opened and closed wildly, and each punch carried a light golden energy. Amidst the whistling wind from his fists, there was even a faint sound of metal and stone. It was like a furious King Kong descending to the world, ready to smash everything in front of him into pieces. Ning Xuanyuan's fist did not have any gorgeous light or shadow, but it contained terrifying power like 9 oxen and 2 tigers.
Every punch he threw was like a giant ancient beast waving its claws, simple, direct, yet overbearing and unreasonable.
The golden fist shadow and the fist containing primitive power collided wildly in the air.
There was a loud bang like thunder, shaking the entire playground. Oh my god. Is this still a human fight? It's so scary. I feel like they're going to tear the ring apart. What kind of move is this, Ning Xuanyuan? Is it even part of the national bodybuilding technique? How could he withstand Lu Minghui's third-rate boxing technique, which is at the great perfection stage?
The students in the audience were completely dumbfounded. All they could see was two storms colliding wildly, with each collision stirring up debris and dust. The strong wind that escaped was so strong that even the audience in the front row could not open their eyes. In a blink of an eye, the two had exchanged hundreds of punches. Lu Minghui became more and more frightened as the fight went on. His Vajra fist, which he was so proud of and was indestructible, could not gain the upper hand at this moment. No matter how he stimulated his energy and blood, he could not shake the opponent in the slightest.
The power contained in the opponent's seemingly plain fist seemed endless.
Every collision made his blood surge and his arms numb.
How is that possible?
He roared madly in his heart. He is a genius that the Lu family has cultivated with all their resources, and he is a powerful person at the peak of the realm.
How is it possible that we can't take the city for so long?
Ning Xuanyuan also felt uncomfortable. Although perfect martial arts are powerful, they cannot completely make up for the gap in qi and blood of several small levels. Every time he fought hard, his blood and qi would shake, and a sweet and fishy taste would surge in his throat, but the fighting spirit in his eyes became more and more intense.
He can't lose.
For Chu Yuqing, and to crush the plans of the West and the new martial alliance, he must win.
So much for the warm-up. Lu Minghui could no longer tolerate this stalemate.
He suddenly pulled back and grabbed the weapon rack with his right hand. A silver-white spear with a cold light flashing at the tip instantly appeared in his hand. "You're the first one who can force me to draw my gun." Lu Minghui pointed the tip of his gun at Ning Xuanyuan, and his aura suddenly changed, becoming sharp and aggressive. "My third-rate spear technique, the Fuai spear, has also reached its peak. I want to see if your sword can block my spear." Before he finished speaking, he stepped closer and shot out with his gun like a dragon. Whoosh! 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 The silver gun shadow instantly filled Ning Xuanyuan's vision, tearing through the air with a sharp whistle. Sometimes the spear's power is like a dragon emerging from the sea, with a flash of cold light arriving first, and then the spear shoots out like a rainbow, violent and ferocious, piercing the vital point. Sometimes it was like 100 rivers converging, transforming into twinkling cold stars in the sky, which were difficult to distinguish between real and fake. They enveloped from all directions, trying to completely submerge Ning Xuanyuan. Ning Xuanyuan's eyes narrowed, and he also drew a long sword from the weapon rack. Facing the gun shadows all over the sky, he used his perfect level instant sword to its full potential. The sword light suddenly appeared, like the Milky Way pouring down to the ground, transforming into a dense and swift curtain of light. Ding ding dang dang. Sword lights and gun shadows collided wildly in the center of the ring, erupting in the sound of dense metal clashing. Sparks flew everywhere, like tiny fireworks exploding on the ring. The sword moved lightly and the gun moved domineeringly, and for a while the two fought evenly.
I wonder how long you can hold on. Lu Minghui couldn't defeat the opponent after a long time and became anxious again. The power of his spear became more and more violent.
He no longer pursued subtle changes, but poured his blood and energy into the spear madly, trying to break the opponent's tricks with force, and each spear was stronger than the last. As the silver spear was swung, the strong wind it created blew Ning Xuanyuan's hair and clothes wildly backwards. However, this unreserved outburst will eventually run out of steam. Sure enough, at the moment when his old strength was exhausted and new strength had not yet been generated.
Ning Xuanyuan's eyes flashed with brilliance. Now is the time.
His pace suddenly changed, and his figure blurred like a ghost.
Inch walk. A fleeting glimpse.
Lu Minghui's shot, which was determined to hit the target, pierced through the slowly disappearing afterimage of Ning Xianyuan with a piercing scream. The sense of emptiness from the tip of the gun made his pupils shrink suddenly, and alarm bells rang in his heart.
Not good.
Without thinking, he drew his gun and defended himself. But Ning Xuanyuan's real body had appeared at an extremely tricky angle behind him as if by teleportation, almost sticking to the blind spot of his back.
A flash of light.
A flash of cold sword light, without any warning, was like a flash of lightning in the dark night, a perfect combination of body movement and swordsmanship. This sword. It was so fast that it exceeded the limits of vision, and it passed through Lu Minghui's gun-holding arm with incredible precision. Lu Minghui only felt a chill at the elbow of his right arm, and then a piercing pain swept over him like a tsunami. Blood splattered.
A blood mark deep enough to see the bone instantly appeared on Lu Minghui's forearm.
The severe pain made it almost impossible for him to hold the spear. The whole audience fell silent for a moment, and then broke out into an earth-shaking uproar. Injured, Ning Xianyuan hurt Lu Minghui. My God, even with weapons, Lu Minghui still got injured. That movement was so bizarre, it was impossible to defend against it.
At that moment, I seemed to see two Ning Xuanyuans. Chapter 49, shocking everyone, making a big splash. Is Lu Minghui strong? Powerful. Of course it's very strong. Health value of level 19.9.
Even if you look at the hundreds of martial arts high schools in Linzhou City, his strength is among the best, and he is an existence that countless people look up to. You have to know that most people in the school can't even master the basic martial arts. The fact that he was able to master two third-rate martial arts, the Vajra Fist and the Sea Covering Spear, at the same time was enough to prove his extraordinary talent. It is precisely for this reason that from the very beginning of the campus competition, almost everyone determined without a doubt that Lu Minghui would be the first place this year.
This is almost an ironclad fact. But who could have thought? Ning Xianyuan will show up halfway.
When Ning Xianyuan used the national bodybuilding technique to resist the Vajra Fist and remained undefeated, everyone was surprised. When he used the perfection-level instant light sword to block the Great Sea Covering Spear, everyone was shocked. When he used his mysterious inch swimming step to secure victory, the entire playground fell into a dead silence that was almost speechless.
After a brief moment of silence, there was an uproar like a volcanic eruption. 3.
My God, he actually possesses 3 perfect-level basic martial arts. A student suddenly jumped up from his seat, his voice full of shock, and the finger pointing at the ring was shaking violently. The national body refining technique, the flashing sword, and that footwork, the inch swimming step, all at the perfection level.
How is this possible? Is he still human?
The companion next to him opened his mouth wide enough to fit an egg in, his eyes filled with the confusion of a shattered worldview. Basic martial arts are easy to learn but difficult to master. Many people spend 3 years mastering a skill to perfection, which is considered excellent and a guarantee of admission to a key Wuhan university.
And perfection?
That is the theoretical perfect state that teachers use to encourage students, something that only exists in textbooks.
If you are proficient in one subject, you can be called a genius. What about the perfection of the 3 doors? Monster? Evildoer? It's true that if you don't make a sound, you'll be a sensation.
A real man should live like this.
I wish my boyfriend could be this lucky. Some girls were moved by Ning Xuanyuan's charm. Don't be a fangirl.
He has the school beauty Chu, how could he be interested in you, said the friend.
Can't I think about it?
Even the school leaders who had been sitting firmly on the rostrum could no longer remain calm.
Oldly, your class hit it really well.
A leader suddenly turned his head and looked at Ning Xuanyuan's class teacher, his voice trembling with disbelief. The class teacher who was asked, Mr. Li, was a 60-year-old man. At this moment, his face was also full of confusion. He subconsciously adjusted his glasses, and his lips trembled a few times before he could barely utter a word.
I don't know either. This kid has always been mediocre in the class.
No, saying mediocre is an exaggeration. His chi and health values have always been at the bottom, and his martial arts progress is so slow that it's worrying. He's the tail end of the whole grade. He even skipped classes for almost a month for no apparent reason.
I thought he was going to give up on himself.
Who could have imagined that after returning this time, he would have changed so much? He was no less shocked than any other student in the audience. As the class teacher, he thought he knew every student in the class, but Ning Xuanyuan's performance at this moment was completely beyond his expectations. The speed of this progress can no longer be described as fast, it is simply soaring. However, this doubt only lingered in old man Li's mind for a moment before it was overwhelmed by a more turbulent and more real emotion. That was an ecstasy that could not be suppressed. Ning Xuanyuan is his student. It was in his class and under his guidance that I achieved such great success. Doesn't it mean that he teaches well? Ha ha ha, good. Good. Good boy. Old man Li slapped his thigh suddenly, and the wrinkles on his face turned into blooming chrysanthemums. After all this time, this guy must have been playing dumb and manipulating the score, right? Ha ha ha. He seemed to have seen that this year's school's outstanding teacher selection and even the city's outstanding educator trophy were beckoning to him. The mixed looks of envy and jealousy from the head teachers of other classes around him made him feel relaxed all over, as if he was 10 years younger. Incredible, incredible, the 3 basic martial arts have been perfected. The head teacher beside him had already stood up excitedly, rubbing his hands, his eyes shining. Old Li, your class has finally produced a true talent. With his grades, not only will he be accepted into key martial arts universities, but even those top-tier martial arts universities will definitely be vying for him. His admission is a sure thing, and he can even be exempted from the college entrance examination. On the rostrum, the atmosphere instantly became extremely heated, and all the leaders' eyes were focused on the young man who had just won, as if they were looking at a rare treasure. Some are happy, some are sad. Principal Zhou's brows gradually furrowed, and an imperceptible coldness flashed in his eyes. He drummed his knuckles unconsciously on the armrest, his heart far from being as calm as he appeared. Ning Xuanyuan. In the previous plan, this name was simply an insignificant background. An ordinary student with mediocre qi and blood values and slow progress in martial arts should have become one of Lu Minghui's stepping stones to the top in this competition whose outcome had already been predetermined. But now, this stepping stone not only hurt his feet, but even knocked the intended protagonist to the ground. This Ning Xuanyuan will not affect the plan of the new martial alliance, right? Thinking of this, he glanced towards the VIP room not far away. Inside the VIP room, Lu Qingtian looked gloomy and dissatisfied. But this dissatisfaction was not mainly directed at Ning Xuanyuan on the ring. The sudden appearance of a dark horse, although unexpected, was not worth him, a senior member of the Lu family, to immediately invest too much emotion in. No matter how fast the weeds grow, just pinch them off. Most of his anger was directed at his son, Lu Minghui. A qi and health value of 19.9, a family dedicated to cultivation, and 2 third-rate martial arts at the grand perfection stage. Despite such a luxurious configuration, they were unable to crush the opponent with overwhelming force, but were instead injured by the opponent in full view of everyone. This is a shame for Lu Minghui as well as for him. However, this slight dissatisfaction soon dissipated. Although the process was a bit bumpy. But the final outcome will not change. Lu Minghui still has the trump card in his hand that can really determine the outcome of this match. That is his greatest reliance. Even in a sense. It's a good thing that Lu Minghui is injured now. If we win the game with the help of genetic medicine, wouldn't we be able to appreciate the power of genetic medicine even more? And Lu Minghui on the ring. Feeling the pain in his arm, a trace of ferocious madness flashed in his eyes. Ning Xuanyuan, you're looking for death. He squeezed out a few words from between his teeth and suddenly took out an injection from his pocket with liquid flowing like blood. Amidst the horrified gazes of the entire audience, he stabbed his own neck without hesitation. Chapter 50 Regeneration Potion, Battle with Lu Minghui of the Second Realm. As the medicine is pushed into the vein. The next moment, a scene that surprised everyone happened. The sword wound on his arm, so deep that the bone was visible, began to wriggle at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bleeding stopped and scabs formed almost within a breath, and the muscle fibers squirmed and connected like living things. In just a few seconds, only a hideous trace of new pink flesh was left. What kind of potion is this? It's so powerful. The students around the ring exclaimed. It seems to be a regenerative potion called the Fountain of Life. I heard it has super fast regeneration capabilities. It can instantly stimulate cell division and recombination, healing non-fatal injuries in a very short time. Some people were knowledgeable and recognized the origin of the potion. Having such a potion is no less than having a second life. Even non-fatal injuries can be recovered. How powerful is that?
Everyone has a new understanding of the power of genetic drugs. Then, Lu Minghui took out another dark golden potion and pushed it into his body. This is a strengthening potion. Boom!
His muscles expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, veins wriggling under his skin like a dragon, and his eyes turned a terrifying red gold color. An aura that was several times stronger than before, and even underwent a qualitative change, erupted from his body like a storm, sweeping across the entire arena. The blood and energy value detector at the edge of the field issued a shrill alarm, and the numbers on it jumped wildly. It soared all the way from level 19.9 and easily broke through the second level barrier of level 20.0. And without any pause, he continued to climb up in a savage manner. 21.0, 22.0, 23.0. In the end, that scarlet number froze at a number that made everyone despair.
Level 23.5. Fuck, level 23.5, how can I fight this? It's more than a leap forward. Western genetic medicine is so terrifying, it can actually break through the bottleneck of realms.
Ning Xianyuan is finished, absolutely finished.
A mid-level first realm versus a mid-level second realm. This isn't a battle, it's a massacre. There was an uproar in the stands. There is a solid realm bottleneck between levels 19.9 and 20.0. Many warriors may be stuck at this bottleneck for their entire lives.
Genetic drugs can directly ignore this bottleneck, which shows how dominant this Western technology is.
And once you reach the second level,
there will be a new leap in the level of life, and the quality and total amount of qi and blood, as well as the control over the body, will be worlds apart from the first level. Even though it is only a 0.1 level increase in qi and health, the actual combat power is increased by several times. A warrior who has just entered the second realm can easily deal with 10 warriors at the peak of the first realm at the same time. What's more, Lu Minghui is not just entering the second realm now, but is at the middle level of the second realm at level 23.5. It feels great. Lu Minghui slowly raised his head, feeling the unprecedented powerful force in his body, and a twisted and intoxicated smile appeared on his face. The look he gave Ning Xianyuan was no longer that of an opponent, but rather that of a god looking down upon an ant.
Ning Xianyuan, what can you use to fight me now?
Your perfect martial arts?
In the face of absolute power, it's nothing more than a sophisticated juggling act. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and admit defeat, and I'll spare your life. The terrifying aura surged towards Ning Xianyuan like a tide.
The ground of the ring even began to make a crackling sound because it could not withstand the power naturally emitted by Lu Minghui.
The air solidified. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Ning Xianyuan's reaction. Is it a humiliating surrender? Still. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, are you putting up this doomed resistance?
Ning Xianyuan stood in place. The powerful aura indeed made him feel unprecedentedly heavy, and even breathing became a little difficult.
This is the strongest opponent he has encountered so far.
His clothes rustled under the other party's violent breath, as if they would be torn to pieces at any time.
However, his spine was still straight. After the initial intense solemnity, his eyes no longer revealed any trace of fear or despair. Instead, a more intense and unyielding flame of war was ignited. He has reasons not to lose.
He slowly raised the long sword in his hand and pointed it directly at Lu Minghui. His voice was calm, but it was clearly heard by everyone.
Borrowed power is ultimately illusory. Lu Minghui, you're someone who relies on genetic drugs to fight me, and you dare to speak so shamelessly?
He paused, his fighting spirit rising to its peak.
War.
The moment he finished speaking, his figure moved. He pushed the inch walk to the limit of his ability, and his entire body seemed to turn into a wisp of insubstantial green smoke. Leaving behind several afterimages on the ring that were difficult to distinguish between true and false, he moved rapidly around Lu Minghui at a speed beyond the reach of ordinary human vision, looking for an opportunity to kill him with one strike. However, facing this exquisite footwork that once injured him, there was only cold mockery in Lu Minghui's eyes.
Too slow.
He didn't even move much, but just turned his head slightly, and his eyes accurately locked onto Ning Xianyuan's real body moving at high speed. The second-level warriors not only bring about a surge in qi and blood, but also a comprehensive leap in nerve reaction speed and dynamic vision.
A flash of light. The sword lights up.
It is still as stunning and as fast as ever, like the only flash of lightning in the dark night. Lu Minghui stood there, motionless.
Can't hide? No. He didn't even bother to hide.
The sharp tip of the sword barely scratched Lu Minghui's skin, leaving a shallow wound. The wound only cut through the outermost layer of skin tissue, but did not damage the flesh underneath. You have to know that his previous sword strike had caused a deep wound to Lu Minghui that was visible to the bone. But this sword is too shallow. This is because after reaching the second level, Lu Minghui's physical fitness and muscle density are more than 10 times stronger than before. His physical strength now is as strong as steel. What is even more despairing is, the wound that was cut with great difficulty did not even bleed, and the muscle fibers were wriggling rapidly as if they had life. Almost in the blink of an eye, the wound that had just appeared healed without even leaving a scar, and it was back to normal.
Ning Xianyuan, it's useless.
Lu Minghui looked down at the healed wound and said in a playful tone, the regeneration potion has given me a strong recovery ability.
Your attack is meaningless to me.
Next, I'll let you experience the power of the second realm. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Minghui's figure moved.
Disappeared from the spot in an instant. Ning Xuanyuan's pupils shrank sharply. So fast.
Even faster than his inchwalk. After reaching the second realm, Lu Minghui has made comprehensive improvements, and even his speed has increased significantly. Ning Xianyuan only had time to hold the sword across his body.
Bang!
A fist covered with dark golden light appeared in front of him as if by teleportation, and hit the long sword solidly. Crack! A teeth-grinding sound of breaking was clearly heard. The long sword made of fine steel was vulnerable to a single blow and broke in an instant.
The fist continued to strike Ning Xuanyuan's chest without losing momentum.
He was knocked back in an instant, his feet rubbing the ground, and he stopped at the edge of the ring. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale.
Apparently that punch didn't hurt.
Ning Xianyuan, you can't even resist with only 50% of your strength.
What can you use to fight me?
Lu Minghui shook his wrist and said in a calm tone. He didn't even pursue the victory, but just stood there, looking at Ning Xianyuan with amusement, as if he was admiring the prey's struggle before death.
50% strength? Oh my god.
He only used 50% of his strength to injure Ning Xianyuan and even broke his sword.
How can we fight this? They're not even on the same level. Too strong. A second-level warrior and a first-level warrior are simply not on the same level.
There was an uproar all around, and the voices were filled with a sense of powerlessness.
This is the difference in realm.
Even if Ning Xianyuan was a genius and mastered the 3 perfect martial arts, it would be difficult for him to cross the gap in realm. The miracles he had created before seemed so pale after Lu Minghui showed his true power. Xu Qing'an's brows were tightly furrowed, and her aura was fluctuating. Obviously she was extremely uneasy. Aunt Qin even covered her mouth, and her eyes, which were always as gentle as water, were now filled with heartache that was about to overflow. Among all the people who cared about Ning Xianyuan, Zhu Yuqing had the most intense reaction.
Her pretty face turned pale and bloodless in an instant.
Her slender fingers were twisted together tightly, her knuckles turned white from excessive force, and her slightly trembling body revealed her inner fear and despair.
Ning Xianyuan. She couldn't help but call out Ning Xianyuan.
Ning Xianyuan turned and looked at her. The moment their eyes met, he saw Zhu Yuqing shaking his head at him very slowly and firmly.
That look seemed to say, "That's enough, that's enough. Don't get hurt for me anymore. I accept my fate."
Even if this happens, Lu Minghui will win the championship, and the marriage between the Chu family and the Lu family will have no room for maneuver. She will fall into the abyss that she least wants to face.
Even though she felt extremely unwilling. But all this seemed so insignificant compared to Ning Xuanyuan's safety. She couldn't bear to see Ning Xianyuan getting hurt for her.
But, facing Zhu Yuqing's worries, Ning Xianyuan just smiled and said firmly, "Don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised." It was so strange to see that the two of them still had time to exchange glances under such circumstances. Lu Minghui's rage instantly reached its peak. Ning Xianyuan, die. A fist filled with terrifying power, covered in dark golden light, smashed down fiercely. Lu Minghui used all his strength in this punch, which even made Ning Xianyuan feel an unprecedented breath of death. The pressure was even greater than when he was at level 9.9 and faced Jiang Wei's Tiger Roar fist. His intuition told him, he definitely can't take this punch. This is an absolute crushing from the realm. All his advantages disappeared after the other party used the genetic medicine. Could it be? Is this really the end? Just as everyone thought. when Ning Xianyuan was about to lose. The corner of his mouth curled up into an imperceptible sneer.
Lu Minghui. Since you can't beat me, you use genetic drugs to cheat, right? Okay. You open this first. Then I'll open it too. Complete martial arts experience card. Start up. Chapter 51. I stand still, you can't break my defense.
Lu Minghui slammed his foot down on the ring.
With a loud bang, a big hole appeared on the alloy cast ring with his foot as the center. Boom.
He stretched his body and rushed forward. The two of them were only dozens of meters apart, but he rushed over in the blink of an eye. The 100-meter sprinters in the Olympics were like snails in front of his speed. This punch is definitely not something a martial artist of the first level can withstand. Not to mention a person, even a dump truck would be smashed to pieces by this punch. Swish!
His figure even pulled out a trail of rolling white waves in the air.
At the same time, a long shriek was heard in the void, like a train crashing and the whistle roaring. While on the way, he raised his fist, and the strength in his body burst out, with an overwhelming arrogance. The punch had not yet landed completely, but the fierce wind had already come over, and the golden light wrapped around his fist. The overwhelming force made him unable to think of resisting. Any warrior of any realm who sees this punch will definitely admit defeat on the spot and dare not to become the enemy.
Amazing.
The students around them were all very nervous.
This one punch alone is enough to dominate the area and make him invincible.
But Ning Xianyuan stood with his hands behind his back, without any intention of resisting or dodging, as if he had been frightened silly.
Get out of the way. Someone couldn't help but shout.
Xu Yuqing, Ant Qin, Zhu Qingan and the others felt their hearts beat faster.
What is he doing? Why don't you hide?
Xu Qingyan's blood and energy surged, and he couldn't help but rush out to save Ning Xianyuan.
Bang!
Under everyone's shocked gaze, this earth-shaking punch hit Ning Xianyuan's chest hard, and the terrifying punch force was vented without reservation. The air behind Ning Xianyuan's body suddenly exploded with a loud noise.
Many students were terrified when watching this.
If such a punch had hit them, their bodies would have been pierced through.
A warrior of the second realm is truly terrifying. Is he dead? Everyone looked over nervously.
This punch would probably smash Ning Xianyuan to pieces.
But what shocked everyone was.
But Ning Xianyuan was standing there intact, not moving at all.
How is that possible? Everyone was shocked. Even people who don't understand martial arts find it incredible.
They saw with their own eyes how powerful Lu Minghui's punch was just now. How could Ning Xianyuan remain unharmed after such a ferocious punch landed on him?
Could it be that Lu Minghui's punch was only good-looking but useless? This is the power of the Great Sun-glazed golden body.
The Great Sun-glazed golden body, this method of body refining has a total of 6 levels. The first level, golden muscles and jade bones, is a third-rate martial art. The second level, pure yang blood, is a second-rate martial art. The third level, the Great Sun divine pupil, is a first-rate martial art. Then there are the fourth, fifth, and sixth levels. Each level is divided into entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. After he used the perfect martial arts card, he immediately reached the first level of perfection. The first level, golden muscles and jade bones. At this moment, the flesh and blood in his body were all wrapped in a layer of golden light, and the toughness and density of his skin and fascia had achieved a qualitative leap.
This is golden muscle. The bones within his body had transformed into a glassy color, faintly warm and translucent.
They were as smooth as warm jade, yet their hardness far surpassed that of fine steel.
This is jade bone.
His golden muscles and jade bones made his body more than 10 times stronger. It was precisely because of this that he could easily block even a punch from Lu Minghui, who was at the second level, with his physical body. Now his body is almost invulnerable to swords and guns, and is indestructible.
The most shocked person present was Lu Minghui.
He only felt that his punch did not hit a human body, but a solid wall. Ning Xianyuan was fine, but his fist was about to break. With a crackling sound, his skin and flesh were torn apart and blood flowed everywhere. He used all his strength to throw a punch that was strong enough to penetrate a dump truck, but not only did it fail to shake Ning Xianyuan, it injured himself. Although the recovery power brought by the regeneration potion allowed his injuries to recover quickly. But this severe pain, this extreme feeling of humiliation is something he cannot accept. After using 2 advanced genetic medicines, he absolutely could not accept this kind of thing.
Break it for me.
He was furious, his eyes were red, and he looked like a madman.
Impossible, I don't believe it.
He roared like a beast, his blood surged in his body, and he put all his strength into it, like a madman, pouring all his attacks on Ning Xianyuan. Fists, palms, elbows, knees. He pushed his diamond fist to its limit, and countless golden fist shadows, like a violent storm, madly bombarded Ning Xuanyuan's chest, abdomen, and shoulders.
Bang! 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 A series of dull thuds like heavy drums rang out from the ring.
Every collision caused visible ripples in the air, and the strong wind that escaped even blew the guardrails at the edge of the ring apart. However, no matter how frantically Lu Minghui attacked, Ning Xianyuan still stood there, like an eternal and unmovable sacred mountain, without even moving an inch. Lu Minghui's attack, which was powerful enough to break monuments and split rocks, made only a series of teeth-grinding muffled sounds when it landed on him, and it couldn't even make him frown.
I just don't believe it. You are made of flesh and blood. How can you be invulnerable to swords and guns?
Lu Minghui was completely furious. Seeing that his fists and kicks were ineffective, he suddenly pulled back, picked up the spear that had fallen before, and madly poured all the remaining energy and blood in his body into it.
See covering spear, Wrath of the Dragon.
He concentrated all his strength into the spear, and the silver spear made a buzzing sound as if it could not bear the heavy burden. The cold light on the tip of the gun suddenly increased, turning into a spiral of energy visible to the naked eye.
Like an angry dragon rising from the sea, with the momentum to destroy everything, it stabbed fiercely at Ning Xuanyuan's heart.
This shot was a full-strength attack by a second-level warrior who was risking everything. But, facing this fatal shot, Ning Xianyuan remained calm and did not dodge.
Bite.
The sound of metal clashing, sharper and harsher than any previous collision, resounded throughout the venue. Everyone saw it in horror. The indestructible tip of the gun, the moment it touched Ning Xuanyuan's chest skin, was like hitting the hardest diamond.
There were even dazzling sparks between the gun tip and the skin. Crack bang.
In Lu Minghui's eyes full of disbelief and despair. The spear, made of fine steel, first bent inch by inch until it reached an astonishing arc, and then
break with a loud bang.
The broken gun tip flew out with great inertia, brushing past Ning Xuanyuan's body and piercing deeply into the ground in the distance. Lu Minghui stood stiffly holding the half-broken gun, looking at Ning Xianyuan, who was unharmed and even had a hint of pity in his eyes. The rage, pride, and faith in his heart. At this moment, it was completely crushed into powder. All that remains is boundless fear and utter despair.
This. What kind of monster is this?
Lu Minghui, you punched me so hard, so I'll return the favor and punch you back. Ning Xianyuan took his stance slowly and calmly.
Divine Seal, Ape King Seal.
Chapter 52, The power of boxing reaches the divine level, and one punch is invincible. Ning Xuanyuan's voice was neither hurried nor slow, but it struck Lu Minghui's heart like a death knell. He slowly took up his stance. His spine was connected like a dragon, making subtle and crisp crackling sounds, and the blood in his body was surging, making a roar like the Yangtze River. At that moment, his entire temperament suddenly changed. A desolate, domineering, unreasonable and terrifying fist intent awakened from his body and soared into the sky. This fist force was ancient and pure, as if it had crossed through eternity of time and space, and descended here from the ancient battlefield of the mythological era.
Divine Seal, Ape King Seal.
The perfect martial arts experience card can only be used for 10 minutes. But its domineering feature is that it can make all the martial arts that one has learned reach perfection. Above the ring, the air seemed to freeze. Everyone felt a shudder from the depths of their souls. They seemed to be seeing an illusion. Behind Ning Xianyuan, the shadow of an ancient divine ape standing tall and upright slowly emerged, its golden eyes looking down at the world indifferently, full of majesty that despised everything.
What is that?
In the spectator booth, someone pointed at the ring with a trembling voice, his face filled with fear and disbelief. It is the true meaning of martial arts, condensed to the extreme, almost transformed into the true meaning of martial arts. On the rostrum, one teacher after another stood up suddenly, their old bodies trembling violently with excitement, and their eyes bursting with unprecedented brilliance. Lu Minghui's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip at this moment. He felt it most vividly. The terrifying fist intent kept impacting his soul, causing his body to tremble instinctively. He felt that he was no longer a powerful second-level warrior, but a tiny ant facing a god.
Fear. Unprecedented fear, like a vine, tightly wrapped around his heart.
At this moment when everyone was speechless and the world was silent,
Ning Xianyuan threw out a simple punch.
This punch had no fancy lights and no harsh sonic boom. Only the purest and most extreme power. It seemed slow, so slow that everyone present could clearly see the trajectory of his fist. But this slow punch seemed to lock down the entire space. Wherever the fist passed, the air was no longer distorted, but was crushed into countless fine cracks like fragile glass. That was the manifestation of power concentrated to the extreme, temporarily tearing the air apart.
No. Lu Minghui wanted to roar.
But I found that the sound was stuck in my throat. He wanted to circulate the energy and blood in his body to defend himself, but the terrifying fist intent was like a real mountain, pressing him so hard that he couldn't move, and even raising his arms became extremely difficult. He could only watch helplessly as the fist, gleaming with glazed golden light, grew larger and larger in his vision.
Boom. The next moment.
Fist. It fell down. There was no violent explosion as imagined. But the next moment, an indescribable huge force, like a galaxy bursting its banks, poured down on Lu Minghui's chest.
Puff.
His chest seemed to be made of noodles, and he couldn't hold on for even a moment in the face of such powerful force. The chest suddenly caved in with a degree visible to the naked eye, and countless ribs were shattered at that moment. He was like being hit head-on by a high-speed train running at full speed. His feet left the ground and he turned into a blurry afterimage and flew backwards.
Bang! It flew off for dozens of meters and finally slammed heavily into the thick concrete protective wall at the edge of the playground. Boom!
Smoke and dust rose into the sky, and rubble fell like rain. On that thick wall, a human-shaped hole was deeply embedded, and it was covered with spiderweb-like cracks all around, which was shocking.
The entire stadium fell into deathly silence.
There was only the whimpering sound of the wind blowing through the smoke and the heavy breathing of some people due to excessive shock. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the human-shaped hole in the wall. He slowly moved back to the ring, to the young man who slowly retracted his fist. The golden light around him gradually faded, and he still stood calmly.
One punch. Just one punch. The arrogant Lu Minghui before, actually. Such a complete and miserable defeat. Ning Xianyuan, is he really a human?
This question spread like a plague in everyone's mind. Xu Yuqing covered her red lips tightly with her hands, her beautiful eyes widened wide, those eyes that always had a cold look in them, now blurred by tears. Worry, fear, despair. The moment Ning Xianyuan threw that punch, all the negative emotions were completely shattered, replaced by an indescribable ecstasy and emotion. He won. This man fulfilled his promise to himself. At this moment, Ning Xuanyuan's figure rose infinitely in her heart, as if he had turned into a god of war who could hold up the entire sky for her. Xu Qing'an's beautiful face, which always had a hint of laziness, was also full of surprise. She murmured to herself, such a domineering fist spirit. It's actually possible to condense the true meaning of martial arts to such a degree. This was the second time she had seen this punch. Last time it was through video recording. Although she could feel the power of the punch in the video, it was far less shocking than when she saw it in person. Such a powerful martial arts truth is extremely rare even among martial arts masters.
Ning Xianyuan.
This little boy gave her bigger surprises each time.
She likes it more and more.
Aunt Qin's beautiful eyes were filled with pride. The little boy she had watched grow up has now grown into an independent man.
If you don't make a sound, you will be a surprise.
In stark contrast to their excitement and joy, Wei Yanran was struck by lightning, her whole body cold and her face pale. She slumped down in her chair, her mind blank.
Quick! Medical team.
On the rostrum, Principal Zhou was the first to react, shouting loudly with a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. Several medical staff in white coats immediately rushed to the broken wall and carefully picked the unconscious Lu Minghui out of the human-shaped hole. When Lu Minghui's miserable condition was exposed in front of everyone, there was another round of gasps. His chest was completely collapsed, his limbs were twisted at strange angles, and there was almost no intact bone in his body. What's even more terrifying is that his powerful self-healing ability has completely lost its effect at this moment.
What happened?
Has the regeneration potion lost its effect? A medical staff member exclaimed.
He could clearly sense that the life force in Lu Minghui's body was rapidly fading. It's not invalid.
After the old doctor who led the team examined him, he stood up with a look of horror on his face and said in a hoarse voice, his vitality has been completely destroyed from the root by an even more domineering force. Genetic drugs can repair physical damage, but they can't restore the life force that has been wiped out by the fist intention.
Even if he can be saved, he's completely ruined.
At the same time, in another closed VIP room.
Damn it! Damn it! I'm going to kill this kid. Lu Qingtian slammed the table hard, and the hard mahogany tabletop cracked into pieces with a rage.
Chapter 53, The Champion is Born, and Murderous Intent Arrives. Lu Qingtian's face turned ashen, his eyes bloodshot, and he stared at Ning Xianyuan on the ring, his eyes filled with undisguised murderous intent and anger. He hated Ning Xianyuan for bringing shame to his Lu family, and he hated his own son even more for not living up to his expectations. Even using such a powerful genetic medicine couldn't save the situation. The other people in the room also had gloomy expressions. They had carefully planned and invested resources, intending to use this competition to demonstrate the power of genetic medicine, but now it was completely crushed in the most brutal way by a student who adhered to traditional martial arts. They could even foresee the impending rebuke from their superiors. The plan has been completely disrupted. They looked at each other, none of them had expected that this matter would turn out like this. Fortunately, the person in charge of this matter is Lu Qingtian. If a plan fails, someone has to take the primary responsibility. Boss Lu, you have been in charge of the planning and execution of this competition. Before the game, you promised us that your son would win without any surprises, someone said. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room became more subtle. Another slightly chubby man immediately chimed in, yes, we all read the detailed report back then. Your son is the strongest person in this school, and no one can threaten him. Who could have imagined that such a powerful person would appear out of nowhere? His tone sounded like he was complaining about the accident, but in fact, every word he said was pointing the finger at Lu Qingtian, and the implication was obvious. It is your intelligence mistakes and your incompetence that have led to today's situation. This is passing the buck. Lu Qingtian suddenly turned his head, his eyes like a hungry wolf sweeping over everyone present, his heart filled with rage. When they needed the Lu family's help and needed his son as a figurehead, they all treated each other like brothers and promised benefits. Now that something has gone wrong, they want to push him out to take the blame? A bunch of idiots who follow the wind. He roared wildly in his heart. But he couldn't refute it. Because he is the one who chooses the candidates, decides the plans, and gives the guarantees. Everyone is saying that all this is my fault, Lu? Boss Lu, you're being too serious. We simply feel that this plan is of great importance. As the person in charge of this project, perhaps you should give us an explanation so that we can report to our superiors. What a great way to report to the higher-ups. Lu Qingtian laughed in anger. He knew that if he could not come up with a plan to calm everyone's anger today, not only would he lose his position in the new martial arts school, but even the Lu family might be implicated. All the anger gathered at this moment and finally condensed into an extremely clear thought. Kill Ning Xianyuan. That's right, as long as Ning Xianyuan is killed, at least an explanation can be given to the higher-ups. Everyone, the plan went awry. It was my fault, Lu, that I failed to oversee it. I will naturally take responsibility. But the root of all this is that little bastard named Ning Xianyuan. If he hadn't suddenly appeared and disrupted everything, Minghui would have easily won the championship, and the power of the genetic medicine would have been deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Why would we have ended up like this? If he can ruin our carefully planned competition today, he will be able to ruin more of our plans in the future. If this child is not eliminated, he will become a great trouble. He must die. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes. The competition is over now. It's not easy to take action in front of everyone. But when he leaves school, I will make sure he doesn't see the sun tomorrow. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became icy cold. A murder plot against Ning Xianyuan has been quietly brewing. I declare. At this moment, the majestic voice of Principal Zhou Zhenxiong came from the rostrum. He looked at Ning Xianyuan on the stage with a complicated expression, took a deep breath, and forced himself to suppress the turmoil in his heart. He picked up the microphone and announced. The final champion of this campus martial arts competition is. His voice paused, as if he was making a final mental struggle, but in the end he reluctantly uttered the name. Class 1, Senior 3, Ning Xianyuan. After a brief silence, the entire playground erupted in cheers louder than ever before. The sound waves were like a tsunami, almost overturning the sky. Countless students stood up excitedly and gave the warmest applause and cheers to this dark horse champion who emerged out of nowhere. Ning Xianyuan. Ning Xianyuan. Champion. Awesome. Amidst the roaring noise, a graceful figure was the first to break through the crowd and rush towards the ring. It's Chu Yuqing. She could no longer suppress the excitement and joy in her heart. Her beautiful face was wet with tears, but a brilliant smile bloomed on her face, which was enough to make all other flowers pale in comparison.
Ning Xianyuan, you did it, you really did it.
She rushed to Ning Xianyuan, raised her head, and her beautiful eyes were shining with surprise and indescribable admiration.
Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. Ning Xianyuan looked at her and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. Before she finished speaking, Chu Yuqing made another bold move. She opened her arms, threw herself into his arms regardless of everything, and hugged him tightly. A soft and warm body crashed into his arms, and Ning Xianyuan was slightly stunned by the girl's refreshing body fragrance. Then he put his arms around her slender waist. Fuck, this is murderous. He just won the championship and now he's showing off his love in front of thousands of singles like us. He doesn't want us to live anymore.
I object to this marriage. They're a champion and a school beauty, a talented couple, so when would you, a monster like you, get to object?
I'm a monster? How dare you, goblin, call me that?
You know, not long ago, when the scandal between Ning Xianyuan and Chu Yuqing first spread across the campus, public opinion was almost overwhelmingly unfavorable. On the one hand, it is because Chu Yuqing is the white moonlight that cannot be desecrated in the hearts of many people. On the other hand, he felt that Ning Xianyuan was not worthy. How can you, a perennial loser with the lowest health value, attract a goddess? The rumors at that time were seen by everyone as more like a farce and an insult to the goddess. But now, everything is different.
After seeing Ning Xuanyuan's strength, the voices that thought he was unworthy basically disappeared. That's Lu Minghui.
He was injected with the most advanced genetic medicine, and his strength was forced to step into the second realm.
Looking at the entire Linzhou city, he is one of the strongest among his peers. In the eyes of everyone, such power should be invincible and unbeatable.
But such an existence was defeated by Ning Xianyuan with one punch.
In the world of martial arts, strength is ultimately respected.
Ning Xianyuan proved his worth to everyone in the most shocking and brutal way. At this moment, him and Chu Yuqing standing together only made people feel that it was natural and a perfect match. At this moment, Ning Xianyuan won the championship, and with the beautiful girl in his arms, he felt as if he had reached the pinnacle of his life. However, at this moment, a faint chill made the hairs on his body stand up. It's murderous intent. He knew that this punch shattered not only Lu Minghui, but also the chess game carefully arranged by some people. The real storm has just begun.
Chapter 50. For the Jiang family wants to recognize you? You are not worthy.
The award ceremony was held in a slightly eerie atmosphere. Principal Zhou Zhenxiong forced a smile as he presented the championship trophy to Ning Xianyuan. A voucher for redemption of a third-rate martial art. And the precious badge representing the qualification for the Spark project. Every award drew envious cheers from the audience. After the ceremony, the crowd gradually dispersed. Anqing glanced at Ning Xianyuan from a distance in the crowd, and without staying for long, she left the school first. The relationship between her and Ning Xianyuan is not suitable to be made public because of Wei Yanran. However, when they were parting, Wei Yanran once again held her hand and begged her to help persuade Ning Xianyuan. Anqing felt helpless and could only find an excuse to get away with it. I asked for you last night, but Xianyuan refused as soon as he heard about it.
He still won't forgive me? Wei Yanran was very sad, with slightly red eyes. Ran, don't be sad. Maybe Xianyuan is just angry at the moment. Give each other some time. Mom will help you persuade him when there is a chance in the future. Anqing comforted softly. Well, that's all we can do. Although Wei Yanran was very unwilling, she had no other choice now.
In addition, before leaving, Zhu Qingyan sent a message to Ning Xianyuan. You should stay in school during this time and try not to go out. If you want to go out, please contact me in advance.
I understand. Ning Xianyuan replied. He knows it very well.
I have ruined the plans of the Lu family and the new martial arts school, and I will definitely face revenge in the future. It's safer in school because the teachers there are at least second or third level warriors. Even if I wanted to take revenge on him, I wouldn't dare to do it so blatantly. But once you leave school, it's hard to say. Chu Yuqing was also aware of Ning Xianyuan's situation and took the initiative to say, Ning Xianyuan, you will stay with me in the training room for the next period of time. Her private training room is fully equipped and even has a separate bedroom. In comparison, her gratitude towards Ning Xianyuan was the strongest. She always felt that if it weren't for her, Ning Xianyuan might not have become an enemy of the Lu family and the new martial arts school. It was neither reasonable nor moral for her to watch Ning Xianyuan get into danger. Okay, then I'll trouble school beauty Chu. Ning Xianyuan naturally agreed without hesitation. Only a fool would refuse such a good thing that can both ensure safety and bring people closer together. However, he was about to follow Chu Yuqing back to the training room when a figure blocked their way. Ning Xianyuan. The person who came was Jiang Xian. She had changed into clean clothes and the wound on her cheek had been treated, but the redness and swelling were still faintly visible. Her eyes were complicated. It turned out that the domineering flame had disappeared. Instead, there was a sense of fear, resentment, unwillingness, and a hint of admiration. A lowly outsider in her eyes. Yet he displayed such powerful swordsmanship and overwhelming strength. She had to admit it. Ning Xianyuan is really strong. Even when she saw Lu Minghui's defeat, she was not angry at all because Ning Xianyuan won. On the contrary, she actually felt a morbid sense of pleasure in her heart. Since even Lu Minghui suffered so much, it was reasonable for her to lose. You still dare to appear in front of me? Do you think I haven't beaten you enough? Ning Xianyuan raised his eyebrows and said bluntly. What Jiang Xian did to Sun Quan still made him angry, and now Sun Quan is still lying in the hospital receiving treatment. I'm not here to cause trouble. Jiang Xian's gaze shifted slightly, and it was clear that the slaps she received earlier had left a deep psychological scar on her. My dad wants to see you and talk to you. Your father? Ning Xuanyuan's eyes fixed. The Jiang family arrived quite quickly. However, he had nothing to be afraid of. The grudges with the Jiang family will have to be faced sooner or later. Lead the way. Under Jiang Xian's guidance, Ning Xianyuan came to a secluded place behind the campus. There, a black-stretched luxury car was parked quietly. The car door opened and a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit with a calm temperament walked out. His face was somewhat similar to Jiang Xian's, but his eyes were deeper, carrying the majesty of someone who had been in a high position for a long time and a sense of scrutiny. Are you Ning Xianyuan? The man spoke in a deep voice. I am Jiang Xian's father, Jiang Hai. By blood relationship, I am your mother Jiang Manyu's biological brother, and your uncle. Uncle? Ning Xianyuan raised his lips in a mocking arc. I don't remember having any relatives in the Jiang family. Jiang Hai ignored his sarcasm and simply said straight to the point, I saw your performance this time. You have the blood of the Jiang family flowing in your veins, so this talent is not a disgrace to the family. He paused and said in a condescending tone. I'll give you a chance. Come back with me, recognize your ancestors, and change your surname to Jiang. The Jiang family will provide you with shelter. They will forgive everything that happened in the past and will devote resources to your training. Return to one's roots? Let bygones be bygones? Pour resources into it? Ning Xianyuan just found it ridiculous. Back then, you drove our family out like stray dogs and humiliated my parents and me in every way. Now that you see my worth, you want me to go back and be a dog for the Jiang family? Presumptuous. Jiang Hai's face instantly turned gloomy, and the air around him seemed to freeze a little. I'm giving you this opportunity because you're my nephew. Do you think I'm begging you? To tell you the truth, the Jiang family has plenty of geniuses. One more and one less won't make a difference. Ha, stop talking nonsense. You, the Jiang family, are not worthy of me changing my surname. Ning Xianyuan said bluntly. Jiang Hai's face turned completely cold, and the last trace of love for talent in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a kind of coldness. You're so stupid. Do you think that just because you won the game today, you can look down on everyone and ignore them? It's good to have pride, but being too strong can break you easily. You crippled Lu Minghui and offended the entire new martial arts school. Do you think they will let you go? Without the protection of my Jiang family, you will die. That's my business and has nothing to do with your Jiang family. Ning Xuanyuan's tone was firm, and after he finished speaking, he turned and left. Ning Xianyuan. Jiang Hai's voice rang out behind him, carrying a hint of suppressed anger and a final warning. Think carefully. If you reject this opportunity, there's no turning back. The Jiang family's door won't open for you a second time. Ning Xianyuan did not stop, and only one cold and piercing word reached Jiang Hai's ears clearly. The Jiang family's gate? Just wait, sooner or later, I will smash your Jiang family's gate to pieces. Jiang Hai's face instantly turned pale. Okay, since you want to die, then I will grant your wish. Jiang Xian stood aside, feeling mixed emotions. She felt Ning Xianyuan was being ungrateful, but deep down, she also felt a little pity for his arrogance.
Admiration. This man, isn't he afraid at all?
If he refuses the shelter offered by the Jiang family, he will face a desperate situation where he is almost dead.
How could the Lu family in the new martial arts school let him off? Just a moment.
Jiang Xian felt that her idea was ridiculous again. If he was afraid, Ning Xianyuan would not have defeated Lu Minghui in the first place. Perhaps this is why his swordsmanship is so powerful. He prefers to strike straight, rather than seek crooked paths.
How can a swordsman bow down to others?
Jiang Xian seemed to be lost in thought. Chapter 55, 3 Martial Arts, Soul-Captivating Eyes. The Jiang family is looking for you because they want you to go back and recognize your ancestors, right? After Ning Xianyuan returned to Chu Yuqing's training room. Before he could speak, Chu Yuqing's cold voice rang out. As a favored daughter of heaven who also came from a noble family, she almost immediately guessed the ending of this family drama of when in power, everyone praises you, when out of power, everyone steps on you.
You guessed it right.
Ning Xianyuan closed the door casually, with a hint of self-mockery in his tone. Chu Yuqing sighed softly, a hint of disdain flashing in her beautiful eyes.
All great families are like this.
When you're unknown, you're a stain they're eager to distance themselves from. When you're in the spotlight, you become the glory they want to reclaim.
So, you didn't agree, did you?
Although it was a question, her tone was firm. Based on her understanding of Ning Xianyuan, this boy is a proud man and would never bow his head.
He even dared to offend giants like the Lu family and the new martial school. What else could he not do?
When it comes to matters of principle, this boy is terribly stubborn.
Really? Ning Xianyuan sneered, do they think they are worthy of asking me to go back?
Hearing this expected answer, Chu Yuqing first admired his pride. But what follows is a deeper worry.
Ning Xianyuan's situation is too dangerous now. Unfortunately, my lineage doesn't have much say in the Chu family right now, otherwise.
A hint of self-blame flashed in Chu Yuqing's eyes. If the Chu family can protect Ning Xianyuan, the Lu family and the new martial arts school will have to consider the consequences even if they want to take action. However, ever since her grandfather disappeared, her lineage has lost power. The best shelter never comes from charity from others. Ning Xianyuan clenched his fist and said, it's about making yourself strong enough, so strong that anyone who wants to touch you will have to consider the consequences. Strength is the foundation for dealing with all crises. Seeing his confident and motivated appearance, Chu Yuqing's worries were slightly reduced.
She nodded and said, you're right. Let's go redeem the rewards first. The more strength we have, the more protection we have. Let's go to the martial arts library together. On the second floor of the martial arts library. Completely different from the first floor. There are only basic martial arts on the first floor, which can be borrowed and studied at will.
However, the second floor is heavily guarded, filled with surveillance cameras, and there is also a teacher named Wang guarding it. The teachers at Linzhou No. 4 Middle School are at least martial artists at the second level. In Ning Xianyuan's feeling, the fluctuation of qi and blood of teacher Wang was even stronger than that of Lu Minghui, who had taken the potion at that time. Having a teacher like this guarding the place is enough to ensure its safety. You can choose any third-rate martial arts, or you can choose 3.
After checking the exchange voucher, teacher Wang nodded and let the two of them enter the second floor.
Ning Xianyuan won the championship this time, so he can choose 3 subjects. The second place can choose 2 subjects, and the 3rd to 10th place can choose 1 subject. However, people like Chu Yuqing who come from a martial arts family also have some third-rate martial arts in their family, and maybe even better second-rate and first-rate ones.
So even if it's just 1, it's enough for her.
And for most people, knowing more martial arts is not a good thing.
You can't chew too much. On the second floor library, rows of bookshelves made of special metal come into view.
Various martial arts secrets are arranged in categories on it, the number of which is far less than that on the first floor. The name, grade and introduction of the martial arts are marked on the cover. Stone-breaking fist, wind-chasing step, silk-twisting hand.
Ning Xianyuan's eyes swept over them one by one.
Soon, a sword technique came into his sight. Pofeng sword technique, a third-rate martial art, continuous and uninterrupted. The sword moves are like a violent wind sweeping across the sky, overwhelming the opponent with force, impenetrable, and capable of both offense and defense.
This sword technique is a range-destroying sword technique.
Once it is practiced to perfection, the sword energy can be as strong as the wind and be everywhere.
That's it. Ning Xuanyuan's eyes suddenly lit up.
This wind-pouring sword technique just makes up for the shortcomings of the instant light sword. The instant sword is about all martial arts in the world, and only speed can break it.
This kind of martial arts is very useful in one-on-one combat. But what if you encounter more opponents? Enemies are attacking from all directions at the same time. How many can you kill with your sword?
And the domineering nature of this puffing sword technique.
After perfection, can control the wind to kill people. Wind is everywhere.
This kind of area-killing sword technique complements his instantaneous sword. After choosing the sword technique, Ning Xuanyuan chose another boxing technique called Demon Subduing Fist. This style of boxing is bold and powerful, emphasizing the use of force to overcome cleverness, and is fierce and domineering.
It is similar to his Ape King Seal.
The Ape King Seal is a boxing style that can defeat 10 opponents with just one move of force. However, the grade of the Ape King Seal is too high, and it belongs to the Supreme Martial Arts, which requires a complete martial arts experience card to use. This martial art is still too far away for him at the moment and is simply not something he can master at this stage. So for now, I'd better find a third-rate boxing style first. After choosing sword and boxing techniques, he still had one redemption qualification left. In terms of physical skills, he already has the inch step, which is more than enough. What he needed was a practical means to deal with complex situations and defeat the enemy.
Final.
A rather inconspicuous martial art placed in a corner, with even dust on the cover, attracted his attention.
Soul-captivating eyes.
He picked up the secret book, and the description on it was very simple: third-rate martial arts special type, infusing the eyes with powerful mental power, can shock the opponent's mind and create a flaw in an instant.
When cultivation reaches perfection, one can temporarily control those with weak wills.
It is obvious that this pupil technique is very powerful. But it is also marked above: the difficulty of practicing is extremely high, comparable to ordinary first-class martial arts.
Nice one. A gleam of light flashed in Ning Xuanyuan's eyes.
This strange method that can directly attack the spiritual level can often play a decisive role in the ever-changing battles. As for the difficulty of practicing the martial arts, which is comparable to first-class martial arts, ordinary people would definitely give up.
But he has a proficiency module.
No matter how difficult the problem is, in his eyes, it is just a progress bar. When he returned to the entrance with the 3 selected martial arts, Xu Yuqing had also made his choice.
Xu Yuqing chose a palm technique called flowing clouds and brushing the moon.
This palm technique is good at using softness to overcome hardness and using cleverness to break strength. It is very consistent with her elegant temperament. After the two made their choice, they planned to leave. Teacher Wang, who was in charge of the library, lingered on the soul-captivating eyes selected by Ning Xuanyuan for a moment, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself.
This pupil technique is too special.
Even some teachers in the school have spent years trying to learn it but still haven't been able to get started. There were also some arrogant students who ended up hurting themselves while practicing this pupil technique. But when I think of Ning Xuanyuan, he demonstrated 3 perfect martial arts at the same time in the campus competition. He swallowed the words back when they came to his lips. It must be admitted that this boy's understanding of martial arts is different from that of ordinary people.
Perhaps, this boy can really create a miracle? Think of this. In the end, he didn't say anything more, just waved his hand and signaled them to leave.
After returning to the training room, Ning Xuanyuan immediately began to practice 3 martial arts. He must transform these martial arts into real strength as soon as possible before the revenge of the Liu family and the new martial arts school comes.
Chapter 56, Rapid Progress, Second Realm Warrior. A week passed in the blink of an eye.
Ning Xuanyuan stayed in Xu Yuqing's training room and never went out. He completely transformed into a tireless training machine, immersing himself completely in the ocean of martial arts. During the day, he held a long sword and sweated profusely in the training ground, practicing the Pufeng sword technique over and over again. The sword light went from being awkward at first to being smooth later, and then to being as powerful as the wind, whistling and sweeping across the sky.
Every step was taken with exceptional solidity.
At night, when his physical fatigue reached its limit, he would sit cross-legged and practice the soul-captivating eyes technique to hone the mysterious eye technique. Whenever he was exhausted and about to give up, he would take a vitality pill and then he would be full of energy again and continue to devote himself to the next round of hard training.
Xu Yuqing became the only witness during these 7 days.
She witnessed with her own eyes Ning Xuanyuan making progress at a speed that completely defied common sense in martial arts. The sword moves that seemed a bit clumsy yesterday are now performed with great skill today. The force generating techniques that were just mastered today are now used to perfection tomorrow. That speed of progress is simply terrifying. Finally, at dusk on the 7th day. In the training room, Ning Xuanyuan's figure suddenly stopped. He stood with his eyes closed, the long sword in his hand pointing diagonally at the ground. He seemed to have merged with the surrounding environment, as still as an eternal sculpture. Shu Yuqing beside her held her breath. She could feel it clearly. An invisible but extremely sharp aura was madly gathering in Ning Xuanyuan's body, like the dead silence before a storm. Sudden. Ning Xuanyuan's eyes suddenly opened, and a terrifying gleam of light flashed across them. He swung the long sword in his hand, without making any earth-shattering sound, but it brought up a silent gust of wind. The wind was not a surge of airflow, but was composed of countless sword energies as fine as cow hair, which instantly filled every corner of the training room. Buzz. The air let out a mournful cry as if it could not bear the heavy burden. Shu Yuqing stood far away, but he felt his skin was slightly painful from the ubiquitous sword energy. And around Ning Xuanyuan's body, within a range of 3 meters, countless sword energies visible to the naked eye appeared. The sword energy was extremely sharp, cutting cracks on the ground. Shu Yuqing had no doubt that if anyone dared to approach Ning Xuanyuan at this time, he would be cut into pieces immediately. That 3-meter range. It is the restricted area around Ning Xuanyuan's body. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded in Ning Xuanyuan's mind. Ding! Puffing sword technique has been upgraded from great mastery to perfection. Health value plus 3.0 levels, current level 19.0. Understand the ultimate move Blade Storm. Effect, release an indiscriminate storm of sword energy centered on the user, continuously strangling all enemies within range. Ning Xuanyuan slowly put away his sword, and the storm of sword energy in the sky dissipated into nothingness, as if it had never appeared. A third-rate sword technique has been perfected so quickly. Shu Yuqing's voice trembled with a hint of disbelief. Although he had witnessed Ning Xuanyuan's perversion before and had seen him improve basic martial arts from scratch to perfection. But now seeing it again, the impact still made her heart waver. The same 7 days. She had only just mastered the flowing clouds and brushing the moon hand. She felt that if she wanted to achieve perfection, she would not be able to do it without 3 years. Just when Shu Yuqing was excited and felt that his martial arts views were about to be overturned, Ning Xuanyuan did not stop at all. He sheathed his sword, stretched his muscles, and actually stretched his fists right in the middle of the training ground. What he wanted to practice was the fierce and domineering demon-subduing fist. This guy is really a cultivation maniac. Shu Yuqing opened her red lips slightly, not knowing what words to use to describe her feelings. Ning Xuanyuan's feet were as steady as a mountain, his back was as straight as a pine tree. As he took a deep breath, the energy and blood in his body began to circulate in a mysterious way. He swung his fist, and there was a dull bang in the air, as if an invisible sledgehammer had smashed down. Different from the agile and swift puffing sword technique, every move and style of demon-subduing fist is full of explosive power. Opening and closing with great force, moving forward courageously, as if to smash everything in front of it into pieces. Shu Yuqing could feel the fierce wind of the fist coming towards him even though he was standing far away. Ning Xuanyuan was completely immersed in his training, punch after punch. Tireless and unafraid of fatigue. The entire training room echoed with the sound of his thunderous punches. Ding! Demon Subduing Fist Proficiency +1. Ding! Demon Subduing Fist Proficiency +1. Time passed again, and another 7 days passed. On this day, when Ning Xuanyuan was practicing the demon subduing fist again, something strange happened. He threw a punch, and all the energy in his body burst out, condensing into a faint golden fist mark on the tip of his fist, which exuded terrifying pressure. The fist print was simple and solemn, as if it could suppress all the demons in the world. Boom! The fist flew out and hit the alloy wall at the far end of the training room hard. After a loud bang, the wall that was strong enough to withstand the full-strength attack of a second-level warrior was smashed into a clear fist hole half a meter deep. Ding! Demon Subduing Fist has been upgraded from great mastery to perfection. Chi and health value plus 3.0 levels, currently 22.0 levels, congratulations to the host, promoted to the second-level warrior. Understand the ultimate move Vajra Seal for subduing demons. Effect, condenses all of your chi, blood, and fist energy, transforming into a demon-subduing seal, indestructible. Another completion? Shu Yuqing was completely numb. She rubbed her temples, feeling like she was having a ridiculous dream. In 14 days, I mastered 2 third-rate martial arts. If I tell others about this, I'm afraid people will think I'm crazy. However, she was even more surprised. Or it was the fluctuation of energy and blood spreading from Ning Xuanyuan's body. That aura was far more powerful than any previous one, completely surpassing the limit that a warrior of the first realm could reach, and even made her feel a sense of oppression from the level of life. She looked at Ning Xuanyuan in surprise. The energy and blood in his body were no longer simply flowing, but like boiling magma, emitting a dull roar like thunder in his limbs and bones. The bones were crackling, as if undergoing a complete transformation. The blood flow rate reached an extreme speed, and each circulation brought about a low sound. He broke through. Shu Yuqing's heart skipped a beat. From the first realm to the second realm, that is a chasm. It is a leap in the level of life. It requires a long period of accumulation, sedimentation, and a mysterious opportunity. It cannot be achieved overnight simply by hard work. Countless geniuses have been trapped at the peak of a realm, unable to make any progress in their entire lives. Like Lu Minghui, he was trapped at level 19.9 at the time. And Ning Xuanyuan, how long has he been in the first realm? I reached the second level so quickly. Chapter 57, Soul Captivating Eyes and the Perfection of the Sun-Glazed Golden Body. Boom! A visible blood-colored airwave, like a physical shock wave, exploded with Ning Xuanyuan as the center, sweeping across the entire training room. The hard alloy wall made a buzzing sound under the impact of this airwave, as if it could not bear the heavy weight. Ning Xuanyuan suddenly opened his eyes, and a bright golden light flashed from the depths of his pupils. He slowly exhaled a breath of hot and foul air, which was like a sharp arrow, drawing a clear white track in the air and lingering for a long time. He could clearly feel that his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. Every drop of blood in his body seemed to contain explosive power. His 5 senses became sharper than ever before, and the whole world became clearer and more vivid in his perception. If his power was a small stream before, now it is a rushing river. This change is deeply fascinating. As expected of a system, it's truly overbearing. Ning Xuanyuan was amazed. When he broke through to the first level of warrior, his chi and health value was stuck at level 9.9, and no matter how many pills he used, it was useless. Later, he succeeded by breaking through the gap between life and death. However, after the martial arts reached perfection, the system directly increased the blood and energy value, which was able to ignore this bottleneck. Next, it's time for pupil techniques and body refinement. Without stopping for a moment, he immediately turned his attention to the other 2 crucial martial arts: the soul-captivating eyes and the great sun-glazed golden body. He wants to make a concerted effort. Achieve perfection in all martial arts. Seeing him start practicing again, Shu Yuqing felt that his cognition had been completely crushed. This guy, he still needs to practice? Having just completed a life-level leap, a normal warrior would need days or even months to stabilize his realm, but he didn't stop for a moment. Ning Xuanyuan closed his eyes and immersed his mind completely in the practice of soul-captivating eyes. This time, there was no earth-shaking noise in the training room, but an even stranger and more frightening pressure permeated the air. The practice of soul-captivating eyes is completely different from the chi and blood martial arts. It involves a more mysterious and dangerous spiritual realm. At first, Ning Xuanyuan tried to concentrate his mental power on his eyes according to the method, and immediately felt a piercing pain in his eyes. There will even be numerous phantoms in front of your eyes, and your mental energy will be consumed at an extremely fast rate, causing you to feel dizzy if you are not careful. But his determination was as strong as iron. He carefully guided it, like carving a rough jade, trying again and again, failing, and trying again. Gradually, he found the trick to transforming the ethereal spiritual power into a wave with a tangible impact. A few days later, when he opened his eyes again, there seemed to be 2 tiny vortexes slowly spinning in the depths of his pupils, so deep and mysterious that it was heart-pounding. An invisible spiritual force spread out with him as the center. Shu Yuqing felt that her thinking became a little sluggish, as if a pair of invisible eyes were peeping into the deepest secrets of her heart, which made her shudder. She was horrified to see that under Ning Xuanyuan's tightly closed eyelids, 2 balls of strange black light were spinning wildly, as if they were about to turn into 2 black holes that devoured his mind. Time passed again in a depressing atmosphere. Another 7 days passed. When Ning Xuanyuan opened his eyes again, the entire training room seemed to be dark. Deep in his pupils, 2 extremely complex black light balls slowly rotated, emitting a strange and majestic light. Just by being swept by his gaze, Chu Yuqing felt as if his soul was frozen, his whole body stiffened, and he felt a sense of insignificance that he could not resist and could be slaughtered at will. Ding! Soul Captivating Eyes has been upgraded from Great Mastery to Perfection. Health value plus 3.0 levels, current level 25.0. Understand the ultimate move Inner Demon Judgment. Effect: use pupil technique to draw out the opponent's deepest fears and flaws, trapping them in an inner demonic illusion, leaving them at the mercy of the caster. Call. Ning Xianyuan let out a long sigh, and the dark light in his eyes gradually disappeared, returning to his usual depth. He could feel that his mental strength was several times stronger than before, and the whole world became extremely clear in his eyes. Even in the dark, he could clearly see things 100 meters away, even better than an owl. After completing the training of pupil technique, Ning Xianyuan devoted his final energy to the practice of the first level of Great Sun Glazed Golden Body. This bodybuilding technique is extraordinary, and the first level is comparable to the top third-rate martial arts. But the practice process is also more overbearing and painful. As the technique was activated, the chi and blood in his body seemed to be ignited, transforming into streams of scorching hot torrents. They no longer gently nourished his body, but were like countless tiny hammers, frantically beating his skin, fascia, and bones. Intense pain came like a tide, far exceeding the feeling from any previous martial arts practice. His skin turned red, like a cooked prawn, and a thick blood-colored mist rose from his body. In the mist, there was a faint golden luster. He clenched his teeth, veins popped on his forehead, and the sweat that seeped out was evaporated by the high temperature in his body. With his tenacious will, he guided this violent energy, following the mysterious route of Great Sun Glazed Golden Body, washing and tempering every corner of his body over and over again. I don't know how long it took, but when the extreme pain reached a certain critical point, it was as if some barrier was broken. Buzz. A slight vibration came from his body. The red skin all over his body quickly faded, replaced by a light golden luster that was as warm as jade, but also faintly revealed a sense of tenacity and immortality. The originally violent energy of chi and blood became gentle and powerful, integrating more deeply into his body. The strength of the skin, muscles, tendons, and bones all achieved a qualitative leap at this moment. The bones in the body turned into a kind of glassy jade color. He clenched his fist lightly, and the air was crushed by his bare hands, making a crisp sonic boom. An extremely masculine and powerful aura burst out from his body, and he seemed to have transformed into a small sun, emitting a brilliant red gold light. The muscle lines became more perfect, as if cast from gold, full of sacredness and immortality. He just stood there quietly, and a terrifying aura of indestructibility and immunity to all attacks arose spontaneously, making Chu Yuqing even feel the urge to worship him. Ding! The first level of Great Sun Glazed Golden Body, Golden Muscle and Jade Bones, promoted from great accomplishment to perfection. Health value plus 3.0 levels, current level 28.0. Understand the ultimate move Great Sun Furnace. Effect: ignites the body like a furnace, igniting the blood and energy like fire, energizing the masculine, causing all attacks to carry a flaming effect. Chapter 58, Lure the Snake Out of Its Hole, Who is the Prey? Ning Xianyuan clenched his fists and gently stretched his muscles. Suddenly, a crisp sound like the collision of glass jade beads came from his body, which was a manifestation of the bones being tempered to an extremely high level. Feeling the powerful force in his body, a satisfied smile finally appeared on his face. In less than a month, he not only broke through to the second realm, but his chi and blood value also soared to level 28.0, which is already the terrifying strength of the late second realm. 3 third-rate martial arts and 1 bodybuilding technique, all perfected. With such a trump card, he will be able to cope with the coming storm. He turned his head and looked at Chu Yuqing, who was leaning against the wall with a dull look in her eyes, as if she had been played to pieces. He smiled and asked, "Campus Beauty Chu, what's wrong with you?" Chu Yuqing slowly raised her head and looked at him with the eyes of a peerless monster. Her voice was faint, with a hint of grievance that she herself had not even noticed. "Ning Xianyuan, tell me honestly, are you still human?" Ning Xianyuan was stunned when he heard this, then burst into laughter. He walked forward and rubbed her head with his hand. Of course it's a human, but it's a person who wants to control his own destiny. His palm was warm, with a masculine aura that made Chu Yuqing feel at ease. She did not dodge, but just looked up at him with her stunningly beautiful face, with mixed feelings in her heart. "The training is over, and it's time for me to leave." Ning Xianyuan withdrew his hand and spoke calmly. But beneath that calm, I can keenly feel a cold, murderous intent. He has never been a person who sits and waits for death. The Liu family and the new martial arts school are like swords hanging over his head. Naturally, he would not be naive enough to think that the other party would let him go. He can't hide in school forever. He wasn't strong enough before, but now he can take the initiative. He wanted to leave school and use himself as bait to lure out those poisonous snakes hiding in the dark who had ill intentions towards him. Then, crush them all to death. You want to go out? Chu Yuqing's heart suddenly tightened, and she subconsciously grabbed his sleeve and said urgently, "Where are you going? It's too dangerous outside now. The people from the Liu family and the new martial school must be keeping an eye on you. It's safest for you to stay in school." Safety? Ning Xianyuan shook his head, a sharp gleam in his eyes. Hiding in a tortoise shell might allow you to survive, but you'll never be truly safe. The best defense is offense. He looked into Chu Yuqing's worried eyes and spoke word by word, rather than passively waiting for the butcher's knife to fall. "I prefer to take the initiative and nip all threats in the bud. But they are so many in number, and you are alone. One person is enough." Ning Xuanyuan's tone was filled with unparalleled confidence. He gently pried open Chu Yuqing's hand that was tightly grasping his sleeve and said softly, "Don't worry, I'm not going to die. I just want to lure out those who have always harbored ill intentions towards me, and then give them a big surprise." Looking at Ning Xuanyuan's deep and confident eyes, Chu Yuqing couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. The young man in front of him seemed to have completed a complete transformation in just 1 month, from a piece of uncut jade with sharp edges to a divine weapon emitting cold light and murderous aura. This man's will is as hard as iron. Once he makes a decision, no one can shake it. Take care of yourself. Chu Yuqing bit her lip, and thousands of words finally turned into these 2 words. She really hoped that she could help Ning Xianyuan. Unfortunately, her strength is far from enough. Being with Ning Xianyuan would only drag Ning Xianyuan down. Ning Xianyuan looked at her deeply, nodded, and without any hesitation, turned around and strode out of the training room. As night falls, the lights come on. Ning Xianyuan appeared at the gate of Wudao No. 4 Middle School. He did not choose any disguise, but walked out in a dignified manner, as if he was an ordinary student leaving school. However, the moment he stepped out of the school gate, he could clearly feel at least a dozen obscure or malicious gazes. From the shadows on all sides, they locked onto him like poisonous snakes. Some came from a black car parked on the street corner, some came from behind the windows of the high-rise building opposite, and there were even warriors blending in with the crowd and disguising themselves as passers-by. An invisible net had already been laid here, just waiting for him, the prey, to fall into the trap. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Ning Xuanyuan's mouth. He was not at all flustered, nor did he even quicken his pace. He just walked slowly, as if he was unaware of any danger around him. The target appears. He really can't hold his temper anymore. "Follow us. Inform the higher-ups that the fish has been hooked." The faint sound of communication was transmitted in the dark alley. Ning Xianyuan pretended to know nothing and strolled on the street, even deliberately choosing a relatively secluded path leading to the suburbs. His steps were steady and his demeanor was composed, as if he was just out to relax. But with his powerful perception, everything around him was visible. At least 3 groups of people followed, with varying strengths. The weakest ones were warriors in the early 2nd realm. The strongest one has even reached the 3rd realm. Like sharks smelling blood, they slowly closed in from different directions, forming an invisible encirclement. There are still quite a few people. Ning Xianyuan sneered in his heart, "It's just right, I can try my hand and verify what level my current strength is at." He walked further and further away, and finally came to an abandoned industrial area. There are dilapidated factory buildings, rusty pipes, overgrown weeds, and no trace of people. Right here. The hunt begins here. Ning Xianyuan stopped and slowly turned around, his gaze calmly sweeping across the deserted path. His voice was cold, yet it exploded like thunder in the silent wasteland. "Aren't you tired after following me for so long? Come out." As soon as the words fell, there was dead silence all around. But after only a few breaths. Whoosh! 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 Figures appeared like ghosts from behind the ruins, from the roof of the abandoned factory, and from the weeds. There were more than a dozen of them. They were wearing different clothes, but their eyes were equally cold and full of murderous intent, and they surrounded Ning Xianyuan tightly in the center. The leader was a man with a crew cut, who had the most ferocious aura and was actually a 3rd-level warrior. He licked his lips, a cruel glint in his eyes. "Boy, your perception is quite sharp. Unfortunately, your cleverness backfired and you chose a good place for your own burial. Ning Xianyuan looked at them without a trace of fear on his face. Instead, he showed a hint of interest.
Is it a dog raised by the Liu family? Or a dog from the new martial arts school?
Or both. You're still stubborn even when you're about to die. The crew-haired man sneered and waved his hand. Go ahead, kill him, and take him back with a breath to claim your reward. In an instant, the blood and energy of dozens of warriors around burst out, and with flashes of swords and sabers, they rushed towards Ning Xianyuan from all directions with fierce murderous intent. It was so powerful that it seemed as if it would tear him into pieces in an instant. Chapter 59. The killing really begins. More than a dozen warriors at the lowest level of the first realm, and most of the warriors at the second realm, besieged one person at the same time. This lineup is more than enough to deal with a student who has just awakened, let alone to surround and kill some well-known masters in the late second realm. The Liu family and the new martial arts school obviously attached great importance to Ning Xianyuan, or in other words, they were determined to kill him, and set up a net that was impossible to escape from. You really think highly of me. Ning Xianyuan sneered in his heart. Faced with this terrifying siege that was enough to drive any warrior of the same level to despair, Ning Xianyuan pretended to look as solemn as water. At the same time, he forcibly suppressed the powerful blood and energy in his body that was as high as level 28.0, comparable to the late second realm. It only showed the fluctuation of qi and blood of just entering the second realm, about level 21. He couldn't reveal his true strength, otherwise if he scared away the leader of the third realm or attracted a stronger one, the result would be more trouble than gain. What he wanted was to catch a bigger fish. How could this small fish satisfy his appetite? Clang! With a clear sword sound, the long sword at Ning Xianyuan's waist was suddenly unsheathed. He did not use the puffling sword technique that he had just perfected with great momentum. He also did not use the extremely powerful demon subduing fist. He did not even use the mysterious soul-captivating eyes and the amazingly defensive great sun-glazed golden body. These things are his trump cards. The best time to use it is when there is a life and death crisis. At this moment, he was using the instant light sword, which had already been perfected and represented the ultimate speed, accompanied by the agile and strange inch step. Call out. The sword flashed like lightning. The warrior in the early stage of the second realm who was rushing in the front and holding a ghost head knife felt a flash before his eyes and a cold pain in his throat. His forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. He covered his neck with his hands, his eyes filled with disbelief and fear. He groaned a few times and then fell to the ground. Quick! Too fast! Be careful, this kid has already broken through to the second realm. He's even stronger than he was during the campus competition. Someone quickly reminded everyone. Humph, it's just the beginning of the second realm, what's there to be afraid of? Lao Zhang was killed simply because he was too careless. Someone snorted coldly. In this split second, Ning Xianyuan's figure was like a ghost, shuttling between the dense attack gaps. He used the inch step to its full potential, with each step placed in a hair's breadth of blind spots. Every movement left a faint afterimage, causing most attacks to miss the target. The perfect level of movement is really too fast. And his sword turned into an invitation from the god of death. Puff! Laugh! Ah! Every time the sword flashed, it would inevitably bring up a spray of blood, either piercing the wrist, or cutting the throat, or breaking the kneecap. He did not seek to kill the enemy with one blow, but instead, in this dangerous siege, he precisely and efficiently undermined the enemy's combat effectiveness. At the same time, it also makes oneself appear to be surrounded by dangers. He deliberately let a blade of energy graze his arm, leaving a shallow blood mark. He barely dodged a sharp finger wind, and seemed to stagger a little. When blocking a heavy punch from a mid-stage second-level warrior, he retreated 3 steps in a row, his face flushed red, as if his blood was boiling. He can't hold on any longer. Come on, he's just fast. Surround him and don't let him get away. Seeing this, the besieging warriors were greatly encouraged and attacked even more frantically. They saw that although Ning Xianyuan's swordsmanship was fast, it seemed to lack strength. Although his body movements were wonderful, he was often in danger. It seemed that he was struggling to hold on by relying on speed and skills. The leading third-level warrior, nicknamed Blood Wolf. He crossed his arms, watched coldly, with a playful smile on his face like a cat playing with a mouse. In his opinion, Ning Xianyuan's performance was indeed amazing, especially his swift sword and footwork, which far surpassed his peers. However, his realm was too low and his chi and blood were insufficient, so defeat was only a matter of time.
He didn't even bother to do it himself.
Slowly, the battle fell into a strange stalemate. Ning Xianyuan was like a small boat in a storm. It seems like it may capsize at any time, but it always manages to avoid fatal attacks by a hair's breadth at the most critical moment. At the same time, the sharp sword in his hand is like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, constantly reaping the lives or combat effectiveness of the surrounding enemies. More and more people were lying on the ground, and screams, the sound of weapons clashing, and the sound of blood exploding could be heard one after another. Ning Xuanyuan's breathing began to become rapid, his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and the hand holding the sword seemed to be trembling slightly. He showed every sign of exhaustion. Finally, when the last warrior in the early stage of the second realm was pierced through the shoulder blade by his sword, he fell to the ground with a scream and lost his combat ability. The only ones still standing in the field, besides Ning Xianyuan, were three masters in the late second realm, and the blood wolf who had been holding the line in the rear.
The three warriors in the late second realm were all injured and panting.
They looked at Ning Xianyuan with eyes full of shock, anger, and a hint of imperceptible fear. This guy is too slippery and his sword is too fast.
There are so many of them, yet they have been exhausted to this point.
The combination of perfect swordsmanship and perfect body skills is too terrifying. For people like them, it is already very remarkable that they can master a martial art. Not as perverted as Ning Xianyuan.
Waste. Blood Wolf finally lost his patience, cursed, and stepped forward.
The powerful aura of a third-level warrior pressed towards Ning Xianyuan like a mountain.
Looks like I'll have to personally crush you little bug to death.
Ning Xianyuan leaned on the ground with his sword, his chest heaving violently, breathing heavily, his face pale, looking at the approaching Blood Wolf. A hint of despair and unwillingness flashed in his eyes at the right time.
You have enough to be proud of yourself for being able to hold on until now.
The Blood Wolf twisted his neck, making a cracking sound, and slowly clenched his right fist.
The rich energy and blood began to gather, emitting a heart-pounding wave. It's over.
He kicked his foot, and a small hole exploded on the ground. His body shot out like a cannonball, and punched Ning Xianyuan in the face. The fist was so strong and violent that it seemed to be able to smash huge rocks. He used 70% of his strength in this punch, which was enough to severely injure any second-level warrior. However, just as the fist of terrifying power was about to strike him, the despair and reluctance in Ning Xuanyuan's eyes disappeared in an instant, and were replaced by a bone-chilling murderous intent and a hint of mockery at having succeeded. His originally trembling hands instantly became as steady as a rock, his rapid breathing returned to normal, and his pale face regained its rosy color. A powerful energy and blood that was several times stronger than what he had displayed before, like a dormant volcano, erupted from his body. Now, the killing really begins. The cold voice entered the Blood Wolf's suddenly contracted pupils.
Chapter 60, Iron Shirt? A head-on collision of flesh and blood. Following Ning Xuanyuan's voice.
His originally trembling hands instantly became as steady as a rock, his rapid breathing returned to normal, and his pale face regained its rosy color in an instant.
Boom!
A powerful energy and blood, far more powerful than what he had shown before, suddenly burst out from his body. It climbed steadily from 21.0 to a terrifying 28.0. How could this aura be that of a warrior who had just entered the second realm? It is clear that he is a great master who has cultivated the second realm to the late stage. The hideous smile on Blood Wolf's face froze instantly, as if he was doused with ice water, and his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip.
How is that possible?
You've hidden your strength. Blood Wolf cried out in shock, his heart filled with turmoil. During the campus competition a month ago, this kid was only in the middle to late stage of the first realm.
How could this be achieved within a month?
What answered him was Ning Xuanyuan's fist, which was no longer concealed and contained terrifying power. His strength increased greatly after this breakthrough, and he just needed an opponent to test it out. He wanted to use pure physical strength and his unparalleled boxing skills to defeat this third-level warrior head-on. He wanted to verify just how strong the physical body brought about by the perfection of great sun-glazed golden body was.
Demon-subduing fist Vajra Peslet.
Ning Xianyuan let out a low roar, and the bones in his body, which were as tough as glass jade beads, began to hum, and the vast energy and blood rushed together in his right fist. His fist seemed to swell up instantly, and a light golden luster appeared faintly under his skin, carrying a fierce aura of subduing demons and monsters and being invincible. Without dodging or evading, he faced the Blood Wolf's iron fist that was powerful enough to smash boulders.
You're looking for death.
Even if you've concealed your strength,
The second realm is still the second realm. How dare you confront me head-on? Although the blood wolf was frightened, it remained calm and the ferocity in its eyes became even stronger. He has absolute confidence in his own abilities. The second realm is still the second realm after all.
The three realms are still the three realms after all.
This is an absolute gap in realm.
When Ning Xianyuan faced Lu Minghui, who had been injected with genetic drugs, in the campus competition, he was helpless at first. It is easy to imagine how difficult it is to overcome the gap in realm.
Boom!
The two fists, filled with terrifying power, collided violently like two meteorites. There was a deafening explosion, like thunder coming out of nowhere. With the point where the two fists collided as the center, a visible circular airwave suddenly spread out, picking up the dust and gravel on the ground and sweeping around like a storm.
Thump, thump, thump.
The two men retreated at the same time, each step leaving deep footprints on the hard ground, and spider-web-like cracks spread out from the footprints as the center. Blood Wolf took 3 steps back, feeling a burning and overbearing force flowing through his fist into his arm. His entire arm felt sore and numb, and his blood was boiling. He looked at Ning Xianyuan with disbelief in his eyes. Even though he only used 70% of his strength in this punch, it was enough to dent an armored vehicle.
How could it be taken by a second-level kid?
Ning Xianyuan took 2 steps back, feeling a slight stinging sensation on the surface of his fist.
The gap in realm is indeed not so easy to overcome.
But his eyes became brighter, and his fighting spirit burned like fire. The perfect great sun-glazed golden body did not disappoint him. Just the first level of golden muscle and jade bones is strong enough to confront warriors of the third realm head-on.
Come again.
Ning Xianyuan let out a long howl, and without waiting for the blood wolf to catch its breath, he shot out again. Arrogant, don't think you're the only one who knows how to practice horizontal kung fu, Iron Shirt.
The blood wolf roared angrily. Being beaten back in front of a junior was a humiliation he could not bear.
His bones made crackling sounds, and his exposed skin quickly turned a dark bronze color, as if it were made of metal. Let me show you the true strength of my blood wolf. Third-rate martial arts, Iron Shirt.
And this is also a martial art of perfection. Any martial art that is cultivated to perfection will undergo a qualitative change, and its power should not be underestimated.
Blood Wolf's Iron Shirt has obviously been practiced for many years and has reached perfection. His physical defense is enough to withstand the attacks of swords and knives.
Come!
The Blood Wolf roared, and the ground beneath his feet exploded. This time, his whole aura changed, and he rushed forward again like a real humanoid beast with an indomitable and brutal momentum.
Just what I want.
Ning Xianyuan laughed loudly, his fighting spirit rising. He also wanted to see who would be more effective, his powerful blood and energy comparable to that of the late second realm, combined with his extremely powerful demon subduing fist, against a third realm expert who was proficient in horizontal training. Demon subduing fist, Arhat subduing tiger. The fist whistled, as if carrying the sound of Sanskrit chanting, with great momentum, and went straight to the center of the blood wolf.
Iron Shirt and iron wall as strong as a mountain. Bang! 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 Bang!
The battle instantly entered the most primitive, brutal, and bloody white-hot stage. The two men completely abandoned unnecessary techniques in dodging and engaged in the purest fist and kick fight. Every punch and every kick contained a terrifying force that was enough to break stones and split rocks. Their figures were as fast as lightning, colliding violently in this abandoned factory area. The sound was no longer the dull thud of fists hitting flesh, but the clanging explosion as if two giant pieces of steel were smashing together madly. Blood Wolf's Iron Shirt was indeed powerful. Ning Xianyuan's powerful demon subduing fist hit him, but it could only make his body shake and leave a faint white mark, but could not cause any substantial damage. Wherever the two men passed, it was as if they were run over by heavy machinery.
Boom! With a loud bang, the load-bearing wall of an already crumbling abandoned factory building was hit hard by Blood Wolf's powerful sidekick. The wall was instantly covered with cracks, and then collapsed with a loud bang, stirring up a cloud of smoke and dust. Ning Xianyuan used the sweeping the troops move from his demon subduing fist, and his kick was like a whip, sweeping towards the Blood Wolf's lower body. The Blood Wolf leaped up to avoid it, and Ning Xianyuan's leg shadow swept across a huge rusty iron pipe next to it. Crack! The thick pipe that required two people to hold together broke with a sound, and the broken end was twisted and torn. The upper half of the pipe fell to the ground with a deafening noise. Before the smoke and dust had dispersed, the Blood Wolf rushed out from the smoke and dust like a cannonball, and an elbow strike containing all the strength of its body hit Ning Xianyuan's temple.
Ning Xianyuan dodged the attack by turning his head at the critical moment. The fierce elbow strike grazed his ear and hit the wall of a two-story building behind him.
Bang!
A huge hole was instantly blown open in the entire wall, bricks and stones splattered everywhere, and the small building let out a teeth-grinding groan and was on the verge of collapse. The two men fought from one ruin to another.
Large tracts of factory buildings collapsed in their fierce battle.
The ground was covered with potholes and cracks, as if it had just experienced an earthquake and bombing. The more the Blood Wolf fought, the more frightened he became. He found that the iron shirt and strength that he was so proud of could not give him any advantage in front of Ning Xianyuan.
The opponent's physical strength is incredible and his power is astonishing.
What was even more terrifying was that a stream of burning energy and blood came from the opponent's fist and kept seeping through him, making him feel as if he was being roasted on fire, and his whole body was uncomfortable.
Impossible. I'm a third-level warrior, how could I not be able to defeat a second-level junior?
The Blood Wolf roared in his heart, his eyes bloodshot.
Chapter 61, Fighting the Three Realms, Three Masters. Boom!
There was another dull collision like a heavy drum, and Ning Xianyuan and the Blood Wolf separated again, each leaving deep footprints on the broken ground. The Blood Wolf's chest heaved violently, and his blood surged under his bronze skin. He looked at Ning Xianyuan with eyes full of horror and disbelief.
How is that possible?
His iron shirt is a genuine third-rate martial art, and he has practiced it for decades and has already reached perfection. With his strong body, he is almost unbeatable among his peers. Even when facing an attack from weapons, he can rely on his strong body to withstand it, and is invulnerable to swords and guns, and cannot be invaded by water or fire. The path of horizontal training is one of the most difficult and rare ways of practicing martial arts. Tempering the body is like going through 1,000 hammerings, and requires enduring pain that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Every breakthrough is like going through torture, with muscles and bones breaking and flesh and blood reshaping. This inhuman perseverance alone is enough to eliminate 99% of the warriors. What's more, the path of horizontal refining requires massive resource support. The huge consumption of various elixirs for tempering muscles and bones and nourishing chi and blood is enough to make ordinary warriors go bankrupt. How many people have an indomitable will but are trapped by a lack of resources and cannot make any progress in their entire lives? How many people are born into wealthy families, have mountains of gold and silver, but cannot bear the pain and only want to have a taste of it? It is precisely because of this double harsh threshold that true masters of horizontal training are rare, and each one of them is a powerful being that is capable of dominating the same level. Blood Wolf prides himself on being the best among them. With his perfect iron shirt, he has few rivals among warriors in the early stage of the Third Realm, and can even deal with some strong men in the middle stage of the Third Realm. But now, his physical defense, which he was so proud of, had lost its overwhelming advantage in front of a young man whose realm was lower than his. Every time the opponent's fist landed, it brought with it a violent and scorching force, and that force was as heavy as a mountain.
It also carries a pure young aura that seems to be able to burn everything.
The constant impact and penetration of his defenses caused his blood and chi to fluctuate constantly, and his bones to ache slightly. What shocked him even more was that the opponent's physical strength seemed even better than his. His fist, which was powerful enough to break stones and split rocks, hit Ning Xianyuan as if it had hit a piece of red-hot glazed diamond. It made his own finger bones numb and he could even feel a burning recoil force.
What does that mean?
This means that the physical training technique practiced by the young man in front of him is definitely of a level far superior to his iron shirt.
Monster, this kid is definitely a monster.
The Blood Wolf roared wildly in his heart, the flames of jealousy almost burning his sanity to ashes. He practiced hard for decades and went through untold hardships before he finally mastered the iron shirt to perfection. But how old is this young man in front of me? He was only 18 or 19 years old, yet he had achieved such terrifying achievements in body refining? How can there be such injustice in this world? At the same time, there is an even more burning emotion: greed climbed into his heart. If only I could get this kid's bodybuilding technique. Then wouldn't his strength be able to go even further? Thinking of this, the look in Blood Wolf's eyes when he looked at Ning Xianyuan suddenly became extremely hot, full of undisguised possessiveness. On the other hand, Ning Xianyuan was also very satisfied with his performance at the moment. It's worthy of being the supreme body refining technique. He sighed inwardly. The great sun-glazed golden body is only the perfection of the first level of golden muscle and jade bones, but the physical strength and pure yang chi and blood it brings are already so overbearing. It's incredible that he can actually cross the gap between realms.
It feels so good, come again.
Ning Xianyuan was full of fighting spirit.
He let out a long roar and rushed forward again.
He wanted to use this exhilarating battle to completely consolidate his rapidly increasing cultivation and become familiar with this powerful body that had been reborn.
Demon subduing fist, angry eyes of diamond.
The golden fist whizzed out, carrying the majesty to suppress all evil spirits, and hit the blood wolf in the face.
Iron head kung fu.
The blood wolf did not dodge or evade, but suddenly thrust its head forward, its bronze forehead shining with a metallic luster, as if it was trying to use its head to meet Ning Xuanyuan's fist.
Clang.
There was another deafening sound of metal clashing. Ning Xuanyuan's fist mark was shattered, and a clear red mark appeared on the blood wolf's forehead.
He was dizzy and staggered backward. Demon subduing fist Wei Tua presents the pestle.
Ning Xianyuan took advantage of the situation and took a step forward, causing the ground to crack. He was like an arrow shot from a bow, and his fists came out at the same time, like two indestructible giant pestles, smashing into the blood wolf's chest.
Iron shirt 1,000-pound weight.
Blood wolf stomped his feet on the ground, and his whole body seemed to have taken root.
He stopped retreating, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and took Ning Xuanyuan's extremely fierce attack. Bang!
A dull thud was heard. The blood wolf groaned. Although he managed to block it with the help of his perfect iron shirt, the qi and blood in his body were completely disordered, and his internal organs were shaken.
It's not over yet.
Ning Xuanyuan's eyes were filled with a burning desire for battle, and his offensive was like a violent storm, continuous and unending.
Each move of the demon subduing fist is extremely powerful and performed freely. Each punch contained a terrifying force that was enough to collapse mountains and split rocks. Each punch carried the scorching aura of the great sun-blazed golden body, continuously bombarding the blood wolf. The blood wolf was completely suppressed. The iron shirt defense that he was proud of began to show tiny cracks under Ning Xuanyuan's violent attack.
The pure young force, which was extremely yang and strong, was like a maggot attached to his bones, constantly corroding his blood and vitality, making him feel as if his whole body was burned by fire and in unbearable pain. The surrounding environment has already been completely changed in this inhuman battle. Of the old factory buildings that originally stood, only 1 in 10 remains, and all have turned into ruins. The ground is bumpy, covered with spider web-like cracks and huge holes. The air was filled with choking smoke and a faint smell of burning. The scene before him was no longer a battle between warriors, but rather two humanoid beasts engaging in the most primitive and bloody fight.
Puff.
It was another simple fist fight. Blood Wolf felt his blood boiling violently. He took 5 steps back before he could barely steady himself. There was a sweetness in my throat and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of my mouth. He looked down at his slightly trembling fists, and a trace of horror finally flashed in his eyes.
He is injured.
Although it was only a minor injury, being injured in a physical confrontation with a second-level warrior was a great humiliation for him.
This can't go on any longer. This guy is too evil, we must end this quickly.
A fierce look flashed in the blood wolf's eyes. It suddenly raised its head and let out a long howl like a wolf. The sound was sharp and piercing, and it spread far away.
Ghost Shadow, Black Demon. How long are you two going to watch the show? Why don't you take action? The moment the words fell. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 ghostly black shadows suddenly shot out from the shadows not far behind the blood wolf without any warning. The 2 figures moved at an extremely fast speed and silently. It seemed to have merged into one with the darkness, and only when it got close did it burst out with 2 powerful auras that were no less powerful than the blood wolf's. 2 more third-level warriors. They had been lurking in the dark, like the most patient poisonous snakes, waiting for the moment when Ning Xianyuan was exhausted and relaxed, or revealed a flaw, and then launched the fatal blow. Attacked from both sides, with murderous intent. This is the real dragnet that the Lu family and the new martial arts school have prepared for Ning Xianyuan. A third-level warrior is not safe. There were actually 3 of them. Chapter 62 Total Destruction. The 3 warriors of the third realm formed a triangle shape, completely blocking all of Ning Xuanyuan's escape routes. In order to deal with a student who has just shown his talent, the Lu family and the new martial arts school actually sent out 3 third-level warriors. You must know that a warrior at the third realm is already a strong man who can stand on his own and sweep across an area. This lineup is luxurious, but it is also enough to make people feel despair. This is a dead-end situation where death is a certainty. 3 people in the third realm, what a big deal. It seems that if I don't die today, some people will have trouble sleeping and eating.
Ning Xianyuan glanced at the three people, and instead of showing any fear on his face, a cold and mocking smile appeared. His overly calm reaction made the three of them feel a pang of anxiety at the same time, and an inexplicable uneasiness quietly grew. Does this kid have any other cards up his sleeve? No. Impossible. No matter how powerful he is only at the second level after all. Being able to fight against the Blood Wolf is already his limit. Facing the siege of three people, there is no way for him to survive. Get started. Blood Wolf suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and shouted sternly. Shadow killing technique. Twin snakes take life. Black Evil Fist Night Parade of 100 Demons. Iron Shirt Bull Charge. The three of them exploded almost at the same time. The ghost figure split into two, and it was difficult to tell the real one from the fake one. In his hand was a poisoned dagger, pointing directly at the vital point. The Black Evil Fist was powerful, and countless ghostly shadows composed of black and red evil energy rushed over with bared fangs and claws. The Blood Wolf was like a human tank, with its head lowered, charging towards Ning Xianyuan in the most brutal and violent manner. When the three of them attack, it is the most powerful killing move. He blocked all the space for dodging, up, down, left and right, and vowed to kill Ning Xianyuan instantly. Faced with this fatal situation that was enough to kill any warrior in the early stage of the third realm instantly, a trace of seriousness finally flashed in Ning Xianyuan's eyes. It's time. He whispered softly. The vast energy and blood in the body, like a dormant volcano, no longer held back and completely boiled over at this moment. Big Sun baking furnace, open. Boom. An aura that was far hotter than before shot up from Ning Xianyuan's body like a volcanic eruption. The air around him twisted violently, and the light golden luster under his skin suddenly became dazzling, as if he had really turned into a blazing furnace. The most masculine aura swept in all directions. What was even more shocking was that a substantial golden flame suddenly ignited on his body. The flame was not ordinary fire, but the pure yang energy and blood in his body, emitting a terrifying high temperature that could burn everything. What? His aura has become stronger again? What kind of martial arts is this? The three people's faces changed drastically, and alarm bells rang in their hearts. The ghost's dagger, like the fangs of a poisonous snake, touched the layer of red gold flames surrounding Ning Xianyuan. There was a hissing sound, and a piercing burning pain instantly spread along the dagger to his arm, making him step back in horror. Haisha's fist hit Ning Xianyuan's back hard. Clang. There was a sharp sound of metal clashing. Haisha only felt as if he had hit an erupting volcano. An extremely violent recoil force with a terrifying high temperature came crashing down. He was so shocked that his blood was boiling. He retreated 7 or 8 steps before he could barely steady himself. He looked at Ning Xianyuan with eyes full of horror. The Blood Wolf that attacked head-on suffered the most miserable end. His proud iron-shirred defense seemed to have met its nemesis when it came into contact with the burning golden aura surrounding Ning Xianyuan. The bronze skin made a sizzling sound while burning, emitting bursts of green smoke, and an unbearable pain instantly spread throughout the body. Ah! The Blood Wolf screamed and retreated violently as if it had been electrocuted. His chest and lower abdomen were burned by the golden flames, leaving several charred marks, which even the perfected iron shirt could not completely resist. Just one encounter. The first wave of attack from the 3 third-level warriors was actually repelled by Ning Xianyuan in an almost invincible manner. There was a dead silence in the ruins. So perverted. It's too outrageous. Is this really the strength that a second-level warrior can possess? That golden flame, that terrifying body. All this was beyond their understanding. No, if we don't fight hard, we will all die here. Blood Wolf roared, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Ghost Shadow, Black Evil, I'll hold him back. He knew that ordinary means would be of no use to this monster. Haisha and Guiying looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. Iron Hoop Confinement. The Blood Wolf roared. He suddenly pounced on Ning Xianyuan, his arms like 2 iron hoops, tightly hugging Ning Xianyuan's waist and abdomen. Ning Xianyuan stood where he was and did not dodge. Let him hold himself. Get started. The Blood Wolf roared with all its strength. He could feel the terrifying heat from Ning Xianyuan's body burning his arm madly, but he gritted his teeth and refused to let go. Right at this moment, the ghost's figure became extremely blurred, as if it had turned into a real shadow, and the murderous intent was condensed into one point. On Haisha's left fist, the black and red evil energy was concentrated to the extreme.
Two people, one on the left and one on the right. One of them stabbed Ning Xuanyuan's heart with a dagger. A full-strength punch hit Ning Xuanyuan's head. It seemed as if he was inescapable and not far from death. But a sneer flashed across Ning Xuanyuan's eyes. Trial of the inner demon.
He whispered softly, and in the depths of his deep pupils, two strange and complex black light balls suddenly emerged, spinning wildly at an unprecedented speed.
There is no earth-shaking momentum and no dazzling brilliance.
An invisible and intangible terrifying spiritual wave that reached deep into the soul instantly enveloped the oncoming ghost and black evil.
Ah!
The two men froze in their movements, their eyes instantly filled with fear. They seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying. The inner demon judgment can trigger the most terrifying scenes deep in people's hearts, causing them to fall into the inner demon illusion.
Every warrior has inner demons.
Even the Grandmaster is no exception. As the two of them lost their spirits, the situation on the battlefield was reversed in an instant.
It's over. A cold voice sounded.
Ning Xuanyuan shook his arms and easily broke free from the Blood Wolf's restraints. His fists burning with golden flames blasted out mercilessly.
Puff!
With one punch, he pierced the Blood Wolf's chest. Then, he moved like lightning, shooting arrows left and right.
Demon subduing fist.
The golden fist mark landed on the heart of Guiying and Haisha.
Bang! Bang!
With two muffled sounds, the chests of the two third-level warriors exploded, and their bodies were instantly engulfed by golden flames, turning into two charred remains. The dust slowly settled. Ning Xuanyuan stood alone in the center of the ruins, the golden flames around him gradually converged, only the faint light in his eyes slowly dissipated after a long time. At this point, all three third-level warriors were killed. Chapter 63 The mastermind behind the scenes appears.
I wish you peace. The war is over. 3 mutilated bodies lay on the ground.
There were also more than a dozen corpses of second-level warriors who were affected by the battle just now. Their bodies were torn into pieces and none of them were left with a complete corpse. The ground was covered with red and white. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, burning, and dust. Most of the surrounding factory buildings collapsed, leaving a mess, silently telling of the brutality of the battle just now.
However, facing this Shura-like scene, Ning Xuanyuan's expression was terrifyingly calm, and there was no ripple in his heart.
He who kills others will be killed. From the moment he chose to step out of the school gate and put himself in this killing situation, he was ready to completely crush all enemies.
Being kind to the enemy is being cruel to yourself.
He knows this truth better than anyone else. The path of martial arts is to row against the current, fight against others and compete against the heavens. Without a decisive heart to kill, how can one survive in this world full of thorns and dangers? He exhaled a breath of hot air, slowly raised his head, and said, "After watching such a good show for so long, it's time to come out." Ning Xuanyuan's voice was not loud, but it was clearly transmitted into the night sky, carrying a hint of cold sarcasm. There was dead silence all around, with only the whimpering sound of the night wind blowing through the ruins. In the shadows, there was no movement.
Ning Xuanyuan sneered, "Why, you only dare to hide in the dark like a mouse?" As soon as the words fell, "You are so arrogant." A majestic cold snort suddenly exploded.
A powerful blood energy that was 10 times more terrifying than the 3 blood wolves combined, descended from the shadow on the top of the factory building like a real tsunami.
Snap! Snap! The ground beneath Ning Xuanyuan's feet couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure and began to crack inch by inch.
The air seemed to solidify into a substance, so heavy that it was suffocating, and even the light around seemed to dim a little.
5th Realm Warrior.
This pressure is a terrifying aura that can only be possessed by a strong person who has entered the 5th level of martial arts. A figure slowly walked out from the shadows and looked down at Ning Xuanyuan.
The head of the Lu family, Lu Qingtian.
He was wearing a black Zhongshan suit and had an elegant face, looking like a scholar who was well read in poetry and books. But those eyes flashed with a sharp and cold light, and the terrifying murderous intent emanating from his body was even more chilling. This time, in order to deal with Ning Xuanyuan, Lu Qingtian, the mastermind behind the scenes, actually took charge in person. This shows how much he values Ning Xuanyuan.
I can't believe that even a master like you would come here to deal with a second-level warrior like me. You really think highly of me.
Humph, even a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit.
Lu Qingtian snorted coldly.
He originally thought that the 3 third-level warriors would be able to easily defeat Ning Xuanyuan, and he only needed to sneak in secretly to be on the safe side.
But I never expected that the development of the war would be so unexpected.
The three powerful men of the Third Realm were all killed by Ning Xianyuan in such a short time. The boy's growth rate and strength have far exceeded his expectations, and even made him feel a little nervous. Ning Xianyuan, I have to admit, you are the most talented young man I have ever met. With your cultivation in the late Second Realm, you were able to defeat 3 Third Realm warriors.
This achievement is enough to make you famous in Linzhou.
He changed the subject, his tone carrying a hint of temptation. Such a talent, if it died here, it would be such a pity. You have ruined my son Minghui's future. Logically speaking, I should tear you into pieces. But I, Lu Qingtian, have always loved talents.
I'll give you a chance. Lu Qingtian held up a finger and said, submit to my Lu family and become my adoptive father. I can forgive the past and even devote all my resources to training you. Martial arts, elixirs, status, everything you desire, we can give you. It's even possible for you to surpass a martial arts master in the future. The conditions he offered were generous enough to attract any young genius with a weak will. In his view, people are all profit-seeking. If Ning Xianyuan knew the current situation, he should know how to choose. However, what answered him was Ning Xianyuan's undisguised ridicule. Submit to you? Serve as a dog for a bunch of lackeys who betrayed their ancestors, colluded with foreign enemies, and attempted to subvert the foundation of Xia Nation's martial arts?
Ning Xianyuan seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world.
Lu Qingtian, you underestimate me. You're just a dog with a broken spine, and you want to teach me how to do things? Okay. Lu Qingtian's face instantly darkened to the point of dripping water.
Since you refuse to accept my toast and are determined to die, I will grant your wish.
Boom.
The terrifying aura of the Fifth Realm warrior was no longer reserved, erupting like a real storm. The temperature in the entire abandoned industrial area seemed to have dropped several degrees, and the air was as thick as mercury, making it hard to breathe. The rubble on the ground turned into powder silently, and the ruins in the distance groaned under the impact of this momentum.
Ning Xianyuan's muscles tensed instantly, as if facing a formidable enemy.
The great sun-blazed golden body was operating at its peak, the surface of the skin glowed with red gold light, and the pure yang energy and blood in the body surged like boiling magma.
But even so,
he still felt the immense pressure that seemed to tear his body apart.
5 realms.
This was no longer a level he could contend with. He had a hunch that even with the perfect martial arts experience card and the Ape King seal, he would probably not be a match. Being able to fight against the Third Realm and the Second Realm is already his limit. If it were the Fourth Realm, he would definitely be defeated.
5 realms. That is absolutely impossible.
However, at this critical moment,
Lu Qingtian, you're so arrogant.
You're a 5th level warrior, bullying a high school student who just entered the 2nd level.
If this gets out, aren't you afraid of being laughed at?
A cool and pleasant female voice, yet with a hint of laziness, sounded without warning. Lu Qingtian's movement of gathering strength suddenly stopped, his face changed drastically, and he suddenly looked up in the direction where the voice came from. I saw a beautiful figure in the night sky not far away. Who knew when it had quietly appeared there?
She was dressed in a black combat uniform that tightly wrapped around her breathtakingly hot curves.
The moonlight fell on her beautiful face, as if giving her a layer of holy halo.
It is my blessing to you.
It's you, I wish you all the best.
Lu Qingtian recognized the other person at once.
He and Zhu Qing'an had no connection.
However, he knew the other person's name.
A few years ago, she was hailed as the favored daughter of heaven who had the greatest potential to become a martial arts grandmaster. Unfortunately, she was born with a terminal illness and ultimately was unable to take that step.
And even the qi and blood are constantly depleting. Think of this.
The fear on his face gradually disappeared, and he snorted coldly, Zhu Qing'an, I heard that you are suffering from a terminal illness, and your energy and blood are weakening day by day.
At this point, how much strength do you still have?
Chapter 64, Spending the Wedding Night with Me, Leaving a Descendant for the Shu Family. According to the information obtained by Lu Qingtian, Zhu Qing'an's energy and blood have been weakening due to the erosion of the terminal illness. If it was Zhu Qing'an in his heyday a few years ago, he would have turned around and left.
But now? A genius who died young. What is there to be afraid of?
He even suspected that Zhu Qing'an's appearance at this moment was just a bluff, and he wanted to scare him away with his past reputation. Thinking of this, the murderous intent on his face became even stronger. Zhu Qing'an, I have no conflict with your Zhu family. If you retreat now, I can pretend that nothing happened.
If you insist on intervening, don't blame me for being ruthless, including you.
He stopped abruptly before he could finish his words. Because he was shocked to find out. The aura around Zhu Qingyan on the opposite side began to rise wildly at an incredible speed. The originally weak qi and blood suddenly erupted like a volcano that had been dormant for many years.
Rising steadily.
From the second realm, then the third realm. After the third realm, it still does not stop.
4 realms. 5 realms. Until.
A pressure that was far more terrifying, more vast, and more despairing than the aura of the fifth realm suddenly descended like a mountain.
That aura has already surpassed the limit of the 5th realm.
He touched a higher level of terror that even Lu Qingtian was frightened.
6th realm? No. This is impossible.
The blood color on Lu Qingtian's face faded instantly, and his eyes were filled with shock.
Didn't Zhu Qingyan already run out of energy and blood, and fall into a lower realm? What is this force? Has she been hiding her strength?
But no matter what the reason was, Zhu Qingyan at this moment exuded a terrifying aura that was enough to crush him to death in an instant. Lu Qingtian's scalp was numb, and there was only one thought left in his mind.
Escape. Run away immediately. The farther you run, the better.
The further you advance in martial arts, the bigger the gap becomes. The gap between the 5th realm and the 6th realm is so big, let alone him. Even if there were 10 more, they would not be a match. He made a prompt decision and turned and left.
However, how could Zhu Qingyan give him this opportunity?
She slowly raised her delicate hand, and with her finger as sharp as a knife, she lightly slashed in the direction where Lu Qingtian was escaping.
There is no earth-shaking momentum and no dazzling brilliance.
Only a tiny blade light, condensed to the extreme, quietly flashed from her fingertips. The knife light was as thin as a cicada's wing and as transparent as water, and it flashed in the air.
Lu Qingtian, who was fleeing frantically, suddenly froze, the expression of fear on his face frozen forever.
The next moment, a thin line of blood slowly emerged from his neck.
Puff. The head was separated.
A head with eyes wide open and an expression of disbelief detached from the neck and rolled to the ground. Blood gushed out from the broken neck like a fountain. The headless corpse staggered a few steps and finally fell to the ground powerlessly, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lu Qingtian, a powerful 5th realm master, the head of the Lu family, and a high-ranking member of the new martial arts sect, was actually
killed instantly with one finger. However, after killing Lu Qingtian, the earth-shaking aura on Zhu Qingyan's body quickly receded like the tide.
The incomparably powerful energy and blood fluctuations around her body weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye.
5th realm, 4th realm, 3rd realm, peak of 2nd realm, late 2nd realm. Final. He actually fell to the level where he could barely maintain the peak of the 1st realm.
Her pretty face instantly turned as pale as paper, completely devoid of blood. His body was shaking slightly, as if even standing had become extremely difficult, and his forehead was covered with fine beads of cold sweat.
Miss Xu.
Seeing this, Ning Xianyuan hurriedly stepped forward and supported her shaky body.
What kind of terminal illness do you have?
Ning Xianyuan looked at her face, which was as pale as paper, and couldn't help but ask anxiously. Zhu Qingyan leaned in Ning Xianyuan's arms, gasping for breath weakly for a few times, and a bitter smile was forced on her beautiful face. Congenital bone cancer.
Congenital bone cancer? Ning Xianyuan's heart was shocked when he heard this. This is an extremely rare and terrible congenital disease, not an ordinary cancer cell.
Instead, the warrior's bones have undergone mutations during gestation, and will continuously devour the host's own blood and vitality to maintain a deformed growth until the host is completely drained. Any pill that replenishes qi and blood will only accelerate this process, just like drinking poison to quench thirst. No wonder her cultivation level kept declining and her energy and blood were becoming increasingly depleted. This is not an injury, but the source of life is being constantly eroded by its own cancer cells.
He remembers.
This type of bone cancer is indeed a terminal illness and has no cure on Earth in the original world.
But this blue planet. With the development of science and technology, various kinds of elixirs are emerging one after another. Miss Xu, I remember there's a marrow cleansing pill that can cleanse your marrow and transform you completely. Can it cure your bone cancer?
Ning Xianyuan said in surprise. He remembered that the marrow cleansing pill was not a very rare pill. With Zhu Qingyan's ability, it is not difficult for him to buy this kind of medicine.
The marrow cleansing pill can indeed cure bone cancer, but
Xu Qingyan leaned in Ning Xuanyuan's arms and smiled bitterly. Once you use the marrow cleansing pill to treat bone cancer, the remaining toxicity in the marrow cleansing pill will remain in your bone marrow forever. Although these residual toxins are not life-threatening, they will permanently affect your martial arts. By then, my martial arts cultivation will not advance at all, and I will never have the hope of becoming a martial arts master.
I don't want that. The path of martial arts is my only pursuit in this life.
If I have to cut off my path forward, live in this world in vain, and become a useless person who can never reach greater heights,
I would rather die with this regret.
For a proud girl like her,
if you can never become a martial arts master in your lifetime,
she would rather not have the marrow cleansing pill.
I would rather die than live in vain.
It is better to die with honor than to live in disgrace. At this moment, Ning Xuanyuan felt in her the same unshakable will as when he made the same decision as himself.
I understand.
What you want me to refine is a 100% pure, non-toxic marrow cleansing pill.
Ning Xuanyuan suddenly understood. He finally understood why Xu Qingyan looked at him differently and wanted to invest in him.
Only the non-toxic marrow cleansing pill can perfectly help Xu Qingyan solve bone cancer without affecting her martial arts practice. The marrow cleansing pill is a 5th grade elixir.
His current rank is only 2nd rank. Yes, you are my only hope in this world.
However, making a 5th grade elixir is extremely difficult. From the 2nd grade to the 5th grade, even a genius like you would need at least several years of hard work, and She coughed lightly a few times, and a trace of bright red blood stained her pale lips, which was shocking. I just forcibly increased my qi and blood. Although I have temporarily recovered my peak combat strength and killed Lu Qingtian,
I have already exhausted the last of my lifespan.
Her voice sounded weak, but her eyes were unusually calm. At most, within a year, I'll be completely exhausted.
1 year.
Ning Xuanyuan's heart sank suddenly, and an indescribable heaviness pressed on his chest.
Since my life is short and there is no hope of recovery.
Xu Qingyan slowly raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with complicated emotions at this moment. There is a lingering attachment to life, a regret for martial arts, a calmness in the face of death, and a trace of
the determination to go all out.
She stared into Ning Xuanyuan's eyes, enunciating each word with all her might, and uttered something that Ning Xuanyuan had not expected.
Ning Xuanyuan, before I die, I would like you to spend the wedding night with me and leave behind a descendant for my Zhu family. Boom!
Ning Xuanyuan's mind went blank in an instant, as if countless thunders were exploding in his ears at the same time.
Cave, bridal chamber? Leave a successor? Chapter 65. Xu Qingyan is jealous. Bridal chamber?
Ning Xuanyuan had never expected this. Xu Qingyan made such a request when he had little time left in his life. He looked at Xu Qingyan's clear eyes, which were filled with a hint of pleading, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. In the abandoned industrial area, the night wind howled, blowing up the dust and smell of blood on the ground. The moonlight fell coldly on the two of them, stretching their shadows very long and illuminating the almost tragic calmness on Xu Qingyan's face.
I know this request is abrupt and ridiculous. Xu Qingyan's voice was a little self-deprecating, but very firm. But my Zhu family has been passed down for hundreds of years, but by my generation, the bloodline is weak. I bear the heavy responsibility of continuing the family line, but I suffer from a terminal illness and am destined to be unable to complete my mission. This is my greatest regret. Over the years, my family has selected many so-called young talents for me, hoping that I could leave behind descendants. But I was arrogant and focused only on martial arts, and never took them seriously. Until I met you. Her gaze fell on Ning Xuanyuan, filled with undisguised admiration, and even a hint of
a strange feeling that she herself had not even noticed.
Your talent is unprecedented in my life.
Whether it's alchemy or martial arts, you are truly a peerless genius.
Your character is unyielding and unyielding.
Facing the new martial arts school, you would rather break than bend.
You are really outstanding. I admire you very much.
She paused, a faint blush appearing on her face.
If you can unite with me, the offspring born will definitely have excellent qualifications.
My life is coming to an end, and I will never be able to become a martial arts master. So I hope to leave behind a child who will inherit our talents, so that he or she can see the higher ground on my behalf, fulfill my dreams, and build a family for me.
Keep a glimmer of hope. Ordinary people may not be able to understand this responsibility for family heritage.
But Xu Qingyan has been nurtured by his family since childhood, with resources, martial arts, protection. Everything she has since she was a child comes from the surname Zhu.
She must repay this kindness and this karma.
Before her death, it was her duty to leave behind a good enough successor for the Shu family.
This is a beginning and an end.
Ning Xianyuan was silent. In his heart, unprecedented struggles and contradictions were fighting fiercely in his mind.
Reason told him that agreeing to Zhu Qingyan would be beneficial to him in every way. Who is Zhu Qingyan?
A stunning beauty with a score of 97.
Her appearance, figure and temperament are all top-notch.
Being able to spend a night with a woman like this is what every man in the world dreams of. What's more, his martial god Taoist companion system is based on improving his own strength by combining with outstanding women.
Zhu Qingyan's talent and strength surpass Aunt Qin's. If you can combine with her, what kind of generous reward will the system give you? Ning Xuanyuan's strength will definitely make great progress again.
It is even possible to break through to the third realm in one fell swoop.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that simply fell from the sky.
But another voice sounded in his heart, carrying a kind of moral torture. Take advantage of someone's misfortune. These 4 words pierced his heart like needles. Zhu Qingyan made this request at this moment, perhaps because of his affection for him, but more so because of a sense of family responsibility and helplessness about the impending end of his life. She saw herself as a tool to continue her bloodline and him as the best collaborator to accomplish this mission.
If he agreed, then what would he be?
A despicable person who takes advantage of the other person's dying and fragile mind to satisfy his own selfish desires and interests? He was indeed attracted to Zhu Qingyan and really liked her. But precisely because of this, he was even more reluctant to own her in this way. This was not the combination he wanted. What he hopes for is mutual love and resonance of souls, rather than a transaction with regrets and responsibilities.
Just like when he and Aunt Qin got together.
Although Aunt Qin had a certain liking for him at that time, it was not a love between a man and a woman. At that time, he took advantage of Aunt Qin's guilt towards him.
But at that time,
he was desperate and had to do this because he was in a desperate situation. So afterwards, out of gratitude and guilt towards Aunt Qin, he also made a solemn promise to Aunt Qin that Aunt Qin would always occupy a place in his heart that no one could replace.
And now, nothing is the same now.
At the beginning, he had no choice.
Now, he has a choice.
Seeing Ning Xianyuan remain silent for a long time, with his head down and his expression changing constantly, the light in Zhu Qingyan's eyes dimmed little by little. Her already pale face seemed even paler.
It seems. After all, my request is too unreasonable.
Although Ning Xianyuan is gifted and has an extraordinary character, he is ultimately just a boy of 18 or 19 years old. It is human nature to hesitate and resist when faced with heavy topics such as bridal chamber and leaving a successor.
Not to mention, maybe he doesn't like me at all?
You. Zhu Qingyan's voice trembled slightly as he looked at Ning Xianyuan with a complicated expression, trying to find the answer from his face.
Don't you want to?
Her voice was very soft, with a hint of cautious exploration, and a hint that she herself hadn't even noticed.
Lost? Is it because you don't like me?
She mustered up the courage to ask this question, which even she felt a little embarrassed about. After all, in her opinion, with her looks, talent and family background, no man would not be tempted. Ning Xianyuan suddenly raised his head and looked into her beautiful eyes that were slightly disappointed.
He was shocked and shook his head quickly. No. Miss Xu is beautiful and talented. It is an honor for any man to be favored by Miss Xu. How could I not like her?
Why is that?
Zhu Qingyan asked. She didn't understand. If he liked her, why would he hesitate? Could it be?
A thought flashed through her mind like lightning. Or.
Her voice became a little erratic, with a hint of jealousy. You already have a lover?
She remembered the cold and innocent girl who threw herself into Ning Xuanyuan's arms during the campus competition and even kissed him in public.
It's the girl named Chu Yuqing from school, right?
When she asked this question, her heart tightened involuntarily. She had met Chu Yuqing. I know that she is also an extremely outstanding girl, young, beautiful and extremely beautiful. Especially that pair of beautiful legs, long, straight and flawless. Even she, when she saw them, would sigh that it was the creator's preference. Which adolescent boy can resist such a beautiful schoolgirl with white stockings? The two of them are a perfect match made in heaven. For some reason, she suddenly felt jealous. Chapter 66, reached the 5th level in 1 month, agreed.
Could it be that I am? Is it too late?
Perhaps. She should have taken action earlier when she first met Ning Xianyuan. Ning Xianyuan was stunned when he heard Chu Yuqing's name, and immediately understood her misunderstanding. Looking at her dim and lost beautiful eyes, he quickly shook his head and denied it. No, not because of her. He met Zhu Qing'an's inquiring gaze with a serious and frank expression. Miss Xu, I won't hide it from you. A gentleman loves a beautiful lady. You are so beautiful and have a good figure. Any man will be moved when he sees you, and I am no exception. He admitted his admiration and affection without any concealment. And he took a deep breath and revealed some of his training secrets. My martial arts training is unique. If I could unite with a woman as outstanding as you, my strength would increase unimaginably. Whether it's rational or self-interested, I have no reason to refuse you. Zhu Qingyan's eyes flashed with surprise. She didn't expect him to be so frank. She felt a little less disappointed. At least, he didn't care. But Ning Xianyuan changed the subject, his eyes firm. I don't want to take advantage of someone's misfortune. Ms. Zhu, your request at this moment, although it is out of admiration for me, is more for the Zhu family and for family responsibility. This is not a union of mutual affection, but an act of helplessness. I, Ning Xianyuan, wouldn't dare say I'm a gentleman, but I'm definitely not a villain who takes advantage of others. I admire your talent, your tenacity, and even more so, your determination and pride in sacrificing your life for the sake of martial arts. Precisely because of this, I cannot, and am unwilling to, unite with you under these circumstances. I hope that our union will be after you recover and get rid of the shadow of terminal illness. It's when you have no worries and are free to choose your future. It is based on mutual affection and resonance of souls. Not now, not at this transactional moment. Ning Xuanyuan's words were powerful and full of respect, showing his bottom line of principles. Zhu Qingyan stared at him blankly, looking into his clear and determined eyes, with huge waves in his heart. Take advantage of someone's misfortune. They are in love with each other. Soul resonance. Every word was like a hammer, striking her heart. She had never imagined that this young boy had such a delicate side in his heart. This little boy. It's really gentle. A warm current mixed with emotion, shyness, and throbbing spread in her heart. Her gaze as she looked at Ning Xianyuan became softer, even dazed. This man. Different from everyone she met. But after losing consciousness, Zhu Qingyan was brought back to reality. She smiled bitterly, her voice filled with despair. My life is over, and my time is running out. Although I also want to recover my health, I have no future. Who said you have no future? Ning Xianyuan interrupted her, his eyes sharp as an eagle, full of confidence and dominance. If I say there is, then there must be. Miss Xu, do you believe me? He leaned over, staring directly into her beautiful eyes, which had widened in surprise. His voice was deep and powerful. Give me a month. In just 1 month, I can break through to become a 5th-grade alchemist and refine that 100% pure, absolutely poison-free, perfect marrow-cleansing pill for you. 1 month? 5th-grade alchemist? Perfect marrow-cleansing pill? Zhu Qingyan was stunned as if struck by lightning. Suspecting that I was hallucinating. There is a huge gap between the 2nd rank and the 5th rank. Even an ordinary alchemist may not be able to succeed after 10 years of hard work. 1 month? It's simply a fantasy. She opened her mouth to protest, to say it was impossible. But when he met Ning Xuanyuan's eyes burning with the flame of confidence, all his doubts got stuck in his throat and he couldn't utter a word. Those eyes were filled with an almost arrogant and unquestionable confidence. It seems that there is nothing in this world that he cannot do. She thought of all the miracles that had happened since she met Ning Xianyuan. 100% pure 1st-grade elixir went from 1st grade to 2nd grade in half a month. Defeated Lu Minghui in the campus competition just now. He easily killed a 3rd-level cultivator. This man is a miracle in himself. It is a monster that keeps creating the impossible. Perhaps. Can he really do it? A faint and burning flame of hope ignited in her dead heart and quickly spread across the prairie. Good. After an unknown amount of time, Zhu Qingyan heard himself respond in a dreamlike voice. The voice was filled with uncontrollable trembling and anticipation. Wait until then. Ning Xianyuan looked at her beautiful eyes that had regained their brilliance, and with a smile in his heart, he said, Miss Xu, after you recover, if you are still willing to fulfill our promise today and spend your wedding night with me, then I will not refuse. Zhu Qingyan's cheeks flushed hot and her neck was stained with an alluring pink blush. She glared at Ning Xianyuan in embarrassment and anger. She hadn't felt shy before. But I don't know why, but now I feel very shy. Before, when she made the request of leaving a successor in the bridal chamber with the intention of dying, her heart was filled with a sense of responsibility and the desire to repay the debt owed to the family. At that time, the word bridal chamber meant nothing to her. More like a mission. She forced herself to strip off all the shyness that belonged to women and regarded it as a mission. But now, after Ning Xianyuan promised to cure her, its meaning is completely different. It's no longer a task. Rather, it seems like a, with ambiguity and expectation, agreement. When I think about how I was so shameless to make such a request before, a strong sense of shame instantly overwhelmed her like a tide. She felt her cheeks burning hot, and her heart was beating like a deer, almost jumping out of her chest. How so? It was clear that not long ago, she could face death calmly and make such a shocking request calmly. Why now, just because of his words, I feel as shy as a young girl who has just begun to fall in love? Because, did he give himself hope to live? But, in her heart, there is actually a faint sense of shameful expectation? Next, Ning Xianyuan first called President Ma. Let him help clean up the bodies here. As the saying goes, one life is two different things. This wasn't the first time that President Ma had been Ning Xuanyuan's corpse collector. But this time, seeing so many people dead, all of them warriors in the second and third realms, I was still extremely shocked. How long has it been since Ning Xianyuan became so strong? But what shocked him even more was yet to come. President Ma, please prepare some herbs for me. I want to go into seclusion for a month to break through to become a fifth-grade alchemist. And when Ning Xianyuan told this, President Ma was almost stunned. Did he hear it right? In 1 month, you need to be promoted from the second rank to the fifth rank? This joke is a bit too big. However, after witnessing the miracles brought by Ning Xianyuan, naturally, he holds the attitude of it is better to believe it than not to believe it. Next, Ning Xianyuan informed President Ma of all the medicinal materials needed for the mighty bull demon pill and asked President Ma to help prepare them. At the same time, he sent a message to Chu Yuqing. As for the training for the Spark project, he would go later, so he let Chu Yuqing go first. Chu Yuqing responded quickly and called him immediately to ask if anything had happened, his words full of concern. He told Chu Yuqing that he was fine and safe, and he just had to stay in seclusion for a month. Only then did the other party feel relieved. After making all the preparations, he began to retreat and refine the elixir. Chapter 67 5th Rank Achievement, Marriage. Inside the alchemy room, Ning Xianyuan looked focused and his mental energy was highly concentrated. With his talent as the god of medicine, his understanding of the medicinal properties, control of the temperature, and fusion of spiritual liquids have reached an incredible level. Proficiency +1. Proficiency +1. The mechanical and monotonous system prompt sound kept ringing in his mind like the most precise metronome. Although the bull demon strength pill is not of high grade, only first grade, its refining process is still tedious and complicated, requiring precise proportioning and purification of dozens of auxiliary medicines. Any slight mistake will result in failure. However, Ning Xianyuan was completely focused, like a precision machine, repeating the process of purification, fusion, and pill formation over and over again. His clothes were soaked with sweat. The huge consumption of mental energy made his face look slightly pale. But the light in his eyes grew brighter, filled with desire for success and persistence in his promises. Every batch of pills produced represents a rapid increase in proficiency, and also means that he is one step closer to his goal. From the second to the third grade, 300 proficiency points are required. He was like an old monk in meditation, never sleeping or resting. It only took 2 days, and 300 bull demon strength pills, which were sparkling with perfect luster and filled with fragrant pills, were neatly stacked aside. Ding! Proficiency +300, medicine got upgraded to the third rank. Proficiency required to advance to the fourth rank, 1000. There was no pause, not even time to celebrate. Ning Xianyuan skillfully swallowed a newly refined bull demon strength pill, feeling the energy and blood rapidly recovering in his body. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes, and he threw himself into the frantic refining again. Grade 3 to 4, 1000 proficiency. This means that he needs to refine a full 1000 pills. This is a boring number, and it is the ultimate test of one's character, endurance, and mental strength. Outside the alchemy room, the sun and the moon rotate. The alchemy room was filled with the fragrance of elixir. He swallowed the vitality pill and the bull demon strength pill alternately like candy beans, forcing himself to support his almost self-abuse, uninterrupted practice. His fingers trembled slightly from the long and precise manipulation of fire, and his mind was exhausted from the continuous high concentration, but the belief in his heart was as firm as a rock. 7 days later. When the 1000th bull demon power pill condensed into shape in his hands, emitting a warm luster.
Ding! Proficiency plus 1000, medicine got upgraded to the 4th rank.
Proficiency required to advance to the 5th rank, 05,000. Ning Xianyuan opened his bloodshot eyes and exhaled a long breath of foul air with a strong fragrance of elixir. There was a hint of fatigue that was hard to conceal in his eyes. But more than that, it is a kind of almost burning persistence and perseverance.
There is only one last step left. 5000 proficiency.
He was like a tireless machine, like an ascetic who burned himself for his beliefs, continuing this boring yet hopeful refining.
Time goes by day.
Inside the alchemy room, the fragrance of the elixir became increasingly strong, almost solidifying into substance. Mountains of perfect quality bull demon strength pills, emitting an alluring luster, would be enough to cause a frenzied scramble if they were put on the market.
Finally, on the last day of the 1-month deadline,
when the 5000th bull demon strength pill spun around his fingertips and formed flawlessly.
Ding! Proficiency plus 5000, medicine got upgraded to 5th rank.
A profound enlightenment surged into his heart, and Ning Xianyuan felt that his understanding of alchemy had instantly reached a whole new level. Countless knowledge about the refining methods, pharmacological changes, and fire control of 5th-grade elixirs flooded into his mind like a tide, and he quickly absorbed, understood, and integrated them. He slowly exhaled, and his nerves, which had been tense for a month, finally relaxed completely, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. After a full month of seclusion and hard training, one would be driven crazy.
Hard work pays off. 5th-grade alchemist, done.
There was no delay, not even a moment to feel the joy of the promotion. Ning Xianyuan immediately and carefully took out the various rare medicinal materials needed to refine the marrow cleansing pill that had been sent by President Ma.
Each one is very valuable and ordinary warriors simply cannot afford it. Marrow cleansing pill.
The best among the 5th-grade elixirs, it is famous for its magical effects of transforming one's body and bones, and strengthening muscles and cleansing marrow. The difficulty of refining it and the danger of the process are enough to discourage countless 4th-grade alchemists. But for Ning Xianyuan, who has now reached the 5th level and possesses the extraordinary talent of medicine god, all of this is not an insurmountable obstacle. He took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and immersed his mind completely in refining. The medicinal power is purified to perfection, bringing out the essence of each herb to the fullest. The spiritual liquid was fused naturally, and dozens of medicinal powers blended perfectly under his miraculous control without any conflict.
After a whole day and night, when the last trace of medicinal power was perfectly integrated into the pill embryo,
a perfect pill was formed, crystal clear as if it was carved from the purest crystal, emitting a hazy precious light, and having a subtle feeling of cleansing the soul and purifying the dust. There are even mysterious patterns faintly visible on the surface of the pill, exuding vitality.
Ding!
Perfect marrow cleansing pill successfully refined. Ning Xianyuan carefully took out the pill that condensed his month's hard work, held it in his palm, and finally a relieved smile appeared on his face.
He did it.
He fulfilled his promise to Zhu Qinggan. He could hardly wait to tell Zhu Qingyan the good news. However, when he excitedly pushed open the door of the alchemy room that had been closed for a long time, he was greeted by silence.
Best wishes to you. Gone.
A strong sense of foreboding suddenly surged into Ning Xianyuan's heart like a cold tide. He immediately took out his cell phone and dialed Zhu Qingyan's number, but what came from the receiver was a cold power-off tone.
My heart sank little by little.
He immediately called President Ma again.
Little friend Ning, you've finally come out of seclusion.
As soon as the call was connected, President Ma's slightly anxious and helpless voice came. Something happened, Miss Xu.
On the 10th day of your retreat, you were forcibly taken back by the Xu family. What? Ning Xianyuan's heart sank suddenly. What's going on? Well. President Ma sighed heavily.
It seems that she couldn't hide the fact that she had previously forcibly burst out her power to kill Lu Qingtian.
The Xu family found out.
In addition, her injuries have rapidly worsened due to that outburst.
She doesn't have much time left. Those old stubborn people in the Zhu family were already dissatisfied with Miss Zhu's refusal to use the marrow cleansing pill to treat her bone cancer.
They thought she was wasting her life, and they seized this opportunity. They believe Miss Shu's time is running out, so they think it's best to marry her off while she still has some value, and form an alliance with another family to maximize the benefits for the family.
Marriage? Ning Xuanyuan's pupils suddenly constricted. Chapter 68, handing over the recipe to the country. Marriage? Ning Xuanyuan's pupils suddenly constricted. Who are they going to marry her to?
I used a lot of connections and managed to get some scattered information. Chairman Ma said helplessly. The marriage partner seems to be another first-class martial arts family in Linzhou City, the Wang family. Moreover, according to rumors, the key figure in the Wang family's marriage is a martial arts expert who has already entered the sixth realm. A strong man in the sixth realm. These 4 words were like a towering mountain, carrying a suffocating pressure that pressed heavily on Ning Xuanyuan's heart, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. In the martial arts world, the realms are strict, and each realm has its own level. The further you go, the bigger the gap becomes, like a chasm in the sky. Although his strength has improved by leaps and bounds with the help of the system, he has mastered several perfect martial arts and the supreme body refining technique, Great Sun Glazed Golden Body. His combat power far exceeds that of his peers, and he is even capable of challenging and killing warriors in the early stage of the third realm. But facing a sixth realm expert,
that is an existence from another dimension entirely.
That is the real big shot, a terrifying existence standing at the top of the martial arts pyramid, a giant who can shake an area with just a stomp of his feet.
Not to mention that he is only in the late second realm now.
Even if he breaks through to the third or fourth realm immediately, he will be like an ant trying to shake a tree in front of a genuine sixth realm expert and will be vulnerable.
How powerful is the sixth realm?
He had also seen it with his own eyes a month ago. Xu Qingyan killed Lu Qingtian, who was in the fifth realm, with just one strike.
You can say that. This is simply a suffocating dead end. No wonder President Ma sounded so helpless.
Ning Xuanyuan remains silent.
Strength. Ultimately, it's due to lack of strength. If he now possesses the strength of a 6th level or even 7th level master, why would he be afraid of the Zhu family or the Wang family?
He could just rush in directly, crush all obstacles, and take Xu Qingyan away with dignity.
But he is only in the late second realm now. Anger doesn't solve problems. Calm. Got to calm down.
Ning Xuanyuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, and forced himself into an absolutely rational state of thinking.
Breaking into the Zhu family by force is like hitting a rock with an egg, which is a dead end.
If he wants to break this deadlock, his own strength is far from enough. He must borrow strength.
Borrow a force that is enough to make the Zhu family and the Wang family feel wary and even dare not to compete with it easily. So, where is the power he can rely on now? Jinling Jiang family? The family that was equally cold-blooded and regarded him as a bastard outsider? Absolutely not. Xu family?
Xu Yuqing treated him sincerely, but her lineage had now lost power in the family and it was difficult for them to protect themselves, let alone fight against the 2 major families. After much thought, the only person who could possibly and most capable of intervening in this matter is Alchemist Association. That's right, it's the Alchemist Association. The Alchemist Association is spread throughout the Xia Kingdom. It has a complex network of forces and a huge influence, especially in the martial arts world. Almost no one dares to offend it easily.
After all, who doesn't need pills? Who can guarantee that he will never ask for help from an alchemist in his lifetime?
More importantly, the Alchemist Association also has top-notch experts who are capable of intimidating others, and they are definitely not soft persimmons that can be easily bullied.
If we can convince the Alchemist Association to take action,
then there may still be a glimmer of hope for Xu Qingyan's case. However, it is obviously not easy to ask the Alchemist Association to help deal with 2 first-class martial arts families at the same time.
Unless
he can offer a huge bargaining chip that even the Alchemist Association cannot refuse. Chips. Ning Xuanyuan's gaze fell on the mountain of bold demon strength pills emitting an alluring luster in the alchemy room. A gleam of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Perhaps.
That's it. President Ma.
Ning Xuanyuan made a prompt decision and said, I have a gift here that will shock the Alchemist Association and even the entire Xia Nation's martial arts world.
Oh?
President Ma raised his eyebrows, showing interest.
What gift could make you so confident?
Ning Xuanyuan said nothing and handed over a pill recipe. Please take a look, President Ma.
President Ma took the prescription doubtfully and examined it. The next moment, the calmness on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by extreme shock and disbelief. What is recorded above is exactly the complete recipe of the Bull Demon Strength Pill and detailed description of its efficacy. This pill recipe.
Chairman Ma's hands were trembling slightly as he held the pill formula, and his voice was changing.
Friend Ning, is this the pill you've been refining all this time?
Yes, that's it.
Ning Xianyuan said calmly. What do you think of the effect of this pill, President Ma? Amazing, truly amazing.
It tempers the body, stimulates potential, greatly increases the power of qi in blood, and provides a solid foundation with no noticeable side effects. Chairman Ma held the recipe as if it were a rare treasure, his voice trembling with excitement.
How could such a powerful elixir exist in the world? This is simply.
For a moment, he couldn't find the right words to describe the shock in his heart.
Ning Xianyuan nodded and added calmly, President Ma is right. This is exactly the power of the Bull Demon Strength Pill. Moreover, its effect may be even stronger than described in the recipe.
He extended his finger, and a condensed qi and blood force that was almost tangible swirled around his fingertips, emitting a heart-pounding wave.
To be honest, I've been in seclusion for the past month refining pills.
Not only have I improved my alchemy skills to the 5th level, but my own cultivation has also not fallen behind. I take the Bull Demon Strength Pill I made myself every day. Just when I came out of retreat, my qi and blood values have reached level 29.9.
Boom! 29.9 magnitude.
This number was like a bolt of lightning from the sky, striking Chairman Ma's heart hard, making him freeze in place, his mind going blank.
What was Ning Xuanyuan's qi and blood value a month ago?
He remembered it clearly, it was level 28.0. In just 1 month, he soared from the late 2nd realm to level 29.9, just one step away from the 3rd realm?
What a terrifying speed of improvement.
Moreover, looking at Ning Xuanyuan's condensed blood and solid foundation at this moment, there is no sense of emptiness at all.
Obviously, it is not a forced improvement by external force, but a real self-cultivation.
At this moment, President Ma's eyes completely changed when he looked at the Bull Demon Strength Pill recipe. It was no longer just a recipe for a pill, it was a thoroughfare leading to the pinnacle of martial arts. It is a magical weapon that can change the entire martial arts landscape of Xia country.
Okay.
President Ma slapped his thigh fiercely, his face flushed with excitement. He paced on the spot, speaking incoherently, incredible.
This pill is simply invincible.
As the president of the Alchemist Association, he is knowledgeable and well aware of the value of this recipe.
I want to hand this recipe over to the country. Chapter 69, The Patriots Offer Advice, Contributing to the Country. Hand it over to the country? Great, that's great. It's really great that you have such awareness. I was right about you. Hearing Ning Xuanyuan's words, President Ma was extremely excited.
As the president of the Alchemist Association, he has been in charge of the Linzhou branch for many years. He is knowledgeable and knows the value of this pill recipe. I also understand better what it means to the Xia Kingdom, which is currently facing internal and external troubles. For a long time, the Xia Kingdom has been fully committed to the development of alchemy technology, considering it as a national weapon to counter Western genetic technology and resist alien invasions.
There is no doubt that elixirs can help warriors.
Whether it is to improve the cultivation of qi and blood, temper the muscles and bones, or to heal injuries and prolong life, or break through bottlenecks, they cannot do without the assistance of elixirs. It can be said that elixirs are one of the cornerstones of the Xia Kingdom's martial arts system.
However, this foundation is not flawless. The first is the problem of erysipelas. All medicines are poisonous. Most elixirs will leave some toxins in the warrior's body.
These poisons accumulate over time, and in mild cases, they affect the circulation of qi and blood, hindering the improvement of cultivation. In severe cases, they damage the foundation and even endanger life. In order to refine perfect non-toxic pills, the alchemist's skills are extremely high, and it often requires the assistance of extremely rare natural treasures, which is simply not accessible to the public. The second and more fatal weakness is the constraint of raw materials. Many key medicinal materials needed for high-level elixirs are rarely produced in Xia country, or even completely unavailable, so the country has to rely on imports from abroad. The Western Alliance, which was eyeing the situation covetously, seized this opportunity and imposed a strict trade blockade on the Xia state. They make a big fuss about the export of various rare medicinal materials and create difficulties at every turn. They often raise prices or even impose direct bans in order to strangle the development of Xia country's elixirs. In recent years, the Xia kingdom has been trying to break through the Western material blockade. I don't know how much manpower and resources have been invested in achieving domestic substitution of key medicinal materials or finding new formulas. Countless top scientific researchers and alchemy masters have put in a lot of effort, but progress has always been limited. In contrast, in the Western world, with the support of the Mayan people's technology that far exceeds that of the Blue Planet, research in the field of genetics is advancing by leaps and bounds. Various powerful genetic drugs that can be mass-produced are emerging one after another, producing a large number of genetic warriors like an assembly line. Although this kind of power has an unstable foundation and has many disadvantages such as overdrawing potential and affecting lifespan, the short-term combat power improvement it brings is real. As one side gains strength while the other loses strength, Xia Kingdom has been left far behind by the West in terms of the number of mid- and low-end warriors. Border frictions are intensifying, the Western alliance is pressing forward, and foreign ethnic groups are becoming more active. The shadow of war hangs over the hearts of every Xia citizen like a dark cloud. The pressure on Xia state is increasing, and the feeling that the country is about to collapse is becoming increasingly heavy. Although Yun Ruoshui, the number one person under the starry sky, is in charge and temporarily maintains a fragile balance, no one knows when this balance will be broken. Sooner or later, the war that sweeps everything will come. And now, the Bull Demon Strength Pill recipe brought by Ning Xianyuan was like a bolt of lightning that cut through the darkness, giving President Ma hope of turning the tide. The difficulty of refining is not high. It is only at the level of a first-grade elixir. This means that most alchemists can master it, and it can even be mass-produced through standardized processes. The herbs needed: bull demon grass, blood chi flower, iron bone vine. Oh my god, these are the most common basic herbs. They are everywhere in our Xia country and the cost is extremely low. What does this mean? It means we can completely break free from the Western control over certain rare medicinal materials. It means we can produce this kind of medicine continuously at a very low cost. President Ma became increasingly excited as he spoke, his voice trembling. Once this pill becomes widespread, the strength of the lower and middle level warriors in our Xia nation's martial arts world will be dramatically improved. How many of those warriors who have been stuck in a bottleneck for years will be able to break through? What kind of leap will our Xia nation's overall martial arts strength usher in? He could hardly imagine such a future. This Bull Demon Strength Pill can not only greatly improve the chi and blood, but also temper the body, consolidate the foundation, stimulate potential, and it has no poisonous side effects. This is simply the perfect body tempering elixir, a foundation for a strong nation tailor-made for the Xia kingdom. Friend Ning. President Ma took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. He looked at Ning Xianyuan with eyes filled with unprecedented gratitude and a hint of deep admiration. Your gift is too heavy, too heavy. This is not just a recipe for a pill, it is a magical object that can change the destiny of a country. I'm going to report this immediately. Chairman Ma made a decisive move, his eyes gleaming with determination. No, simply reporting this to the association's headquarters isn't enough. This matter is of grave importance and must be reported directly to the highest levels of the nation, immediately. He walked to a secluded corner of the office and dialed an old phone. This is no ordinary phone call. It is a dedicated line within the Alchemist Association used to transmit the highest level of confidential information. He could directly contact the leading figures at the Kyoto headquarters, and even able to hear what the gods hear. President Ma took a deep breath and dialed an encrypted number with trembling fingers. He knew that from this moment on, because of the small recipe in his hand, the future of the entire Xia kingdom might usher in a huge turning point. Kyoto. In the courtyard with red walls and yellow tiles, armed guards are constantly patrolling around. There is a guard post every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. The security is very strict. It can be seen that those who live here are real dignitaries. Several senior executives gathered together to discuss the pill formula they had just received. Unbelievable, really unbelievable. An old general was the first to break the silence. His voice was loud and trembling. If this recipe is true, it would be like a blessing from heaven for our Xia country. It is the lifeblood of our nation. The old general is absolutely right. An old alchemist pushed up his glasses, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. I've looked at the recipe, and the herbs required are indeed common varieties in our country. We can completely achieve self-sufficiency at a very low cost. If it can be mass-produced, it will be of great significance to improving the strength of our grassroots soldiers and the vast majority of mid- and low-level warriors. It will be enough to greatly close the gap between us and the West in terms of grassroots combat power in a short period of time. The old general nodded slowly, his eyes sweeping over the recipe before finally settling on the information provided by the provider. Chairman Ma, I'm reporting that this recipe was provided by a young man named Ning Xianyuan from Linzhou.
How's the investigation going on with this boy? I've checked it.
A secretary beside him immediately handed over a document respectfully. Ning Xianyuan, 18 years old, a student at Linzhou City Wudao No. 4 Middle School. His parents were soldiers who died in the Linzhou beast tide 10 years ago, leaving him as an orphan. He has a clean family background and simple social connections.
He recently won the Linzhou City campus competition, demonstrating incredible talent.
According to the supplementary report from Chairman Ma of the Linzhou branch, this man is loyal to the Xia Kingdom and has a reliable character. He has only one request in exchange for the elixir formula.
Oh? What request? The old general asked curiously.
To be able to come up with such an astonishing recipe, the request must be great.
Money, status, or a rare martial art?
He requested a martial arts master to help him once.
Master, please help me once?
Several big men looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. The master of martial arts is the pillar of the country, an existence that is hard to find. It is extremely difficult for ordinary people to meet him.
What's more, asking the Grand Master for help. The price is so high that it far exceeds money and status. This kid is quite interesting.
The old general stroked his chin.
Why is he asking the Grand Master for help? Does President Ma have any explanation?
According to Chairman Ma, it seems to be related to the Zhu and Wang families in Linzhou City and involves a woman. He is not very clear about the specific details.
The middle-aged secretary replied.
The Zhu family, the Wang family. The old general tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his eyes deep. It seems that this kid has caused some trouble, right? He raised his head, looked at everyone, and said in a firm tone, however, compared with this bold demon power pill recipe, a mere favor from a grandmaster is nothing. Pass on my order to immediately dispatch a special person to Linzhou to protect Ning Xianyuan's safety with the highest standards. At the same time, contact the members of the Dragon Group. The old general's eyes flashed. Just say that a great man's advice is of great benefit to the country. We will grant his request.
Chapter 70, People from Kyoto, heading to Zhu's house. Kyoto is incredibly efficient.
Less than 2 hours after President Ma hung up the phone, a low and powerful roar of an engine, coming from far away, broke the tranquility of Linzhou City. Dozens of special vehicles, all black with tough lines and emitting a cold metallic luster, formed a majestic convoy and appeared silently at the door of the Alchemist Association branch. These vehicles do not have any markings, but their unique appearance and awe-inspiring aura are enough to make anyone who sees them feel awe and dare not approach. The car doors opened in unison, and teams of men and women in black combat uniforms, exuding a fierce aura, stepped out of the cars. Each of them had eyes like lightning, temples bulging, and the blood and energy in their bodies were vigorous and condensed. Their every move and gesture was filled with the iron-blooded spirit of a veteran on a long battlefield. The weakest ones are all strong men in the fourth realm. There are even a few of them with unfathomable auras, and they are terrifying beings who have reached the fifth realm. Such a luxurious lineup is enough to easily destroy a first-class martial arts family. However, it was this group of top-notch experts who were enough to attract the attention of any force. When they saw Ning Xianyuan waiting at the door, there was no arrogance on their faces, but instead they all showed respect and even a hint of curiosity. They all gave Ning Xianyuan a standard military salute in unison, their movements uniform and full of power.
Mr. Ning.
The voice was loud and full of respect from the heart. They have learned through internal channels that the seemingly ordinary young man in front of them is the great hero who offered the mysterious elixir recipe that could change the country's destiny. Such a patriot deserves their highest respect.
Ning Xianyuan nodded slightly in return.
Then his eyes passed over them and cast on the largest and most inconspicuous black car in the middle of the convoy. The car door slowly opened, and the person who stepped out was not some powerful and imposing figure. Instead, he was an old man with gray hair, a kind face, and dressed in a simple gray cloth. He looks like a kind old grandfather next door with a gentle smile on his face. His eyes were cloudy, as if he couldn't see clearly, and there was no trace of blood and energy fluctuations in his body, just like an ordinary old man who had never practiced cultivation. However, the moment he appeared, the powerful fourth and fifth realm masters around them all looked stern, subconsciously straightening their backs, their eyes revealing immense respect and fear.
It was as if the seemingly ordinary old man was some kind of ferocious beast from ancient times.
The old man ignored everyone else and walked slowly straight to Ning Xianyuan. His cloudy eyes scrutinized him carefully, and the smile on his face grew even kinder.
You are Ning Xianyuan?
Yes, it is true that heroes emerge from youth. Good boy, you have made great contributions to the country, and the country will never forget you. His voice was hoarse and gentle, with a kind of intimacy that made people feel like spring breeze.
You are too kind, senior. I am just doing what I should do.
Ning Xianyuan responded neither humbly nor arrogantly, but he was secretly awe-inspiring in his heart. The old man in front of him seemed ordinary, but the occasional glimmer of light in the depths of his cloudy eyes was as deep as the starry sky, which made him feel a little palpitated. He couldn't even sense any specific breath fluctuations from the other person, as if the other person had completely merged into the nature of heaven and earth.
Unfathomable. This is definitely a terrifying existence beyond his understanding. That's something that should be done.
The old man smiled, stretched out his skinny hand, and gently patted Ning Xianyuan's shoulder.
My surname is Li, and my name is Li Feiyan. I am one of the leaders of the Dragon Group. I was ordered to come here this time. First, on behalf of the country, I thank you for your contribution. Second, I am here to help you solve a problem. Dragon Group. Ning Xianyuan's heart was shocked.
This is the most mysterious and powerful special department in Xia country. It specializes in handling various incidents beyond conventional forces, and all its members are the elite among the elites and the strongest among the strong. The strength of those who can become the leader of the Dragon Group is even more unimaginable. If nothing unexpected happens. This is definitely a martial arts master who has reached the 7th level.
Your request has been approved.
Li Feiyan's tone was calm, yet it carried an unquestionable majesty. The state will help you resolve this minor trouble between the Zhu and Wang families.
Thank you, Senior Li.
Ning Xianyuan felt relieved and bowed respectfully. With such an unfathomable strong man in charge, even if the Zhu family and the Wang family have strong men in the 6th realm, they probably wouldn't dare to act rashly.
Get in the car, kid.
Li Feiyan smiled amiably. Let's go to the Zhu family now and pick up your girlfriend. I want to see who dares to stop us. His tone was still gentle, but the domineering aura contained in his words made the air around them seem to freeze a little. Ning Xianyuan nodded, without saying anything more, and followed Li Feiyan into the seemingly ordinary black car. The convoy started again. Without honking the horn, it carried an unrivaled momentum and drove towards the Zhu family like a steel torrent.
Outside the car window, the night view of Linzhou City was rapidly receding.
And a storm that was enough to shake the entire Linzhou City and even the Jiangnan martial arts world quietly began with the departure of this mysterious convoy. At the same time, the Zhu family mansion was decorated with lights and was full of joy. Big red lanterns were hung high, extending from the grand main gate to the corridor courtyard deep in the mansion. Brightly colored silks are wrapped around the columns and eaves, fluttering in the wind.
The main hall was crowded with guests.
Several core elders of the Zhu family were chatting and laughing with a group of distinguished guests with rosy faces.
These guests are representatives from the Wang family. Leading the group was a middle-aged man with a dignified face and a powerful aura.
Brother Wang, it is truly a blessing for our Zhu family to be able to form a close alliance with your Wang family. Xu Huai, the head of the Zhu family, raised his glass and smiled, and the wrinkles on his face smoothed out.
Brother Zhu, you're welcome.
The middle-aged man who headed the Wang family nodded slightly, a reserved smile on his face. Niece Qingyan is a rare talent. Although she has a minor illness, her bloodline talent is still rare. Being able to marry her is also a blessing for the young man of my Wang family. The two spoke politely, as if it was really a happy marriage between two people who loved each other and were well matched. However, everyone present was a shrewd person, and everyone knew the real purpose behind this marriage.
The Xu family needs the support of the Wang family to consolidate its increasingly weak position.
The Wang family, on the other hand, was attracted by Zhu Qingyan's talent, even though she was suffering from a terminal illness. But it does not rule out the possibility that she may give birth to top-notch talented offspring.
This is an irresistible temptation for any martial arts family that desires to continue its glory. As for Zhu Qingyan's own wishes?
In the face of this cold exchange of family interests, it seems so insignificant that it has never even been truly considered.